In the new era of the blue planet, the resurgence of spiritual energy and the opening of dimensional rifts have wrought profound transformations across the globe. Humanity's once unassailable dominion has plummeted from its exalted heights. Bloodthirsty and savage demonic beasts have emerged, claiming countless human lives and seizing vast expanses of territory essential for human existence. Humanity now confronts an increasingly precarious predicament. In response to the invasion of these monstrous entities, Beast Tamers have arisen, becoming the linchpin of human survival and continuity. Wei Pingfan, a senior high school student, embarks on a momentous journey upon awakening a unique beast taming space, participating in the Beast Tamer entrance examinations. He triumphs over numerous prodigies, securing his position as the foremost among the younger generation of the Great Xia. Subsequently, he delves into various secret realms to enhance his prowess, penetrating the depths of formidable mountain ranges to vanquish powerful demonic beasts one after another. Years later, the name Wei Pingfan resonates throughout the Great Xia and indeed the entire world. He is hailed as the premier figure of the Beast Tamer Academy, an unrelenting harvester of secret realms, the nightmare of countless demonic beasts, and the dream lover of millions of young women. Legends surrounding Wei Pingfan are fervently recounted by countless voices throughout the Great Xia. Should the demonic beasts approach, I shall stand before the multitude, safeguarding the flickering lights of the Great Xia for eternity. The god of Beast Tamers is none other than I, treading upon the firmament, unrivaled in supremacy. Chapter 1. Kindred Spirits, Impure Breeds. In a parallel world, Blue Planet. The New Era, Federal Year 2095. In the Great Xia Federation, Haifeng Province, Yunnan City, at Yin Number 1 High School for Beast Tamers. In the classroom of Class 1, Senior 3, dozens of vibrant students are seated, their gazes filled with admiration for a middle-aged man at the podium. This man, named Chu Weigua, clad in black attire, exudes an aura of integrity, his stern visage never adorned with a smile. He serves as the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and is regarded by his students as an immensely powerful 6-star beast tamer, possessing 2 majestic 6-star beasts. However, due to internal injuries, Chu Weigua can only muster the combat prowess of a 5-star beast tamer. Students, tomorrow marks your final opportunity to prove whether you can become beast tamers. I sincerely hope that each of you will succeed and become a vital force in safeguarding the Great Xia. As his resonant words echo, excitement, yearning, and aspiration illuminate the faces of the students, their expressions aflame with fervor. After all, in this world, to become a beast tamer is a cherished dream, earning immense respect and admiration from all. Yet, not everyone can become a beast tamer. Only those who awaken a beast taming space within themselves can forge a contract with a beast and attain the coveted title. Regardless of gender, upon reaching the age of 18, individuals have 3 opportunities to test for the awakening of their beast taming space. Should they fail all 3, they must resign themselves to a life as an ordinary person. Among the 40 students in Class 1, 10 have already demonstrated the awakening of their beast taming space in previous assessments and have been assigned to a genuine beast tamer class to study the arts of beast taming. As for the remaining 30 students, they can only pray for a miraculous awakening in tomorrow's examination. All right, students, settle down. Let's continue our studies on beast taming. To forge steel, one must first temper oneself. Do not aim for unattainable heights. Chu Weigua raised his hand, signaling for silence, and commenced the morning's lessons. In the back row of the classroom, a pudgy boy with a fair complexion listened to Chu Weiguo's theoretical discourse on beast tamers, his head throbbing with discomfort. What use is it to listen to Chu the King of Hell? It would be better to explore how to awaken my beast taming space and become a beast tamer. Alas, tomorrow is our last chance. I wonder if my years of accumulated potential will suffice to awaken my beast taming space. The plump boy murmured, glancing sideways at his deskmate. Fenhe, are you still in a slumber? Tomorrow is a pivotal moment in our lives. Failure means oblivion. He poked at a certain someone who lay sprawled over the desk, soundly asleep, with his recently excavated finger. Fangu, wake up, the King of Hell has arrived. Upon hearing the mention of Chu the King of Hell, the slumbering figure immediately straightened, feigning attention to his textbook. Fangu, you're awake. Did you overexert yourself last night and not sleep well? The pudgy boy, Wang Jinghua, grinned mischievously, scrutinizing him. Ugh, you glutton, spare me your nonsense. Wei Pingfan, am virtuous and beloved by all. How could I indulge in such fleeting pleasures that harm my body? Furthermore, in the future, please refrain from using your finger fresh from digging for boogers. Don't call my name, it's utterly revolting. When others use their fingers, it's for clearing drains, but you, my friend, dig for treasures in your nose or nostrils are truly vast. Wei Pingfan grimaced in disgust at his deskmate, Wang Jinghua, who was again excavating his own bushy nostrils with his finger. Fangu, tomorrow is our last chance to awaken. Aren't you worried? Don't you wish to become a revered beast tamer? Wang Jingwo's nose twitched fervently. Ah, dear Jinghua, look at you. As direct descendants of the Wei and Wang families, it's hardly a tragedy if we don't become beast tamers. We can still lead carefree lives. Wei Pingfan feigned indifference, acting carefree and nonchalant. Right, Fangu. My father is the head of the Wang family. Once I inherit that position, all the family's assets will be mine. Indeed, the Wei and Wang families will be ours to command. Who dares to disrespect us? We shall deal with them. The two shared a hearty laugh, their banter echoing with amusement. Ha ha, the head of the Wei family is admirable. The head of the Wang family pays his respects. Just as the two indulged in their playful flattery, Chu Weiguo's voice thundered through the classroom. Wei Pingfan, Wang Jinghua, stand up. What mischief are you two whispering about during class? In an instant, all eyes turned toward the back row, where Wei and Wang's Saturday their smiles vanished, replaced by expressions akin to having swallowed a fly, as they reluctantly rose to their feet. Caught by Chu Weiguo's sharp gaze, they could only accept their misfortune, knowing full well the valuable lessons they had previously endured under his scrutiny. Well, you see, Mr. Chu, I was just explaining to my classmate Wang Jinghua the methods to awaken the beast taming space. Do you believe me? Wei Pingfan held his textbook up to obscure his face, revealing just a portion of it, while sporting a sheepish grin at Chu Weiguo's dark expression. Oh no, oh no, Chu the King of Hell is indeed my lifelong nemesis. Wang Jinghua hung his head, his heart racing with anxiety. Oh, you think I would believe you, Wei Pingfan? How could the second to last student be teaching the last one? If you dare to teach, so will he. The other students stifled their laughter, struggling to contain their amusement. Also, Wei Pingfan, your textbook is upside down. Could you be any more ridiculous? You two don't wish to listen to my lecture, do you? Go stand outside the classroom until I decide what to do with you. Chu Weiguo, exasperated, pointed toward the door. Fangu, I want to laugh. Wang Jingwo's chubby face quivered with suppressed mirth. Stop laughing, it's all your fault. You glutton, Wei Pingfan muttered, leading the way as Wang Jingwo trailed behind, both under the scrutinizing glare of Chu Weiguo as they exited the classroom. Outside, the two leaned against the wall, waiting in tedium. Wang Jingwo's small eyes flickered with concern as he contemplated the impending unknown reprimand from King Chu, a fate he deemed more agonizing than death itself. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan gazed serenely at the sky, his expression betraying an air of tranquility. Ah, the Beast Master. Who among us does not aspire to attain such a prestigious title? Yet, awakening the latent beast space within one's being is no trivial feat. As for Wei Pingfan, he had yet to experience such an awakening, which seemed rather incongruous considering his extraordinary charm and unparalleled grace. Surely, he was destined to follow the narrative arc of protagonists and tales, becoming the mightiest beast master, capable of vanquishing gods and Buddhas alike. Otherwise, how could it be that all 5 of his sisters, endowed with exceptional talents, had awakened their beast spaces at an early age, each now proudly boasting the rank of 2-star beast masters? His parents, too, were luminaries of their generation, towering figures in the annals of contemporary history. Look at these genes, they ought to be robust, yet somehow they seem to have diminished to naught in his case. Could it be that I am not their biological offspring? Thus my lineage is inferior. As this thought crossed Wei Pingfan's mind, he glanced at Wang Jinghua, who was foolishly grinning while ogling a few long-legged schoolmates on the playground. All right then, this rotund fellow shares my plight of impure lineage. That thought certainly brings me some solace. Wang Fatty, kindly suppress that lewd grin of yours. Standing beside you fills me with embarrassment. Wei Pingfan playfully flicked Wang Jinghua on the forehead. Ouch. Wang Jinghua rubbed his head, grimacing. Fandog, if you have gall, then don't look. Are you perhaps envious of my illustrious visage, you scoundrel? Indeed, you rotund fool. If someone were to fancy you, even pigs would learn to climb trees. Fandog is but a mere fandog. How can he be compared to the illustrious moon? All he can do is boast with his tongue. The two resumed their daily banter, and before long, they were again ogling the schoolmates on the playground, exchanging commentary with the demeanor of smitten swine. Fangirl, look at that schoolmate, her legs are so long. They seem to outlast my very existence. Fatty, what of her long legs? Clearly, the light bulbs are dim, making them uncomfortable to behold. Behold that slightly plump schoolmate, she is truly worthy of a double take. Radiant and ample. Simply captivating. Isn't that right, Fatty? Indeed. I'm enamored. Fangirl, your discerning eye is extraordinary. You are indeed a paragon for us all. Chapter 2. The School Bell. Xinyu, my fiancée, in Unit Number 1 High School, on the floor designated for the senior class. After a morning of classes, Chu Wei was strode out of the classroom with an air of authority. You two, follow me to the administrative office. Upon seeing Chu, the formidable teacher, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua immediately straightened their backs, their playful demeanor vanishing. Good morning, Teacher Chu. Thank you for your hard work. Humph, spare me the flattery. It holds no sway here. Chu Wei's expression remained stern, a palpable frustration brewing within him towards his two students. Despite being scions of prominent families in the city, they exhibited none of the poise one might expect from their lineage. Since their enrollment, they had treated classes as a playground, alternating between sleeping and loitering. Their antics were a comical duet, but whenever caught, they would concoct excuses, though none ever fooled Chu Weigua. Just yesterday, they had been loitering outside the girls' restroom, playfully offering a girl a golden cudgel to play with. Is this behavior befitting of a civilized individual? Chu Weigua felt a deep sense of embarrassment upon learning of this incident, yet he found himself helpless, as these two were indeed his students. Under the scrutinizing gazes of many teachers, he dragged the duo to the boys' restroom for a rather unorthodox lesson. The outcome, 2 against 1, was a resounding defeat for them. Upon hearing Chu Weigua's stern words and witnessing his darkening expression, Wei and Wang fell silent, their heads bowed as they trailed behind him. They were perplexed, as every time Chu Weigua reprimanded them, it was in their usual haunt, the boys' restroom. Why were they headed to the administrative office this time? Typically, that space was filled with teachers. Was Chu Weigua intending to stage a grand confrontation before an audience? Chu Weigua, you are truly something. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting confusion, vulnerability, and helplessness, as fellow seniors gradually emerged from their respective classrooms. Some headed home, while others sought a meal. The boys linked arms, and the girls intertwined theirs, a chorus of laughter and chatter filling the air post-class. Good morning, Teacher Chu. Upon spotting Chu Weigua, the students quickly parted to make way. Chu Weigua nodded in acknowledgement, continuing on his path. He noticed the two miscreants trailing behind him, heads hung low, as some classmates wore expressions of schadenfreude. Aren't these the school-less prodigies? Have they gotten into trouble again? Wei and Wang were well known in school, frequently at the receiving end of Chu Weigua's admonishments due to their noble lineage. Accustomed to the murmurings of their peers, they held their heads high, embracing the notion that as long as they remained unembarrassed, the discomfort belonged to others. Look, fat dog. This is what it means to be popular, Wei Pingfan proclaimed, his face brimming with pride as he attempted to glide smoothly down the hallway. Come on, have some dignity. It's clear they are welcoming me, Wang Jinghua retorted, throwing up a middle finger as he strutted along. Seriously, do they not understand human language? Is their thought process reversed? The onlookers, observing the retreating figures of the duo, felt an urge to confront them. Their antics were simply infuriating. On the way to the administrative office, a group of senior students approached, each brimming with vitality and enthusiasm. Leading the pack were 2 boys and a girl, the latter standing out for her exquisite beauty and flawless figure, exuding an aura that captivated all. They were the awakened students of the senior class, poised to become Beast Tamers, with boundless potential ahead of them. Good morning, Teacher Chu. Good morning. The group greeted Chu Weigua and the 2 students accompanying him, a chorus of respect emanating from their lips. Although they were the school's elite, accustomed to flaunting their superiority, they held no arrogance in the presence of the 6-star Beast Tamer, Chu Weigua. They were mere novices, still lacking even the status of a 1-star Beast Tamer. And any 1-star Tamer could easily teach them a lesson. Very well, students. Strive to become true Beast Tamers and acquire your first contracted beast soon. Chu Weigua's gaze swept over his students before finally resting on the standout girl. Xinyu, you have become a 1-star Beast Tamer. Detecting the unstable energy fluctuations emanating from Xinyu, a flicker of surprise crossed Chu Weigua's otherwise impassive face. Xinyu had previously been a student in his class, and just 3 months prior, she had awakened her beast taming space. In a mere 3 months, she had achieved the status of a 1-star Beast Tamer, a testament to her extraordinary talent and comprehension. In contrast, it had taken Chu Weigua nearly a year to reach that level, and by comparison, should nothing unforeseen occur, Xinyu's future prowess would undoubtedly surpass his own significantly. Yes, teacher. It was during my training today that I sensed the threshold of a 1-star Beast Tamer. And I managed to break through. Yu bright eyes sparkled as a gentle smile graced her face. Excellent, Yu. Once your energy stabilizes, you will be able to choose a contracted beast and officially become a one-star beast tamer. Teacher, I will work hard. Yu's gaze was resolute, radiating an aura of unwavering confidence. Wow, Yu is incredible. Not only is she the school belle, but she is also the first in our school to become a one-star beast tamer. Indeed, the beast taming space awakened by Yu is the finest blue space among the high-level talents. Her training aptitude far surpasses that of the rest of us. The classmates following Yu could hardly conceal their envy upon learning of her breakthrough to a one-star beast tamer. Most of them had awakened their beast taming spaces in hues of white, red, orange, or yellow, medium to low-tier talents, while only a few had attained green or cyan spaces, which were considered high-tier. Yet, none could compare to Yu's exceptional blue space. The disparity was too vast. The color of the beast taming space signifies one's innate talent, with those of superior talent often destined to become powerful beast tamers. To date, there are 8 recognized colors of beast taming space: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Purple indicates superlative talent, often associated with prodigious geniuses. Green, cyan, and blue represent high-tier talents, with blue being the most distinguished among them, while red, orange, and yellow signify medium-tier talent, and white denotes low-tier talent. Hearing these remarks, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua gazed at the captivating Yu, their astonishment palpable. Fanggu, Yu is your fiancé. You are truly fortunate. Why am I not blessed with such a fiancé? How is this fair? Wang Jinghua lamented, poking Wei Pingfan with his middle finger, wearing an expression of mock sorrow. I say, chubby dog, what kind of gaze is that? If you have the capability, why not persuade your father to find you a fiancé? Wei Pingfan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Jinghua before his eyes met those of Yu. Their gazes collided momentarily before parting, and as usual, Wei Pingfan adorned his face with a gentle smile. Teacher Chu, may I have a few words with Wei Pingfan first? Yu addressed Chu Weigua, gesturing towards Wei Pingfan. Very well. Chu Weigua glanced at Wei Pingfan, aware of the nature of the relationship between Yu and him, and without further thought, consented. Wei Pingfan, come to the office later. Wang Jinghua, you accompany me now. Teacher Chu, can I go later? Wang Jinghua replied with a grin, reluctant to face the wrath of Chu, the stern teacher. What do you think? Chu Weigua's serious countenance loomed closer to Wang Jinghua's face. Teacher Chu, you're standing so close. Isn't that inappropriate? Also, your breath reeks of garlic. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Wang Jinghua's words elicited a dark cloud over Chu Weigua's face. Upon noticing Wei Pingfan beside him, stifling laughter behind his hand, Chu Weigua struggled to contain his rising fury, almost wishing to send the two soaring into the sky. Chapter 3. From now on, strangers. Chu Weigua dragged Wang Jinghua along like a chick towards the office. Brother Fan, you must come to my rescue, good brother. Wang Jinghua lamented internally. Teacher, can we not discuss this civilly? Could you perhaps let me walk on my own? I have many virtues. The only flaw I possess is a fear of heights. Wang Jinghua's face was a portrait of despair as he continued to murmur. Silence. Chu Weigua delivered a sharp slap to Wang Jinghua's cheeks, abruptly silencing him. As the world around them fell into a serene quietude, Wei Pingfan, preparing to approach Yu, found his path obstructed by two individuals standing beside her. Wei Pingfan, how dare you seek out you? A waste who cannot even awaken a beast space. Don't you feel ashamed? A tall, lanky boy spoke first, his tone dripping with disdain as he scrutinized Wei Pingfan with an air of arrogance. Indeed, a worthless fellow like him is unworthy of Xin Xiaohua. She deserves far better. If I were you, I would promptly dissolve the engagement rather than let her endure the mockery of others due to you, chimed in another burly boy, his expression rife with contempt. In the face of their scornful remarks, Wei Pingfan remained silent, casting a glance towards Yu, who, as usual, neither intervened nor offered him any support. He sighed in resignation, realizing he had perhaps overthought their bond. Sincerity, after all, is a fleeting essence. Since Yu awakened her azure beast space, Wei Pingfan, as her fiancé, had failed to awaken his own in 2 assessments, becoming a laughingstock throughout the school. Yet, as a scion of the Wei family, most students dared not openly offend him. While they refrained from voicing their disdain, whispers of mockery circulated in private. Thus, Wei Pingfan had endured countless barbs, feigning indifference and nonchalance on the surface, while secretly yearning to awaken his beast space and deliver a resounding slap to the faces of his detractors. The remaining students in the beast class regarded Wei Pingfan with mocking eyes, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Li Yunfei, Chu Xiong, don't obstruct my conversation with my fiancé. What relevance do you have in this? Are you both so idle that you prefer to be someone else as sycophants? Wei Pingfan's handsome visage revealed a hint of mischief as he crossed his arms, regarding the two jesters before him. Who are you calling a dog, Wei Pingfan? Are you courting death? Li Yunfei's expression darkened as he flexed his wrists, advancing towards Wei Pingfan. What are you doing, Li Yunfei? As a scion of the Li family, squabbling over a woman in school is quite unbecoming. It would surely tarnish your family's reputation. Look at how astute Chu Xiong is. He knows to use words rather than fists. Wei Pingfan stood his ground, confident that Li Yunfei would not dare to strike him. Damn it, Wei Pingfan. If you weren't from the Wei family, I would have already taken action. Chu Xiong's face contorted. At that tense moment, Shen Yu's melodic voice rang out. Enough, Li Yunfei. Wei Pingfan is correct. This is my affair, and I will handle it without your interference. Look at him. There's nothing about him worthy of you. I merely wish to defend your honor. Shen Yu's brow furrowed. Li Yunfei, please refrain from calling me Yuer. Our relationship is not so intimate. Wei Pingfan, follow me. Shen Yu turned abruptly and headed towards the nearest classroom, leaving Li Yunfei fuming. Did you see that? School beauty doesn't even acknowledge your sentiments? As for me, I am far superior. Wei Pingfan strutted past Li Yunfei, basking in his triumph, relishing the satisfaction of witnessing the downfall of a sycophant. Just you wait, Wei Pingfan. When you fail to awaken your beast space tomorrow, let us see how you maintain that arrogance. Li Yunfei seethed as he watched Wei Pingfan's retreating figure, his teeth clenched, wishing fervently to be rid of him. Feech. Don't let such a waste affect your mood. We have both awakened superior beast spaces. Even if Wei Pingfan awakens his tomorrow, it will likely be of inferior quality. He is simply not in our league. Chu Xiong interjected, eager to placate Li Yunfei. You're right, Chu Xiong. Yuer belongs to me. Only I am worthy of her. Their sentiments were understandable, given that the chances of awakening a beast space diminish with each successive attempt. Those with exceptional talent often awaken on their first try. Subsequent attempts yield lower probabilities and lesser attributes. Inside the classroom, Shen Yu stood by the window, her back to Wei Pingfan, gazing at the azure sky. She could not recall when her mindset had shifted. The boy she once admired now felt like someone she wished to avoid. Was it during the time she awakened her beast space? Or was it the incessant gossip surrounding her relationship with Wei Pingfan? Or perhaps it was his current state of self-despair and decline. Shen Yu's heart was a tempest of emotions. She and Wei Pingfan had been betrothed since childhood, having grown up together. Truly, they were childhood sweethearts. In their youth, Shen Yu often trailed behind Wei Pingfan, sharing both playful moments and delectable treats. Whenever other children bullied her, Wei Pingfan would stand protectively in front of her, often rallying Wang Jingui to confront the bullies. Brother Fan, when I grow up, I will marry you. Of course, chubby you, I will marry you too. What about me? Wang Jingui teased, a chubby child himself. Haha, you'll grow up to be my son. As she reminisced about their childhood promises, Shen Yu found herself torn. Should she express her current feelings to Wei Pingfan? Shen Yu, if you have something to say, please do. I cannot keep Teacher Chu waiting too long. Wei Pingfan finally broke the silence, having waited patiently for her to speak. Hearing his voice, Shen Yu slowly turned to face him. I am now a one-star beast master. Oh, congratulations. And then, Wei Pingfan smiled, his demeanor as tranquil as the clouds. You, Wei Pingfan, you remain unchanged. If tomorrow you fail to awaken the beast space, our engagement will become a mere jest, do you understand? Shen Yu's towering presence undulated with palpable anger. Oh, Shen Yu, is this what troubles you? We could simply annul our engagement. It is a matter of such simplicity. Wei Pingfan remained tranquil, yet an inexplicable ache gnawed at his heart. The moment Shen Yu awakened her beast space and ceased to call him Fangu, Wei Pingfan knew this day would inevitably arrive. The Shen family had likely been anticipating the dissolution of their engagement all along. Not only the Shen family, but even within his own lineage, the Wei family. Certain individuals had begun to whisper about him. Were it not for his grandfather being the head of the Wei family, he would have faced open hostility long ago. Wang Pingfan, I have truly misjudged you. The person you are now feels utterly foreign to me. The last remnants of nostalgia within Shen Yu vanished entirely. Initially, upon overhearing discussions within her family regarding the dissolution of the engagement with the Wei family, she thought it prudent to speak with Wei Pingfan first, to prepare him for the inevitable. Yet now, it seemed unnecessary. He had relinquished himself entirely. Such a person is beyond words, destined to inhabit a realm far removed from hers. Hearing Shen Yu's words, Wei Pingfan found the irony to be almost laughable. Am I, Wei Pingfan, the one who has become strange? Is it not you, Shen Yu, who has transformed? Before awakening your beast space, you were always calling me Fangu, proclaiming that I would one day become the most powerful beast master in your eyes. Indeed, now that you, Shen Yu, have awakened the supreme talent of the illustrious blue beast space. You are on the verge of contracting your own beasts, set to become a bona fide one-star beast master. I, Wei Pingfan, am no fool. I possess self-awareness. However, my previous affections for you were genuine. The one who looks down upon me is none other than you. Shinyu. You err. This is my final time addressing you as Shinyu. From this moment forth, we shall have no further connection, strangers to one another. I will also instruct my grandfather to annul our engagement with your family. Wei Pingfan inhaled deeply, his smile vanishing without a trace. Very well, Wei Pingfan. You have spoken. I hope you can uphold your promise. With that, Wei Pingfan fell silent and turned to leave the classroom. As she watched his retreating silhouette, Shinyu felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if she were losing the most precious thing in her life. No, I am in the right. It is he. Wei Pingfan, who should regret his choice today for losing me. Chapter 4. The safety of the great Xia concerns us all. Beast Masters. Beast Masters. Wei Pingfan mused within. For in this world, becoming a Beast Master is the aspiration of every individual. Even a mere one-star Beast Master can lead a fulfilling life. This is due to the resurgence of spiritual energy over a century ago on Blue Star, infusing the atmosphere with a mysterious energy that transformed all living beings on the planet. The first to undergo evolution were the flora and fauna, followed by the opening of dimensional rifts in the sky, through which countless demon beasts descended upon Blue Star, launching a merciless slaughter against humanity. This sudden upheaval felt akin to the apocalypse. Innumerable lives were lost at the hands of these beasts. Vast expanses of land were seized, becoming their domains. This dark epoch is a history that every human must remember. Faced with the threat of annihilation, humanity had no choice but to relocate, erecting iron fortifications to fend off the beasts while seeking ways to save their kind. Eventually, it was discovered that the rifts brought not only demon beasts, but also 18 towering, ominous stone monuments. Each stone was inscribed with ancient script, exuding an air of mystery and antiquity. One day, a person, through their insights from the stone, awakened their beast space and acquired the methods of beast mastery, heralding the birth of the first beast master among humanity. In that instant, hope dawned upon humanity, as more individuals awakened their beast spaces and became beast masters, forming the strongest resistance against the demon beasts. Upon recognizing the significance of the stones, humanity began to vie for control over them, leading to countless battles and bloodshed. As time progressed, beast masters gradually became the mainstream, establishing a comprehensive system. The power levels of beast masters range from 1-star to 9-star, followed by the realm of the Grandmaster, transcendent beings. Those with the finest talents awaken the best beast spaces, allowing them to contract more powerful beasts, and vice versa. Beast masters of lower talent can contract 1 beast, those of medium talent can contract 2, those of superior talent can contract 3, and those of extraordinary talent can contract 4. As for beast masters capable of contracting more than 4 beasts, none have yet emerged. The demon beasts also possess ranks from 1-star to 9-star, with the next levels being king and legendary. In battles of equal rank, demon beasts often surpass humans in strength, let alone the extraordinarily powerful demon beasts, which are akin to sovereigns in their domains. In the administrative office of Yunnan No. 1 High School, Chu Wei was sat at his desk, organizing the materials pertinent to the students' upcoming awakening of their beast spaces. Meanwhile, Wang Jingui stood against the wall, mop in hand, his gaze occasionally darting towards the doorway. Where is Fan Ge? He wouldn't he truly abandon his good brother, would he? It is not surprising that Wang Jingui harbored such thoughts. Given Wei Pingfan's nature, it was indeed a possibility. There had been several instances where Wei Pingfan had turned a blind eye to Wang Jingui's plight, allowing him to bear the brunt of Chu Yama's wrath alone. In his defense, Wei Pingfan claimed it was to bolster his brother's resilience, believing that a strong physique would attract more admirers. Who can I complain to about this? I, Wang Jingui, need no physical training. I consistently win solo matches, with stable output in a mere 6 minutes. The sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor, causing Wang Jingui's ears to perk up. He eagerly turned his gaze towards the entrance, hoping it would be Wei Pingfan. Teacher Chu, I have arrived. As if fulfilling his hopes, Wei Pingfan glided into view, effortlessly entering the room. You should stand with Wang Jingui for now. I'll be with you shortly. Chu Weigua glanced up at Wei Pingfan and gestured towards Wang Jingui's position. All right, Teacher Chu, your efforts for us students are truly commendable. Wei Pingfan beamed, showering praise before striding towards Wang Jingui, who was making exaggerated gestures to catch his attention. Fan Ge, I owe my ancestors a debt of gratitude for you not abandoning your good brother this time. Wang Jingui raised the mop, grinning widely. Fat dog, you are my good brother. Could I possibly leave you to face Chu Yama alone? Absolutely not. Hence, here I am. You owe me a meal later for this brotherly bond. Otherwise, I shall feel quite disheartened. Wei Pingfan asserted with unwavering conviction. Cut it out, good brother. Can you lend me a hand with this mop? Otherwise, I won't be able to play solo later. Well, that is out of the question. Wei Pingfan shook his head decisively. This is Teacher Chu's test for you. Take it seriously. Hey, fat dog, aside from holding the mop, has Chuyama demanded anything else from you? Nothing else. I feel like Chuyama is acting oddly today. It's quite uncharacteristic. Could it be that he is experiencing a midlife crisis? Wang Jingui whispered conspiratorially into Wei Pingfan's ear. That cannot be. While Chuyama may appear aged, he is actually quite young. Wei Pingfan gasped in surprise, his expression one of disbelief. Ahem. Chu Weiguo suddenly coughed twice, his countenance darkening further. The hushed conversation between the two was effortlessly discernible to him, a 6-star beastmaster. Menopause? Looking aged? How audacious of you both to utter such words. I, Chu Weiguo, am not yet 30, and to take on the role of your homeroom teacher feels less gratifying than engaging in frontline battles against the monstrous beasts. Truly, your words are sharp. Teacher Chu Wei, is your throat bothering you? Have you been vexed by Wang Jinghua? Rest assured, I shall diligently supervise him henceforth to ensure he embodies virtue and beauty, Wei Pingfan declared, promptly distancing himself from Wang Jinghua to draw a line of demarcation. Fong dog, have you lost your mind? Wang Jinghua lamented, his expression one of despair. Teacher Chu Wei, will you not allow me to explain? My remarks regarding menopause were mere conjecture. You must maintain your composure. Enough. Both of you, follow me. Your tongues have truly twisted, and I find your words repugnant. Chu Weiguo rose, waving his hand to interrupt any further protest from Wang Jinghua. Fong dog, it's over. Is there still time to escape? Wang Jinghua set aside his mop, gazing at the imposing figure of Chu Weiguo. What do you think? This is your mess. You go first. That one do. We shall face this together. The duo trailed behind Chu Weiguo as they ascended to the highest rooftop of the school. From their vantage point, they beheld the entirety of Yunnan No. 1 High School, bustling with students, alive with energy. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua maintained a respectful distance behind Chu Weiguo, prepared for any sudden outburst from their formidable teacher. Wei Pingfan, Wang Jinghua, Chu Weiguo continued, not bothering to turn around. Tomorrow marks your final opportunity for awakening. I implore you to take it seriously. Do not squander the hopes of others, nor your own aspirations. Becoming a beastmaster is not merely for validation. It is a matter of survival, a means to protect the vulnerable. At this juncture, Chu Weiguo paused, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. Wei Pingfan, Wang Jinghua, do you know how many beastmasters perish annually in battle against the monstrous beasts? Teacher Chu Wei, I am unaware. Wei Pingfan responded candidly, as it had never crossed their minds that being a beastmaster was a perilous vocation. Very well, let me enlighten you. In our Great Xiao Federation, the annual death toll of beastmasters ranges between 100,000 and 150,000, most falling to the beasts beyond the city walls. Yet, each year, the number of newly awakened beastmasters remains below 100,000. What does this signify? It underscores the arduous nature of awakening the beast space. It is not merely a matter of talent, but rather one of sheer luck. Wang Jinghua clapped Wei Pingfan on the shoulder, a self-satisfied grin illuminating his face. So, all that was for naught. Chu Weiguo, his face darkened, turned to regard the two. Enough, fatty. Speak sensibly, and let Teacher Chu Wei continue. Wei Pingfan swiftly swatted Wang Jinghua's hand away, signaling him to remain silent. Oh, Wang Jinghua's smile faded. Teacher Chu Wei, please proceed. Fatty here is just that way. Do not let it ruffle your feathers. Humph. Chu Weiguo scoffed, turning away once more. This implies that humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. Each additional beastmaster represents a glimmer of hope. Our ability to live peacefully within the city is the result of countless lives sacrificed to safeguard us. The safety of the Great Xia is a shared responsibility. With our very flesh and blood, we guard the flame of countless homes. Our faith shall remain unyielding. Chu Weiguo's voice resonated with solemnity and authority, echoing in the ears of the two students. On the rooftop, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua remained silent, absorbing the weight of Chu Weiguo's discourse. Teacher, you speak truthfully. It was my and Fatty's disobedience that caused you distress, Wei Pingfan reflected, his heart heavy with the valor of those beastmasters who fought valiantly against the monsters, giving their lives for the Great Xia, their dedication commendable and admirable. Yes, Teacher Chu Wei, we ought not to refer to you as Chu Wei the King of Hell, nor should we jest about your age. Wang Jinghua interjected, his tone shifting. Wang Jinghua, you truly are audacious. Chu Weiguo noted the change in their expressions, recognizing that his words had struck a chord. As for the paths ahead, it was for them to ponder. Very well, Wei Pingfan, I hope you awaken your beast space in tomorrow's examination and become a beastmaster. Wang Jinghua, you too. Stop indulging in frivolities, prepare diligently, and do not disappoint your family. The two nodded earnestly at Chuegua, their faces alight with renewed confidence. All right, you may leave. This time, I shall show you leniency. Should you repeat such behavior, I will not be as merciful. After all, I am Chuwei the king of hell, am I not? Chuegua gestured for them to depart. Teacher, will you not come down? Wei Pingfan inquired. Indeed, teacher, it is quite breezy up here. You risk catching a cold. Wang Jinghua added in agreement. Are you both feeling itchy? I could offer some relief. Perhaps a 1v2 challenge, and I shall even let you use one hand. Chu Weiguo retorted, his lips twitching as he approached the two. Stop. Teacher, please, we are leaving now. Calm down. Wei Pingfan exclaimed, recognizing the peril of provoking the formidable Chu Weiguo. Fong dog, don't run. Wang Jinghua shouted, pursuing Wei Pingfan. As they fled, Chu Weiguo's imposing demeanor softened, a smile gracing his lips. You two rascals, I truly hope you succeed tomorrow. Chu Weiguo lingered on the rooftop for a while longer, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. When he finally departed, the ground beneath him was littered with cigarette butts. At the school gate, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua ambled towards a bustling noodle shop across the street, frequented by students from the school, run by a kindly elderly couple. Excuse me, are these seats taken? Mind if we share a table? Wang Jinghua struck a pose he deemed suave, addressing two lovely freshman girls seated before him. The girl on the right, with her bun hairstyle and sparkling eyes, was particularly endearing. Before the girls could respond, Wei Pingfan shoved Wang Jinghua aside and plopped down in the vacant spot. Hello, ladies. I'm Wang Jinghua. This one's a bit peculiar, so you needn't mind him. He gestured dismissively at Wang Jinghua, offering a warm smile to the girls. Hey, Fong dog, you're the one with issues. Wang Jinghua protested, ready to clarify. Ladies, I'm Wang Jinghua. He not. Oh, you're Wang Jinghua, the so-called peeping devil and nightmare of young girls at school. The chubby girl on the left exclaimed, her words shocking in their bluntness. And you must be Wei Pingfan, the fiancé of the school beauty Xinyu. Yet to awaken your beast space, she continued, leaving Wei Pingfan feeling rather embarrassed. Junior, what nonsense is this about a peeping demon and a girl's nightmare? It's nothing but slander, utterly untrustworthy. Wang Jinghua's expression darkened, his mind momentarily paralyzed. Xiaoru, let's leave. These two are not to be trifled with. They are definitely scheming against us. The plump junior swiftly grasped her companion's hand, hastily relocating them to another spot. Before departing, the girl named Xiaoru cast a lingering glance at Wei Pingfan, inwardly musing, the school belle's fiancé is quite handsome. Too bad he hasn't awakened his beast taming space. Brother Fan, can you really tolerate this? Someone must be spreading malicious rumors about us at school. Wang Jinghua observed their peers in the establishment, all regarding them with peculiar glances. His discomfort palpable. Fat dog, if you stand tall, you need not fear shadows. Let's eat first. Besides, mouths are affixed to others. Can you dictate whether they relieve themselves or pass gas? Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's words, the students around them found their noodles suddenly unappetizing, caught in a dilemma of whether to continue eating or not. Haha, Brother Fan, you truly have a way with words. Consider this a thumbs up from me. Wang Jinghua grinned, reveling in the discomfort etched on the faces of those around him. Old Wang, I'll have a large bowl of beef noodles, as per usual. Hold the cilantro. Wei Pingfan called out. Old Wang, I want 2 bowls, with extra scallions, ginger, and garlic, my favorites. Wang Jinghua chimed in eagerly. All right, you two rascals, so audacious. An elderly figure emerged from the kitchen, feigning anger as he glared at the duo upon their arrival. This old Wang, still holding a grudge against us. Wang Jinghua reclined with his legs crossed, instinctively flicking his middle finger. You fatso, keep your distance, you're revolting. Recognizing this customary exchange, Wei Pingfan promptly distanced himself from Wang Jinghua. Before long, the elderly woman in the establishment set down the prepared beef noodles before Wei and Wang. Thank you, Grandma Li. They chorused, grinning in greeting. Well, eat up, my little ones. I've added extra beef to each of your bowls, Grandma Li said, her face radiating kindness. Genuinely fond of the two. Delicious. Grandma Li treats us so well, Wei Pingfan exclaimed as he devoured the noodles. Wang Jinghua also dug in enthusiastically, prioritizing the feast before him. After a quarter of an hour, the other students gradually finished their meals and departed, leaving only Wei and Wang behind. This is truly satisfying. You go settle the bill, fatty. Hold on, I haven't finished my soup yet. Wang Jinghua shot a glance at Wei Pingfan, lifting his bowl to drink. You two little scamps, finished eating, have you? Old Wang approached, playfully swatting each of them on the head. You're both so disrespectful. Back in the day, your fathers had to call me Uncle Wang when they dined here. Ouch, Old Wang. This is deliberate revenge. Wei Pingfan rubbed his head, casting a pitiful look at Grandma Li, who was tidying up the dishes. Grandma Li, please advocate for us. Without a word, Grandma Li simply chuckled heartily. Still trying to complain, are you? Old Wang feigned another impending swat. No, no, Grandpa Wang. Wei Pingfan sidestepped, darting to Grandma Li's side. Let me help you with the dishes. Good. Thank you, dear. Grandma Li affectionately ruffled Wei Pingfan's hair. Wang Jinghua attempted to escape as well, but was thwarted, receiving another playful smack from Old Wang. This is unfair. Why do I have to endure an extra hit? Indeed. Old Wang stroked his beard to ensure fairness. I might just reward you with another, little fatty. Wang Jinghua stood aghast, wondering if he had misheard. After Wang Jinghua settled the bill, the two friends ambled homeward, each engrossed in their respective thoughts, preparing for the awakening examination the following day. The Wei family is the foremost beast taming clan in Yunnan City, alongside three other prominent families, the Wang, Li, and Shin families. Upon returning home, Wei Pingfan sought out his grandfather, Wei Donghai, the current head of the Wei family. Wei Donghai, a 7-star beast tamer, serves as the family's steadfast anchor. When Wei Pingfan approached his grandfather, he found Wei Donghai engaged in cheerful conversation with an elder, both seated in a pavilion, engrossed in a game of chess. This elder, whom Wei Pingfan recognized, was Lu Tsongnan, the president of the Beast Tamer Association, wielding the same level of prowess as his grandfather. Grandfather, hello, Grandpa Lu. Wei Pingfan greeted warmly, quietly observing the two elders play without interrupting. Half an hour later, Wei Donghai placed a chess piece on the board, chuckling. Haha, old Lu, I've won again. You are beyond redemption. TCH, Wei Lao, if I hadn't let you win on purpose, would you truly have triumphed? Lu Tsongnan rose, puffing up his cheeks indignantly. Ah, old Lu, you must learn to accept defeat graciously. Your temper is quite explosive, you know. Shall we play another round? I'll let you move 3 steps ahead. Not a chance. We'll have a rematch another day, and I refuse to believe I can't win. Lu Tsongnan haughtily swept his sleeves and turned to Wei Pingfan, smiling. Xiaofan, you see this? Don't become like your grandfather, cunning and crafty. Hey, you, Lu, my grandson, and you dare to educate him? Wei Donghai pointed an accusatory finger. What am I wrong? I only worry that Xiaofan will be led astray by your influence. You speak nonsense. It's your granddaughter who's been misled, turning into a muscular girl. Wei Pingfan, accustomed to the banter between the two elders, stepped in to mediate. Grandfather, Grandpa Lu, as the head of the Wei family and the president of the Beast Tamer Association, is it not rather unbecoming for you two to bicker in front of a junior like me? Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's interjection, both elders ceased their verbal sparring, regarding him with bemused expressions. Old Wei, your grandson deserves proper guidance. You mustn't spoil him, Lu Tsongnan remarked. Indeed, I concur. Wei Donghai added in agreement. Oh dear. These two old men. I shouldn't have spoken up. They've united against me once more, Wei Pingfan thought to himself, dutifully showering them with praise. Grandfather, Grandpa Lu, I must say, your recent performance was truly remarkable, a masterpiece in its essence. Safe travels, Grandpa Lu. After Lu Tsongnan departed, Wei Donghai led Wei Pingfan into the study. The study was elegantly simple, adorned with a majestic painting of a man surrounded by 4 formidable beasts, the first beast tamer of the Wei family, who could be considered Wei Pingfan's distant ancestor. Now that you're here, speak your mind, Wei Donghai addressed his grandson, observing the young man standing before him. Grandfather, I wish to annul my engagement with Shun Yu of the Shin family and would like to request your presence at the Shun residence to resolve this matter. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's request, Wei Donghai's eyes narrowed. Xiaofan, are you certain? This is no trifling matter. The ramifications of such an annulment are profound. The marriage alliance between the Wei and Shun families was established for 2 primary reasons. First, Wei Pingfan's parents had previously rescued Shin Yu's mother, and second, the Shin family is also one of the 4 major beast tamer families, a union that would strengthen both clans. Marriages between families are exceedingly common, primarily driven by interests, with genuine affection being a rare occurrence. The reason Wei Pingfan harbored true feelings for Shun Yu was that they had grown up together, spending an extensive amount of time in each other's company, naturally fostering a bond. However, Wei Pingfan has come to realize that he and Shun Yu are destined to diverge. There is no need to be forcibly bound by a marriage contract. It would be wiser to dissolve it sooner rather than later, to avoid complications and unnecessary distress. Grandfather, I understand the implications of your words, but Shun Yu and I are no longer on the same path. Annulment of our engagement is the most prudent choice. Even if you are reluctant to dissolve the engagement, the Shun family will inevitably approach you to do so, and it will be the Wei family that faces embarrassment, Grandfather. Wei Pingfan spoke with earnest conviction. Wei Donghai had never witnessed his grandson express himself with such intensity. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse his father's spirit within Wei Pingfan. Wei Donghai rose, slamming his hand on the table. The Shun family dares. Unless Shen Ruhua wishes to sever ties with us. Shen Ruhua, the grandmother of Shen Yu, is the current matriarch of the Shin family, a formidable 7-star beast master. Grandfather, this is not about the Shun family's courage. It is a matter of time. I have yet to awaken my beast space, while Shunyu has already awakened a superior blue beast space and is on the verge of becoming a 1-star beast master. How could the Shin family possibly marry their prodigy to an ordinary person like me, who cannot even awaken a beast space? Wei Pingfan poured a cup of tea for his grandfather, then filled his own cup. Wei Donghai's expression settled into calm contemplation before he finally replied, Xiao Fan, I understand your concerns. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Shin family. My grandson, even if he is an ordinary person, what sort of woman cannot he marry? However, I must first discuss this with your parents, as they initially consented to the engagement. Very well, grandfather. My parents are currently stationed at the front lines, defending against the monsters, and I do not wish to distract them with this matter. Wei Pingfan's parents, Wei Chang'e and Wang Shishir, are both 6-star beast masters and have been fighting on the front lines for over a decade without return. Leave this matter to me, Xiao Fan. I know what to do. Wei Donghai stood and affectionately patted Wei Pingfan's head, continuing, Tomorrow is your final opportunity to test for the awakening of your beast space. Do not burden yourself with anxiety. Approach it with a calm heart. Remember, you have your grandfather and the entire Wei family standing behind you. I understand, grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Go on. Wei Pingfan exited the study. Upon returning to his room, he locked the door, lay back on his bed, and closed his eyes, plunging into deep contemplation. To become a beast master, one must awaken their beast space within. Only then can they form a contract with the beast. The beast space serves as a sanctuary for the beasts, with the most exceptional spaces significantly aiding in their growth. Yet, why can I not sense the awakening of my beast space? Is it truly a matter of lacking talent? Even awakening a white space would suffice. Wei Pingfan felt a profound sense of melancholy. The current world is not one of peace. Ordinary individuals can only exist within the confines of cities. Outside, encountering beasts equates to death. Those who awaken their beast space during high school are sought after by prestigious beast master academies for systematic education. The most talented individuals are coveted by the top academies, while those of average talent are relegated to ordinary institutions. Such is the case for talents like Shinyu, who awakened a blue beast space and has already attracted offers from elite academies long before her high school graduation. Filled with a sense of unyielding determination, Wei Pingfan opened his eyes and resolved to make one last effort. He sat cross-legged on his bed, commencing the breathing exercises of the Wei family's inherited beast master technique. Every family with a legacy of beast masters possesses their unique techniques, honed through the sacrifices and blood of their ancestors for future generations. The beast master techniques taught in high school are publicly shared by the Great Xia Federation to cultivate more beast masters. Anyone can learn them, but the opportunity to awaken a beast space is limited to 3 attempts and must be completed before the age of 18. To date, no one has awakened their beast space or become a beast master after turning 18. The Wei family's technique is known as the Thunder Tiger formula. Thus, the beasts contracted by Wei family beast masters are predominantly tiger type. Wei Pingfan's father, Wei Chang'e, awakened an exceptional purple space, enabling him, within a decade, to attain the status of a 6-star beast master, possessing 4 6-star tiger type beasts. With such talent, barring unforeseen circumstances, he is destined to become a 9-star beast master, elevating the Wei family further. As for achieving beyond 9 stars, it relies not only on talent, but also on comprehension and opportunity. Those who manage to surpass 9 stars are exceedingly rare within the Great Xia Federation. Nevertheless, Wei Pingfan had often heard tales of the 4 border commanders tasked with repelling the invasion of beasts, all of whom are 9-star beast masters. These 4 commanders hold esteemed positions within the Great Xia Federation, revered as the 4 war gods of Great Xia. They have slain countless beasts, steadfastly defending the borders and safeguarding the light of countless homes across Great Xia, serving as paragons for all. An hour later, having cycled through the Thunder Tiger formula thrice, Wei Pingfan felt his body grow warm and sweat profusely, yet he sensed no change within. Still no progress. No, I cannot surrender until the last moment. I refuse to lead a mundane life. I yearn to explore the world beyond. I cannot give up. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wei Pingfan gritted his teeth and resumed the Thunder Tiger formula. Time flew by, and as night fell, darkness enveloped the world, with countless lights illuminating the landscape, symbolizing hope. In the opulently adorned main hall of the Wei family, a sumptuous dinner was laid out. Wei Donghai sat at the head of the table, flanked by his 2 sons, along with their wives and young daughter. Wei Donghai had 3 sons and 1 daughter, with the youngest, Wei Chang'e, being the most gifted among the 3 brothers. Wei Pingfan's elder uncle, Wei Changkong, is a 5-star beast master, and his second uncle, Wei Chonglin, also holds the same rank, both currently managing some of the family's enterprises. Wei Changkong's wife, Lu Shui, is a 4-star Beastmaster, while Wei Chongling's wife, Zhou Xueqing, is a 3-star Beastmaster. Interestingly, among the third generation of the Wei family, Wei Pingfan is the only male heir. Both his uncle's children are daughters. Not to mention, Wei Pingfan has 5 biological sisters and numerous female cousins, with only 2 younger female cousins in the household, both still quite young. Regardless of whether they are sisters or cousins, they are all currently studying at various Beastmaster academies, leaving only Wei Pingfan and his 2 younger cousins at home. Where is Xiaofan? Why hasn't he arrived? Wei Donghai inquired of his 2 sons. Wei Changkong and Wei Chonglin exchanged glances and shook their heads. Send someone to check on him and ask Xiaofan to come for dinner. After speaking, Wei Donghai began to eat. Understood, father. Wei Changkong nodded and then directed his gaze toward his wife, Lu Shui. Understanding his intent, Lu Shui rose and exited the main hall, as she typically managed various trivial matters within the Wei household. Before long, Wei Pingfan followed Lu Shui into the Wei family's main hall. Grandfather, uncle, second uncle, and second aunt, greetings. Wei Pingfan cheerfully acknowledged each of them before taking his usual seat. Well, since you are here, let us eat, Wei Donghai remarked. After the meal, as Wei Pingfan entertained his 2 younger cousins, he heard his uncle's voice calling out to him. Xiaofan, isn't there a final examination tomorrow for those at your school who have yet to awaken their beast space? Yes, uncle, what about it? Wei Pingfan looked up at his uncle, confusion etched on his face, for his uncle rarely inquired about his affairs. Today felt rather unusual. It is this way, his uncle continued. I received something from your 3rd uncle and sister-in-law, brought back from the border. They said it might aid you in awakening your beast space. As he spoke, Wei Changkong clapped his hands, and 2 servants of the Wei family entered, carrying a black iron box. Uncle, what is this? Wei Pingfan asked, rising to pat the iron box and inquiring further. By the way, did my parents say anything else besides providing me with this? Haha, Xiaofan, this is a treasure. Open it and see for yourself. Wei Changkong chuckled amiably. Your parents mentioned that if their son is destined for an ordinary life, they would protect your mundane existence, advising you to carry no excessive burdens and to approach the world with a tranquil heart. From his uncle's words, Wei Pingfan felt the warmth of his parents' concern and affection, despite their distance at the border. Thus, Xiaofan, although our Wei family belongs to the Beastmaster clan, we are always united as one. Do not heed the idle gossip of some servants. The Wei family will forever be your steadfast support. Second Uncle Wei Chonglin cradled his young daughter, casting a gentle look toward Wei Pingfan. Understood, uncle, second uncle, Wei Pingfan replied with a smile, then opened the black box under their watchful eyes. Inside, 4 or 5 red stones emitted a faint glow. What is this? Spirit ore. Wei Pingfan's eyes widened. He recognized the stones, which contained abundant spiritual energy, an invaluable treasure beyond monetary measure. Spirit ore was a unique mineral formed since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star, exceedingly rare. Not only capable of enhancing the probability of awakening beast space, but also beneficial for the cultivation of Beastmasters. Currently, the Great Xia Federation possessed only 5 spirit ores, all under its control, awarded exclusively to those who contributed to the Federation. The realization that his parents had acquired spirit ore indicated their remarkable achievements in battles against demon beasts. The weight of these stones felt like 1,000 pounds to Wei Pingfan, knowing they were treasures earned through countless life-threatening encounters by his parents. It struck him that he had received these without having done anything, evoking a sense of guilt within him. Third brother. Your brother and sister-in-law are growing rapidly in strength at the border. If I recall correctly, only those who slay demon beasts of the 7-star rank or higher are rewarded with spirit ore by the Federation. Second Uncle Wei Chonglin remarked with a smile. He had only ever used a single piece of spirit ore for cultivation, gifted by the elder Wei Donghai to their brothers. Indeed, third brother's talent for beast mastery is unparalleled. All 4 commanders of the border wish to take him as their disciple. Our Wei family is blessed with exceptional genes, producing such a remarkable third brother, Uncle said cheerfully, stealing a glance at the elder. Both Aunt Wei and second aunt did not speak, but shared expressions of astonishment as they gazed at the spirit Oregon enough. At this moment, the elder beamed. Xiaofan, since you have the entire night ahead of you, take these spirit ores home and absorb their energy diligently. Grandfather, this is too much. I only need to absorb 1. The rest can be given to the family, Wei Pingfan replied, reluctant to waste such precious spirit ore, believing it wiser to leave it for his family's cultivation. Xiaofan, your grandfather understands your intentions. This is a gift from your parents. Do not overthink it. Just strive hard. Moreover, a few pieces of spirit ore are nothing. Our Wei family is not short on resources. Use them without worry, the elder assured him. Seeing the refusal in his uncle's and second uncle's eyes, Wei Pingfan ceased his protests and accepted the spirit Oregon. Once back in his room, Wei Pingfan immediately began meditating, holding the translucent red spirit ore, which exuded a gentle aura. Clouds flow in the sky, thunder breaks the air, the stars shift, lead the tiger with strength. As he channeled the Thunder Tiger technique, the spiritual energy within the spirit ore was swiftly drawn into his body. As time passed, the once glimmering spirit ore gradually dimmed. After an hour, Wei Pingfan opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply, apart from a warm sensation in his lower abdomen, he felt no other changes. The red spirit ore in his hand had turned a dark crimson, signifying it had been fully absorbed, now rendered useless. Onward, Wei Pingfan grasped another piece of spirit ore and resumed his cultivation. 2 hours later, he continued to the third piece without pausing. It was only when he held the last spirit ore that he felt a twinge of discomfort in his lower abdomen, a stark contrast to the previous warmth. Ugh, I can't absorb any more spiritual energy. Wei Pingfan quickly opened his eyes, halting the Thunder Tiger technique as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. While spirit ore significantly accelerated the absorption of spiritual energy for beast masters, one must also recognize the limits. Otherwise, one risked self-destruction. Typically, a beast master could cultivate with the energy from one spirit ore for an entire day, and excess would merely be wasteful. Moreover, Wei Pingfan, still yet to awaken his beast space, had absorbed the energy from 4 spirit ores in one night, only now feeling the strain. Despite the pain, he experienced no other adverse reactions during the absorption process. Was there something amiss with his constitution, or was he perhaps different, capable of absorbing more spiritual energy? As dawn broke, having cultivated throughout the night, Wei Pingfan felt invigorated rather than fatigued. He set aside the remaining spirit ore for now. Faced with the moment of destiny, whether he could awaken his beast space and become a beast master would be revealed today. As usual, after finishing breakfast, Wei Pingfan departed the Wei residence and headed towards the school. At the dining table, his grandfather, uncle, and second uncle did not inquire about his cultivation progress, but instead offered him encouraging glances. Yunnan City No. 1 High School bustled with activity. Today marked the final examination for all third-year students who had yet to awaken their beast space. Success or failure would be determined in this decisive moment. Fatty, you're quite early. Wei Pingfan glided into the school entrance, spotting Wang Jing was squatting there, his eyes scanning for tall female classmates. Hey, who are you calling fat? I'm just robust, you know. Wang Jinghua retorted, turning his attention back to Wei Pingfan with a cheeky gesture. Fango, why are you so late today? Did you solo queue last night? You look utterly exhausted. I presume you had quite a night. As they made their way to the classroom, Wang Jinghua remarked astutely. Oh, spare me. I'm not like you, but I truly didn't sleep last night. I was cultivating instead. Wei Pingfan kicked Wang Jinghua lightly, responding with irritation. Brother Fan, neither of us has awakened the beast space. No matter how hard we train, it's of no use, you know that. Indeed, I know. And what of it? Wei Pingfan countered. Well, just forget I said anything. Wang Jinghua, noticing Wei Pingfan's despondent expression, was momentarily at a loss for words. Hey, fat dog, are you afraid I'll awaken the beast space? If only your looks matched your thoughts. With all that training last night, do you really think you'll awaken the beast space today? Wang Jing was said with an enigmatic expression. Haha, who knows? Wei Pingfan chuckled. Chapter 8, Gathering of Forces. The examination begins. On the playground of Yunnan No. 1 High School, students clad in school uniforms were plentiful, predominantly first and second-year students. Every time the school conducts examinations to determine whether students have awakened their beast space, it becomes an event of utmost significance. As no one knows if a prodigious talent might emerge from the tests, the school places great emphasis on this. And various influential factions from the city also send representatives to observe the awakening examinations. Among them are members of the 4 great families, the Beastmaster Association, the Mercenary Guild, as well as representatives from the Yunnan city government and military, all eager to identify and recruit any promising talents with remarkable beast space abilities. For such talents are exceedingly rare. Surrounding the playground, first and second-year students sat in orderly fashion under the guidance of their homeroom teachers, each class united in anticipation. Every student wore an expression of excitement. Once they reach their third year, each will have 3 chances for examination. If they could awaken their beast space, it would be akin to a meteoric rise to greatness. Even those who awaken a white beast space are sought after by various minor factions in the city, offering monetary incentives or even proposals for marriage. This illustrates just how esteemed beast masters are in this world. What good is academic prowess if one cannot contend with even the weakest monsters? In the front row sat the third-year students from the Beastmaster class, their faces betraying an unmistakable pride, having already awakened their beast spaces. Xinyu, Li Yunfei, and Chu Xiong occupied the forefront. Currently regarded as the school's most gifted in beast mastery, garnering much admiration from their peers. Male students' gazes often settled, intentionally or not, on Shunyu, each harboring a fervent desire. How wonderful it would be if she could be their girlfriend. Such a thought would leave them without regrets. Meanwhile, female students covertly observed Li and Chu, their expressions revealing traces of infatuation, though some harbored jealousy toward Xinyu, resenting her beauty and her exceptional talent in beast mastery. Why must they coexist with someone like her? Soon enough, representatives from the various factions arrived to witness the students' awakening of beastmaster talents, igniting a fervor among the crowd as students began to chatter animatedly. The four great families had sent their representatives, led by a figure who was a 4-star beastmaster. Look over there. The representative from the Beastmaster Association is impressive, none other than Tang Ruyan, one of the 3 vice presidents. A bona fide 6-star beastmaster with a fearsome talent for beast mastery. The vice president from the Mercenary Guild was also a 6-star beastmaster. And the rivalry between the 2 factions was palpable. Who knows? Regardless, they are all significant figures. I feel that any one of them could eliminate me with just a glance. Representatives from the various factions took their seats in the stands. Those on good terms engaged in lively conversations, while those with strained relations avoided each other, wary of provoking a confrontation that could lead to an exhibition of their respective beastmasters. Such a spectacle would be utterly humiliating, especially before the eyes of the students. They must maintain the dignity befitting a beastmaster, lest they become the subject of ridicule. In the center of the playground, on the lush green lawn, stood the protagonists of the day, 182 third-year students from 6 classes who had yet to awaken their beast space. They formed orderly lines by class, each student bearing a serious expression, knowing that today would offer a final chance to determine their destinies. Success or failure lay in the balance. Some would shine brightly, while others would inevitably fade into obscurity. With their initial dreams in mind, they approached the crossroads of their lives. Chu Weigua stood calmly at the forefront of Class 1, chest held high. He could not assist anyone at this moment. All he could offer was hope. They must rely on themselves, if they wished for a different life. They must forge their own path. In the last row of Class 1 stood the final 2 students, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua, who were currently hiding at the back, whispering to one another. "Brother Fan, how do you feel right now?" Wang Jinghua inquired, his finger raised in a habitual gesture. "I feel indifferent. Having gone through this twice already, the pain is trivial. I've grown accustomed to it, perhaps even finding it somewhat exhilarating," Wei Pingfan replied nonchalantly. "No, Brother Fan. This is a serious moment. Can you not joke around? I didn't ask if it hurts during the examination, but rather how you feel, okay? Oh, fatty. Haha. If you mean that, then I still feel indifferent. Since we're here, we might as well make the best of it. Are you not worried? What if?" Wang Jinghua's words trailed off, abruptly interrupted by Wei Pingfan's laughter. "Fatty, there are no what-ifs. If you don't become a beastmaster, I won't hold it against you, so rest easy." "Oh, if that's the case, then I, Wang Jinghua, won't hold it against you either." Wang Jinghua chuckled foolishly, only to suddenly realize something, his expression darkening. "Wait, Fango. No, you're cursing me to never become a beastmaster. Just watch me flip you the bird. Haha. Stop it, you silly fatso. The principal has arrived." Wei Pingfan laughed uncontrollably at Wang Jinghua's sudden realization. At that moment, at the entrance of the playground, the principal of Yunnan No. 1 High School, Fang Wuhui, appeared before the crowd, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. They walked at the forefront, followed by a throng of others. Fang Wuhui, now in his 60s, had served as principal for over 40 years and was a 6-star beastmaster, just a step away from achieving the rank of 7-star. The men beside him represented the city. Zheng De, the deputy mayor of Yunnan City, and Lu Zhulong, a military representative, stood by his side, embodying the official presence of Yunnan City. Upon seeing the principal, all the students in the stands rose to salute. "Good morning, principal." The chorus of thousands rang out, deafening in its intensity. The third-year students participating in the awakening examination joined in, raising their voices in unison. Representatives from the various factions also stood, expressing their respect for Fang Wuhui, their former principal, with an indescribable sentiment lingering in the air. "Brother Fan, look at the man in military uniform beside the principal. He is darker than Chu Yanwang." Wang Jinghua repeatedly called out principal, while nudging his companion Wei Pingfan with his elbow. "You chubby fellow. Aren't you fond of observing and studying beautiful girls? Why are you paying attention to that big man? Is your orientation a bit skewed?" Haha. Wei Pingfan merely cast a glance at the man in military attire before diverting his gaze. "Students, good day? Please quiet down." Principal Fang Wuhui stood atop the platform, microphone in hand, his voice resonating with a weary yet commanding timbre. The cacophony ceased, and the vast playground fell into a profound silence. all eyes fixed upon the venerable figure on the platform. I am honored to stand here once again today. I hope this opportunity for awakening will lead to more students discovering their beast space, thus bringing glory to our school. I also extend a warm welcome to the esteemed guests present today. I hereby declare the awakening examination officially commenced. Upon concluding his speech, Fong Wuhui handed the microphone to a middle-aged man clad in military garb. Greetings, students. I shall oversee the awakening examination today. My name is Yang Zhen. The examination will proceed by class, taking turns, and I ask you to refrain from any loud commotion. Yang Zhen spoke with an air of meticulous authority and unwavering professionalism. Before his words could fully dissipate, towering testing apparatus were carried forth by several soldiers adorned in military uniforms. This examination device had been meticulously crafted by countless researchers of the Great Xia, inspired by insights gleaned from the enigmatic black stone tablets. Each testing apparatus was exceedingly precious, safeguarded by the state, requiring prior notification for usage, with military personnel tasked with their escort. The procedure itself was straightforward. The individual being tested would stand within the apparatus, and should it emit a radiant glow, it would signify the awakening of their beast space. Otherwise, the opposite would hold true. The intensity of the light indicated the quality of their innate beast mastery talent, suggesting their potential to become formidable beast masters in the future. Chapter 9. The Chubby One Awakens, Exceptional Talent. Years ago, Wei Pingfan's father, Wei Chang'e, experienced a powerful awakening during his initial examination, with the apparatus erupting in 8 brilliant beams of light, unveiling an extraordinary purple space. Similarly, Xinyu awakened a blue beast space during her first evaluation, with the device illuminating 7 beams. The spectrum of light, ranging from 1 to 8 beams, corresponded to varying degrees of talent, with greater luminosity signifying superior beast mastery capabilities. At the heart of the playground, after confirming the testing apparatus was functioning properly, one soldier swiftly approached Yang Zhen, saluting as he reported, "Report, Officer Yang. The examination device is fully operational and ready to commence." "Very well, let us begin." Yang Zhen gestured, descending from the platform. The sun shone brightly in the sweltering summer heat as the students of Class 3 lined up, eager to embark on their awakening examination. Class 3 Wu Ziming. The soldier in charge, holding a blue folder, called out loudly, "Present." Wu Ziming, standing first in line, strode confidently towards the testing apparatus. "Step inside." 2 soldiers opened the device, guiding Wu Ziming to enter. As he did, they promptly closed the apparatus and pressed a red button, signaling the commencement of the awakening examination. The crowd held their breath, all eyes fixated on the testing apparatus, awaiting the manifestation of light and the revelation of Wu Ziming's beast mastery talent. Once inside, those outside could not discern what transpired within the apparatus, left only to anxiously wait. After several minutes, the green button on the device illuminated, yet no beams of light emerged. The leaders of various factions in the stands shook their heads. The number of individuals awakening their beast space was exceedingly scarce. Wu Ziming of Class 3 has failed to awaken his beast space. The soldier announced loudly, marking a red cross next to Wu Ziming's name in the blue folder. The apparatus opened, and a despondent Wu Ziming emerged, the outcome having been all but predetermined, though he had clung to a flicker of hope. Chu Weiguo observed his student with a twinge of sympathy. He had witnessed this scene too many times before, yet it remained a stark reality of their world, one that must be faced alone. Next, Class 3 Li Ling. Present. The soldier remained stoic as the examination progressed. Li Ling has failed to awaken. Next, Zhang Dali. Failure. Next. One after another, numerous students from Class 3 underwent the examination, all failing without exception, none awakening even a white beast space. This string of disappointments left those still awaiting their turn feeling disheartened, their faces betraying expressions of worry and self-doubt. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa stood at the back of the line, glancing at their classmates who faced similar fates. Anxiety gnawed at them. If so many had failed, what hope did they have? "Fanggu, we're up next." "I'm starting to feel a bit apprehensive," Wang Jingwo admitted, unusually devoid of his usual playful demeanor. His family, the Wang clan, had also sent representatives, and as a direct descendant, failing to awaken his beast space in front of so many eyes would be tantamount to bringing shame upon his family. "Chubby, fate decides life and death. Riches and honor come from the heavens. I believe my good brother will awaken. Don't overthink it. Just give it your all." Wei Pingfan smiled, giving Wang Jingwa's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Fanggu, having a brother like you makes me content. Whether I become a beast master or not is secondary. But I'm sure you will awaken and become a beast master." Wang Jingwa's gaze met Wei Pingfan's, radiating determination. "Haha, you believe in me that much, Chubby? What if I disappoint you?" Wei Pingfan playfully countered. "Heh, It's all thanks to your parents' good genes. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Jinghua replied with a grin. His expression serious yet playful. The two friends shook off their earlier worries, engaging in light-hearted banter as they moved forward with the line. He Xiangning, awakening successful. 3 beams of light, orange beast space, with medium talent. The soldier overseeing the examination boomed as 3 beams of light radiated from the testing apparatus. Finally, someone has awakened. This girl possesses decent talent. She may very well become a 5-star beast master in the future. Various figures in the stands chimed in, while younger students gazed on with envy. Once awakened, one's life path irrevocably altered, separating the world of beast masters from that of ordinary people. Chu Weigua felt elated. Another student in his class had awakened their beast space, a prospect he had thought unlikely for this examination. I've awakened. I have a beast space now. I can form a contract with a beast and become a beast master. He Xiangning emerged from the apparatus, her face radiant with joy and excitement. Next, Wang Jinghua. Here. Wang Jinghua shot a glance at Wei Pingfan before swiftly stepping into the testing apparatus. 1 minute passed, and the device remained unresponsive. 2 minutes elapsed, yet still nothing. 5 minutes went by without a flicker of reaction, and the onlookers exchanged glances, presuming Wang Jinghua had failed to awaken. Chubby, hang in there. Once you awaken, I'll gift you 3 GS worth of resources. Wei Pingfan intently monitored the testing apparatus, his heart racing for his dear friend. On the viewing platform, the members of the Wang family who had come were all wearing expressions of anxiety. After all, Wang Jinghua was the young grandson of the family head. How could they not be concerned? Meanwhile, on another section of the platform, Li Yunfei displayed a smug expression. A waste is a waste, and those who associate with the waste can only be waste themselves. Haha, Fij is absolutely right. The Wang family has lost all face this time. Chu Xiong echoed closely behind, his flattery laced with mockery. Shen Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the last student of class 1 of the 3rd year. Wei Pingfan. Whether Wang Jinghua could awaken the Beast Master space was of no concern to her. It had nothing to do with her at all. Today, she simply wanted to see if Wei Pingfan could achieve something remarkable or become a laughingstock. Just as everyone present believed Wang Jinghua had failed to awaken, the testing device suddenly radiated a brilliant light. Look, that little chubby boy has awakened. So what if he has awakened? It's merely a flash of light. A sign of lowly talent. Before this person's words could fully escape his lips, another beam of light burst forth. My goodness, it's medium talent. Impressive, chubby boy? Wei Pingfan exclaimed loudly. Yet this was not the end. The testing device continued to shine with 4 consecutive beams of light, astonishing everyone in attendance. High-level talent. This chubby boy is a genius. This talent deserves close attention. He is bound to achieve great things in the future. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as inquiries about Wang Jinghua's personal information began to circulate. The few members of the Wang family present even stood up, their eyes betraying their barely concealed excitement. If they returned home and informed the family head that his grandson had awakened high-level talent, the elder of the Wang family would surely be overjoyed. Damn, this chubby boy is phenomenal. Wei Pingfan felt a twinge of envy, but it was eclipsed by joy for his good brother. Shen Yu's expression shifted slightly. After all, the awakening of high-level talent in the Beastmaster space was nearly on par with her own talent, and this was not the end. Perhaps the chubby boy's talent surpassed hers. Meanwhile, Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong wore expressions of disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? This sudden slap in the face was shocking. It was a self-inflicted blow, a reversal that caught them completely off guard. The soldiers standing beside the testing device also displayed an unusual look of emotion. One must understand that each year in the Great Xia, very few beast masters awaken high-level talent. After several seconds, the light from the testing device faded, and a soldier's voice resonated. Wang Jinghua, awakening successful. 6 beams of light. Azure Beastmaster space, high-level Beastmaster talent. Another genius of high-level talent has been born, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Chu Weigua was also taken aback. The usually unremarkable chubby boy in his eyes actually had such remarkable talent. On the viewing platform, several factions proactively congratulated the Wang family members, their intentions unspoken but clear. Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the chubby boy's talent did not surpass hers. Li and Chu seethed with resentment, their faces burning with humiliation. All eyes were fixed on the testing device, eagerly awaiting the grand entrance of the genius Wang Jinghua. As the testing device opened, Wang Jinghua swaggered out, his gait dismissive of all around him. He then stood before the crowd, closing his already squinted eyes and raising his middle finger. There is no one like me in this world. The path of the Beastmaster is as enduring as the long night. Chapter 10. Is the testing device malfunctioning? Is this a genius? High-level talent? Surely the testing device is not broken? The most dreaded silence descended abruptly. the fervent cheers ceasing instantaneously. Wang Jinghua's ostentatious entrance and brazen words left the crowd feeling both charred and tender. This chubby boy truly. Chu Weiguo felt as jubilant one moment as he did miserable the next, sensing the questioning glances from the other class teachers directed at him. As if asking, "Is this the student you, Chu Weiguo, have taught?" The darkening expression on Chu Weiguo's face made him wish he could kick the chubby boy away. What a disgrace. The few members of the Wang family on the viewing platform also instantly lost their smiles, their gazes evasive as they looked to the sky. "Don't look at me. Don't look at me. We don't know this person. He has nothing to do with our Wang family." Some factions present could no longer contain their amusement and burst into laughter. Haha, one must admit, this little chubby boy from the Wang family is quite unique. Indeed. I can't handle it anymore. I'm about to die laughing at this chubby boy. Wei Pingfan quickly turned away, hand on his forehead. He simply could not watch the chubby boy's ostentatious antics any longer, astounded by his audacity. Where are the applause? Where are the cheers? Unaware of the uproar around him, Wang Jinghua slowly opened his squinted eyes, only to meet the gazes of several soldiers who seemed ready to give him a good beating. What do you want? Are you bullying me just because I've just awakened? 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not take me for granted. Wang Jinghua stepped back, his words cut short by a soldier's interruption. Get down. I fear I might actually lose my temper. The soldier spoke with a twitching expression, involuntarily exuding the pressure of a 3-star beast master. All right. Wang Jinghua turned and fled, as the chubby boy ran. His behind jiggled, causing the entire audience to feel a wave of embarrassment, heading straight towards Wei Pingfan, who stood with his back turned to him. Hey, I say. Fong Dog, I've awakened. Why are you turning your back on me? Why not face me to welcome my return? Wei Pingfan did not turn around nor utter a word, struggling to maintain a straight face as he fought back laughter. Fong Dog, are you alright? Wang Jinghua extended his middle finger, poking it into Wei Pingfan's slightly plump backside. No worries, chubby boy. Congratulations on your successful awakening. Wei Pingfan slowly turned around, his lips twitching as he attempted to display an appropriately suitable smile. Fong Go, can you make your smile any more forced? If you want to laugh, just let it out. No, chubby boy. I wasn't laughing at your unparalleled grandeur just now. Wei Pingfan began to explain, but burst into laughter the next second. Haha, chubby boy, don't blame me. I truly couldn't help it. Your lines were simply marvelous. Instantly making you the center of attention. It's not bad, just some basic skills. Wang Jinghua waved his hand dismissively. As these two chatted quietly, the soldier in charge of the awakening tests regained his composure, glancing at the last name on the list for Class 1 of the 3rd year. Next up, Class 1 of the 3rd year, Wei Pingfan. Present. Wei Pingfan replied loudly. Fong Ge, you can do it. Give it your all. Wang Jinghua raised his middle finger. Chubby boy, can you please refrain from waving that precious middle finger of yours while speaking? It looks quite awkward. Rest assured, chubby boy. Wei Pingfan turned back, flashing a big white smile. With the awakening of the genius chubby boy leading the way, all eyes in the audience once again fell upon Wei Pingfan, the final student of Class 1 of the 3rd year, effectively the showstopper. It remained to be seen whether this contestant could awaken the Beast Master space and earn some esteem for Class 1 of the 3rd year. As Wei Pingfan approached the testing device step by step, Xinyu, seated on the platform, followed his movements with her gaze. A sudden wave of anxiety gripped her heart. If Wei Pingfan truly awakened, how would she face him? The water has spilled. The two of them were like a shattered mirror, never to be rejoined. Li Yunfei watched Xinyu's unwavering attention on Wei Pingfan, his resentment towards Wei Pingfan intensifying. You need not worry. A waste like Wei Pingfan is destined to be incapable of awakening. He is nothing but trash. Zhang from Chuxiong opened his mouth, intending to utter something. Yet recalling the recent humiliation, he swiftly sealed his lips, wary that Wei Pingfan might, against all odds, prove himself as well. It would be prudent to wait until Wei Pingfan's complete awakening failure before seeking to assert his presence before the illustrious Shin Shaohua. There would be ample time for that. Xinyu chose to ignore Li Yunfei. The man she intended to marry must be an unparalleled genius in beast mastery, and Wei Pingfan was unworthy. Just as Li Yunfei was equally undeserving. In the spectator area filled with various factions, the members of the Wei family who had arrived bore solemn expressions, harboring hopes that Wei Pingfan would awaken his beast mastery space, thereby allowing their clan to bask in glory. Step inside. The testing device activated, and the soldier gazed at the pristine and handsome Wei Pingfan, contrasting sharply with the previous chubby boy, and reached a swift conclusion. Thankfully, these two were not of the same ilk. Excellent. Wei Pingfan nodded, striding directly into the testing apparatus. As the device sealed, the crowd held its collective breath, awaiting the final verdict. It wouldn't be long before the truth of his abilities would be unveiled. Inside the testing apparatus, Wei Pingfan found himself restrained, his limbs and head secured, rendering him immobile. He had undergone this awakening test twice before, both times resulting in failure, with no alterations to his physique. However, since last night, when he realized his ability to absorb copious amounts of spiritual energy, he resolved to circulate the Thunder Tiger technique within the testing device, hoping to absorb its spiritual energy. Perhaps with sufficient energy, he could awaken his beast mastery space. As long as the energy didn't overwhelm him, he would absorb it relentlessly. He was all in, sensing a warm sensation coursing through his body. Wei Pingfan's face lit up with joy as he fervently operated the Thunder Tiger technique, drawing in the spiritual energy from the apparatus in a continuous flow. The presence of spiritual energy within the testing device served to stimulate the bodies of those being tested, thereby enhancing their chances of successful awakening. The more profound one's beast mastery talent, the more pronounced the response to the energy. Conversely, a lack of reaction indicated a mere ordinary person, devoid of a beast mastery space. In the annals of the Dasha Federation, no one had ever dared to treat a testing device as Wei Pingfan did, utilizing it as a mere tool for energy absorption. If the device could speak, it would surely exclaim, "Goodness, what an unprecedented encounter. Witness this absorption speed." It seems destined to be rendered inoperative. The onlookers remained oblivious to Wei Pingfan's actions within the device, patiently awaiting the outcome. 5 minutes elapsed, but the device remained unresponsive. However, the green light did not illuminate, indicating that the test subject was still in the awakening phase. Another 5 minutes passed, and suddenly, the apparatus began to tremble, causing the soldiers surrounding it to snap to attention. What was happening? Panic surged through Yang Zhan, seated in the spectator area, prompting him to rise abruptly. Quick! Insert a new spiritual energy ore into the testing device. Upon hearing Yang Zhan's command, several soldiers swiftly retrieved backup spiritual energy ores and replaced the original ones. The testing apparatus then resumed normal function, allowing Yang Zhan to exhale a sigh of relief. Damn it! This is a significant loss. Typically, a single spiritual energy ore can facilitate the awakening of hundreds of individuals. My interest in this Wei Pingfan has been piqued, he mused. To absorb so much energy without even having awakened a beast mastery space. What an anomaly. No wonder he is the son of Wei Chang'e. Your father possesses extraordinary talent, and it seems you inherit a rather peculiar constitution. 10 more minutes passed, and the device trembled once again. This time, without needing Yang Zhan's prompting. The soldiers promptly replaced the energy ore yet again. The apparatus stabilized, yet Yang Zhan's heart ached at the thought. He had brought only 4 energy ores to Yunnan No. 1 high school, with plans to visit other schools for further testing. At this rate, one more occurrence would leave him with no choice but to return home. The crowd sensed something amiss. Not only had the device trembled twice, but the duration of the test was also unusually lengthy. Typically, an awakening test concludes within 3 to 5 minutes. The previous chubby boy had completed his awakening, showcasing an above-average talent in less than 10 minutes. Now, nearly half an hour had elapsed, and the test was still ongoing, leaving everyone with sore necks from waiting. Was this individual perhaps asleep in the testing device? Or had the apparatus truly malfunctioned? Chapter 11. Uniquely different, the black space. The assembly buzzed with speculation, each person forming their own theories about the unfolding events. While Yang Zhan, with a furrowed brow, understood the situation but deemed it inappropriate to voice his thoughts at that moment. Internally lamenting, he hoped Wei Pingfan would awaken soon and cease his energy absorption. Only 1 energy ore remained. If he consumed it all, what would become of the other senior students awaiting their tests? This situation was truly exasperating. As time ticked away, Xin Yu's anxiety intensified. The unknown provoked the deepest fears within her. Wei Pingfan, will you hurry it up? This is excruciating. The chubby boy, Wang Jinghua, stood alongside Chu Weiguo, both of them transfixed by the testing apparatus. Chu Weiguo felt utterly drained. First, there was the troublesome Wang Jinghua, and now Wei Pingfan was engaged in some mysterious endeavor. It seemed these two were a natural bane to him. No need to look around. Surely the other class teachers were casting glances in his direction, as if to say, "Your students are truly exceptional, Teacher Chu. Wow, Brother Fan's endurance is impressive." I'm in awe. Wang Jinghua mused, not overthinking the matter, merely noticing that Wei Pingfan had remained in the testing device longer than he had, leading him to wonder if perhaps something was amiss with his own body. In the central seating area, Principal Fang Wuhui observed the fidgeting Yang Zhan beside him and remarked with a smile, "Major Yang, there's no cause for concern. Should we run short on spiritual energy ores, I have plenty at hand." This young lad from the Wei family is quite the surprise. Fang Wuhui had instantly discerned the cause of the apparatus's tremors, though such occurrences were rare. He hadn't anticipated witnessing it in such a young individual. I wonder what kind of extraordinary beast mastery space this child could awaken. Truly, It is a matter of great anticipation. Oh dear, Fong Lao, do not speak so lightly. We have sufficient spiritual energy ores. My concern lies with the vast amounts of energy that child might absorb. If not managed properly, it could spell disaster, Yangjin replied. A hint of headache evident in his tone. Yet, upon hearing Fong Wuhui's words, he promptly responded. Despite his own prowess in beast mastery being on par with Fong Lao's, the students trained by Fong were numerous, many possessing greater strength than Yangjin himself, holding significant positions within the Federation. Thus, when faced with Fong Wuhui, one could never afford to act aloof. He was a person of considerable influence. Perhaps today we will be fortunate enough to witness the awakening of a beast mastery genius, chimed in the smiling deputy mayor of Yunnan City. Since Wei Chang's era, Yunnan City had not seen the emergence of a superlative beast mastery talent in over a decade. Each year, the city's performance in the beast mastery examinations had stagnated beyond the 50th rank. The higher the rank, the more cultivation resources could be acquired, allowing for the enhancement of many beast masters' capabilities. Within the testing apparatus, Wei Pingfan's skin was alarmingly crimson, his entire body radiating an intense heat, while his lower abdomen felt as though it were swelling to an unbearable degree. This was clearly a consequence of absorbing an excessive amount of spiritual energy. If he continued to do so, not only would he fail to awaken, but his very life would be at stake, leading to a catastrophic demise. Am I truly at my limit? Is it still not enough? Enduring the excruciating sensation tearing through his body, Wei Pingfan realized that if he could not awaken now, he would be condemned to a life of mediocrity. No, I shall take a leap of faith. My destiny is mine to command. Beastmaster Space, grant me awakening. With a thunderous roar, an immense surge of spiritual energy coursed through his being like a rampaging dragon, wreaking havoc within him, intensifying the agony of his bodily disintegration. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded in Wei Pingfan's mind, and the chaotic spiritual energy, having found its path, converged towards a singular focal point within him as though returning home. It is done. I have awakened. A radiant joy illuminated Wei Pingfan's eyes as his mental prowess began to reach out to the slowly awakening Beastmaster Space within him. Only by establishing a connection between his mental energy and the awakening Beastmaster Space could he truly master it and achieve genuine awakening. Simultaneously, the testing apparatus erupted in a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire device rather than illuminating it in isolated bursts. This spectacle left all onlookers in the playground utterly astounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Silence reigned. In a gathering of over 1,000, not a single person dared to utter a word, for this was a sight of awakening they had never witnessed before. Good heavens, what extraordinary talent has this Beastmaster Space awakened? Moments later, some began to regain their senses, voicing their astonishment and inquiries. Principal Fong Wuhui's gaze flickered, as if deep in contemplation. Yang Zhen hastened down from the platform, while Chu Weigua appeared utterly dazed. Wang Jinghua abruptly halted his idle nose-picking. Fan Gu, this is truly remarkable. Shen Yu's once serene countenance was replaced by disbelief, prompting her to rise and murmur, This cannot be, this cannot be. As for Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong, they tumbled from their seats, utterly flustered. Once again, they had been blindsided. Was this truly not a dream? Li Yunfei smacked his thigh with a resounding clap, feeling no pain, while nearby, someone cried out in discomfort. Ouch! Feech, why did you hit me? Chu Xiong, bewildered, cradled his leg. This cannot be real. How could this waste awaken? I refuse to believe it. Li Yunfei did not spare Chu Xiong a glance, his heart brimming with anger and resentment. The radiant aura enveloping the testing apparatus vanished after several moments, indicating that Wei Pingfan's awakening examination had concluded. Inside the apparatus, upon witnessing the color of his awakening Beastmaster Space, Wei Pingfan was left in a state of bewilderment and shock. Why is my Beastmaster Space black? It is essential to understand that the colors of the 8 types of Beastmaster talents had been meticulously categorized by humanity over an extensive period. No one had ever awakened a Beastmaster Space of any other hue. A black Beastmaster Space. What could this talent possibly signify? Is it inferior to the lower-tier white talent? Or does it surpass the extraordinary purple talent? A sense of panic gripped Wei Pingfan. If he disclosed this to others, they would undoubtedly doubt him. Even if he did, he risked being taken away by the authorities for dissection and examination. His father, Wei Chang'e, possessed an extraordinary purple Beastmaster Space, and his mother, Wang Shishir, boasted a superior blue Beastmaster Space. With such a genetic lineage, how could their son awaken a black Beastmaster Space? This was utterly unprecedented, a true anomaly of the ages. Oh, with this thought, Wei Pingfan shook his head vigorously. The restraints binding his body had all been released. He was now free. Once the testing apparatus opened, he could emerge. As the apparatus released its hold, Wei Pingfan stepped out under the watchful gaze of the crowd, his expression returning to normal. Wei Pingfan, awakening successful. A soldier glanced at him before loudly proclaiming. Following this, the soldier intended to announce Wei Pingfan's Beastmaster talent, but approached him instead to quietly inquire, "Classmate Wei, what color is your awakened Beastmaster space?" "Black." Wei Pingfan blurted out before realizing his error, quickly correcting himself with a smile. "Oh, my awakened Beastmaster space is quite remarkable." "Oh, what is it?" The soldier's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and the surrounding soldiers perked up, eager to listen intently. "Listen closely, it is a purple Beastmaster space." "Impressive, isn't it? Are you sure you're not pulling my leg?" The soldier regarded the cheerful Wei Pingfan with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Wei Pingfan's smile gradually faded, replaced by earnestness. "Do I appear to be someone who deceives?" "Yes." The soldiers responded without a moment's hesitation. "But wait, isn't the purpose of the testing apparatus to reveal what color of Beastmaster space I awakened? Why are you asking me?" "No," the soldier replied candidly, recounting the events that had transpired with the testing apparatus. "Oh, I see. So you also have no idea what level of talent I awakened? Is this person a bit off in the head? If you knew, would I even need to ask you?" The soldier internally scoffed, but nodded in acknowledgement towards Wei Pingfan. Weighing the pros and cons rapidly in his mind, Wei Pingfan finally tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle. "All right, I won't pretend any longer. I shall reveal my truth. I have awakened a blue Beastmaster space." Chapter 12. 3 months later, the Beastmaster entrance examination. The soldier, upon hearing this, scrutinized Wei Pingfan once more, his expression still tinged with doubt. "Blue? Indeed." Wei Pingfan nodded affirmatively, continuing, "Regardless, I've answered your question. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." He did not wish to disclose the existence of his black Beastmaster space just yet. For now, only he was privy to this secret, allowing him the freedom to speak as he pleased. As for why Wei Pingfan ultimately claimed his awakening was a blue Beastmaster space, it was partly for the sake of certain individuals, and partly due to the fact that, as the elder brother of a chubby child, he could not let the Beastmaster talent overshadow his younger sibling. Wei Pingfan has awakened a blue Beastmaster space, a superior talent, the soldier declared, promptly inscribing a large question mark next to Wei Pingfan's name on the awakening roster. A blue space, a superior talent. Was this not akin to the talent of the illustrious Shun Schoolflower, marking him as yet another prodigious Beastmaster? However, while Shun had awakened her talent in a single attempt, she was on the cusp of becoming a one-star Beastmaster, highlighting the disparity between them. Moreover, this senior was quite handsome, sparking fantasies among the female students who yearned to become his girlfriend. As the classmates gossiped, Wei Pingfan's popularity soared beyond all others. "I possess a superior talent too. Why isn't there a little sister wanting to hold my hand for a sweet duet?" Wang Jinghua lamented, his face brimming with longing. Beside him, Chu Weigua shot Wang Jinghua a glare, his expression darkened. Members of various factions were also aware of Wei Pingfan's lineage and offered their congratulations with beaming smiles. The members of the Wei family naturally greeted him with beaming smiles, for they had gained yet another prodigious Beastmaster, which would undoubtedly enhance the family's strength in the future. In stark contrast, the individuals from the Li and Shun families remained silent, their expressions betraying their discontent. The Li family had long harbored grievances against the Wei family, who held the title of the foremost Beastmaster clan in Yunnan City. Had it not been for the emergence of the exceptionally talented Wei Chang'e, the title of the first family might have been contested. Now, with another genius Beastmaster awakening in the third generation of the Wei family, a talent slightly surpassing that of their young master, the Li family found themselves overshadowed once more. The Shun family, caught in an even more awkward position due to the connection between Shun Yu and Wei Pingfan, faced a dilemma. The two families had once considered a union, but upon Shun Yu awakening an exceptional Beastmaster talent and Wei Pingfan failing twice in his awakenings, it became apparent that he was destined for an ordinary life. The Shun family had begun to contemplate retracting the engagement, although this matter had not been openly discussed with the Wei family. Both sides were acutely aware of the unspoken tension. Who could have anticipated that during the third awakening test, Wei Pingfan would awaken with talent equal to Shun Yu's? This left the Shun family in a precarious position, hesitant to meet the gaze of the Wei family. In Class 1 of the senior year, all students completed their awakenings, achieving a success rate of 1 in 10, with only 3 students awakening successfully. The remaining students from other senior classes were next in line for testing, and fortunately, there was still a piece of spiritual or left sufficient for their needs, provided no more extraordinary talents like Wei Pingfan emerged. Unfazed by the attention of the crowd, Wei Pingfan strode towards the positions of Wang Jinghua and Chu Weigua. "Congratulations, Wei Pingfan, on your successful awakening." Chu Weigua maintained a serious expression, though inwardly he felt a surge of joy. Although these two had previously caused him much trouble, they were still his students, and their success was a source of pride for the class. Haha, it's all thanks to Teacher Chu's excellent guidance. The reason my buddy and I were able to awaken successfully is due to his hard work. Wei Pingfan beamed a radiant smile, genuinely appreciating Chu Weigua's earlier words on the school rooftop, which had profoundly impacted him. As citizens of the Great Xia, it is our duty to protect our homeland. Ah, indeed. Without Teacher Chu, there would be no today for us. You are the guiding light on our path to awakening. Wang Jinghua chimed in, raising his thumb in approval. Enough with the flattery, you two. Chu Weigua interjected, unperturbed. Now that you've awakened your Beastmaster abilities, you must attend the Beastmaster class starting tomorrow. Be diligent in your studies, strive to become first-star Beastmasters before the entrance exams, and secure a place in a prestigious Beastmaster Academy. Rest assured, teacher. Wei Pingfan clapped Wang Jinghua on the shoulder. With our exceptional talents, achieving first-star status will be a walk in the park. Indeed, with our current superior Beastmaster talents, it's merely a matter of time. Wang Jinghua declared with pride. Remember, the road ahead is long. Do not let success lead to complacency. While talent is important, without effort, even the greatest gifts may go to waste. Chu Weigua had witnessed too many Beastmaster prodigies fall short of their potential, and he hoped that these two would not squander their remarkable abilities. All right, teacher. My buddy and I have matters to attend to. We'll take our leave and catch up with you another time. Wei Pingfan pulled Wang Jinghua along, eager to escape before Chu Weigua could continue his lecture. Goodbye, teacher. We'll bring you a bottle of water later. Wang Jinghua winked knowingly as they departed. Don't run off. The principal still has a speech to deliver. Chu Weigua called after them, a hint of frustration creeping in. Where to now, buddy? Wang Jinghua inquired, trailing behind Wei Pingfan. Where else but to the internet CAF for some gaming. It's a day worth celebrating. Wei Pingfan replied, casting a playful glance at his good friend. Wait, aren't you supposed to be on a gaming addiction detox? You refused to go to the CAF last time I invited you, Wang Jinghua teased. Detox was just an excuse. I didn't want to go to the CAF because I thought you were too terrible at games. Either you're out of the game in seconds, or you're just providing others with easy wins. Today, I'm in a good mood. Let us treat ourselves to a victory. Wei Pingfan grinned. All right, finally, I see your true colors, buddy. Heartbreaking. As they reached the entrance of the playground, a familiar, icy voice called out from behind them. Wei Pingfan, stop right there. Xinyu, her face devoid of expression, stood before them, her presence commanding as she approached. Your fiancé, he has arrived. Wang Jinghua remarked, casting a quick glance back. Don't mind her, we're leaving. Wei Pingfan had lost all interest in Xinyu and was disinclined to exchange even a single word with her. Fine by me, buddy. I'll support you. Wang Jinghua sensed the tension in Wei Pingfan's demeanor and chose to side with his friend, despite not fully understanding the situation. Xinyu's gaze had not strayed from Wei Pingfan since his awakening. As she saw them about to exit the playground, she hurried after them. Frustrated by his apparent indifference, she confronted him. Wei Pingfan, what is your intention? Just because you've awakened your Beastmaster space, do you think you can look down on me, Xinyu? Given that she was soon to become a first-star Beastmaster, her speed naturally surpassed that of Wei and Wang, allowing her to block their path within moments. Faced with this confrontation, Wei Pingfan halted, meeting Xinyu's gaze with calm resolve. Miss Shun, the esteemed flower of the Shin family, may I inquire what your business is with me? Can't I approach you without a reason? Xinyu retorted, her voice tinged with frustration. Oh, if that's the case, kindly step aside. I have pressing matters to attend to. Wei Pingfan's tone was dismissive, further aggravating Xinyu. Do not speak to me as if we are strangers, she demanded. Suppressing a laugh, Wei Pingfan thought, what should I adopt? The demeanor of an infatuated admirer? You, how dare you? Xinyu stammered, pointing an accusing finger at him. Let me reiterate. I have instructed my grandfather to annul our engagement with your family. I would appreciate it if you would refrain from appearing before me in the future. Don't you find it rather pointless? Wei Pingfan's voice rose, emphasizing his resolve. Very well, Wei Pingfan. You shall regret this. In 3 months during the Beastmaster entrance examination, I will demonstrate that I am 1,000 times superior to you, and you are unworthy of me. Xinyu stepped closer, attempting to gauge any change in Wei Pingfan's expression. To her disappointment, his demeanor remained as tranquil as ever. Her words failed to sway him. Excellent. Let us await the entrance examination in 3 months, then. Wei Pingfan had no desire for further conversation. With that, he brushed past the now closed Xinyu and strode away. Chapter 13. Messages unanswered, calls ignored. The Beastmaster entrance examination, as the name implies, is an annual event where all graduating students who have awakened their Beastmaster talents must participate in the Great Xia Federation's examination. The content of the exam, however, is not as straightforward as merely filling out papers. It involves participating in a secret realm trial. Those who excel in the trial may choose to attend any Beastmaster Academy within the Great Xia Federation. The so-called secret realms are products born from the resurgence of spiritual energy. Each secret realm exists as a self-contained entity, akin to miniature worlds scattered across Blue Star. Within these realms, one can find a plethora of environments and climates, an abundance of flora and fauna, as well as rivers and lakes. All conceivable elements are present. Most significantly, these secret realms are home to various extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth, capable of propelling the strength of Beast Tamers to unprecedented heights. Additionally, they harbor countless opportunities, and those fortunate enough to seize them may undergo a transformative metamorphosis. However, such opportunities are often accompanied by peril, as these realms are also inhabited by a myriad of monstrous beasts, rendering them treacherous domains. Numerous Beast Tamers have met their demise within these secret realms, yet the pursuit of strength drives them to continually venture into the unknown. Even ordinary individuals seek clandestine means to infiltrate these realms, aspiring to grasp opportunities that could alter the course of their lives. Some entrances to these secret realms are conspicuous, while others are well concealed. Each realm imposes time constraints on entry, and once the allotted time has elapsed, any survivors are teleported out. Over the years, the Great Xia Federation has conquered and developed numerous secret realms for its own benefit. The exploration and utilization of these realms have become a focal point of research, serving as training grounds for soldiers and as trial locations for nurturing the next generation of Beast Tamers, maximizing every resource available. The secret realms are categorized into tiers ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, corresponding to the strength levels of the Beast Tamers. On their way to the internet CAF, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua walked arm in arm, engaged in cheerful banter. Hey, do you think anyone has awakened other colors of beast space? Of course, Fanggu. Have you lost your mind? Wang Jinghua replied without hesitation. You see, I awakened a green beast space while you have a blue one. Isn't that different colors? Fatty, you think you're so clever, don't you? What I mean is, aside from these 8 colors of Beast Tamer's talents, are there any other colors? Wei Pingfan playfully kicked Wang Jinghua's backside, prompting him to explain further. No way. Wang Jinghua rubbed his rear, his expression tinged with mild grievance. Could it be that Fanggu, you didn't awaken a blue beast space, but rather? Wang Jinghua's eyes widened in realization, scrutinizing Wei Pingfan as if he had seen through everything. You guessed right, you dead fatty. I did awaken a different color of beast space. Do you believe me? Wei Pingfan halted, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. I don't believe you. Wang Jinghua initially jested, but upon seeing Wei Pingfan's exaggerated demeanor, he immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Only a fool would believe that. It's simply impossible for anyone to awaken a different color of beast space. Hearing the fat man's response, Wei Pingfan chose not to pursue the topic further, realizing it was futile to expect anything insightful from him. It was a waste of breath. At the entrance of the middle school, numerous internet CAFs stood, each a graveyard for countless lost youth from countless nights spent within. Let us go. Wei Pingfan glided forward with a smooth stride. Come. Wang Jinghua followed suit with a flamboyant step. Upon arriving at their frequently visited internet CAF, they pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. Head brother, the usual arrangement for us too, please. Fast and efficient computers. Oh, it's you too. Sneaking out from school again? Aren't you worried your homeroom teacher will come looking for you? A middle-aged man with a shiny bald head and yellowish skin, seated behind the front desk, flashed a mischievous grin at Wei and Wang. Head brother, you needn't worry. Today, the King of Chu is too preoccupied to bother with us, Wei Pingfan replied. Indeed, it's just a leisurely day, so I came to lend a hand with your business. Wang Jinghua added, picking his nose. TSK, look at you too, brimming with joy. Could it be that today is the day your school conducts awakening assessments, and you both have successfully awakened your beast spaces? Otherwise, how could you be so elated? The bald man, known as Tai Jun, stood up with a grin. Haha, it's all right. Fatty and I just got lucky with our awakenings, nothing to shout about. Wei Pingfan waved his hands dismissively, yet his expression suggested he was eager for praise from head brother. Wang Jinghua stood tall, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the approaching Tai Jun. Wow. Becoming a beast tamer is no small feat. This is a monumental occasion. Today's internet fees are on me. Consider it a congratulatory gift. Tai Jun, an ordinary man who had never awakened a beast space, opened this internet CAF to make a living. To support his family, his once lush hair had gradually receded, leading him to embrace a bald look. The patrons affectionately referred to him as head brother. As the years swiftly passed, Tai Jun found himself reminiscing about his own dreams of becoming a beast tamer when he looked at the 2 young men before him. Dreams are ultimately fantasies. Reality must be faced. Head brother, that one thing must be kept separate from another. We can't let a single cent of the internet fees go unaccounted for. We're still waiting for you to upgrade our computers. Wei Pingfan chuckled in refusal, as he and Wang Jinghua had never known financial hardship since their birth. All right, follow me. I'll show you the 2 best computers in the shop today, but remember, don't break them. Head brother, you still don't know us? We'll treat them gently. Exactly. As long as the computers are in good condition. We'll definitely secure a chicken dinner today. The 2 followed Tai Jun, laughing heartily. Before long, Wei and Wang donned their headsets, logged into the game, and began their frantic yet futile attempts, failing spectacularly. Fatty, follow me. Let us land in a crowded area and take them on. Wei Pingfan's in-game character donned a striking red outfit. Got it. No problem. Charge ahead, Pikachu. Wang Jinghua, wearing a Pikachu hat, closely followed. Da-da-da. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Player Beast Tamer Tianzuan was killed by player Cute Little Lowly. Player Xianfeng Daoren was slain by player Air Yi with a machete. A heavy silence enveloped the air, for Beast Tamer Tianzuan and Xianfeng Daoren were the gaming IDs of Wei and Wang. Their first match ended in disaster. Both players falling immediately. Dead Fatty, are you even capable? You got killed by a machete? Wei Pingfan cast a disdainful glance. Fong Dog. At least I lasted a few seconds. You were the first to die? Wang Jinghua pointed at the results screen, which displayed Beast Tamer Tianzuan with 0 damage. Wei Pingfan's face flushed with embarrassment. I was ambushed. Let us keep going. Next round. Cut. Wang Jinghua clicked to prepare. Meanwhile, on the middle school playground, the remaining third-year students gradually entered the testing apparatus, eagerly anticipating their awakening success. However, the probability of achieving a successful awakening for the 3rd time was alarmingly low. Aside from 3 students from Class 1, only 5 out of over 100 students from other classes managed to awaken, and their talents were all of mediocre quality. Yang Zhen reviewed the awakening list submitted by the soldiers before turning to Fong Wuhui, who sat beside him. Old Fong. The 3rd awakening test at Yunnan Middle School for the 3rd-year students has concluded. 8 students have successfully awakened. Yang Zhen handed the list to Fong Wuhui. Here is the list. Please take a look. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Fong Wuhui took the list and began to read. 7 of the students showed no issues, but beside Wei Pingfan's name, there was a question mark. Noticing the confusion on Fong Wuhui's face, Yang Zhen quickly explained, Old Fong. The blue space awakened by Wei Pingfan was self-reported. The testing apparatus did not display any results, so we cannot ascertain its authenticity. Very well. I shall proceed as such for now. Later, I will visit the Wei family to inquire with the old man Wei about the situation concerning his grandson. Fong Wuhui nodded and rose, making his way towards the elevated platform of the playground. Upon noticing that the principal was about to speak, Chu Weigua felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that Wei and Wang from his class had yet to return. It was clear that the 2 were engrossed in gaming at the internet CAF. Had he not been tethered by obligations, he would have raced to the CAF to confront them, delivering a stern reprimand that would leave them in tatters. Their habitual silence in response to messages and calls had driven Chu Weigua to his wits' end. Chapter 14. True Friends? Mutual Betrayal. In the internet CAF, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua were utterly focused, not daring to make a sound as they manipulated their characters, lying prone on the ground. They had successfully navigated to the final circle, and their chances of securing victory hinged on this moment, with only 3 players remaining on the map. It was 2 against 1, and fortune smiled upon them, with the circle favoring their position. If they could not claim victory now, they might as well seek a fatal encounter with a block of tofu. Brother Fan, the king of Hell Chu is calling again. Should I answer? Wang Jinghua whispered as he checked his phone. Wei Pingfan shook his head, signaling to hang up. You 2 better be ready, if you hang up on me again. On the playground, Chu Weigua's face darkened as he listened to the busy tone on his phone. Minutes later, Wei and Wang emerged from the internet CAF, their spirits high after achieving a chicken dinner. Under Wei Pingfan's astute leadership, they had secured victory with 0 kills and 0 damage, merely lying in wait as the last enemy succumbed to the toxic circle. Such extraordinary luck was nothing short of miraculous. Chubby, Brother Fan, keep my word. When I say I'll take you to victory, I mean it. You ought to be elated now. Wei Pingfan whistled, gliding with a spacewalk. While winning is delightful, the king of Hell Chu will not be pleased, and we may face dire consequences. Wang Jinghua lamented, counting the numerous missed calls and messages from Chu Weigua. A look of despair etched on his face. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall divert it. Let us return to school and face the king of Hell Chu. Wei Pingfan declared before hastily sprinting towards the school playground. Wait up, Fandog. Wang Jinghua scoffed, raising his middle finger in mockery before pursuing him, his ample form jiggling as he ran. Upon reaching the playground, Wei Pingfan found Principal Fong Wuhui still holding the microphone, addressing the gathered students. Today, at Yunnan No. 1 Middle School, 8 students have awakened their beast taming spaces. I hope that those who have awakened will become formidable beast tamers and pride of our school. Furthermore, those who have not awakened should not be disheartened. Continue to study diligently and shine for Daxia. The path of life is varied, and the responsibilities we bear differ. The future belongs to you, the youth. A resounding applause followed, invigorated by the principal's words. Wei Pingfan initially intended to slip unnoticed to the back of his class, but to his surprise, Chu Weiguo was already there waiting for him. Where have you been, you rascal? I see you've returned. Chu Weiguo's expression was stern as he glared at the individual standing contritely beside him. The individual looked up, smiling. Teacher Chu, I was studying in the classroom. I'm not sure where the chubby one went. He must have sneaked out to play games. Wei Pingfan's swift betrayal of his comrade was resolute, indicating a history of such actions. Oh, so you claim to have been studying while Wang Jingwo was gaming, is that so? Indeed, that is precisely the case. Wei Pingfan replied earnestly. Then what do you make of this? Chu Weiguo exclaimed, delivering a sharp knock to Wei Pingfan's head and holding up his phone. Revealing a message from Wang Jingwo sent mere moments ago. Teacher Chu, I'm sorry. I fell asleep after studying in the classroom. However, I must report that Wei Pingfan secretly went to the internet CAF to play games. I hope Teacher Chu punishes this scoundrel. Damn it, you traitorous fatso. How could you do this to me? Are we not brothers? Wei Pingfan exclaimed, feeling betrayed by Wang Jingwo's treachery. Not long after, Wang Jingwo returned, panting heavily. And upon seeing Wei Pingfan in a stance of punishment beside Chu Weiguo, his heart swelled with delight. You thought you could leave without waiting for me, huh? Hee. Teacher Chu, I'm back. Wang Jingwo started, but was swiftly interrupted by Chu Weiguo. Well then, since you're back, commence your punishment. Teacher Chu. This isn't fair. Wang Jingwo protested, bewildered. I find it entirely fair. Chu Weiguo retorted, his eyes narrowing. Without hesitation, Wang Jingwo spread his legs and assumed the position. You traitorous fatso. Wei Pingfan scoffed. Fandog, did you say something to Teacher Chu? Wang Jingwo queried, suspicion evident in his expression. Do I need to say anything? Didn't you already message Teacher Chu? That is not true. I would never respond to the king of hell Chu. You fatso. Even now you continue to deny it? Chu Weiguo's patience wore thin as he said. Can you both just be quiet for a moment? If you keep talking, I'll take you both to loosen your muscles. In response, the two exchanged glances and promptly sealed their lips. As the principal's speech concluded, students began to disperse from the playground, various factions making their exits. Following the awakening test, the names of Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwo henceforth entered the consciousness of many influential figures. With their exceptional talents as Beast Tamers, their future achievements were boundless. And as members of prominent families, their access to cultivation resources would be ample. Thus, it was best to befriend them if possible, but not to provoke them lightly. Soon, only 3 figures remained on the vast playground, with Wei and Wang enduring their punishment while Chu Weiguo observed. Minutes later, Chu Weiguo's phone rang, displaying a call from Principal Fong. Hello, Principal. Chu Weiguo stepped away to answer the call. Teacher Chu, please come to my office. I need to discuss some matters with you. Certainly, Principal. I will be there immediately. After hanging up, Chu Weiguo turned to Wei and Wang. Continue your punishment. Hold your position for an hour. Rest assured, Teacher Chu. Take your time. As Chu Weiguo's figure disappeared, Wei Pingfan wiped the sweat from his brow. Once he could no longer see Chu Weiguo, he plopped down onto the ground of the playground. I'm utterly exhausted. My legs are numb. You're not tired at all? Wei Pingfan asked, glancing at Wang Jingwo, who was still holding his position while rubbing his legs. Ouch. Brother Fan, no teasing. My legs are cramping. I can't move. You've got to help me. Wang Jingwo cried out. Honestly, I admire your resilience. Wei Pingfan remarked as he slowly approached. Hey, take it easy. Are you plotting to commit fratricide? Stop whining. Just endure it. The playground echoed with cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. After several minutes, Wang Jingwo limped along behind Wei Pingfan. Brother Fan, slow down a bit. Wait for me. Where are we heading now? I need to take a leak. Want to join? Wei Pingfan smiled over his shoulder. Sure, let us go together, but be prepared. I fear you might feel a bit intimidated. Wang Jingwo wore a smug expression, laughing heartily. Oh, spare me. With that little eel of yours, I'd be afraid of a pinprick. Wei Pingfan burst into laughter, animatedly gesturing as he spoke. Fandog, who are you calling an eel? You infuriate me. The two bantered playfully as they made their way toward the boys' restroom, encountering several classmates along the way. Upon seeing the duo, the students greeted them with smiles. Wow, it's Senior Wei, so handsome. Senior Wang is adorable too, so plump. Observing the warm reception the two received from their female classmates, many boys seethed with jealousy. Damn it, why aren't we the awakened ones? Heaven is unjust. Haha. The junior girls are quite lovely too. Perhaps we should exchange beast taming techniques someday. Let's go. Fatty, can you tone down your piggish demeanor? Wei Pingfan playfully slapped Wang Jingui on the back of his head. Ouch, fan dog. What do you know? I feel like spring has arrived. What spring? It's summer now. Stop being so spring-like. Wei Pingfan pulled Wang Jingui into the boys' restroom. As they entered, Wei Pingfan immediately heard two familiar voices discussing him. That useless Wei Pingfan has indeed awakened, but he still can't compare to me. I'll soon become a one-star beast master. Feej is right. How can Wei Pingfan compare to you? After all, we awakened on our first try and have been absorbing spiritual energy for months longer than he has. Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong occupied adjacent stalls, their nostrils stuffed with toilet paper, launching their deep-sea bombs incessantly. Fatty, clear the way. Wei Pingfan raised an eyebrow. Wang Jingui took the lead, confidently declaring, watch me. Chapter 15, Justice from Above, Bombing the Restroom. In the boys' restroom of Yunnan No. 1 High School. For pairs of eyes met as anticipated. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingui looked down with amused expressions at the two boys, who wore looks of shock. Well, if it isn't classmate Li and classmate Chu. I entered the restroom and immediately heard a chorus of barking. Who would have thought there were two of them? Wei Pingfan laughed heartily. Fatty, don't you agree? Ha ha ha, brother fan. Those two are the real little eels. Wang Jingui pinched his nose, feigning disgust. You fatso. You're the one who's an eel. Open your eyes and see who is truly disgusting. Li Yunfei retorted angrily, trying to shield his modesty. And you, Wei Pingfan. Who are you calling a dog? Don't think that just because you've awakened, you are anything special. In my eyes, you're still a waste. Initially, Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong had been enjoying their time tossing deep-sea bombs and venting their frustrations. Who could have anticipated that, in the next moment? The last people they wanted to see would appear before them with smug grins, fully prepared to unleash a barrage of mockery. Chu Xiong's expression darkened. Who could endure being called an eel? It was a grave insult, especially since he was no eel at all. Wei Pingfan, Wang Jingui, you two wait. One day, I will make you both eels. Feeling a chill underfoot, Chu Xiong's heart sank. He bowed his head in silence, cursing inwardly. It wasn't that Chu Xiong lacked the desire to boast. Rather, he felt he had no right to bark in front of Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingui. The Chu family was merely a small clan, and before the formidable Wei and Wang families, he could only bow and scrape, choosing to endure for the sake of his family. Furthermore, these two had awakened superior beast taming talents, ensuring that they would receive significant attention and cultivation from the Wei and Wang families. If Chu Xiong dared to provoke them today, who knew what retaliation the Wei and Wang families might unleash upon the Chu family tomorrow? Brother fan, look. Wang Jingui pointed at Li Yunfei with his middle finger. TSK. Little Li is falling apart, feeling inferior. Why is he still covering himself? Haha, indeed. If the whole school found out that the esteemed young master of the Li family is an eel, he'd instantly become the talk of the school. Wei Pingfan clapped his hands, relishing the sight of Li Yunfei's helpless expression, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Li Yunfei, radiating spiritual energy, was itching to teach these two a lesson. Yet reality forbade him. After all, he was currently engaged in a rather compromising act. He could only watch as the two reveled in their triumph. Ah, it's so dull. Truly, barking dogs don't bite. Observing the two who had ceased their barking, Wei Pingfan turned and whistled, letting loose. Oh my, brother fan, you're full of vigor, a real giant. Wang Jingui sneaked a glance at Wei Pingfan, then looked down at his own situation. Well, it may not be the best, but it's certainly better than being an eel. Wang Jingui glanced back at Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong. Hearing these words, their faces twitched, turning green with anger. It was infuriating. The two, unwilling to concede, exchanged furtive glances, determined to reclaim their masculine dignity. In comparison, they exchanged a glance, both astonished at the size disparity. Wei Pingfan, what are you planning? I am from the Li family. Do you really intend to lay a hand on me? Li Yunfei watched as Wei Pingfan, after finishing, approached him step by step. Chu Xiong, feeling uneasy, cautiously retreated. Don't be scared, classmate Li. I'm a good student. Why would I resort to violence? I merely forgot to mention that speaking ill of others behind their backs can attract divine retribution, justice from above. Wei Pingfan declared cryptically before he and Wang Jingui exited. Brother fan, are we really going to let them off so easily? Wang Jingui asked, puzzled. Given Wei Pingfan's character, he would typically ensure these two receive their just desserts. Fatty, think. I mentioned divine retribution. Hurry and buy something. We'll return to deal with them. Wei Pingfan smiled mysteriously, whispering instructions into Wang Jingui's ear. Fatty, we'll do this, then that. Excellent. Only you, brother fan. Wang Jingui's face was filled with meaningful expressions after listening. A few minutes later, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingui returned to the boys' restroom, each holding several firecrackers. Light it. Bomb them. They must remember this lesson. Inside the restroom, Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong had nearly finished their own bombs and were cleaning up the aftermath. Chu Xiong, do you smell something unusual? Li Yunfei's nose twitched as a faint whiff of smoke entered his nostrils. What other smell could there be in here besides that? Are you out of your mind? Li Yunfei? Chu Xiong thought, preparing to pull up his pants. In the next moment, two loud explosions startled both boys, nearly causing them to fall into the toilets. Holy cow, it's going to blow. Fly brother, run. Chu Xiong's face turned anxious, but it was too late. Damn it. Wei Pingfan, you're inhuman. Li Yunfei cursed inwardly. Ugh, that's disgusting. The two were instantly surrounded by the blasts, becoming a pair of truly soaked chickens, albeit foul-smelling ones. What a splendid act of divine justice. Only a truly despicable person would bombard the restroom with explosives. Outside the restroom, a crowd of curious classmates gathered, but no one dared to enter due to the overwhelming stench. All they could hear were the frantic shouts of the two inside. Haha, you crack me up. Fangirl. Wang Jingwa crouched on the ground, and the mere thought of the scene unfolding in the restroom with the two of them provoked an uncontrollable laughter. It is somewhat regrettable, though, that they didn't throw a few more. Wei Pingfan's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with joy. Soon, the school teachers arrived, and upon observing the situation, they immediately discerned that a prank had been orchestrated. The teachers promptly instructed the onlookers to disperse before calling out to the individuals inside the restroom, urging them to come out. Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong felt as if they could die from embarrassment, utterly afraid to emerge in front of so many classmates. Too humiliating. Li Yunfei, Chu Xiong. What on earth happened? How could a simple trip to the restroom escalate into this? The teachers, pinching their noses, kept their distance as they observed the two emerging figures. It was all Wei Pingfan and his accomplices doing. The school must impose strict punishment on them. Li Yunfei, covered in a bizarre mixture, had his hair in a disheveled state. Chu Xiong's eyes were vacant. He felt he could never show his face at school again, utterly disgusted. All right, you two. Don't come any closer. First, clean yourselves up. The school will investigate this matter thoroughly, the teachers said, stepping back hurriedly. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa had long since fled the scene, leaving the school to return home, each to their respective mothers. After all, they were not responsible for the prank, and they would never admit it. Upon returning home, Wei Pingfan sought out his grandfather, Wei Donghai. Grandfather, your grandson has returned. Wei Donghai, already aware of Wei Pingfan's successful awakening, greeted him with a warm smile. Xiaofan, today you have brought honor to our Wei family. Your grandfather is very pleased. Your uncles were overjoyed to hear of your awakening and have gone to select excellent beast taming eggs for you. Once you become a one-star beast tamer, you will be able to forge a contract. Hearing his grandfather's words, Wei Pingfan waved his hand. Grandfather, there's no need to rush. I have some questions I would like to ask you. Oh, Wei Donghai raised an eyebrow, signaling Wei Pingfan to continue. Grandfather, aside from the 8 colors of talent associated with beast taming space, are there any other colors? Upon hearing his grandson's question, Wei Donghai didn't respond immediately, but instead stared at Wei Pingfan with an odd expression. He was genuinely curious as to why Wei Pingfan would pose such a question. Ever since Beast Tamers became the mainstream in the world, all awakened talents had consistently manifested in these 8 colors. Why are you looking at me like that, grandfather? I'm just curious. The beast taming space I awakened is blue, so don't overthink it, Wei Pingfan quickly clarified, noticing his grandfather's scrutinizing gaze. Xiaofan, you must assure me that your awakened space is indeed blue and not another color, Wei Donghai asked, a serious tone replacing his earlier joviality. It truly is blue. Wei Pingfan's heart raced, but his expression remained earnest as he nodded emphatically. In times like this, it was paramount to remain calm. The fact that he had awakened a black beast taming space was something that must remain a secret for now. Moreover, Wei Pingfan harbored an inexplicable premonition that revealing his true awakening would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 16. The spiritual energy fully absorbed, not a trace left behind. Seeing the expression on Wei Pingfan's face, Wei Donghai shook his head and said, I have never heard of a beast tamer awakening a space of any other color. To date, such a phenomenon has never occurred in the world. Wei Pingfan inquired further, does grandfather know what realm the most powerful beast tamer in the current world holds? Well, Wei Donghai paused before continuing. The strongest force publicly acknowledged in each federal nation is the 9-star beast tamer. As for whether there are beast tamers beyond the 9-star realm, I cannot say. I have never encountered one. He added, though our Wei family is recognized as the premier beast taming family in Yunnan City, we pale in comparison to the ancient beast tamer families outside of it. So, Xiaofan, the future of our Wei family rests in your hands. I am already quite old and must rely on you to strive for excellence. All right, grandfather, I understand. I shall return to my room now. Wei Pingfan stood, bowing respectfully to Wei Donghai before leaving. He had gathered the answers he sought from his grandfather. Although the answer was negative, it further affirmed the uniqueness of his black beast taming space. It was imperative to find someone to study this phenomenon discreetly. Wild speculation was futile. Practical exploration was the only path to discovery. On his way, Wei Pingfan encountered numerous members of the Wei family, all warmly greeting him. For he had awakened a stark reality. Wei Pingfan merely smiled politely at the crowd, hastening back to his room and locking the door behind him. After a beast tamer awakens their beast taming space, a mental link, referred to as spiritual consciousness, forms in their mind. With a mere thought, one can enter their beast taming space. The beasts contracted in the future can enter this space for training and during battles. They can be summoned from the space to fight alongside their master. The quality of the beast taming space not only accelerates the beast training speed, but also aids in restoring their spiritual energy and hastening recovery from injuries. Each beast tamer's space is private. Only they can access it, rendering it impossible for outsiders to intrude. Wei Pingfan sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and focused, channeling his spiritual consciousness into his newly awakened black beast taming space. Inside the space, there was nothing, just an expanse of black. After scrutinizing the surroundings for a considerable time, he found no peculiarities. How strange. This space, which had never been awakened before, was entirely unremarkable. He longed for something extraordinary to ignite his interest. It was utterly bleak, and his soaring hopes had led to profound disappointment. Never mind. Perhaps he should focus on cultivating for now and explore further later. Wei Pingfan retrieved the remaining spiritual energy and began to absorb its energy using the thunder break technique. As soon as the spiritual energy entered his body, it was immediately consumed by the awakened black beast taming space. What on earth is happening? This unexpected development left Wei Pingfan astounded. Upon halting his absorption of spiritual energy, he immediately directed his spiritual consciousness back into the space, but still found nothing amiss, no reaction whatsoever. Once more, he absorbed the spiritual energy, and without fail, it was again entirely consumed by the beast taming space. What sort of beast taming space have I awakened? It's snatching the energy from me, leaving nothing behind. Typically, when a beast tamer absorbs spiritual energy for cultivation, their own beast taming space would absorb some of it. But the majority would be absorbed by the tamer themselves to enhance their strength. In Wei Pingfan's case, where the beast taming space forcibly absorbed all the energy without leaving a trace, such a phenomenon was unprecedented, unheard of throughout history. Yet here he was, facing it. Could this be the unique trait of the black space? If that is the case, then I shall see just how much you can absorb. Wei Pingfan kept his spiritual consciousness trained on the status of the beast taming space, accelerating the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy. Half an hour later, the spiritual energy within the was completely depleted, prompting Wei Pingfan to cease his cultivation and slowly open his eyes. All the spiritual energy from a single had been entirely absorbed by the beast taming space within Wei Pingfan's body, leaving him with none for himself after a fruitless half-hour of cultivation. What Wei Pingfan found most intolerable was that after absorbing all the spiritual energy, there was still no discernible change in the beast taming space within him, rendering him utterly helpless. This was truly catastrophic. What if, from now on, every time he cultivated, the absorbed spiritual energy would simply be consumed by that space? A sense of unease began to settle in Wei Pingfan's heart. If this continued, would he find himself stagnating, unable to even achieve the rank of a first-star beast tamer? He had believed he had awakened an unparalleled and extraordinary beast taming talent. But now it seemed to pale in comparison to the inferior talents of the white space. He had publicly declared himself to possess a blue space with superior talent. Yet if he couldn't even attain the status of a first-star beast tamer within a few months, wouldn't he expose his own shortcomings? Little did Wei Pingfan know. The black space within him was undergoing gradual changes after absorbing the spiritual energy, albeit in a manner so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Furthermore, since the moment Wei Pingfan awakened the black space, it had been silently transforming his entire body, although he remained oblivious to these transformations. Disheartened and restless, Wei Pingfan spent the entire night without sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of the black space, a matter he felt he could not discuss with anyone, leaving him to ponder alone. After a simple breakfast, Wei Pingfan made his way to school. As he entered the school gates, he spotted Chu Weigua waiting for him by the security office. Wang Jingwa stood behind Chu Weigua, making exaggerated expressions to signal him. "Good morning, Teacher Chu." Wei Pingfan greeted with a smile, preparing to make a hasty retreat. "Come here." Chu Weigua's tone was severe. "Teacher Chu, you've misunderstood me this time. I have nothing to do with the explosion in the school restroom yesterday." Wei Pingfan interjected before Chu Weigua could inquire further. "Great, I've just confessed." Wang Jingwa lowered his head, his face a mask of despair. "Wei Pingfan, I haven't even asked you anything, yet you've admitted to it, claiming it has nothing to do with you two. Chu Weigua clapped Wang Jinghua on the shoulder and continued. You two, could you spare me a little trouble? Just yesterday, the principal praised you two right in front of me, and now I've been called back to his office again. Teacher Chu, this was all Fatty's idea. However, I admit my fault in not stopping him. Next time, I will certainly intervene to prevent such behavior, ensuring you won't have to worry, Wei Pingfan stated earnestly. Exuding a sense of righteous conviction, Wang Jinghua listened in bewilderment. Now I'm the scapegoat. You're quite something, Wei Pingfan, lying without batting an eyelid. All right, I know both of you better than anyone else. Only you two would dare to pull a stunt like blowing up the restroom among all the students in the school. The real issue is how disgusting and unscrupulous it is. Starting today, both of you will join the Beast Taming class. We're all classmates here. We'll see each other often, and we're not enemies. As for how to handle this, Chu Weigua rubbed his temples, a headache setting in. The principal had also informed him to take over as the homeroom teacher for the Beast Taming class, leaving him with no way to escape this predicament. Upon hearing Chu Weigua's words, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua fell silent, resigned. After all, one must not indulge someone like Li Yunfei when the time comes. One must take action. This incident was merely a lesson for him, a means to help him learn his place. Otherwise, Li Yunfei would remain oblivious to the consequences. And eventually, someone else would set him straight. Wei Pingfan found solace in believing he was assisting him in becoming a better person. He should be grateful. The entire Li family ought to express their gratitude. Alas, let us go. I'll take you both to the Beast Taming class, with 3 months until the Beast Taming entrance examination. I hope you both will diligently practice and become first-star Beast Tamers as soon as possible. That would be far better than anything else, Chu Weigua sighed, leading the two toward the Beast Taming class. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Beast Taming class at Unit No. 1 Middle School felt particularly peculiar, with nearly all the students' gazes either intentionally or inadvertently landing on the two newcomers. After all, news of the restroom incident had spread like wildfire, making it impossible for anyone to remain unaware. What are you looking at? Is it so fascinating? Li Yunfei, wearing a hat, glared with a pale face. Chu Xiong shot a menacing look at the few who were struggling to stifle their laughter, wishing he could toss them into the restroom to experience the suffocating discomfort. Chapter 17. The first day in the Beast Taming class, trouble has arrived again. Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong had bathed countless times yesterday, yet still felt as though they carried an odor, prompting them to shave their heads completely. Hence, today, they wore hats to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule at school. You err, don't listen to the rumors circulating in school. I am still pure and spotless, Li Yunfei declared, donning a sincere expression as he explained to Shunyu. Li Yunfei was indifferent to how other students perceived him. His sole concern was Shunyu's opinion. If she believed him to be unclean, it would deeply pain him. How could he ever hope to pursue her beauty? From now on, call me Shinyu. And as for your matters, I am not interested. You need not explain. Shinyu, dressed not in the school uniform, but in a pristine white dress that accentuated her slender waist and fair legs, appeared even more stunning today. Her long hair was elegantly styled, and her face was adorned with a captivating makeup that highlighted her features. Indeed, she was the belle of Unit No. 1 Middle School, and today, Shinyu was more enchanting than ever. All right, Shinyu, you look beautiful today. Would you like to have lunch together after school? I know of a new restaurant nearby that serves delicious food. I'll treat you. Li Yunfei activated his specialized skill, the adoring admirer mode. Listening to Li Yunfei's incessant chatter, Shinyu felt increasingly exasperated. She had also spent a sleepless night, engaging in her own cultivation. The reason for her sleeplessness was known only to her, yet the previous night's training had successfully stabilized her internal energy fluctuations, allowing her to prepare for the contract with a beast egg at any moment. The Shun family was already on the lookout for a beast egg with good talent and strength for Shinyu. However, regarding the marriage between Shinyu and Wei Pingfan, the Shun family was divided. One faction believed the engagement should continue, allowing the Wei and Shun families to become in-laws and thereby grant the Shun family numerous benefits. The opposing faction argued that the engagement must be terminated. Shinyu's remarkable beast-taming talent could be the key to the Shun family's rise, and marrying into the Wei family would mean losing a potential prodigy. Thus, Shinyu had deliberately dressed herself more beautifully today, intending to make Wei Pingfan realize that she was not only a beauty but also possessed exceptional beast-taming talent. It was a strategic move. As long as her abilities remained superior to his, he would inevitably regret not pursuing her. With 10 minutes left before class, Chu Weigua entered the Beast Taming class alongside Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua. Good morning, Teacher Chu. The students of the Beast Taming class rose in unison upon seeing Chu Weigua enter. Why is Teacher Chu here? Is he here to escort his two students? Many students wore puzzled expressions, speculating among themselves. Meanwhile, The gazes of Shun Yu, Li Yunfei, and Chu Xiong were fixated on Wei Pingfan, who stood behind Chu Weiguo. Shin Yu's eyes brimmed with confidence. Wei Pingfan, you still cannot surpass me. In the eyes of Li and Chu, there was nothing but resentment. Wei, you worthless fool, just wait for the repercussions of yesterday's incident. You shall undoubtedly pay the price. Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the trio, Wei Pingfan remained indifferent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Shun Yu before diverting his attention elsewhere. What was the allure of her beauty, fragrance, and charm, after all? In the end, she was not to his taste, and his appetite had waned. As for the other two's glares, he deemed them unworthy of his notice. Had lethal glares been fatal, he would have succumbed countless times over. Wow, Fangirl. Shun Yu is truly captivating today, utterly enchanting. Wang Jingwa's eyes were fixed upon Shun Yu, and he swallowed involuntarily. All right, fatty, if you fancy her. I can play the matchmaker. Who knows? It might actually work. Wei Pingfan shot him a disapproving look. On second thought, let's not. Wang Jingwa shook his head. Recalling the adage, a brother's wife should never be coveted. You two are still betrothed. Don't let your thoughts wander astray. Fatty, I'm serious. Shin Yu and I are incompatible. If you genuinely like her, go ahead. Don't. My friend, I'm not a philanderer, enamored by every pretty face. I merely possess an eye for beauty. And I appreciate it in a pure, uncomplicated manner. Wang Jingwa raised his middle finger, reverting to his usual antics by digging into his nose. With a scowl, Chu Weiguo turned to glare at the two before addressing the entire Beast Taming class. Hello, students. Please take your seats. For the next 3 months, I will serve as your homeroom teacher. This proclamation elicited varied reactions among the students. Some wore expressions of joy, while others appeared visibly distressed. The moniker King of Hell Chu was not unfounded. Among all the teachers, he was known to be the most stringent. That's it. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa exchanged glances, the shared sentiment of despair evident in their eyes. You two, stand at the back of the classroom. If you continue your reckless behavior, you'll be standing during every class henceforth. Chu Weiguo pointed toward the rear of the classroom, fixing his gaze on Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa. Ultimately, they could not escape the relentless punishment meted out by the King of Hell Chu. Under the watchful eyes of their classmates, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa reluctantly took their positions at the back of the classroom. Serves you right. Let this be a lesson to you too. Li Yunfei thought to himself, secretly reveling in their punishment. Next, Chu Weiguo turned his attention to the dozens of students in the Beast Taming class and boldly inscribed 4 large characters on the blackboard. Beast Taming College Entrance Exam. Students, you all possess awakened beast taming talents, and in 3 months, you will be taking the college entrance exam. Therefore, in the coming 3 months, I will comprehensively enhance each of your abilities. This way, even if you enter the trial realm of the beast taming exam, your chances of survival will significantly improve, rather than becoming mere fodder for the beasts. Chu Weiguo earnestly elaborated, commencing his first lesson in the beast taming class. The morning swiftly passed. Wei Pingfan nudged the snoozing Wang Jingwa beside him. Fatty, wake up, it's time for lunch. It was truly remarkable that he could doze off while standing. Wang Jingwa yawned, his eyes barely open. Ah, Fangirl, has the King of Hell Chu left? He left ages ago. You are a true sloth, capable of both eating and sleeping simultaneously. Wei Pingfan scoffed. I can't help it. I was too excited from awakening last night and ended up playing solo for a while longer. Wang Jingwa rubbed his eyes, trailing behind Wei Pingfan. Fatty, youth is wasted on the young. Later in life, you'll realize the value of restraint. Fangirl, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I was just playing a solo game last night, Wang Jingwa replied, shaking his head and smacking his lips. As they approached the classroom door, they were intercepted by Li Yunfei and a few of his associates. Good dogs don't block the path. State your business quickly, or get out of the way and don't hinder your esteemed Wei Gu from his meal. Wei Pingfan leaned back, hands behind his head, regarding the little clowns before him with amusement. Li Yunfei was truly petty. It was just a minor incident, and he was already eager to seek revenge. Wei Pingfan, you haven't forgotten the good deed you two did for me yesterday, have you? Shouldn't there be an explanation? Li Yunfei's eyes were filled with rage. Indeed, Wei Pingfan, your actions were utterly disgusting. Apologize to Brother Fei immediately and bow in repentance. Bow in repentance. Bow in repentance. Several lackeys behind Li Yunfei chimed in, wearing expressions of malicious delight. Before Wei Pingfan could respond, the chubby Wang Jingwa stepped forward, grinning at the loudest instigator. You there, Yang Wei, right? With your lowly awakened white space beast talent, who gave you the audacity to bark incessantly before me? And you lot. Wang Jingwa pointed his middle finger at the other lackeys, continuing, open your eyes and recognize who stands before you, the young masters of the Wei and Wang families. Know your place. If trouble arises, do you think Li Yunfei will come to your aid? To be a lackey, one must find a worthy master. It is truly pitiful that you remain unaware of the impending danger. The lackeys behind Li Yunfei felt their faces flush with embarrassment at Wang Jingguo's scathing remarks. Unsure of how to retort, their bravado in following Li Yunfei stemmed solely from the fact that he was a scion of the Li family. Should the Wei or Wang families retaliate, Li Yunfei would undoubtedly turn a blind eye. Wei Pingfan regarded Wang Jingguo with newfound respect. He hadn't anticipated the chubby fellow would possess such charisma, thus saving him the trouble of verbal sparring. Stop trying to sow discord, Wang Jingguo. I, Li Yunfei, am not that petty. Li Yunfei hastily defended himself, realizing the chubby one's tongue was sharper than he had recognized, if he allowed him to continue. Who would dare associate with Li Yunfei in school again? Don't listen to his nonsense. You are all my brothers. If anything happens, I will bear the responsibility. Uft. Here we go again with the bravado. Wang Jingguo scratched his ear, visibly unimpressed. You arrogant fool. If you dare, let us settle this with strength. Come. Let us see who is stronger. Li Yunfei's fists cracked ominously. Your Li family members are truly shameless. Knowing we have just awakened our beast taming abilities, you still dare to challenge us? How utterly brazen. I feel second-hand embarrassment for you. Wei Pingfan burst into laughter. Indeed, shameless. If you have the guts, go challenge King of Hell Chu. If you win, I'll gladly become your subordinate. Wang Jingguo chimed in. Wei Pingfan, why say so much? Just admit you're afraid. Confess to being worthless. None of us have broken through to a one-star beast tamer. What is there to fear? Upon hearing that the two were hesitant to compete, Li Yunfei's tone brimmed with satisfaction. Haha, Brother Fei is right. They must be terrified and unwilling to compete. Brother Fei is truly formidable. The lackeys echoed, their voices dripping with mockery. Let him challenge King Chu. A 6-star beast tamer would only humiliate him. Only a fool would accept such a challenge. Chapter 18. Agreeing to the challenge. Afternoon training class. At the entrance of the beast tamer classroom, faced with the derisive laughter of Li Yunfei and his cohorts, Wei Pingfan suppressed the turmoil within him, fully aware that Li Yunfei sought to provoke him into a duel. By agreeing to the challenge, Li Yunfei would be able to unleash his pent-up frustration and humiliation from the previous day upon him, justifying a blatant assault. Having discerned Li Yunfei's ulterior motives, Wei Pingfan could not help but smirk internally. Li Yunfei, is it not your desire to engage in a contest with me? I had thought it a matter of great consequence. Thus, I shall reluctantly oblige you. Wei Pingfan maintained an air of nonchalance, revealing no hint of panic or trepidation. His decision to accept the challenge stemmed from his own curiosity about his abilities, for he had awakened an unknown talent within the beast tamer space. Even if he were to fall short against Li Yunfei in strength, Wei Pingfan was confident that he could ensure Li Yunfei would gain no advantage from their confrontation. You agreed? Wei Pingfan, Li Yunfei exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. He was taken aback by Wei Pingfan's audacity to accept the duel, questioning whether Wei Pingfan truly feared being humiliated before their classmates. Li Yunfei, perplexed, sensed that Wei Pingfan was up to something. It was precisely because Li Yunfei believed that Wei Pingfan would likely refuse the challenge that he chose to stand at the classroom door, mocking him as a cowardly waste of space. Indeed, I have agreed. Why do you seem somewhat displeased? Are you feeling insecure? Fearing that you may not match my prowess and risk embarrassment in front of our peers? Wei Pingfan replied, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he regarded Li Yunfei. Upon hearing this, Li Yunfei's lackeys exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing with uncertainty. Brother Fei has been training for several months longer than Wei Pingfan. Surely he cannot be intimidated? Noticing the gaze of his followers, Li Yunfei clapped his hands and declared with an air of arrogance, excellent, Wei Pingfan, do not go back on your word. In this afternoon's physical training class, I shall teach you a lesson on humility before all our classmates. Rest assured, I am not like you. I will see my promises through. Unless there is anything else, do not obstruct my path. Another glance at you might spoil my appetite. Without waiting for further exchange, Wei Pingfan pushed past Li Yunfei and exited. Li, yesterday's beating was too lenient. You have no memory at all, Wang Jingguo chimed in, following closely with exaggerated strides. Damn it, I had intended to show you both some mercy, but it seems I shall hold nothing back this afternoon. As Li Yunfei watched their departing figures, he pondered the matter, leading his own lackeys away. In the bustling school cafeteria, students from Unit No. 1 High School filled the space. The clamor of cafeteria workers serving food mingled with the chatter of students, enveloping the atmosphere in a lively ambience. Long lines formed at the food windows, moving slowly, with no chance for anyone to cut in. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingguo stood at the entrance, exchanging glances. Brother Fan, shall we dine outside the school? This cafeteria is far too crowded, Wang Jingguo remarked, stretching his neck and patting his stomach. Do not entertain such thoughts. The area outside is likely just as packed. It is all Li Yunfei's fault for wasting our time. He is in no hurry to eat, but he has delayed us. How malicious. Wei Pingfan lamented as he observed several classmates devouring their meals, a pang of envy piercing his heart. The true culprit behind this predicament was Li Yunfei. Had he arrived earlier, Wei Pingfan would have already had his meal. Ah, brother Fan, what do we do now? My stomach is already protesting. Chill. We must simply wait in line. Wei Pingfan sighed, leading the way to a shorter queue. Finally, when it was their turn, the middle-aged lady manning the food window abruptly closed it. 2 students, please go to another window. We are out of food here. Seeing the lady's cheerful demeanor, Wei Pingfan felt a twitch in his cheeks, struggling to muster a smile. Out of food. After we finally reached the front, you could have said so earlier. Though these thoughts brewed within him, Wei Pingfan merely smiled and replied, Thank you. You are quite kind. Haha, no need for thanks. Hurry along, or you may miss out at the other windows. The lady waved her hand and turned away with her empty tray. After another 10 minutes, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua finally managed to acquire their meals, a feat indeed. Fatty, why are you piling on so many chicken legs? Wei Pingfan remarked, eyeing the 7 or 8 chicken legs on Wang Jinghua's plate. Hee, brother Fan, you don't understand. Eating chicken legs makes you grow big. Wang Jinghua replied, relishing a large chicken leg. Spare me, you slippery eel. Wei Pingfan chuckled, digging into his own meal. Wang Jinghua focused solely on the chicken legs, not engaging further. Having satisfied their appetites, the two departed the cafeteria and walked along the path. Brother Fan, about the duel with that little Li Yunfei this afternoon, what are your thoughts? He has trained for several months longer than us. Going head-to-head might not be wise. Wang Jinghua mused, one hand resting on his round belly while the other fiddled with a toothpick. Do not worry, my friend. A sage has his own clever strategies. Wei Pingfan replied with a carefree demeanor. Fatty, during the physical training class this afternoon, be cautious. Li Yunfei and his crew might come after you as well. Surely not. Brother Fan, you must protect me. Wang Jinghua tossed the toothpick into a nearby trash bin, clinging to Wei Pingfan's arm with a pitiful expression. Get off, you glutton. Release me. 2 grown men pulling at each other. What a sight. Wei Pingfan retorted, noticing the curious gazes of passing classmates, and promptly distanced himself from Wang Jinghua. The summer sun beat down fiercely, and even the breeze felt like a wave of heat crashing against one's skin. In the shade of the school playground, the students of the Beast Tamer class gathered, either seated or standing, awaiting the arrival of Chu Weigua. This afternoon's lesson was a physical training class, aimed at enhancing their physical abilities so that the Beast Tamers themselves maintain commendable fitness, rather than relying solely on summoning their beasts to fight. Although a Beast Tamer's formidable combat prowess derives from the strength of their contracted beasts, in general circumstances, it is unnecessary for the Beast Tamer to engage in battle themselves. Their summoned beasts would handle the conflict. Nonetheless, it is crucial for the Beast Tamers to possess robust physical capabilities as a precautionary measure, ensuring they have the means for self-defense. Should a Beast Tamer perish, so too would their contracted beast. Conversely, while the death of a beast does not equate to the demise of the Beast Tamer, it inflicts backlash harm, placing the tamer in peril. Thus, the symbiotic relationship between the Beast Tamer and their summoned beasts is paramount. A stronger tamer allows their contracted beasts to fight without concern, unleashing greater strength. Leaning against a large tree, Wei Pingfan idly observed, while beside him, Wang Jinghua, with a silly grin, gazed at the female classmates with a rather lascivious expression. Indeed. From now on, I, Wang Jinghua, shall attend every physical training class. It is simply too eye-catching. Due to the nature of physical training, all students in the Beast Tamer class don the school's standardized blue athletic attire. Particularly, the female students showcased their slender figures, drawing attention. Of course, the most captivating among them was the school beauty, Xinyu, standing tall and elegant, her figure striking, and her unadorned face radiating natural beauty. A considerable number of male classmates' gazes were fixated on Xinyu, who undoubtedly commanded attention wherever she went, becoming the center of attraction. Just as vibrant flowers attract nourishing manure, several sycophants, including Li Yunfei and Chu Xiong, encircled Xinyu, each vying for her attention, eager for her to cast a glance in their direction. Leading the pack of admirers, the devoted Li Yunfei held an iced milk tea in his hand, smiling as he engaged in conversation with Xinyu. Their eyes briefly flickered towards Wei Pingfan, with Li Yunfei's expression radiating smugness while Xinyu remained aloof. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Teacher Chu is here." Instantly, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the playground. There stood Chu Weigua, clad in a fitted gray outfit, striding towards them with the poise of a dragon and tiger. Excellent. Everyone appears to be in high spirits, which pleases me. Now, let's commence the warm-up. All of you shall run 50 laps around the playground. Chu Weigua surveyed the neatly lined-up students, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes, Teacher Chu. The students chorused in unison. All of them had awakened their beast-taming talents, and their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering the prospect of running several laps a trivial challenge. Sweating profusely now would only bolster their chances against the beasts they would face later. Pick up the pace. Are you all on an empty stomach? Wei Pingfan, Wang Jinghua. Stop your frivolous banter. You can't even outpace the female classmates, yet you still find time to jest. Chu Weiguo's voice echoed from the rear of the group. At the forefront were Shun Yu, Li Yunfei, and a few others, while trailing behind were Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua, who deliberately lagged to enjoy the view of what lay ahead. As soon as they sensed Chu Weiguo's gaze upon them, the duo quickly wiped their smiles away and exerted themselves to overtake the two female classmates in front of them. After more than half an hour, the 50 laps concluded. Although the students were not fatigued, each was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Rest for a moment. Then we will proceed to one-on-one matches. I will observe your duels and identify any shortcomings, Chu Weiguo announced. Before he could finish, Li Yunfei eagerly raised his hand. Teacher Chu, for the upcoming one-on-one match, I wish to duel Wei Pingfan. In an instant, the resting classmates directed their attention towards the two, scrutinizing them with curiosity. Seriously? Wei Pingfan, having just awakened his beast-taming talent, dares to challenge Li Yunfei? Don't you remember how Li Yunfei was humiliated yesterday? Clearly, this is a setup for revenge, some whispered. This will be quite the spectacle. Wei Pingfan is bound to be mercilessly beaten. Laughter and snickers echoed among the students. As the outcome of the duel seemed a foregone conclusion, many wearing expressions of schadenfreude. Chapter 19. A single blow determines victory or defeat. The power disparity is overwhelming. On the school playground, Xinyu had just learned from Li Yunfei about the impending duel, so her face bore no signs of surprise. Wei Pingfan, are you truly certain you wish to compete against Li Yunfei? Aren't you worried about embarrassing yourself in front of everyone and facing his humiliation? Xinyu harbored a deep disdain for Wei Pingfan's reckless arrogance, failing to consider the repercussions. The embarrassment would not solely be his. She remained bound to him by an engagement, and would also become the subject of ridicule at school. What would they say? That Shun, the school beauty's fiancé, was overreaching. Knowing he was outmatched, yet still daring to challenge? Shun, the school beauty's fiancé, had just awakened his beast-taming talent and was becoming increasingly arrogant, among countless other labels. Where? What's wrong? Xinyu's close friend, Feng Shui, noted her troubled expression and inquired. Shuer, I'm fine. I was just lost in thought, Xinyu replied. Yuer, don't overthink it. And certainly don't let Wei Pingfan's antics affect your mood. If he enjoys making a fool of himself, let him do so, Feng Shui reassured, grasping Xinyu's hand. You are a talented beast tamer and the school beauty. Although Wei Pingfan is engaged to you, he ultimately does not match your worth. Yes, Shuer, I understand. Xinyu was interrupted again. Yuer, no need to say more. Let's simply observe whether Wei Pingfan dares to face Li Yunfei in battle and how he embarrasses himself. Xinyu glanced back at Wei Pingfan, who was not far behind, contemplating whether to voice her concerns further. Chu Weiguo, having overheard, did not rush to speak, but instead regarded Li Yunfei with a penetrating gaze for a few seconds before turning to Wei Pingfan with a serious tone. Wei Pingfan, Li Yunfei wishes to challenge you. What is your response? Chu Weiguo was acutely aware of Li Yunfei's motivations for proposing the duel, an act of revenge against Wei Pingfan. Yet, as a teacher, he could not openly address this conflict, recognizing it as a matter among students. However, he secretly hoped Wei Pingfan would decline, providing him with a reason to prevent this unjust match. After all, Li Yunfei had awakened his beast-taming talent months earlier and absorbed significantly more spiritual energy during his training. Wei Pingfan had only awakened his talent yesterday, rendering his spiritual energy negligible. There was no need for a duel, and the outcome was all but inevitable. Useless Wei Pingfan. Remember what you said. Don't turn into a coward now, or you will only invite further contempt from your peers. Li Yunfei also cast a glance at Wei Pingfan, contemplating how to further humiliate him should he refuse to compete. Teacher Chu, you may not know, but Li Yunfei had been pleading with me to duel him. Wei Pingfan stood up, his posture straight and a smile on his face. I suppose my only flaw is my kindness, so I will reluctantly accept his challenge. Excellent. Chu Weiguo nodded. Then let the first match commence. Come on, Wei Pingfan, be cautious during the duel. After all, strikes are unpredictable. Li Yunfei took a few steps forward, positioning himself beside Chu Weiguo, beckoning Wei Pingfan with an arrogant gesture, his mind racing with thoughts. You begged me for this duel, but soon you will reveal your true self and beg me to go easy on you. Wei Pingfan stepped forward slowly, meeting Li Yunfei's gaze. Oh, is that so? Then I am more than willing. At Yunnan No. 1 High School, a dedicated arena had been constructed for dueling among the beast-taming class students, providing ample space for each participant to fully exhibit their abilities without constraint. Surrounding the arena stood their classmates, all eager to witness whether this would be a fierce contest or a one-sided slaughter. On the dueling platform, Wei Pingfan and Li Yunfei stood several meters apart, with Chu Weiguo positioned between them, the trio now the focus of everyone's attention. Are you prepared? Chu Weiguo's expression was solemn as he addressed the two competitors. I am ready, Li Yunfei replied. Chu Weiguo's gaze turned to Wei Pingfan. I am ready as well. Wei Pingfan signaled with an OK gesture. The contest is officially underway. Yet I must reiterate that victory or defeat is of little consequence. What truly matters is that both of you exhibit your respective prowess. Additionally, let this competition serve solely as a means of mutual exchange. Do not resort to inflicting grievous harm upon one another for any ulterior motives. As Chu Weiguo observed both participants nod in agreement, he swiftly leapt down from the arena. With a 6-star Beastmaster such as himself overseeing the proceedings, the likelihood of any unforeseen incidents occurring is significantly diminished. Should anything arise, he is ready to intervene promptly. Fan Ge, give it your all. You're the best. Wang Jinghua shouted from the sidelines, his voice echoing as he urged them on, undeterred by the curious glances from his classmates. Enough shouting, fatty. I'm destined to win. Wei Pingfan replied, raising his fist in response. With only Fatty cheering for him from the stands, he felt a tinge of awkwardness, but it was inconsequential. After all, heroes have always walked a solitary path, and Wei Pingfan is indeed the mightiest Beastmaster hero. TCH, overestimating yourself. With just a single cheerleader, Li Yunfei scoffed, waving dismissively toward the audience. Fei Ge is magnificent. Fei Ge is magnificent. His sycophantic followers immediately chimed in, their voices ringing out in fervor. Fan Ge, go for it. Fei Ge is magnificent. Wang Jinghua matched their fervor, his voice unwavering as he faced off against Li Yunfei's entourage. Wei Pingfan, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. Otherwise, prepare to be utterly humiliated and beaten to a pulp. Li Yunfei declared menacingly, his internal energy beginning to surge, emanating a palpable wave of intimidating power from his body. The energy radiating from Li Yunfei was already perilously close to the threshold of a 1-star Beastmaster, leaving Wei Pingfan little hope of triumph. Chu Weiguo, sensing the powerful energy emanating from Li Yunfei, narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind growing heavy with concern. The onlooking classmates displayed expressions of astonishment, taken aback by the rapid pace of Li Yunfei's training. In comparison, he seemed to soar above them. The Li family's training method, the wind whispering technique, coupled with Li Yunfei's exceptional Beastmaster aptitude, rendered such swift progress unsurprising. One student from the Beastmaster class, his face a mask of envy, explained, indeed, however, the Wei family's Thunder Tiger technique is also a superior training method. It's just unfortunate that Wei Pingfan awakened too late. Otherwise, who knows who would prevail in this contest? At this moment, Wei Pingfan found himself fated to be thoroughly overpowered by Li Yunfei. The murmurs of the students, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of both contenders on the stage. Li Yunfei laughed heartily, reveling in his confidence. Wei Pingfan, did you hear that? Embrace the harshness of reality. Oh, Li Yunfei, then come and strike me. Don't just stand there looking pretty. Wei Pingfan retorted, beckoning Li Yunfei with a casual wave. He too began to channel the Thunder Tiger technique, yet found himself devoid of any internal energy, let alone a wave of power. The energy he had absorbed earlier had all been consumed by the newly awakened Black Beastmaster space, leaving Wei Pingfan in a state of exasperation. Having absorbed such a vast amount of energy, could it truly be devoid of any effect? This was precisely what Wei Pingfan sought to uncover, which is why he had agreed to this competition. He was eager to discover the true nature of his awakening. As the spectators noted the absence of any energy fluctuations from Wei Pingfan, they felt no surprise. This was rather typical for one who had just awakened. Wei Pingfan, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Your only talent is your bravado, Li Yunfei proclaimed as he sprinted toward Wei Pingfan, his right fist clenched, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. This punch was aimed squarely at Wei Pingfan's handsome visage. Li Yunfei could not abide the thought of a so-called waste appearing more appealing than himself. Wow, such speed. The onlookers gasped, their eyes wide with anticipation. Why is Wei Pingfan still standing still? Is he paralyzed with fear, lacking even the instinct to evade? Chu Weiguo felt his internal energy coiling, ready to respond to any uncontrollable developments on the stage. Xinyu watched intently, a wave of unexpected anxiety washing over her. Fan Ge, don't just stand there. Dodge. Wang Jinghua called out, concern etched across his face. Wei Pingfan, gazing at the incoming fist, felt no trepidation, nor did he experience any panic. He remained rooted in place, for he discerned that the speed which appeared rapid to others seemed, in his perception, remarkably slow. This revelation took Wei Pingfan by surprise. His mind wandered, pondering the reasons behind this disparity. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he were frozen in fear, utterly motionless. As Li Yunfei's fist neared Wei Pingfan's face, he reveled in his impending triumph. Waste. If you're just going to stand there and take it, don't blame me. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yunfei's eyes widened, and the audience collectively gasped in disbelief. In a flash, Wei Pingfan swiftly clenched his right fist and struck back at the incoming blow. Has Wei Pingfan lost his mind, daring to meet Li Yunfei's attack head-on? In a heartbeat, before anyone could process the ensuing events, the two fists collided with a resounding crack. Snap! The sound of breaking bones echoed through the arena. "Ah, my hand!" Li Yunfei exclaimed as he was sent sprawling to the ground, clutching his mangled right hand, his face contorted in agony. This sudden turn of events left everyone's jaws agape, as if they could each fit an egg inside their mouths. Was it truly possible? Li Yunfei had been felled by a single blow from Wei Pingfan. Shouldn't it have been Wei Pingfan lying on the ground instead? Had he not just awakened? His strength was astonishing. Hearts shattered and emotions in disarray. The arena fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 20. Shinyu goes berserk. Chu Xiong suffers the consequences. Beneath the competition stage, it was Chu Weiguo who first regained his composure, leaping onto the arena with a swift motion. "Teacher Chu, be gentle. It hurts. My hand won't be ruined, will it?" Li Yunfei, stripped of his previous bravado, wore an expression of agony. Chu Weiguo enveloped Li Yunfei's right hand with his internal energy, not only to assess the injury, but also to alleviate his pain. "It's not severe, but you won't be able to use this hand for a month. With a sufficiently potent healing herb, it could recover within a week." Listening to Chu Weiguo's words, Li Yunfei swallowed hard, feeling a slight sense of relief. As long as his hand remained functional, he could rely on his family's potent healing treasures. However, the humiliation he felt today was monumental. Even now, Li Yunfei struggled to accept his defeat. In less than a minute into the match, he had been knocked out by a single punch. Their Beastmaster talents were comparable, and he had begun absorbing energy long before Wei Pingfan. It should have been he who triumphed. Yet, Wei Pingfan was no ordinary individual. He was a monster. Recalling the sensation of his fist striking what felt like a steel plate, Li Yunfei was filled with dread. His entire arm had nearly shattered. In this contest, Wei Pingfan emerged victorious. Chu Weiguo instructed a few classmates to assist Li Yunfei off the stage before announcing the result of the match. Pure luck, merely luck. It was Li Yunfei's overconfidence that led him to clash with me head-on. How could that possibly work? As a man, one must not shy away from confrontation. Wei Pingfan stood beside Chu Weiguo, beaming with satisfaction as he waved to the classmates who were just beginning to recover from their astonishment. He remained bewildered, still grappling with the unexpected turn of events. Initially, he had merely thrown a punch to gauge the disparity between himself and Li Yunfei, fully prepared for the possibility of defeat. To his astonishment, however, Li Yunfei's prowess proved to be mere fade. A single contact sent him tumbling. Defeating Li Yunfei in this contest would ensure that he would no longer dare to bark like a dog in his presence. What Wei Pingfan failed to notice was that when he threw his punch to counter Li Yunfei's strike, a mysterious surge of energy emanated from the black beast controlling space within him, empowering his fist. Sigh, what a disappointment. The students below offered no applause. Only a chorus of exasperated eye rolls. Wei Pingfan's words had left many male classmates feeling a twinge of shame, while certain female classmates appeared to recall something, their faces flushing crimson. How shameless. Wang Jingwo voiced the unspoken thoughts of many. If he could defeat Li Yunfei with a single punch, what would become of him if he faced Wei Pingfan? Xin Yu's gaze was filled with lingering confusion, her long-held confidence shaken by today's events. Win, and then hurry down. What is there to be smug about? Do you want me to practice with you? Chu Weiguo remarked with a darkened expression, delivering a swift kick to Wei Pingfan's behind. He, too, was profoundly shocked. Wei Pingfan had just awakened his beast-controlling talent, yet he could fell Li Yunfei, who had been training for several months, with a single blow. How was this possible? As a 6-star beast master, Chu Weiguo could not discern the reasons behind it. The crucial point was that Wei Pingfan had thrown only one punch. Even if a 9-star beast master were to assess it, Chu Weiguo believed they would glean nothing substantial. Once the remaining students had concluded their matches, he intended to report Wei Pingfan's performance to the principal, for the strength displayed today was undeniable. If Wei Pingfan was not endowed with a unique physique, then it was possible he had awakened not the blue beast controlling space, but rather the superior purple space, akin to his father's. The notion that Wei Pingfan had genuinely awakened the black beast controlling space had never crossed Chu Weiguo's mind. It was simply inconceivable for anyone to awaken a different colored beast controlling space. The re-emergence of a prodigy with extraordinary beast controlling talent at Yunnan No. One high school warranted serious attention and vigorous cultivation. Should he grow and attain the rank of 9-star Beastmaster, the Daxia Federation would gain yet another formidable Beastmaster, bolstering their defenses against the ferocious beasts threatening their realm. Wei Pingfan rubbed his backside. Teacher Chu, it's really unnecessary. Competing with you would be a true overestimation of my abilities. Humph. The next match features Lu Yang and Huang Tao. Chu Wei was scoffed at Wei Pingfan before turning his attention to the two students below. Li Yunfei had already been taken to the school's infirmary for minor treatment and would miss the remaining matches. Brother Fan, that punch was truly magnificent. Did it feel like striking iron? As soon as Wei Pingfan stepped off the stage, Wang Jinghua rushed over, eagerly grasping his right hand for inspection. What are you staring at? Just know that I won. Wei Pingfan swatted Wang Jinghua's chubby hand away, his face contorted in disdain. The match between the two students on stage proceeded in a conventional manner. Their talents were comparable, and their strengths closely matched, making it difficult to determine a victor at that moment. Ah, how dull. Wei Pingfan sat beneath the competition platform, observing his classmates compete without the slightest interest, feeling as though he could easily dispatch any of them with a single punch. Each time a female student took to the stage, Wang Jinghua would excitedly whistle and cheer for the ones he deemed beautiful. Next up, Xin Yu versus Chu Xiong. Go, Shunflower. Victory is yours. The competition continued, and as soon as Xin Yu appeared, thunderous applause erupted. The male classmates craned their necks, captivated by the enchanting figure on stage, dressed in a form-fitting blue outfit. Xin Yu's perfect physique was on full display, accentuated by her aloof demeanor, evoking an irresistible urge to conquer. Opposite her stood Chu Xiong, practically brimming with excitement, unable to contain his elation at the prospect of competing with his beloved goddess. The thought of possibly making close contact during the match sent his spirits soaring, and he fantasized about the chance of inadvertently touching something soft. Chu Xiong, be careful you don't accidentally fire off a shot. Just as the match was about to commence, Wei Pingfan shouted loudly towards Chu Xiong, placing his hands near his mouth. Exactly, Brother Fan. This Chu mudfish must be harboring lewd thoughts. Just look at that little tent he has pitched. Wang Jinghua added, digging into his nose. The classmates stifled their laughter, each one holding back mirth, aware that King Chu was still standing nearby. On the competition stage, Chu Xiong's face flushed crimson, and he immediately lowered his head to check. His brother was quite obedient. After all, Wei Pingfan was clearly intent on embarrassing him in front of their peers. Chu Xiong raised his head to look at Xin Yu, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Xin Yu, don't listen to Wei Pingfan's nonsense. I'm not thinking anything untoward. You are the only goddess in my heart. Xin Yu, however, did not take this well. Being objectified by others made her feel an instant wave of nausea. Chu Xiong, there's no need for explanations. Prepare to receive my strike. Before her words had fully left her lips, Xin Yu activated the Shun family's beast-controlling technique, the Flowing Cloud technique, unleashing her strength as a 1-star beast master. With a swift kick, she aimed directly at Chu Xiong. Wow, what a long kick. Such a sensation. Wang Jinghua's eyes narrowed, nearly drooling in anticipation. Wei Pingfan observed Xin Yu's movements. Compared to Li Yunfei, her strength was significantly more formidable. It was no wonder she had already broken through to become a 1-star beast master. Chu Xiong found himself unable to withstand her assault, raising both arms to shield his chest. Goddess Shun, we're all classmates. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Chu Xiong lamented internally, missing out on a potential fortune, yet lacking the strength to enjoy it. Xin Yu's kick landed heavily on Chu Xiong's chest, causing his face to flush as he staggered backward several paces, clearly showing the pressure he had endured. Come on, let us continue. Xin Yu noticed that Chu Xiong had not been sent flying by her strike, and felt inexplicably more irritable. Why could Wei Pingfan send Li Yunfei flying with a single punch? With the same beast-controlling talent. If he could do it, so could she. Xin Yu, are you serious? Chu Xiong's expression changed as he saw Xin Yu preparing to kick at him once more, prompting him to speak hastily. Despite his own considerable talent, he managed to sidestep just in time, narrowly evading Xin Yu's strike. Wow, Xin Flower is amazing. The thoughts of the infatuated admirers were beyond Wei Pingfan's comprehension. Even missing the kick warranted fervent admiration. It was simply absurd. The ensuing matches were certainly not suitable for younger audiences. After several minutes, Chu Xiong, sporting a swollen face and limping, descended from the competition stage. He had not only failed to gain any benefits, but had also endured the relentless pursuit of his goddess, who had mercilessly chased him down and struck without hesitation. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua watched with amusement, laughing heartily at Chu Xiong's dismal state. It was not that Chu Weigua failed to intervene. Rather, Xin Yu had been judicious with her strikes, having only targeted areas of less critical importance, sparing Chu Xiong's most cherished assets. Therefore, one should never underestimate women. When they unleash their wrath, it can be fearsome indeed. As Shunyu descended from the competition stage amidst the cheers of her classmates, she cast a furtive glance at Wei Pingfan, only to find him lost in foolish laughter, which further inflamed her ire. Wei Pingfan must be feeling quite proud at the moment. Chu Weiguo stood atop the competition stage, gesturing for the students to quiet down. The final match was about to commence. Wang Jinghua versus He Xiangning. Oh, the rotund fellow. You are indeed fortunate, competing against a female classmate, Wei Pingfan remarked, patting Wang Jinghua on the shoulder with an envious expression. He Xiangning, petite and possessing an adorable baby face, was undeniably charming, though it is worth noting that her assets were quite generous. All right, Fandog, that's enough. I, your esteemed self, shall now depart and demonstrate how to captivate her with masculine allure. Wang Jinghua raised his middle finger, his face brimming with youthful infatuation. Wang Jinghua, why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and get on stage. Chu Weiguo's expression was grave. All right, Teacher Chu. I'm coming. No need to get angry. That's bad for your health. Wang Jinghua dashed onto the competition stage. The match began. Chu Weiguo shot a stern glance at Wang Jinghua before leaving the stage. On stage, Wang Jinghua, with his half-closed eyes, blinked at the not-so-distant He Xiangning. Classmate He, ladies first. You may strike first, but do be cautious. I fear you might unleash something fierce. You shameless person. He Xiangning, shy and reserved, felt her cheeks flush at Wang Jinghua's teasing. How is that shameless? I am merely showing concern for you. Teacher Chu, may I switch opponents? I do not wish to compete with him. He Xiangning turned to Chu Weiguo. The latter sighed, exasperated by the incessant folly of this rotund youth. Teacher Chu, classmate He Xiangning does not wish to duel with the fatso. It must be due to his foul mouth. We could simply seal it shut. Wei Pingfan suggested, raising his hand, his solution rather blunt. That is not a bad idea. Chu Weiguo nodded in agreement. Hey, Fandog, have some dignity. Wang Jinghua, who had been basking in pride, now found himself in a rather dismal predicament. Soon enough, Wang Jinghua's mouth was firmly taped shut by Chu Weiguo, creating a rather comical sight. If you don't take this match seriously, you might find yourself in a compromising position. Chu Weiguo delivered a light smack to Wang Jinghua's head. Whoa. Wang Jinghua could only whimper in pain. Come on, fatty. Don't embarrass me. Don't let a girl take you down. Wei Pingfan shouted encouragement, then turned to Chu Xiong with utmost seriousness. My apologies, classmate Chu. I did not imply you are not a man if you were to be defeated by a girl. Whoa. On stage, Wang Jinghua glared at Wei Pingfan, thinking this predicament was entirely his fault. How could he still have the audacity to cheer him on? Among the crowd, Chu Xiong, beaten into a pulp, seethed at Wei Pingfan's words, which were unmistakably alluding to his defeat at the hands of a woman. It was a thinly veiled insult. The laughter of the classmates echoed, causing Chu Weiguo's face to twitch in irritation. He knew that once again he had become the class supervisor of these two troublemakers. There would be no peace in his days. What sins had he committed in his previous life to be burdened with such mischief in this one? The competition had commenced, but He Xiangning, having just awakened her beast mastery talent, had not absorbed much spirit energy within her. She lunged at Wang Jinghua, her small fists aimed directly at his face. Whoa, striking the face is a no-go. Are you truly aiming for my visage? Despite his corpulent appearance, Wang Jinghua was surprisingly agile, evading He Xiangning's attack and swiftly positioning himself behind her. Should he touch her or not? As he hesitated, He Xiangning quickly spun around, raising her leg to deliver a kick aimed at his groin. Whoa, goodness. Sister, that is a bit too ruthless. Are you trying to ruin my happiness for life? Wang Jinghua retreated in haste, feeling a chill in his nether regions, and sighed in relief. He narrowly escaped a catastrophic fate. If his father found out, he would surely flay him alive. He Xiangning's two failed attempts made her realize that her current strength was no match for the rotund boy before her, leaving her feeling quite helpless. Surprisingly, no one anticipated that a little chubby boy could be so nimble. Teacher Chu, I concede. I no longer wish to continue. He Xiangning shot Wang Jinghua an unwilling glare before addressing Chu Weiguo. Whoa, you're giving up just like that? I was just beginning to enjoy the show. Chu Weiguo nodded, announcing the end of the afternoon's competition, allowing the students to engage in free activities for the remainder of the time. Wang Jinghua, come here for a moment. Chu Weiguo called Wei Pingfan aside, leading him to a more secluded area. Teacher Chu, did you need something from me? Yes. I have a question for you. Chu Weiguo paused before continuing. You awakened a blue beast mastery space, correct? Indeed, Teacher Chu, you can take my word for it. Wei Pingfan replied with a smile and a nod. Then why, upon your awakening, were you able to defeat Li Yunfei with a single punch? Chu Weiguo inquired further. I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps Li Yunfei's abilities were greatly exaggerated, merely a fade, unable to withstand even my punch. Chu Weiguo could tell that Wei Pingfan's response was dubious, yet the sincerity on his face indicated he was not lying. In truth, Wei Pingfan was not deceiving. He too was puzzled as to why he could best Li Yunfei with a single blow. However, he harbored a bold hypothesis that it was likely linked to the Black Beast Mastery space awakening within him, although he had yet to realize this connection. This matter was a secret pertaining to himself, and thus he could not divulge it to others. Very well, I initially thought you awakened a purple Beast Mastery space. Just like your father. Teacher Chu, I wish for that too. Perhaps one day my Beast Mastery space could evolve into a purple one, Wei Pingfan mused, gazing skyward with an expression of feigned regret. The Beast Mastery space signifies one's talent in Beast Mastery, which is not immutable. It can be altered by certain treasures, although such treasures are rare and only accessible to the fortunate. Presently, among the 4 commanders guarding the borders of the Great Xia, one began with merely an average Beast Mastery space. Later, through a serendipitous encounter in a secret realm, he obtained a rare medicinal herb capable of enhancing Beast Mastery talents, thus elevating his talent to a blue space. This accelerated his cultivation speed, transforming him into a formidable 9-star Beast Master, a renowned figure among the 4 great border commanders, and a legendary character in the Great Xia Federation. In simple terms, spiritual herbs are infused with spirit energy and range from 1-star to 9-star grades. The higher the grade of the spiritual herb, the more spirit energy it contains, greatly benefiting the prowess and talent of the Beast Master. Some herbs can be consumed directly, while most must be refined into pills that assist Beast Masters in their cultivation. This method mitigates the potential hazards of the herbs on the human body, allowing the refined pills to be absorbed more effectively by the Beast Master. The grading of pills mirrors that of the herbs, also ranging from 1-star to 9-star. Spiritual herbs and pills can enhance not only the Beast Master, but also the contracted beasts, thereby bolstering their strength. The elixir capable of altering one's beast taming aptitude surpasses the 9th tier. One can only imagine its immense rarity. Spirit herbs of 6 stars and above are exceedingly scarce. The mere appearance of a single specimen would incite fierce competition among beast tamers. Focus on your cultivation. Your innate talent for beast taming is already commendable. There's no need to dwell on fanciful notions. Chu Weiguo ceased his inquiries into Wei Pingfan, contemplating the futility of wishing to alter one's innate aptitude. Does he regard that invaluable elixir as common cabbage, readily available everywhere? As soon as Chu Weiguo departed, Wang Jinghua hurried over, inquiring, Brother Fan, what did the king of Chu want to whisper to you? What else could he have said but to ask how I managed to defeat Li Yunfei with a single punch? Aren't you curious? Wei Pingfan replied, hands tucked into his pockets as he walked. Not curious at all. What is there to wonder about? We grew up together, bare as the day we were born. I know you inside and out. Wang Jinghua quickened his pace to match Wei Pingfan's stride. Come on, you glutton. You. Hearing Wang Jinghua's carefree remarks, Wei Pingfan felt it futile to probe further, a waste of sentiment. Fatty, I'm in a good mood today. Let me treat you to a cup of milk tea. 1 cup won't suffice. I need 2. Wang Jinghua held up 2 fingers. You won't drink yourself to death. Wei Pingfan laughed, playfully chiding him. The 2 strolled towards the school's exit, one gliding with a spacey stride, the other showcasing a flashy step. Shortly after their departure, an explosive piece of news rapidly circulated throughout Yunnan No. 1 High School. Have you heard? During today's Beast Taming class competition, Wei Pingfan knocked Li Yunfei down with a single punch. Is that true? Wei Pingfan just awakened his beast taming talent. Is he truly that formidable? It must be true. My cousin is in the beast taming class, and he told me personally. Such conversations echoed throughout the school. Wei Pingfan's previous reputation as a worthless individual vanished after his triumph over Li Yunfei, replaced by whispers of his extraordinary prowess and his perfect match with the enchanting Shun Xiaohua. In a single day, he had risen to prominence, becoming the most renowned figure in the school. Conversely, Li Yunfei not only suffered a near-catastrophic injury to his right hand, but also became a laughingstock among his peers. In the principal's office, Fang Wuhui had just concluded some school affairs and turned his attention to the roster of this year's beast taming class. There were 6 students with superior beast taming aptitude, a significant improvement over last year's cohort. Yunnan No. 1 High School was poised for a commendable performance in the upcoming Beast Taming College entrance examinations. Excellent. Fang Wuhui's face radiated a gentle smile. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Fang Wuhui set aside the list and looked up as the door opened. Oh, Teacher Chu, what brings you here? Principal, I have something of great importance to report. Chu Weiguo approached the principal with urgency. What is it? Fang Wuhui maintained a calm demeanor, though curiosity bubbled within him. He was well acquainted with Chu Weiguo, who typically refrained from seeking him out. Wei Pingfan's awakened beast taming aptitude may be of superior grade. Chu Weiguo then recounted the details of Wei Pingfan's match against Li Yunfei earlier that afternoon. With merely one punch, he defeated Li Yunfei, who was on the brink of becoming a first-star Beast Tamer. Fang Wuhui's normally composed visage betrayed a hint of astonishment upon hearing Chu Weigu's account. Chapter 22. Various factions stirring restlessly. In the principal's office, Fang Wuhui paced back and forth, deep in thought regarding the events of Wei Pingfan's competition. Chu Weigua sat on the sofa, his expression serious and unwavering, refraining from interrupting. Teacher Chu, from now on, please keep a close watch on Wei Pingfan. If you notice anything unusual, report directly to me. You might also inquire whether he has any questions regarding his training. The school's training resources are limited, but we will endeavor to accommodate his needs. Fang Wuhui contemplated the possibility of reevaluating Wei Pingfan's beast taming aptitude using testing instruments. Yet, requesting military-grade instruments solely for the purpose of assessing a single student would likely be met with refusal. The only option was to wait for the beast taming college entrance exams, during which all participating students would undergo another aptitude assessment a month prior. This was to prevent any errors, as testing instruments, being machines, could malfunction. For instance, during Wei Pingfan's awakening assessment, the instrument had failed to indicate the nature of his aptitude. The record of his talent stemmed solely from his own words. All right, principal. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Yes, go ahead. Chu Weiguo rose from the sofa, nodded to Fang Wuhui, and exited the principal's office. Meanwhile, at the Li family, one of the 4 prominent beast taming families in Yunnan City, Li Yunfei had been brought home from school and was currently receiving treatment from the family's apothecary. Speaking of apothecaries, one must also consider the career paths available after becoming a beast tamer. Not every beast tamer is destined to become a combat-oriented practitioner, constantly battling ferocious beasts with their formidable contracts. Correspondingly, numerous auxiliary professions related to beast taming have emerged, such as apothecaries who concoct elixirs, trainers who nurture beast eggs, and blacksmiths who forge weapons and armor. These professions range from 1st star to 9th star, and regardless of the type. Achieving a high level in any of these fields bestows significant status within the Daxiao Federation. The apothecary serving the Li family holds only a 4-star rank, responsible for crafting elixirs below 4 stars, some of which are utilized as internal training resources, while others are sold externally. My son, how could you sustain such injuries? It was merely a competition. That Wei family brat was so ruthless. This matter demands an explanation from the Wei family. Li Yunfei lay on the bed as a beautiful woman, still possessing her charm, sat beside him, weeping into her hands. The room was filled with members of the Li family, all having come to visit Li Yunfei upon hearing the news. The injury to the young master's right hand was no trifling matter. Throughout Yunnan City, who did not know that Li Yunfei was the apple of the family head's eye? To provoke him was to court disaster. Mother, you must speak on my behalf. Now I truly cannot show my face at school. I've become a laughingstock, all because of that Wei Pingfan. Li Yunfei's face was a mask of grievance as he looked at his mother, Shin Ping. Fear not, my son. When your father returns, he will advocate for you. Shin Ping comforted him, her expression filled with concern, then turned to the Li family's apothecary, inquiring, Master Zhang, will my son's right hand be all right? Will it affect his future cultivation? Master Zhang, a 4-star apothecary, had been hired by the Li family at great expense to serve them. Rest assured, madam, the young master's right hand is not severely harmed, merely a dislocation and fracture of the fingers. With a recuperative elixir, he shall be fully recovered within 7 days. The recuperative elixir, a 2-star potion, aids in healing and restoring vitality, typically priced between 300,000 to 400,000 Daxia coins on the market. Excellent. Thank you, Master Zhang. Only after confirming her son's well-being did Shin Ping finally relax. At that moment, the current head of the Li family, Li Ziqing, pushed open the door and entered, followed by several elders of the family. The head of the family has arrived. Li Ziqing possesses a remarkable beast taming talent classified as an upper-tier green space, and he currently holds the esteemed rank of a 5-star beast tamer. Li Ziqing, look at what has become of our son. You must take a stand for him, Shin Ping exclaimed, immediately rushing into Li Ziqing's embrace, tears streaming down her face upon his arrival. There, I am already aware of the sequence of events, so please, do not cry, Li Ziqing comforted her, gently patting her back as his gaze shifted towards Zhang Yaoshi. Understanding the unspoken cue, Zhang Yaoshi recounted the conversation he had just had with Zhou Ping to Li Ziqing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Ziqing instructed everyone in the room to leave, retaining only himself and Zhou Ping. Father, I, Li Yunfei stammered, feeling utterly humiliated in front of his father, at a loss for words. Fair, didn't Wei Pingfan just awaken his abilities? How could he have reduced you to this state with a single punch? Li Ziqing inquired, perched on the edge of the bed, equally incredulous upon learning of the incident. What? Fair, you were defeated by that little rascal from the Wei family with just one punch? Zhou Ping exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Having been preoccupied with their son's injuries and neglecting to inquire about the specifics. Father, I do not know. Wei Pingfan displayed no signs of spiritual energy. Yet his punch was immensely powerful, Li Yunfei replied helplessly, still baffled by the situation. It appears that after Wei Chang'e, the Wei family is set to unveil another extraordinary genius in beast taming. Father, how can you think that? Wei Pingfan's talent is merely slightly superior to mine. His father, Wei Chang'e, possesses an extraordinary beast taming aptitude, Li Yunfei retorted, a look of confusion etched on his face, his heart brimming with defiance. Fair, consider this. Your strength is on the verge of breaking through to a one-star beast tamer, while Wei Pingfan, just having awakened, managed to defeat you with a single blow. Does that not indicate something significant? Li Ziqing pressed on. The only plausible explanation is that Wei Pingfan has concealed his beast taming talent. The testing apparatus did not reveal any of his abilities, which further complicates the matter. Upon hearing Li Ziqing's elucidation, Li Yunfei's mouth fell agape. Father, that is impossible. Perhaps Wei Pingfan possesses a unique physique with innate strength? Despite the reasonableness of his father's words, Li Yunfei was reluctant to accept this reality, especially the notion of allowing Wei Pingfan to ride on his back. Indeed, Fair, you have a point. However, regardless of the circumstances, Wei Pingfan will undoubtedly receive focused protection and cultivation from the Wei family henceforth. Even if I were to confront the Wei family, they would not harm Wei Pingfan. Instead, they would look down upon our Li family even more, asserting that the younger generation lacks skill while the elders meddle unnecessarily. Once Li Ziqing finished speaking, Zhou Ping interjected with discontent. Li Ziqing, our son was just assaulted by that little rascal from the Wei family in the restroom yesterday. And now he has narrowly escaped serious injury today. I cannot condone letting that brat go unpunished. Li Yunfei, brushing his hand over his bald head, recalled the incident vividly, his gaze pleadingly fixed on his father. And what do you suggest? Shall I personally intervene and shatter Wei Pingfan's hands? Li Ziqing countered. If I were to do so, it would irreparably sever our ties with the Wei family, leading to an inevitable confrontation. And the only outcomes would be the demise of either the Wei family or the Li family. In response to his wife's words, Li Ziqing remained calm, stating, this is a grave matter. Zhou Ping, taken aback by the seriousness of Li Ziqing's tone, murmured, then surely, the Wei family should at least compensate us for medical expenses. Li Ziqing shook his head, turning his attention back to Li Yunfei. Fair, do you not wish to seek vengeance yourself? I do, father. But, Li Ziqing interrupted, continuing, what does a momentary victory or defeat signify? Fair, as long as you become a one-star beast tamer before Wei Pingfan, contract a beast. Then during the Beast Taming College entrance examination, you can do whatever you wish to Wei Pingfan, and your father will support you. As he spoke, Li Ziqing made a gesture across his throat. The trials of the Beast Taming College entrance examination are fraught with unexpected dangers. Many students have perished within the secret realms each year. What use is talent if one does not survive to realize it? Those who falter along the way are no different from failures. Father, I understand now. I will prove it to you. Li Yunfei comprehended his father's intent, vowing in his heart to eliminate Wei Pingfan during the examination. Very well, Fair. You should focus on your recovery. I have other matters to attend to. After ensuring that Li Yunfei's injury was not serious, Li Ziqing instructed his wife to take good care of their son before departing the room. Third uncle, have someone monitor the Wei family's every move, particularly that Wei Pingfan. If conditions allow, take action. Li Ziqing commanded an elder, his expression growing cold as he stepped out of the room. Understood, head of the family. The Wei family has already produced a Wei Chang'e. We cannot allow a second one to emerge, for it would greatly disrupt our plans. The sooner we eliminate this threat, the better. We must not harbor a potential danger. Upon learning of the incident, Wei Donghai, the patriarch of the Wei family, was taken aback. He had not anticipated his grandson's prowess to surpass even that of his father during his youthful years. After the initial shock subsided, Wei Donghai's expression grew grave. Not out of concern for the Li family's retribution, but for the safety of Wei Pingfan. Not only the Li family, but also the various powers within Yunnan City, were envious of the Wei family's influence. To ensure his grandson's safety, preparations must be made promptly to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Subsequently, Wei Donghai summoned his two sons, Wei Changkong and Wei Chonglin, to discuss the matter. They resolved to discreetly assign 2 5-star beast tamers to safeguard Wei Pingfan's security, with orders to eliminate any threats to him without hesitation. Upon hearing of this, the Shin family took the matter seriously and reconsidered the marriage alliance between the two families. Meanwhile, the Wang family wasted no time in sending congratulations to the Wei family, given that Wei Pingfan's mother was from the Wang family. making him somewhat of their own. Other influential factions also began to take notice of Wei Pingfan, speculating on the nature of his beast taming talent. Some sought to ally with the Wei family, while others plotted to eliminate Wei Pingfan swiftly. At that moment, Yunnan City appeared tranquil on the surface, yet beneath the calm lay a turbulent undercurrent, reminiscent of an impending storm. Chapter 23, An Unintentional Revelation. Where has the spiritual energy gone? Outside a milk tea shop near Yunnan No. 1 High School, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua were enjoying their drinks while admiring the two girls selling milk tea. Brother Fan, do you think it would be unreasonable for me to ask a girl for her contact information, given my exceedingly handsome face? Wang Jinghua inquired, pointing at a girl clad in black stockings after finishing his last sip of tea. It should be acceptable. Why not give it a try? If you fail, I can step in, Wei Pingfan thoughtfully responded after scrutinizing Wang Jinghua for several seconds. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinghua was greatly motivated and prepared to rise and take action for his romantic pursuits. Just remember to settle the bill for the milk tea. Wei Pingfan pulled Wang Jinghua back, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Why? Didn't you say you would treat me? Why should I pay? Wang Jinghua swatted Wei Pingfan's hand away. Come on, fatty, I'm helping you out here. Are you really that oblivious? Consider this. If you are unwilling to part with the cost of a few cups of milk tea, what impression do you think that leaves on the young lady? Surely, she would perceive you as excessively stingy, and she would likely refrain from sharing her contact information with you. First impressions hold immense significance, do they not? Wang Jinghua was somewhat skeptical of this notion. If you choose not to go, then I certainly will. How could a good brother deceive you in such a manner? Wei Pingfan swiftly finished the milk tea in his hand and made a move to settle the bill. Hey, Brother Fan. Wait, I'll go. Allow me to return triumphantly. Wang Jinghua chuckled, hastily turning towards the girl in black stockings. Hello there. Would it be possible for us to exchange contact information? We could team up for some games in the future. Wang Jinghua leaned against the counter, flipping his bangs with a flourish. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in younger boys. I just don't feel any connection. The girl in black stockings took the 100 yuan note from Wang Jinghua's hand. The total for 3 cups of milk tea is 38 yuan, so your change is 62 yuan. Please, beautiful, reconsider. I am of age now, and I assure you, teaming up can be quite exhilarating, promising you a taste of unparalleled joy. Wang Jinghua did not accept the change offered by the girl, but instead swayed his hips with confidence. Look, my waist is fantastic. You truly wish to hear the truth, young man? Indeed, those who admire me have always spoken candidly. The girl in black stockings smiled radiantly and uttered a phrase that extinguished the grin on Wang Jinghua's face. With the change in hand, he hung his head and turned to leave. What's the matter, fatty? Noticing the dejection on his good friend's face, Wei Pingfan feigned concern, already anticipating the outcome. Brother Fan, do you know what she said to me in the end? I do not. Wei Pingfan shook his head. She remarked that I, like a toad, aspired to court a swan and suggested I take a good look at myself. Wang Jinghua's dismay was met with uproarious laughter from Wei Pingfan. Brother Fan, you still find this amusing? Are we truly brothers? Wang Jinghua, absent-mindedly picking his nose, donned a sorrowful expression. No worries, fatty. It's merely that she lacks discernment. A man who picks his nose with his middle finger is a rare breed. She simply cannot appreciate the joy that comes from my expertise. All right, enough with the banter. It's getting late. Let us head home. Wei Pingfan teased. At the entrance of the milk tea shop, the two parted ways. Upon returning to the Wei residence, Wei Pingfan eagerly sought out his grandfather, Wei Donghai, hoping to procure some cultivation resources. After all, the black beast taming space within him was an insatiable glutton, requiring an abundance of spiritual energy to satiate it. To achieve a breakthrough as a 1-star beast tamer and contract a beast, he must first ensure it is well fed. Oh, back to seek your grandfather's favor once more? Wei Donghai remarked, having just concluded his own cultivation session. Grandfather, I have awakened. I wish to cultivate diligently, and I'd like you to speak to uncle on my behalf to secure some resources for me. Wei Pingfan replied with a grin, gently massaging his grandfather's shoulders from behind. Didn't your parents provide you with 4 pieces of spiritual energy, or? That should suffice for a month of cultivation, no? Yes, but I've already consumed all of it. That's why I'm here. The moment these words left Wei Pingfan's mouth, Wei Donghai's eyes snapped open, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Child, you must be jesting. Have you truly absorbed all the spiritual energy, or? Each piece is sufficient for a 1-star beast tamer to cultivate for nearly 10 days. Wei Pingfan realized he had inadvertently let slip a significant detail, leaving him at a loss for how to explain himself. Was it possible that the military had already begun an investigation into him following his awakening, given the substantial amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed? Grandfather, I assure you, I cannot explain it either, but I have indeed finished the ore. Could it be that my unique constitution differs from others? At this juncture, Wei Pingfan opted to feign ignorance about the black beast taming space within him, knowing that no one else could discern its presence. Is that so? Come here, my boy. Let me examine your body. Wei Donghai, having lived for many years, had encountered individuals with unique constitutions who often exhibited extraordinary traits. Of course, grandfather. Wei Pingfan approached and extended his hand. Wei Donghai placed his hand on Wei Pingfan's wrist, channeling spiritual energy to assess the condition throughout his body. As Wei Pingfan felt the influx of spiritual energy, he internally prayed, "Oh, please, do not consume all the spiritual energy. That would be catastrophic." Perhaps due to Wei Pingfan's fervent prayers, or perhaps due to the peculiarities of the black space, no spiritual energy was absorbed into his body. This revelation alleviated some of the tension in Wei Pingfan's heart, confirming that the black space had no appetite for the spiritual energy refined by others. Minutes later, Wei Donghai raised an eyebrow. There are no apparent issues with your body, nor is there any spiritual energy present. This discovery left him perplexed. Logically, if his grandson had absorbed so much spiritual energy, how could there be none left in his body? Moreover, recalling the earlier match where Wei Pingfan had effortlessly defeated Li Yunfei with a single punch, how was it possible that he had done so without any trace of spiritual energy? Where had all the energy gone? My dear boy, have you experienced any discomfort in your body recently? Wei Donghai withdrew his hand, ceasing the flow of spiritual energy. Not at all, grandfather. Wei Pingfan shook his head. That seems odd. I did not detect any fluctuations of spiritual energy within you. So where has all the energy you absorbed gone? Wei Donghai scrutinized Wei Pingfan's expression, voicing his doubts. Ah, yes, grandfather. I was just about to ask you that. All my spiritual energy has been absorbed by my beast taming space. How is that possible? Faced with his grandfather's inquiry, Wei Pingfan had no choice but to speak the truth, as there was no other way to explain the situation. The beast taming space absorbed all the spiritual energy? Wei Donghai's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was normal for a beast tamer's awakened space to absorb the energy they cultivated, as they were intrinsically linked. However, the notion that the beast taming space could completely absorb all the energy from its tamer was unprecedented for Wei Donghai, raising serious concerns. Why had such bizarre occurrences begun to plague his grandson ever since his awakening? Child, you haven't spoken of this to anyone else, have you? Absolutely not, grandfather. Very well, it is essential to keep this matter confidential. It must not be disclosed to anyone. Although Wei Donghai remained unaware of the underlying cause, the fact that his grandson exhibited no abnormality suggested either an issue with the awakened beast taming space or that Wei Pingfan possessed a unique constitution that had yet to be discovered. Regardless of the truth, it was imperative that this information remained undisclosed. Should others learn of the unusual aspects surrounding Wei Pingfan, it could place him in a precarious situation. Countless individuals, in their quest to uncover the secrets surrounding Wei Pingfan, are willing to take reckless risks, even resorting to actions against him and the entire Wei family. In Chapter 24, Wang Jinghua faces utter despair. The Wei family. Wei Donghai did not provide an answer to Wei Pingfan's question, for he himself was in the dark. Very well, grandfather. Wei Pingfan responded, not at all surprised, as his predicament was not merely uncommon. It was virtually unheard of. In that case, I shall have someone deliver 5 one-star spiritual energy pills to you shortly. You may begin your cultivation, and should you encounter any issues during your training, do not hesitate to seek me out immediately. The spiritual energy pills, as their name implies, are infused with spiritual energy and are commonly utilized by beastmasters for their cultivation. The higher the grade of the pill, the more refined the spiritual energy contained within it. A 1-star spiritual energy pill is priced at 100,000 great xia coins each, typically allowing a 1-star beastmaster to cultivate for approximately 7 to 10 days. Thus, for pills are required for a month's training, totaling 400,000 great xia coins, which amounts to nearly 5 million coins in a year. It is evident how exorbitantly costly the cultivation of a beastmaster can be. Thank you, grandfather. I will certainly devote myself to my training and strive to bring honor to our Wei family. Wei Pingfan exclaimed with delight. By the way, Fanner, a new batch of contractable beasts has arrived at Yuanqing Pavilion. Tomorrow, do go and see if there are any beasts that catch your fancy. Once you break through to a 1-star beastmaster, you will be able to form a contract. As Wei Pingfan approached the door, Wei Donghai called out to him hastily. No problem, grandfather. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I won't be going to school. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Wei Pingfan paused, turning back to smile. He was aware that Yuanqing Pavilion was a property of the Wei family, primarily dealing in contractable beasts, as well as various pills and spiritual herbs. Nothing else. Off you go. Wei Donghai nodded. Watching his grandson's figure gradually fade into the distance, he took out his phone to call his eldest son. Hello, Chong Kong. Please arrange for 2 more 5-star Beastmasters to provide covert protection for Xiao Fan's safety. Father, is that really necessary? Deploying 4 5-star Beastmasters to protect Xiao Fan seems rather excessive, especially since our Wei family does not have many of them. You need not concern yourself with the reasons. Just do as I say, and when the time is right, I shall explain. Very well, father. Only then did Wei Donghai end the call. Were it not for the fear of causing undue suspicion among those with ulterior motives, he would have preferred to personally ensure his grandson's safety. Years ago, when Wei Pingfan's father, Wei Chang'e, awakened his extraordinary Beastmaster talent, various factions resorted to underhanded tactics, attempting to thwart the Wei family's future rise no less than 10 times. On one occasion, Wei Chang'e nearly lost his life at their hands, but fortunately, Wei Donghai arrived just in time. Witnessing his severely injured son, Wei Donghai's fury ignited, and he erupted in wrath. That day, he commanded the entire Wei family to mobilize, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed across Yunnan City. Anyone even remotely connected to the assassination attempt on Wei Chang'e was met with a grim fate. Seeing no more than one sunrise thereafter, Wei Donghai himself single-handedly visited the residences of numerous factions, posing but a single question: do you wish to declare total war against the Wei family? Following this incident, Wei Donghai's reputation soared throughout Yunnan City, earning him the moniker Wei the Reckless, a man who acted without hesitation. Eventually, when Wei Chang'e fully emerged as a force among the younger generation, the Wei family ascended to become the premier Beastmaster family of Yunnan City. Presently, the secrets surrounding Wei Pingfan are even more profound. Whether it be his astonishing rate of absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation or the complete absorption of spiritual energy by his Beastmaster space, the revelation of either of these matters would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. At that juncture, Wei Pingfan's situation would be far more perilous than that which his father, Wei Chang'e, faced in his time. Why is this so? Because although Wei Chang'e possessed extraordinary talent, it still fell within the realm of the ordinary, merely indicating his exceptional aptitude. After all, there have been instances in the history of the Great Xia Federation where Beastmasters awakened extraordinary talents, which is not particularly astonishing. In stark contrast, the occurrences surrounding Wei Pingfan are entirely unprecedented. Nothing akin to his experiences has ever been recorded in the annals of the Great Xia Federation. Human desires are boundless, and the unknown elicits the deepest fears. The more abnormal an occurrence, the more it signifies infinite possibilities. Curiosity may indeed lead to ruin, yet it can also drive one to madness. After all, who would not desire to possess the extraordinary secrets of a Beastmaster? That evening, within the confines of Wei Pingfan's room, the night outside was tranquil, and the stars twinkled in the sky. Inside, Wei Pingfan sat cross-legged on his bed, facing 5 crystalline 1-star spiritual energy pills. The pills were entirely white, perfectly round and smooth, akin to the size of 6 flavored Romania pills, adorned with faint yellow streaks that flickered in and out of visibility. They felt gentle to the touch, exuding a unique fragrance that instilled a sense of serenity. Let us begin, Wei Pingfan declared, placing a pill into his mouth. Not detecting any flavor, he pondered whether he should try another. What a bother, he muttered, as he activated the Thunder Tiger technique within, commencing the process of refining the spiritual energy contained within the pill. In the next moment, he felt a surge of abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body, slowly making its way to his limbs and bones, a sensation both exhilarating and refreshing. Yet, before he could savor the moment, the newly manifested spiritual energy suddenly turned, as if discovering a new continent, and all of it rushed toward the black space. Oh, come on, brother. Must you devour it all? At least leave me a little. This cultivation is no easy feat, Wei Pingfan lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness that few could comprehend. After all, this was his own creation. In order to ensure his son was well fed, Wei Pingfan persevered in his cultivation throughout the night. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the room, Wei Pingfan, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a night of diligent cultivation, having consumed 3 1-star spiritual energy pills, it came as no surprise that not a trace of spiritual energy remained within him, while the Black Beastmaster space had gorged itself. Nonetheless, Wei Pingfan made a discovery. After absorbing such a significant amount of spiritual energy, the black space had expanded slightly. It is well known that the expansion of the Beastmaster space occurs as a Beastmaster's strength continually advances. A larger space allows for the potential to contract more beasts in the future. In contrast, Wei Pingfan's situation was quite the opposite. While his personal strength had not progressed, his Beastmaster space was gradually enlarging. What a conundrum. What exactly have I awakened? He still had not unraveled the previous oddities, and now he faced yet another. Oh well, more problems are but minor irritations, Wei Pingfan reassured himself, believing that every situation would eventually reveal its truths, and rushing would only serve to complicate matters further. After all, the enlargement of his Beastmaster space should, under normal circumstances, prove beneficial rather than detrimental. After finishing breakfast, Wei Pingfan bid farewell to his grandfather, Wei Donghai, and stepped out of the Wei family residence. At the entrance of the Wei family, a sleek black sports car awaited, beside which stood a servant of the Wei household. "Young master, the car is ready for you," the servant greeted with a smile, opening the door to the driver's seat for Wei Pingfan. "Thank you." Wei Pingfan nodded as he took his place behind the wheel. "Drive safely, young master." The servant gently closed the door. Vroom. Wei Pingfan revved the engine. And with a swift press of the accelerator, the sports car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Not long after the car had departed, a figure stood behind a window of a high-rise building across from the Wei family, wearing an earpiece. "Report. Wei Pingfan has departed from the Wei family, with his destination unknown. You continue to keep watch near the Wei residence. The rest is of no concern." A deep, resonant voice echoed through the earpiece. Meanwhile, the 4 5-star Beast Masters assigned by the Wei family to covertly protect Wei Pingfan also set off, stealthily trailing him. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Pingfan drove his sports car towards the Wei family's Yuanshan Pavilion. "The vast night sky is my love, an everlasting affection that knows no bounds." Suddenly, the phone rang. One hand maneuvered the car while the other fished out the phone. "What is this fatso calling me for?" "ISNT he's supposed to be sleeping in. Lost in his daydreams." The caller ID displayed. "Fatso. Hey fatty, why the call? It's the weekend. Shouldn't you be sleeping until the sun warms your backside?" Wei Pingfan answered the call, teasingly. "Alas, Fangu, it's not that I don't want to sleep, but that little demon sister of mine woke me up, insisting I accompany her shopping, and she said you must join us. If I refuse, she threatens to make me a woman from now on. My life, as Wang Jinghua, is truly miserable, dealing with such a sister." Wang Jinghua's voice whined over the phone. At that moment, he was clad in oversized shorts, kneeling on the bed with a look of utter despair. Before him stood a charming young girl with her hair in buns, but her expression was anything but sweet. She bared her little tiger teeth, glaring at Wang Jinghua, wielding a pair of large scissors with a menacing snip-snipping motion. "Fatso, your sister Yuyan is quite adorable. You're not suffering at all." Wei Pingfan chuckled. "How about this? You both come find me. I'm outside. Just head over to the Yuanshan Pavilion." As he listened to the fatty's complaints, the image of the quirky little girl sprang to mind. "Oh, hey Fandog, what is your business at the Yuanshan Pavilion?" Wang Jinghua, tired of kneeling, plopped down on the bed. "Nothing much. A new batch of contracted beasts just arrived at the Yuanshan Pavilion. My grandfather asked me to check it out." "Whoa, Fangu, you've made a breakthrough." Wang Jinghua exclaimed in astonishment. "Not at all. Do you think I'm a rocket, soaring to the skies at the mere mention of a breakthrough?" Wei Pingfan chuckled, scolding lightly. "No breakthrough? Then why bother with the beasts? That sounds torturous." Wang Jinghua laughed. "All right, fatty, I won't chat longer. I'm driving. See you soon, bye." "All right. I'll be waiting for the arrival of Fat Lord." Wei Pingfan smiled and ended the call. In a luxurious room of the Wang family, Wang Jinghua tossed his phone onto the bed. "Little fatty, how did it go? Did Brother Fan agree?" Wang Yuyan, brandishing the scissors, approached him step by step. "Hey, you little girl, why call me fatty? I'm your brother. Show some respect. Just because you have a pair of scissors doesn't mean I fear you." Wang Jinghua's plump body instinctively rolled away, though his bravado remained. "What did you say?" Wang Yuyan's teeth clicked ominously. "No, sister. Brother was wrong. Your brother Fan agreed." Wang Jinghua hastily raised his hands in surrender. Upon hearing this, the tension in Wang Yuyan dissipated, revealing a joyful smile. "Brother, let us hurry. We can't keep Brother Fan waiting. Do you think I look good in my makeup today? Will Brother Fan like it? And what about this outfit I'm wearing?" Compared to her previous demeanor, Wang Yuyan seemed like a completely different person. "Beautiful, beautiful, everything looks great." Wang Jinghua clapped and praised. "Humph, that's just flattery. I'll find something even prettier. You have 3 minutes to get ready." Wang Yuyan pouted, bouncing out of the room. Wang Jinghua felt his face twitch, utterly overwhelmed. Who exactly is your real brother here? The disparity in attitudes is astonishing. Chapter 25. Yuanshan Pavilion, Tianlong Pass. Yuanshan Pavilion in Yunnan City. This establishment is the most lucrative in the Wei family's enterprise, attracting countless customers daily. Most are beast masters, either purchasing elixirs for training or selecting contracted beast eggs for themselves. Yuanshan Pavilion is situated on the busiest street in Yunnan City. Merely possessing wealth is insufficient to operate a store here. One must also have formidable connections. As the foremost Beastmaster family in Yunnan City, the Wei family not only manages Yuanshan Pavilion, but also owns over a dozen other establishments along the street. Yet, none are as grand, conspicuous, or imposing as Yuanshan Pavilion itself. The pavilion consists of 5 floors. The first floor houses the service area where customers can inquire about their desired purchases. The second floor sells various spiritual herbs and elixirs, while the third showcases a diverse array of contracted beasts. The fourth floor offers weapons and armor used by beast masters. The fifth floor is off-limits to the general public. Only the Wei family or those granted permission may enter. The entire exterior of Yuanshan Pavilion is constructed from sturdy marble, its surface adorned with a metallic substance that gleams with a silvery sheen, creating a magnificent sight from afar. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows are so pristine they nearly reflect silhouettes, with golden accents framing them, shimmering in the sunlight as if flaunting their opulence to every passerby. The entrance features a heavy solid wood door, coated in a rich brown varnish, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, and the handle is a uniquely designed brass tiger head. Above the doorway, the massive sign boldly proclaims, Yuanshan Pavilion. The calligraphy resembles iron strokes on silver, robust and vigorous. Wei Pingfan parked his sports car at the entrance of Yuanshan Pavilion, naturally drawing the attention of many passersby. Wow, what a flashy car. Especially that color, it's so eye-catching. I'd love to own one and take my beloved sister out for a spin. Don't even think about it. It's clear he's a young master from some affluent family, showing off on the streets. Look where he's parked. That's the Wei family's establishment. Ordinary folks could never set foot in there. The guy stepping out is so handsome. I'd love to team up with him in a duo match. Just envisioning it is exhilarating. Several beautiful women stationed at the entrance of Yuanshan Pavilion immediately approached Wei Pingfan. Young master, please come inside. The boss said you've arrived. He's waiting for you on the 5th floor. The boss referred to Wei Pingfan's uncle, Wei Changkong, who currently manages all affairs of Yuanshan Pavilion. The beautiful attendants displayed utmost respect, leaning forward with evident admiration. Thank you. You all carry on with your duties. I'll head up directly. Wei Pingfan replied with a smile, taking a moment to appreciate the view. Upon entering the 1st floor hall, a staff member promptly opened the elevator for him, leading straight to the 5th floor. Inside the most luxurious office on the 5th floor, Wei Changkong was briefing several subordinates when he received word that Wei Pingfan had arrived. After dismissing a few individuals, he brewed a pot of tea and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, awaiting Wei Pingfan's entrance. Uncle, your daily life seems quite leisurely. I like it. Wei Pingfan pushed open the office door, grinning at Wei Changkong, who had his back turned. You little rascal, with your incessant nonsense. Don't you dare joke about your uncle. Wei Changkong turned around, chuckling as he continued. If you fancy it, I could speak to the old man about you managing the Yuanshan Pavilion. Wouldn't that be quite leisurely? Haha, uncle, let's not go there. It would be laughable for a mere young lad like me to truly manage the Yuanshan Pavilion, Wei Pingfan replied, moving to the tea table, where he poured himself a cup and began sipping it leisurely. Uncle, this tea is delightful, with a fragrant taste that lingers wonderfully. Wei Pingfan smacked his lips appreciatively. Well, what need is there to say? Finish your tea swiftly. I shall take you to see the newly arrived beast eggs, Wei Changkong said as he lit a cigarette. There's no rush, uncle. 2 more people have yet to arrive. You've invited friends, I presume? It wouldn't happen to be that chubby fellow from the Wang family, would it? Wei Changkong exhaled a puff of smoke. Among those who frequently associated with Wei Pingfan, the only likely candidate was indeed from the Wang household. Uncle, you truly are astute. Besides Wang Pongzi, his sister is also coming over. Wei Pingfan gave a thumbs up to Wei Changkong and poured himself another cup of tea. By the way, uncle, could you share more about my father? There's really nothing else to occupy my time while we wait. Since he could remember, Wei Pingfan had never seen his parents face to face. He had only occasionally heard their voices over the phone. Much of what he knew about his parents came from the old man and other family members. As a child, Wei Pingfan had relished hearing tales of his father, Wei Changge, and his glorious exploits. Now, his parents had been stationed at the border of the Daxia Federation for over a decade, never returning even once. Due to the unique nature of the border, all communication devices were surrendered upon entering, and without permission, no contact with the outside world was allowed. Thus, Wei Pingfan couldn't even call his parents, leaving him in the dark about the conditions at the Daxia border and how they lived day by day. All right, I shall recount the tales of your father. Wei Changkong held a profound respect for his younger brother and sister-in-law, who, in response to the national call, left behind their young son, Wei Pingfan, and resolutely stepped onto the front lines to combat the relentless onslaught of beasts. For over a decade, they had fought valiantly, never once returning to see their grown son. It is a lamentable truth that no parent desires to heartlessly abandon their child, yearning instead to be by their side forever. Yet in this world rife with peril, if the beasts were to breach the border, countless lives would be lost, and no one could afford to be self-serving. Thus, for the safety of Daxia, for the Wei family, and for their young son to grow up safely, they chose to fight at the border. risking their lives to protect those they cherished. Your father was remarkable during the Beast Master College entrance examination. As time passed, Wei Changkong began to narrate the exploits of Wei Chang'e. Meanwhile, on the distant front of Tianlong Pass, one of the four great borders, situated at the easternmost edge of the Daxia Federation, those who had never visited could scarcely fathom its vastness. They only knew that countless beasts lurked beyond its walls, launching assaults at regular intervals. Tianlong Pass stood as an indomitable bastion, repelling the ferocious beasts, and every beast master stationed there was revered as a guardian. Once one became a guardian, they bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Daxia. As long as beasts existed, guardians would remain vigilant. Where there are people, the pass must not fall. This is a solemn oath every beast master takes beneath the crimson flag upon becoming a guardian. Countless beasts have been buried at Tianlong Pass, along with innumerable guardians who now rest eternally. The sounds of battle and the fervent bloodshed resonate with the songs of countless farewells that echo throughout the pass. Not far from Tianlong Pass, an intense battle was underway in a nearby canyon. One side comprised a squad of 10 guardians, while the other was led by a formidable 7-star beast commanding hundreds of its kind. The guardians summoned their respective beasts, standing resolute against the onslaught. None among the 10 faltered. They fought with unwavering determination. Engaged in combat with the 7-star beast was a man exuding an aura of dominance, flanked by 4 immensely powerful beasts. After a fierce 30-minute struggle, the battle culminated in victory as the mighty 7-star beast fell beneath the man's blade. Its massive carcass sprawled at his feet. Witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining beasts scattered in disarray, fleeing in terror. Oh, we won. We triumphed. Our leader is incredible. I adore him. The squad erupted in jubilant cheers, recalling their beasts to recuperate within their respective spaces. Honey, are you all right? A beautiful woman rushed to the man's side, concern etched on her face. Sure, I'm fine. I feel a breakthrough is imminent. The man replied with a smile as he dismissed his beast. You and your bravado, always trying to steal the spotlight, charging in alone against 7-star beasts. Our son, Xiaofan, must not grow up to be a reckless fool like you. The woman playfully admonished him. Haha, my son will undoubtedly be just like me. I wonder if Xiaofan has awakened yet. Being an ordinary person is quite commendable as well. My dear, I miss Xiaofan. I want to return and see our son. Sighing deeply, the man remained silent, both gazing toward the direction of Yunnan City, lost in a long, contemplative silence. Chapter 26, Selecting Beasts. On the 5th floor of the Yuanqing Pavilion office. After listening to his uncle Wei Changkong recount his father's exploits during the Beast Master College entrance examination, Wei Pingfan couldn't help but exclaim, My father is truly remarkable. Not only did he excel in the secret trials of the examination, but he also emerged as the champion in the subsequent ranking battles. Uncle, what was my mother's ranking? Wei Pingfan suddenly thought of his mother, Wang Shishir. Though her beast mastery talent was not as exceptional as his father's, it was still of a commendable caliber. Your aunt ranked 5th, and she was the only female among the top 5. At that time, it was a gathering of countless prodigies from the Daxia Federation, with many vying for your aunt's affection. Oh, I see. Wei Pingfan chuckled. It seemed his father not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also excelled in the art of courtship, standing out among a throng of suitors to win the heart of his beloved. The vast earth is my love. Just as Wei Pingfan was about to inquire further, his phone chimed from his pocket. Hello, Fatty, have you arrived? Yeah, my sister and I are at the entrance. Where are you? At that moment, a flashy red sports car was parked outside the Yuanqing Pavilion, presenting a stark contrast to Wei Pingfan's yellow vehicle. Wang Jingwa was on the phone, leaning against the front hood of the car, clad in a dazzling golden leather outfit and sporting a pair of black sunglasses, with a few strands of hair fluttering in the wind. His ostentatious appearance drew the attention of countless passers-by, making him the most eye-catching figure on the street. Beside Wang Jingwa stood a charming girl with a bun hairstyle, exuding remarkable beauty. The young girl donned a pristine white t-shirt that accentuated her slender waist, the fabric subtly outlining her form. Below, she wore a black mini-skirt, her legs as white as jade, complemented by delicate white shoes adorned with floral patterns. It was evident that Wang Yuyan had put considerable effort into her attire today, all to present her best self before Wei Pingfan. Fatty, you and Yuyan go straight to the 3rd floor. I'll be waiting for you there, Wei Pingfan declared, hanging up the phone and turning to his uncle. Uncle, we can go see the spirit beasts now. Indeed, let us allow you to see if there are any suitable spirit beasts. Once you break through to a 1-star spirit beast master, you can immediately form a contract. Wei Changkong replied, leading Wei Pingfan towards the 3rd floor of the Yuanqing Pavilion. Fatty, Yuyan. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Wei Pingfan spotted the two and greeted them with a broad smile. Fandog, take a look at Fatty's attire today. Isn't it striking? Wang Jing was struck a flamboyant pose. Brother Fan, don't mind my brother. He's just a bit eccentric. Wang Yuyin chimed in, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling with mischief. Hello, Uncle Wei. You look quite well today. The siblings greeted Wei Changkong warmly as they approached him. Wei Changkong responded with a smile and a nod. Yuyin, you look particularly adorable today, Wei Pingfan said, playfully ruffling her bun, while he chose to refrain from commenting on Wang Jinghua's ostentatious outfit. Really? Brother Fan, I thought I looked unattractive, Wang Yuyin exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she twirled around him. The black skirt danced gracefully with her movements, rendering her a captivating little sprite, mesmerizing to behold. The Yuancheng Pavilion's floors were expansive, with the third floor dedicated primarily to spirit beasts, attracting a youthful clientele. Many of the young patrons were accompanied by elders, all seeking suitable spirit beasts for the younger generation, drawing upon their extensive experience. Rows of tall display cabinets lined the space, filled with a diverse array of spirit beasts, their forms visible through transparent barriers. Each spirit beast was accompanied by a detailed description affixed to the lower right corner, aiding customers in making informed selections. Wow, Brother Fan. Only your Wei family could amass such an impressive collection of contract spirit beasts, Wang Jinghua exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement at the myriad of options before him. Brother Fan, look at that spirit beast. It's stunning with its colorful feathers, Wang Yuyin exclaimed, linking her arm with Wei Pingfan's and pointing excitedly at one of the beasts. Little sister, let me impart some wisdom. When selecting a contract spirit beast, it's not just about appearance. One must consider its combat capabilities and potential. Otherwise, it may look good but lack efficacy, leading to dire consequences in battles against ferocious beasts. Wang Jing was stated earnestly. Huffed, fatty, as if you were the only knowledgeable one. Yuyan is in high school now. She surely understands this. Wei Pingfan teased, though he internally agreed with Wang Jinghua. Selecting a spirit beast with excellent attributes was paramount. This way, when facing fierce beasts outside the city, summoning one's spirit beast could unleash formidable power to vanquish them. Alright, follow me. The spirit beasts on display here are from previous arrivals. We can look at them another time. I'll take you to see the new batch, Wei Changkong interjected, leading the way. Understood, Uncle. The trio followed him deeper into the third floor, eventually stopping before a large, closed door. Two men clad in black stood guard at the entrance, their imposing aura unmistakably that of spirit beast masters, though Wei Pingfan could not discern their rank. Hello, boss. The two men greeted Wei Changkong with a respectful nod. Open the door, Wei Changkong instructed, pointing towards the entrance. Yes, boss. Upon the doors swinging open, bright lights illuminated the interior, revealing a series of large black iron cages neatly arranged. Let us head in. Newly arrived contract spirit beasts are kept here, and after screening, they will be placed in the display cabinets for sale, Wei Changkong explained, stepping inside. The three of them followed closely behind. Bring those iron cages over, Wei Changkong commanded, indicating 10 cages to the men outside. Soon, the black cloth covering the cages was removed, revealing 20 spirit beasts within. Xiaofan, what type of spirit beast do you prefer? Wei Changkong asked, turning to Wei Pingfan. The spirit beast is a lifelong combat partner for a spirit beast master, so selecting the most suitable one is crucial. Uncle, I prefer spirit beasts with overwhelming combat power, the kind that can dominate instantly, Wei Pingfan replied with a grin, imagining how impressive it would be if his spirit beast could annihilate all foes upon appearing. What about you two? What kind of spirit beast do you hope for? Wei Changkong inquired, glancing at Wang Jinghua and his sister. I wish for my spirit beast to have invincible defense, able to withstand any attack unscathed, so I can relax without worry, Wang Jinghua declared, his exuberance palpable as he raised his finger. I hope my spirit beast is the cutest and possesses healing abilities. That way, if Brother Fan's spirit beast gets injured, mine can heal it. Wang Yuyin chimed in, raising her small hand to express her heartfelt desire. Since each spirit beast master contracts different types of spirit beasts, they generally fall into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and support spirit beast masters. In battles against fierce beasts, the collaboration of varied types of spirit beast masters is essential to unleash greater strength. However, this does not imply that defensive and support spirit beast masters are devoid of combat power. They simply possess slightly less compared to their offensive counterparts. For instance, a 9-star support spirit beast master can effortlessly eliminate an 8-star offensive spirit beast master or fierce beast. As long as one's strength reaches its zenith, any type of spirit beast master can wield terrifying combat power. Look, this black-furred spirit beast is a sky tiger, Wei Changkong announced, approaching the first cage and pointing at a tiger-like spirit beast. The trio turned their gaze to see a sleek, black-spotted creature with glossy fur. Sky Tiger, a spirit beast with formidable combat power and remarkable speed, boasting a potential rating of 7 stars. Upon becoming a 1-star spirit beast, it will awaken its first attack skill, Heavenly Claw. Its only drawback is a lack of sustained combat power, maintaining peak strength for only about half an hour before needing to return to the spirit beast space to recover. The potential of a spirit beast refers to the highest level it can attain, independent of the spirit beast master's level. For instance, an 8-star spirit beast master may possess a 7-star spirit beast, which underscores the importance of careful selection when forming a contract. Of course, typically, the levels of spirit beast masters and their spirit beasts advance together. It is unrealistic for a 1-star spirit beast master to summon a 9-star spirit beast. Such a feat is simply impossible. The higher the rank of a beast master, the greater the level of beasts they are able to summon. Additionally, the quality of a beast master's innate talent determines the likelihood of successfully contracting beasts of superior potential. Conversely, those with lesser talent can only form contracts with beasts of lower potential. A potential rating of 7 stars is somewhat lackluster. Wei Pingfan pondered. Though he was unaware of the innate talent of the black beast space within him, he aspired to become a formidable 9-star beast master, thus desiring to contract with beasts of greater potential. Xiao Fan, take a look at this. It's the Thunderfire Tiger, Wei Chongkong noted, observing Wei Pingfan's indifference. As he pointed to a beast with dark golden fur nearby, the Thunderfire Tiger boasts a potential of 8 stars and is a combat-oriented beast. Its skill, Thundercloud Strike, can be unleashed twice even at the 1st star level, delivering area damage. However, it lacks prowess in close combat, making it more suited for ranged attacks. Despite Wei Chongkong's enthusiastic description, Wei Pingfan exhibited little enthusiasm. Conversely, Wang Jingguo's eyes sparkled. The Thunderfire Tiger sounded promising. Just envisioning himself executing thunderous steps while commanding the beast to unleash Thundercloud Strike against foes painted an exhilarating picture. Xiao Fan. Our Wei family's cultivation technique is the Thunder Tiger art, which significantly increases the success rate when contracting tiger-type beasts. This explains why most beast masters from the Wei family possess tigers as their contracted beasts. Wei Chongkong, perceiving Wei Pingfan's thoughts, adjusted his explanation. Everyone yearns for beasts of higher potential. However, acquiring beasts rated 9 stars or above is no easy feat. Over the years, the Wei family has only succeeded in contracting a single 9-star tiger, which was bestowed upon the most gifted, Wei Changge. It is not to say that members of the Wei family cannot contract other types of beasts. Rather, the probability of success is considerably lower. One must understand that if a beast master fails in contracting a beast, their mental energy sustains severe damage, necessitating a full recovery before attempting another contract. Achieving complete recovery of mental energy can take several years, rendering one a mere spectator to the escalating prowess of others while they languish in wait, devoid of any contracted beasts. No matter how extraordinary one's innate talent may be, the gap of several years in cultivation can drastically alter circumstances, rendering the pursuit fruitless. Chapter 27. Yao Tian Phoenix, Mythical Potential. Wei Chongkong's words resonated with Wei Pingfan, who was not one to reach for the unattainable. Uncle, I understand. There's no rush. I haven't even broken through to the 1st star as a beast master yet. I merely came to observe today. Wei Pingfan smiled, leisurely approaching the cage of the Thunderfire Tiger for a closer inspection. Very well, as long as you're aware. Now, you 3 can examine the subsequent dozen or so contracted beasts on your own. Each comes with a detailed introduction. I shall leave you little rascals to your exploration and attend to my other matters. With that, Wei Chongkong exited. All right, uncle. Farewell, Uncle Wei. Once Wei Chongkong departed, Wang Jingguo eagerly leaned over a cage containing 2 beast eggs. Wow, Fango, this is a rock tortoise egg, known for its formidable defense. Alas, its potential is only 7 stars. Forget it, that's merely a turtle. Tortoise shells are naturally hard. Do you intend for your beast to be a timid little turtle? Wei Pingfan chuckled, continuing to scrutinize the Thunderfire Tiger before him. Brother Fan, look at that little fox. It's so adorable. Wang Yiyan exclaimed, her gaze flitting between various alluring contracted beasts, lingering on the aesthetically pleasing ones while disregarding the less appealing. Beasts eligible for contracting by beast masters are typically newborn or juvenile magical beasts, as their mental energy is weak at this stage, ensuring a higher success rate for contracts. Attempting to contract an adult magical beast with its robust mental energy is akin to chasing a mirage. Previous attempts by beast masters to contract adult beasts have resulted in mental collapse, rendering them fools. Roar, roar. The Thunderfire Tiger, sensing someone encroaching upon its space, stiffened its forelegs, arched its body, and raised its fur, emitting a soft growl at Wei Pingfan. Oh, this little one has quite the cute growl. Wei Pingfan mimicked the beast's sound, eliciting a playful response. Oomph, you don't intimidate me. The The Thunderfire tiger, seemingly unimpressed, turned away, curling up in the corner of its cage with its rear end facing Wei Pingfan. That one do. I expected more from you, Wei Pingfan muttered, shifting his attention to the other beasts in adjacent cages. Iron-armored bull, 7-star potential, strong defense, formidable combat prowess, skill, bull charge. However, its speed is lacking, making it suitable only for short-distance charges. Solar Wing Pegasus, 7-star potential, exceptionally swift, proficient in ranged attacks, skill, blade of the wind. Its defense is somewhat deficient, yet it serves well as a mount for a beastmaster. As he prepared to examine the next cage, Wei Pingfan noticed that Wang Jinghua had already opened the cage containing the rock tortoise egg, cradling it in his hands. You gluttonous fool, what are you doing? Put that back. Brother Fan, come look at this egg. I have a rather audacious idea, Wang Jinghua said, his beady eyes glinting mischievously as he beckoned Wei Pingfan closer. What is so special about it? Other than its size, it appears ordinary, Wei Pingfan replied, approaching. Hee, Brother Fan. The larger, the better. I've heard that beast eggs are highly nourishing. Why not try tasting this tortoise egg? You audacious glutton. Your idea is as peculiar as it is bold. Wei Pingfan snatched the beast egg from Wang Jinghua's hands, regarding him with a bemused expression. A 7-star beast egg, and your thoughts turn to consumption? Only you, Wang Jinghua, could conceive such a notion. This single 7-star tortoise egg could yield millions for the Yuanshan Pavilion. Just think of how many cultivation resources that could provide. Consuming it would be an utter waste. Contemplating the cultivation resources, Wei Pingfan again felt concern for the awakening of the black beast space within him. It seemed he needed to devise a way to acquire more resources without revealing the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy. Brother Fan, I was merely jesting. I can't afford to eat it anyway. Off with you. Go find somewhere cooler to linger. All right, I'll go check out other beast eggs. After Wang Jinghua wandered off, Wei Pingfan prepared to return the beast egg to its cage when he suddenly sensed a disturbance within his beast space. What is happening? Perplexed, Wei Pingfan swiftly directed his consciousness into the black beast space. He was met with a line of white text. Rock tortoise egg, maximum potential is 7 stars. Innate skill 2, contracting is not advised. No way. My beast space can type and analyze the quality of contracted beasts? Is this a reminder? Wei Pingfan's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that his awakened beast space possessed consciousness? Earlier, while observing the contracted beasts, the black space had remained unresponsive, yet now, upon contact, it reacted. Did it require a degree of intimacy to respond? Shocked and bewildered, Wei Pingfan pondered further. He placed the beast egg he held into the iron cage and retrieved another beast egg from within. His consciousness remained fixated on the void, eager to discern whether the black beast space would yield any response. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, silence ensued, with no signs of reaction or the emergence of white text. Just as Wei Pingfan contemplated relinquishing hope, white text gradually manifested in the black space. The egg of the fire spirit bird, with a maximum potential of 6 stars. Possesses 1 innate skill. A contract is not advisable. In the ensuing moments, under the peculiar gazes of Wang Jinggu and his sister, Wei Pingfan meticulously examined the remaining dozen or so contracted beasts. For those that resisted and evaded his touch, he unleashed his secret weapon, summoning the portly canine to mercilessly subdue the disobedient creatures. Fat dog, are you feeling restless? Must you caress every contracted beast? This is exhausting for me. Wang Jinggu plopped down on the ground, his attire now a veritable tapestry of beast fur, with several ragged holes marring his trousers. Hey, brother, you smell absolutely dreadful. Wang Yuyan wrinkled her nose, instinctively distancing herself several meters from Wang Jinggu. You truly are my dear sister, now turning your nose up at your brother. Wasn't it for you, dear Fango, that I've become this way? At this moment, Wei Pingfan was utterly preoccupied, for he had uncovered an invincible contracted beast with an astonishing potential and an astounding 8 innate skills, though these would only awaken upon the beast reaching its pinnacle of strength. A contracted beast possessing innate skills would awaken its first skill upon becoming a 1-star beast, and subsequently, further skills would gradually emerge as its level increased. However, the number of innate skills was intrinsically linked to the beast's potential. Those with greater potential possessed more innate skills. Some beasts lacked any innate skills, while others had 1 or several. Such variations were entirely possible. Currently, humanity's instruments for gauging a beast's potential and innate skills could only provide a rough estimate of potential, while they could merely confirm the presence or absence of innate skills. Thus, the eventual number of skills a contracted beast would possess remained a mystery, solely reliant on the Beastmaster's efforts to elevate the Beast's level. For instance, when Wei Pingfan examined the Thunderflame Tiger, a contracted beast with 8-star potential, through the black beast space, the results diverged from the instrument's readings. Thunder Flame Tiger. Maximum potential of 7 stars, with 2 innate skills. A contract is not advisable. Additionally, some beasts marked with 6-star potential displayed enhanced potential upon appearing in the black beast space. Furthermore, certain beasts that were supposed to possess innate skills turned out to have none at all. This demonstrated that the detection instruments were not infallibly accurate, whereas Wei Pingfan's black beast space yielded precise insights. What fortified Wei Pingfan's conviction was the consistency between the information marked on several beasts and that displayed by the black beast space. Oddities and readings did not disrupt the correlation, affirming that his black beast space was indeed superior. At this juncture, Wei Pingfan cradled a pink, rugby-sized beast egg in his hands, his expression brimming with excitement, his heart soaring with joy. The information provided by the detection instrument stated, Snow Phoenix Egg, 6-star potential, swift speed, formidable attack power, skill, Snow Dance Freeze. However, the black beast space revealed, Yao Tian Phoenix Egg, maximum potential of mythical level, 8 innate skills, eligible for contract. Mythical potential? Such a concept was entirely foreign to him. Wei Pingfan was aware that the highest known beast level was legendary, denoting the apex of beast potential. Throughout the ages in Daxia, only 2 beasts with king-level potential had ever been recorded. Now, the mention of mythical potential was truly extraordinary. Without the black beast space within him, Wei Pingfan would never have discovered such an astonishingly potent contracted beast hidden among the others. The key was that this beast also possessed an impressive 8 innate skills, an unfathomable prospect. Presently, the records of the Daxia Federation indicated that the beast with the most innate skills had merely 6. One could only imagine the terror of a beast with mythical potential and 8 innate skills upon reaching maturity. As for why the Yao Tian Phoenix Egg was housed in the same iron cage as the Snow Phoenix Egg, such matters were beyond Wei Pingfan's concern. Nix, today was not in vain. I've stumbled upon a tremendous treasure, Wei Pingfan exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming fondness for the pink beast egg, far surpassing his delight at encountering a beautiful maiden. Silly brother, are you smitten with that beast egg, grinning foolishly for ages? Wang Jinggu, who had been engaging in banter with his sister, now heard Wei Pingfan's infectious laughter. Fangu, what has happened to you? Wang Yuyan hurriedly approached Wei Pingfan, shaking his arm. Nothing. I simply fell in love with an egg, Wei Pingfan replied, shaking off his reverie with a smile. Upon hearing that his dear friend had developed affections for an egg, Wang Jinggu sprang to his feet in disbelief. Let me see, what kind of egg is it? Chapter 28. This sister, no longer needed. Wang Jinggu scrutinized the beast egg cradled in Wei Pingfan's embrace, but found nothing particularly remarkable. Fat dog, don't be foolish. Why would you fancy a phoenix egg with merely 6-star potential? You should consider the 8-star Thunder Flame Tiger instead. Wang Yuyan, still clinging to Wei Pingfan's arm, inquired with a smile. Fangu, what makes this pink egg so special? Yuyan, do you believe that your brother possesses an eye for discerning the extraordinary? This beast egg is a 1-in-a-million contracted beast, Wei Pingfan professed with unwavering confidence, though he could not divulge the truth to the siblings. Really? Then I believe in you. Fangu, Wang Yuyan replied, her faith unwavering. Wow, little sister, you truly believe him? Our brotherhood is doomed. Wang Jinggu sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. Fatty, don't dismiss it. When it comes time for you to contract a beast, I'll show you this one, and you'll be thoroughly impressed. Please, Fangu. I have no desire to develop an infatuation with an egg. Wang Yuyan chuckled, unable to contain herself. Let us go. I'm off to find my uncle, Wei Pingfan declared, turning to leave while cradling the beast egg. Wait, Fandog, are you serious? You're truly selecting this egg? Wang Jinggu was incredulous, believing it to be a jest, yet was taken aback when Wei Pingfan indeed walked away with the egg. Sister, why don't you persuade your brother Fan not to squander his beast potential? That, you should go, brother. Wang Yuyan responded in astonishment. I say, are you two leaving or not? There's no need to deliberate. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Wei Pingfan turned back to the siblings, feeling a twinge of gratitude. Despite Wang Jinggu's carefree demeanor, he still cared for his friends at critical moments. It was this small gesture of camaraderie that led Wei Pingfan to decide that he would oversee Wang Jinggu's future contracted beasts, given his secret weapon. On the 5th floor of the Yuanqing Pavilion, in Wei Chongkong's office, Wei Chongkong wore an expression of perplexity and astonishment as he regarded the trio before him. Is this the contracted beast you, Wei Pingfan, have chosen? Wei Pingfan stood amidst the Wang siblings, cradling a beast egg in his arms. Uncle, please don't stay silent. This beast egg shall be taken by me. It is perfect for my first contracted beast, Wei Pingfan said with a beaming smile, repeating his request. Xiaofan, do not jest with your uncle. This matter is of great significance, one that pertains to your entire life. You must ponder it carefully, Wei Chongkong replied, suppressing the urge to express his frustration. Speaking earnestly once more, it seems that all the advice I just offered has fallen on deaf ears. At the very least, choose a beast with higher potential. And I would remain silent. Yet here you are, clutching a 6-star potential beast egg. What led to this choice? Was it because it possesses the lowest potential? Or perhaps its cuteness? Wei Chongkong found it baffling, especially given that Wei Pingfan's reasoning was starkly simplistic. Just 2 words. I like it. Uncle, you must trust your nephew. In due time, you will understand. Wei Pingfan replied with a sense of helplessness. There were many things he could not articulate at the moment, and explaining them would only complicate matters further. Wei Chongkong sighed. Xiaofan, since you are so adamant, I shall refrain from further protest. You may take the beast egg, but do consider whether you truly wish to form a contract. The Wei family can still seek out a beast with greater potential for you. We cannot act recklessly, especially since you possess remarkable talent in this regard. After saying this, Wei Chongkong's gaze shifted to Wang Jinghua, who stood nearby, indicating with a nod that as a brother, he should also offer some counsel. Uncle Wei, please do not hold it against me. My throat is nearly raw from trying to persuade you, and I am on the verge of begging you for your nephew's sake. Wang Jinghua exclaimed, his voice hoarse. On their way to consult Wei Chongkong, he had buzzed around Wei Pingfan like a fly, urging him to consider contracting a different beast. However, Wei Pingfan remained resolute, as unyielding as a turtle, unaffected by the multitude of arguments presented to him. As Wei Pingfan joyfully cradled the beast egg, he departed the office with Wang Jinghua and his sister, both siblings in tow. Wei Chongkong, seated in his leather chair, massaged his temples in distress and promptly retrieved his phone to call the family patriarch. Hello, father. I have something to discuss. But let me preface this by saying, you must not scold me, Wei Chongkong began, sensing his father's perplexity on the other end of the line. What is it? Has Wei Chongkong committed some unseemly act? Wei Donghai replied, puzzled. Speak. Unless the sky is falling, why would I scold you? Wei Chongkong then relayed the events surrounding Wei Pingfan's choice of contracted beast. Father, are you there? I have advised your grandson for quite some time, yet to no avail. Remember, you promised not to scold me when Xiaofan returns. You must have a serious talk with him. Silence lingered on the line, and Wei Chongkong sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, mere seconds later, Wei Donghai's thunderous roar erupted from the phone. Wei Chongkong, what kind of uncle are you? Were you not told to assist Xiaofan in selecting a beast? Have you taken this matter lightly? With Xiaofan's parents absent, you, as his uncle, cannot even manage this minor issue properly. Just wait until I return. I shall have words with you. How old is Xiaofan? What does he know? Wei Donghai scolded Wei Chongkong for over half an hour before finally ending the call. This old man promised not to scold me. The sky has not fallen. Wei Chongkong grumbled to himself, deciding to stay away from home for a few days until his father had calmed down. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan and the Wang siblings strolled through the bustling streets, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Their first stop was a clothing store, where they helped Wang Jinghua select a new outfit, followed by a visit to a barbershop for a fresh hairstyle. Wei Pingfan carried a backpack, within which rested the precious egg of the Yaotian phoenix. Xiaofan, it's quite absurd to be out shopping while carrying a beast egg, Wang Jinghua remarked, pouting. Why not have your uncle send your little egg back to the Wei family? It won't get lost. Indeed, brother Fan, carrying the beast egg is exhausting. I'm already sweating. Let me wipe your forehead for you, Wang Yueying offered, holding a tissue and standing on tiptoe to dab Wei Pingfan's brow. Thank you, Yueying. I'm fine, really. It's just the heat, Wei Pingfan replied, bending down and smiling before turning back to Wang Jinghua. Fatty, you wouldn't understand. I genuinely fear losing it. Having it close at hand gives me peace of mind. He gently patted his backpack. This is outrageous. It infuriates me, Wang Jinghua exclaimed, noticing his sister tending to Wei Pingfan while he himself was burdened with numerous shopping bags. This is so unfair. Xiaofan carries nothing but his beloved beast egg, while I am laden with packages. Oh, heavens, can you not see this injustice? Sis, could you wipe my forehead too? Look at me, I'm drenched in sweat, Wang Jinghua urged, waving his arms filled with bags. You don't need that. Sweating is good for you, it helps with weight loss, Wang Yueying replied earnestly. Wang Jinghua was left speechless, contemplating whether he should disown his sister. Wei Pingfan burst into laughter, relishing the sight of Wang Jinghua's dismay. Chapter 29, Traffic Accident. Assassins emerge on the bustling streets, amidst the throngs of people. Ordinary citizens meandered about. With the outskirts transformed into desolate wilderness, sporadic appearances of wild beasts had become commonplace. Faced with such threats, common folk had no means of defense and could only remain within the safety of the city. Today was yet another weekend. A rare respite for the tirelessly working individuals and a joyous day for school children. The idle populace seized the opportunity to venture outdoors, seeking to alleviate their weary minds. After all, none could predict how long this tranquil existence would endure in the face of the persistent danger posed by the beasts, where life and death hung by a mere thread. A decade prior, a remote city in the Great Xia Federation had been besieged by a sudden onslaught of bloodthirsty beasts, leaving devastation in their wake. The city was laid to waste, and the brutal scenes of carnage were enough to chill the bones of anyone who witnessed them. Over 100,000 ordinary citizens perished at the jaws of these creatures, and the thousands of Beast Tamers tasked with defending the city met their demise as well. Among them, the highest-ranked 7-star Beast Tamer stood resolute against the assault of several 7-star beasts, refusing to retreat an inch. Behind him stood tens of thousands of defenseless citizens. A retreat would only lead to greater casualties. To guard the Great Xia, though death awaited, was an honor. Even a second of delay could result in saving more lives. Ultimately, the outcome was tragic. The 7-star Beast Tamer and his 2 7-star beasts managed to slay 2 of their foes, but were torn apart by the remaining beasts, their blood staining the earth. By the time the Great Xia Federation's rescue teams arrived, the city had turned to ruins, and the beasts had long since vanished. The remnants of civilization lay in shambles. Broken walls and shattered bricks bore witness to the desolation, a haunting silence enveloping the scene. Blood soaked the city, littered with dismembered limbs, broken corpses, and countless beast carcasses scattered throughout. This calamity rang alarm bells for all within the Great Xia Federation, until the beasts were eradicated. Vigilance was paramount, and preparations against sudden attacks were essential. At an ice cream shop on the bustling street, Wei Pingfan and the Wang siblings indulged in their treats, sitting beneath the shade of an awning, chatting animatedly. After a long day of shopping under the scorching sun, a refreshing ice cream was the perfect remedy to soothe their overheated spirits. "Fatty, Yueying, shall we continue our shopping later?" Wei Pingfan inquired, glancing at the duo seated across from him. "Don't look at me. Just focus on my sister." Wang Jingwa shot back. Wang Jingwa shook his head, swiftly finishing an ice cream. "Fan Go, no more shopping. The weather is too hot. My makeup has melted away. Let's postpone our outing for another day." Wang Yuyan smiled sweetly, her small hand fanning herself. "All right, then let us take a break before heading back." Wei Pingfan nodded, his hand instinctively reaching for the backpack slung over his shoulder. His thoughts were far removed from shopping. Instead, they were consumed with the desire to return home with the invaluable beast egg. Moreover, the recent changes within his black beast space made his heart race, leaving him restless as if a cat were clawing at his insides. At the entrance of the Yuanqing Pavilion, Wei Pingfan stood beside a red sports car, waving at the 2 occupants inside. "Fatty, drive carefully on the way back and send a message when you arrive home. Yian, goodbye. Let's meet again next time." Wang Jinghua, seated at the driver's seat, donned a pair of black sunglasses and tilted his head to glance at Wei Pingfan. "Got it. I'm an experienced driver. I've driven just about every kind of vehicle, just never one that truly exhausts my energy, so I have no idea about fuel consumption. Fan go by. I had a wonderful time today." Wang Yiyan waved back. The red sports car roared to life, speeding off into the distance. Shortly after, Wei Pingfan also got into his flashy sports car and drove towards the Wei residence. A black sedan was parked at the street corner, which immediately followed Wei Pingfan after he drove away. Report: Wei Pingfan is alone in the vehicle and no members of the Wei family are nearby. Should we proceed? Inside the black sedan sat 4 men, one of whom was relaying Wei Pingfan's every move through an earpiece. Yes, a traffic accident will occur on his route. When Wei Pingfan stops to investigate, you will act. If he isn't eliminated, you shan't return. Although summoning beasts was generally prohibited in the city, you may call upon them to assist in this matter. Remember, if you are discovered or captured by the Wei family, you know what to do. Do not worry about your families. I will take care of them. The voice in the earpiece was clearly modulated, rendering it difficult to discern whether the speaker was male or female. Understood. The man yanked off the earpiece and nodded to the other 3 men in the car. Without uttering a single word, they each grasped their weapons and donned black helmets. Wei Pingfan's mind was entirely preoccupied with the Yao Tian Phoenix egg, completely unaware of the black sedan trailing him. Moments later, as Wei Pingfan turned a corner, he found the road ahead blocked by vehicles. From a distance, he could see 2 cars that had collided, with the drivers engaged in a heated argument, indicating that they would not be moving anytime soon. Driving so fast. Are you looking for trouble? What does my speed have to do with you? You're the one who stopped suddenly. You bear full responsibility. Onlookers streamed from their cars to witness the unexpected traffic incident. Wei Pingfan, carrying his backpack, stepped out of his vehicle and approached a middle-aged man nearest to him, inquiring, "Sir, what is going on here? Where are the traffic authorities?" "Who knows? The 2 cars just crashed into each other and are blocking the road. Oh look, they're even fighting now." As Wei Pingfan listened to the middle-aged man's words, his gaze shifted forward. The two drivers involved in the accident had escalated their verbal confrontation into a physical struggle. Meanwhile, several meters behind Wei Pingfan, four men in black helmets emerged from the stopped sedan, all their right hands concealed beneath their clothing. Their intentions were clear as they advanced swiftly towards Wei Pingfan's position. Simultaneously, four five-star Beast Masters, secretly tasked with protecting Wei Pingfan, hurried towards him. Master, we've spotted four suspicious individuals, presumed assassins, approaching the young master. One five-star Beast Master immediately dialed Wei Donghai's number. Take them down directly. If they resist, eliminate them. I want to see who dares to threaten my grandson. Wei Donghai's commanding voice resonated through the phone, exuding authority. Understood, Master. The four five-star Beast Masters had already noticed the black sedan following Wei Pingfan's vehicle. They refrained from acting sooner because the individuals inside were merely two-star Beast Masters, whom they deemed insignificant. They intended to ascertain if any higher-level threats lurked in the shadows plotting against the Wei family's young master, aiming for a comprehensive resolution. Chapter 30. Long live Grandfather. Visionary as always. It now seemed that there were no further threats. The young master wasn't even a one-star Beast Master, with four two-star Beast Masters now targeting him. The five-star Beast Masters had no choice but to take action for the young master's safety. The speed of five-star Beast Masters far exceeded that of two-star ones. And in the blink of an eye, two of Wei's five-star Beast Masters had positioned themselves before the would-be assailants. This is bad. The situation has changed. These are five-star Beast Masters. Retreat. The leader of the assassins sensed the power of the two blocking their path and decisively turned to flee with his companions. However, as they turned, they encountered two more five-star Beast Masters, who regarded them with bemused smiles. Fake. We're finished. The four assassins wore looks of alarm and trepidation. Who could have anticipated that the Wei family would station four five-star Beast Masters to covertly guard Wei Pingfan? Everyone, surrender now. There is no escape for you. One of the five-star Beast Masters from the Wei family spoke sternly, directing his gaze at the encircled assassins, his expression filled with disdain. What are you talking about? I can't understand you. You suddenly obstructed our path. What are your intentions? The leader of the assassins feigned bravado, though his expression betrayed concern. With both their front and rear exits blocked, breaking through was impossible. Did they truly believe the four five-star Beast Masters were mere decorations? Any one of them could easily overpower the four assassins. Their only hope lay in betting that the Wei family would refrain from acting in such a public setting. Oh, quite defiant, are we? Let's see how resolute you remain when faced with death. The four five-star Beast Masters advanced together, slowly closing in on the assassins. Their aura of spiritual pressure subtly emanating. What are you planning? This is in broad daylight. You Wei family members are indiscriminately assaulting others. The leader of the assassins shouted, promptly signaling the others to join in protest. Look over here. The Wei family bullies the weak, relying on their strength. Is there no justice left? Is the Wei family the sole authority in Yunnan City, or do they wish to monopolize it? Such commotion immediately drew the attention of many onlookers, with some daring souls approaching to witness the unfolding drama. What is going on over there? What happened? I am uncertain. It appears that members of the Wei family are engaged in some activity. Let us proceed and take a closer look. Where there is commotion, there is always a throng of onlookers, not driven by a sense of justice, but rather by an insatiable curiosity. Observing the crowd that had rapidly gathered, the four unfortunate souls who attempted to assassinate Wei Pingfan felt a surge of relief, as if they had narrowly escaped death, igniting a flicker of hope within them. You pride yourselves on your strength, do you not? Now, let us see if you dare to make a move. In the presence of so many witnesses, they were skeptical that the Wei family would dare to retaliate against them. The power of public opinion is formidable, should they act. The esteemed reputation the Wei family has cultivated over the years would be irrevocably tarnished. Who would have thought that these four wretched rats possessed a modicum of cleverness? Yet their haste has betrayed their fear. We never claimed to be affiliated with the Wei family, and yet you have hastily concluded our allegiance. Do you still assert your innocence? The five-star Beast Master from the Wei family coldly interjected, disregarding the murmurs and whispers from the common folk around him. It was merely our deduction, considering how often members of the Wei family bully the weak, retorted the lead assassin, his voice trembling with trepidation. Huh? Do you truly believe that by causing such a ruckus, you can depart unscathed? Such delusions. These four cowards, who dare not reveal their true selves, are simply terrified of death. You, as Beast Masters, should be ashamed of yourselves. A five-star Beast Master from the Wei family scoffed, casting a scornful gaze over the assembly of commoners, and proclaimed loudly, the Wei family is in pursuit of assassins who plot against its members. Any bystanders are to leave immediately, or they will be deemed accomplices. Such authoritative words sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. Assassins? To dare to target the Wei family is sheer audacity. Let us depart. Witnessing this spectacle may lead to our demise. The onlookers quickly dispersed. After all, the Wei family is the foremost beast taming clan in Yunnan City. Not only would they not dare offend them, but they wouldn't even utter a disparaging word about the Wei family in their presence. Among the crowd were also beast masters, who, wishing to avoid trouble, kept their distance. Provoking the Wei family is unwise, especially given the significant power emanating from their beast masters. One would not want to be caught in the crossfire should a battle erupt. Wei Pingfan, who had been nearby, noticed the unfolding events and, upon hearing that the Wei family was involved, promptly made his way over. However, by the time he arrived, the crowd had entirely dispersed, leaving only a few at a distance watching intently. What is happening? Uncle Wang. Wei Pingfan recognized one of the 5-star beast masters from the Wei family, Wang Hu, who had always been by his uncle Wei Changkong's side, an elder of the Wei family. Upon seeing Wei Pingfan approach, the 4 5-star beast masters understood that their covert protection of him could no longer remain a secret and reluctantly decided to disclose the truth. Young master, the situation is as follows. Wang Hu leaned down and whispered the details into Wei Pingfan's ear. Assassins targeting me? That cannot be. Wei Pingfan's expression was one of shock upon hearing Wang Hu's words. As a student who had just awakened his beast taming talents, who could harbor such a grudge against him as to send 4 2-star beast masters to kill him? Did the Li family have a hand in this? Recently, he had a minor altercation with Li Yunfei, which nearly resulted in the ruin of his right hand. Or perhaps someone with enmity against the Wei family, who dared not strike at others, chose to target him, believing him to be an easy mark. How fortunate he was to have a grandfather who cared for him. Long live grandfather, who is so far-sighted. Wei Pingfan silently praised Wei Donghai in his heart for arranging the protection of 4 5-star beast masters to safeguard him. Had it not been for his grandfather's foresight and meticulous planning, Wei Pingfan's life would have been in grave peril. Faced with the surprise attack from 4 2-star beast masters, how could he have possibly defended himself? He would have been left with no option but to become a mere fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Chapter 31. The battle concludes, 3 dead, 1 injured. Wei Pingfan surveyed the 4 helmeted assassins poised to strike him, feeling a twinge of pity for their misfortune. Was it not sufficient to live peacefully? Why resort to such folly as to attempt his assassination? Now, he stood before them, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to act. You 4, remove your helmets and let me see your true faces. Do you not find it sweltering beneath those helmets on such a hot day? With mediocre strength and lack of wit, they believed that killing him would absolve them of their troubles. Regardless of whether he lived or died today, their lives were forfeit. Wei Pingfan stood behind Wang Hu, peering at the quartet in the center, embodying the essence of borrowed authority. Concealing himself behind Wang Hu was also a precaution against any desperate actions the assassins might take. Wei Pingfan held his life in high regard. The assassins' faces contorted with indignation at Wei Pingfan's mockery. How dare a mere fledgling speak to them in such a manner? Were it not for the presence of several 5-star beast masters by his side, they would have relished the chance to dismantle him. With no other option, they resolved to fight. Being captured by the Wei family would result in a fate worse than death, and they hoped their families would remain unscathed. The remuneration from their employer was simply too enticing. Otherwise, they would not have been foolish enough to attempt to assassinate the young master of the Wei family. Attack! The lead assassin's spiritual energy erupted as he shouted. Shadow Fox, arise. The other 3 assassins summoned their beasts as well. Utterly foolish, attempting to stop a juggernaut. Wang Hu, as a 5-star beast master, unleashed his full pressure and swiftly appeared before the 4 assassins. You 3, protect the young master. I will handle these scum. The remaining 3 5-star beast masters of the Wei family quickly surrounded Wei Pingfan, escorting him several meters away. Uncle Wang, remember to leave one alive. Do not kill them all. Wei Pingfan urged anxiously as he retreated. A fierce battle was imminent, as the 4 summoned beasts were all 2-star creatures, a 2-star shadow fox, a 2-star diamond ape, a 2-star spiked boar, and a 2-star earth wolf. The appearance of these 4 beasts caused many of the onlookers to pale in shock, for beast masters commanded formidable beasts, and they feared that these creatures might turn on them as well. This was also Wei Pingfan's first experience witnessing beast masters summon their beasts to battle, and he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation as he focused intently on the unfolding events. Excellent. Let me show you what true despair looks like. Wang Hu stood resolutely before the 4 2-star beasts, his demeanor calm and composed. Phantom Tiger, Thunderstripe Tiger. As Wang Hu uttered these words, 2 majestic tiger beasts materialized at his sides, both 5-star creatures. Roar! The 5-star Phantom Tiger and Thunderstripe Tiger let out low growls as they faced the 4 2-star beasts, their overwhelming presence obliterating any semblance of competition. The Phantom Tiger, a potential 7-star beast, boasted incredible speed, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously. The Thunderstrike Tiger, similarly a potential 7-star beast, bore a golden coat and exhibited remarkable battle prowess, possessing 2 innate skills. Upon seeing the 2 beasts contracted by Wang Hu, Wei Pingfan immediately recognized their formidable nature. As members of the Wei family, it is customary to cultivate the art of beast mastery, specifically the Thunder Tiger technique. It is entirely natural for Wang Hu to have 2 beast companions, both of which are tiger-type creatures. The 4 assassins, confronted by the imposing presence of 2 5-star beasts that towered over them, instinctively swallowed hard and retreated a few steps. The overwhelming aura was suffocating. Did they truly need to continue the fight? Their trepidation was not solitary. Even their respective 2-star beasts quivered in fear, their fur bristling at the sight of the formidable 5-star creatures, struggling to maintain their footing. Hey, go! Wang Hu commanded, pointing at the 4 2-star beasts before him, issuing orders to his contracted companions. Upon hearing the names Wang Hu had chosen for his beasts, Wei Pingfan nearly burst into laughter. Hey, such casual naming for beasts. He mused, noting that the 2 creatures bore no resemblance to the color black. Who, he wondered, was Dehei and who was Erhei? With a low growl, the 2 beasts responded to their directive and charged forward. The Phantom Tiger, the swiftest of the 2, reached the 2-star diamond ape in the blink of an eye, delivering a lethal claw strike to its head. The diamond ape had no time to react before being dispatched in a spray of blood, painting a gruesome scene. No, my little monkey, don't die. One assassin gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he witnessed the loss of his contracted beast, his expression twisted in agony. The death of a contracted beast inflicted severe backlash upon its master, leaving them physically weakened and bereft of their most vital combat capabilities. Meanwhile, the Thunder Pattern Tiger unleashed its innate skill, Thunderball Annihilation. A barrage of electrifying thunderballs erupted from the Thunder Pattern Tiger's maw, raining down upon the remaining 3 2-star beasts. The Spikeback Pig and the Earth Wolf were instantly struck by several thunderballs, their flesh charred while the acrid scent of singed fur wafted through the air. The other 2 assassins, bloodied and shaken, collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. The 2-star Shadow Fox, managing to dodge most of the onslaught, was still hit by a single thunderball, emitting pained yelps. Having dispatched the Diamond Ape, the Phantom Tiger swiftly turned its attention to the Shadow Fox, moving with a ghostly speed. Shall we come back? We yield. As the Shadow Fox faced imminent demise, the lead assassin shouted desperately, activating the beast space within himself. At the last possible moment, he retrieved the Shadow Fox, sparing its life. The battle concluded in under a few minutes, the outcome already predetermined. Of the 4 2-star beasts summoned by the assassins, 3 lay dead and 1 gravely injured, a clear demonstration of overpowering strength, devoid of suspense. You might as well have surrendered sooner. Look at your beasts. What misfortune to be bound to such masters. Wang Hu observed the situation resolved and commanded his Dehei and Erhei to cease their assault. Wei Pingfan quickly approached Wang Hu, flanked by the 3 5-star beast masters, exclaiming, Uncle Wang, that was impressive, effortlessly done. Wang Hu chuckled. Oh, young master, you flatter me. They were merely 2-star beasts. Hardly worth mentioning. He patted his chest with a sense of pride. Having witnessed the brutal confrontation between beast masters, Wei Pingfan came to deeply appreciate the significance of formidable strength. If 5-star beast masters exhibited such prowess, one could only imagine the overwhelming might of 9-star beast masters, capable of annihilating all in their path. A resolute conviction ignited within Wei Pingfan's heart. He must diligently train, striving to enhance his own strength exponentially. Chapter 32. The Arrival of the Bureau. Young Master, you possess a superior beast talent. You will surely surpass me in the future and become the hope of the Wei family. Thus, your safety is of utmost importance. Wang Hu smiled, while the 3 5-star beast masters of the Wei family approached the subdued assassins, securing their control. By the way, Uncle Wang, your beasts are so imposing. Why did you name them Dehei and Erhei? Wei Pingfan inquired, shifting the topic. Names are merely code names. The Wei family has never placed much importance on them. What truly matters is the strength of the beasts. Wang Hu cheerfully explained, feeling that the names he had chosen were quite fitting. He recalled the names of the old Master-S beasts, which were even more ridiculous. What were they called? Big Fatty and Too Fatty. Now that was something truly laughable. Just as Wei Pingfan and Wang Hu were engrossed in their lighthearted banter, the shrill sound of sirens pierced the air from just down the road. The Bureau is here. The arrival of the Bureau was expected whenever beast combat occurred in the city. Observing the 2 police vehicles approaching, the crowd murmured in hushed tones, parting to clear a path for the Bureau personnel, who were not to be obstructed. The Bureau is a government entity of the Great Xia Federation, primarily responsible for maintaining urban order, particularly targeting beast masters. Given their formidable power and the potential for their contracted beasts to inflict harm or even cause fatalities among ordinary citizens, beast masters are prohibited from engaging in combat against civilians and especially from using their beasts in the city. Any combat between beasts poses a risk to civilian lives and property. Thus, the Bureau enforces strict penalties against any beast master discovered violating these regulations. The Bureau personnel. Wei Pingfan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as the two vehicles came to a halt before them. The Bureau represented the official authority of Great Xia. And although the Wei family was the foremost beast family in Yunnan City, they needed to tread carefully in the presence of official entities. Given that the Wei family had also engaged in combat within the city, they owed the Bureau an explanation. Do not worry, young master. They sought to assassinate you. And they summoned their beasts first. Our actions were merely in self-defense, Wang Hu reassured him, having noticed the concern etched on Wei Pingfan's face. The four assassins, now under the control of the Wei family, felt a sense of camaraderie upon witnessing the arrival of the Bureau. In the hands of the Wei family, their chances of survival appeared bleak. However, being taken by the Bureau meant that the worst fate they could expect was being dispatched to the front lines to build walls, constantly facing the threat of demonic beasts. While perilous, at least it afforded them a glimmer of hope for survival. As the doors of the Bureau vehicles swung open, 7 or 8 officers clad in blue military uniforms and caps swiftly alighted. Everyone freeze. The officers swiftly encircled Wei Pingfan and his companions. Given the aura of spiritual energy emanating from them, it was evident that these officers were all 3-star beast masters. Beast masters are prohibited from engaging in combat within the city. You have violated this regulation. All of you will accompany us back to the Bureau for questioning. Intoned the squad leader, a tall, slender man with glasses, his tone sharp and commanding. Such audacity. You, a mere squad leader of the Bureau, demand to take us all without first understanding the situation? Is this how the Bureau conducts its operations? Wang Hu stepped forward, his demeanor calm and composed, challenging the authority of the squad leader. Wei Donghai has already reassured them, stating that they need not worry about anything while ensuring Wei Pingfan's safety. Who are you? The team leader of the Administration Bureau felt a jolt of surprise at the aura of a Beastmaster emanating from Wang Hu. Could this individual be a 5-star Beastmaster? Such a presence could not be managed by a mere 3-star Beastmaster team leader. The team leader quickly glanced at the others, his mind racing with disbelief. 4 5-star Beastmasters. Where did they all spring from? It is well known that a 5-star Beastmaster is already considered a formidable figure in Yunnan City, often becoming the head of a small family. The most powerful Beastmaster in Yunnan City is at the 7-star level. Typically the heads of the 4 prominent families or high-ranking officials in the government and military. The sudden appearance of 4 5-star Beastmasters is no trivial matter. We are from the Wei family. This young man here is our young master, Wang Hu said, casting a sidelong glance at the team leader. As for those 4 individuals wearing helmets, they are assassins sent to target our young master, and we, the Wei family, must take them away for a thorough investigation into who dares to conspire against us. Upon hearing they were from the Wei family, the expressions of all the personnel from the Administration Bureau shifted, instinctively taking a step back. The team leader was especially taken aback, momentarily at a loss for what to do. They had received an emergency call reporting a battle involving Beastmasters in this area and rushed over, expecting a typical conflict between Beastmasters. Such incidents occur several times a month in Yunnan City, and they had not thought much of it. Now, it turns out that not only had members of the Wei family appeared, but there was also an assassination attempt on the young master of the Wei family, who would have the audacity to harm the Wei family's young master. This is akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, inviting disaster. Oh, Administration Bureau personnel, you have finally arrived. In broad daylight, someone dares to attack me. You must give me an explanation. Wei Pingfan hastily approached the team leader, clasping the latter's hand, his tone imbued with sincerity. The team leader was utterly flustered. Could it be that the Wei family's young master is a master of theatrics? Hearing Wei Pingfan's words, the 4 assassins turned ashen, their expressions dark with rage, wishing they could tear Wei Pingfan's mouth to shreds. What do you mean we are unrepentant? We summoned our beasts only because we were forced by your Wei family. You, Wei Pingfan, remain unscathed while our beasts are dead or injured. Wang Hu had not anticipated that Wei Pingfan would take such an audacious approach, turning the tables on the Administration Bureau personnel, thus saving him from further entanglement with them. No, you should speak. As members of the Administration Bureau, you have failed to maintain the city's security, allowing someone as weak as me to fall victim to an assassination attempt. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Wei Pingfan waited for an eternity. Yet the team leader remained silent. Just as the team leader was at his wit's end, A woman's voice rang out from the administration bureau's vehicle. Well, this is a first. I never expected the Wei family's young master to be so eloquent. Chapter 33, Captain Lung Ruoyan. The voice arrived before the woman did. The sudden sound caused Wei Pingfan to momentarily lose his train of thought, directing his gaze toward the source from the second vehicle of the administration bureau. Wang Hu and the others followed suit. Curiosity piqued about the identity of the woman who had just spoken. The door of the driver's seat swung open, revealing a tall figure before the crowd. The woman donned a blue military uniform, her hair styled in a high ponytail, with a delicate oval face, fair skin, and perfectly proportioned curves, complemented by long, straight legs. A beauty, indeed, a stunning beauty. Upon seeing the woman emerge from the vehicle, the personnel of the administration bureau felt a wave of relief wash over them, their faces lighting up with admiration and a hint of infatuation. The team leader swiftly extricated himself from Wei Pingfan's grip and dashed toward the woman, moving with the speed of lightning, almost leaping over the distance to reach her. Though it was merely a matter of a few steps, the urgency in the team leader's actions resembled that of a child desperately seeking their mother. Captain, you've finally come down from the vehicle. If you hadn't, I'd have exploded. The team leader saluted the woman before revealing an expression tinged with bitterness. All right, Xiaohe, I heard everything you said just now. You've truly embarrassed our bureau. What kind of training have I provided you? The woman regarded Xiaohe with a look of earnest admonition. So what if they are from the Wei family? What's the big deal? You are a member of the administration bureau. How could you let them take the upper hand? Listening to the captain's scolding, Xiaohe felt an intense sense of despair. These individuals were not only from the Wei family, but they were also accompanied by 4 5-star Beastmasters. Could a mere 3-star Beastmaster confront 4 5-star Beastmasters? Certainly not. Moreover, with a young master of the Wei family present, handling the situation had become exceedingly complicated. One misstep, and he could find himself ousted from the administration bureau. After all, he had worked tirelessly to rise to the position of team leader, spending a whole year serving his predecessor. The struggles and hardships he had endured were vivid in his memory. Diligent individuals are often rewarded by fate. As fate would have it, the former team leader had tragically perished during an external mission. Heartbroken, Xiaohe had proudly taken up the mantle the very next day, in honor of his predecessor. He had even bought several kilograms of tea to brew for his former superior, who had loved tea in life, and had taken great care of the latter's charming wife for over a year. As for their nightly gaming sessions, Xiaohe considered it only natural. Life needs a touch of excitement now and then. Greetings, young master of the Wei family. I am the captain of the administration bureau, Lung Ruoyan. Lung Ruoyan approached Wei Pingfan with Xiaohe, extending a delicate hand. Oh, greetings, captain. I am Wei Pingfan of the Wei family. Wei Pingfan replied, shaking her hand with a smile. My grandfather is Wei Donghai. My father is Wei Changge. My maternal grandfather is Wang Jintian, and my mother is Wang Shishir. By the way, I also have 5 sisters with exceptional Beastmaster talents. They all dote on me immensely. If I lose even a single hair, they would be distraught for days. It was their first meeting, and Wei Pingfan continued to prattle on, leaving Lung Ruoyan momentarily stunned. An overwhelming urge to strike him bubbling within her. Is this young master of the Wei family truly of sound mind? I merely wish to greet you. Who asked for your entire family lineage? Is it necessary to disclose your elders to me? I am not a man-eating tiger who would devour you. And the notion that losing a hair would cause them distress for days? Who would believe such a tale? Since her birth, Lung Ruoyan had never encountered anyone quite like Wei Pingfan, whose words were infuriatingly absurd. She had only recently been transferred from the Management Bureau of Fenghai Province to the Yunnan City Management Bureau as a captain, and it had been less than 3 months. To put it nicely, she was as cold as ice yet diligent in her work, with her superiors promoting her to captain in Yunnan City to foster her growth. To put it less charitably, her family had arranged for her to come to Yunnan City to enhance her credentials after serving as captain for a year. They would pave the way for her to secure a better position. This was merely a conventional maneuver employed by affluent families to secure advantageous futures for their descendants, a common occurrence, not surprising at all. After all, these individuals were born under fortunate stars, a privilege that ordinary people could only envy throughout their lives. However, Lung Ruoyan harbored a strong aversion to her family's machinations. Her awakened beast taming talent was of exceptional caliber, manifesting as a superior azure space, and her current prowess was that of a 5-star beast tamer. With such innate talent, it mattered little where she worked. She would be coveted anywhere, capable of achieving remarkable feats that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. There was no need for her family to pull strings or use backdoor connections. Such actions would only lead others to perceive her as a mere ornamental figure reliant on her family's influence. No, Lung Ruoyan was far from being a mere vase. She was determined to prove her worth to the world. Consequently, Her approach to her duties at the Bureau was characterized by integrity and a steadfast refusal to yield, unafraid of offending others. If anyone violated the Bureau's regulations, Lung Ruoyan would address the matter with impartiality. For those who remained obstinate, she would not show leniency, and her methods were ruthlessly decisive. Back in the provincial capital, a beast tamer had brazenly assaulted an ordinary citizen in the street, motivated solely by a desire for the man's girlfriend. A solo venture in gaming lacked excitement. He sought a partner to play alongside him. Upon her arrival, the beast tamer dared to resist and even attempted to invite her to join him in this endeavor, which was utterly intolerable. Lung Ruoyan summoned her 5-star beast with undeniable authority, allowing the beast tamer to experience profound suffering. He was left utterly defeated, his ambitions crushed. The prospect of partnering up was no longer conceivable. He would be unable to even play solo in the future. To compel the beast tamer to mend his ways, she swiftly eliminated his nefarious accomplice, believing this to be the most efficient resolution. This approach left her male colleagues from the Bureau in a state of shock, instinctively tightening their legs in trepidation. The brutality of the scene was too overwhelming, its impact too intense. Once news of the incident spread throughout the Bureau, Lung Ruoyan earned the moniker Iron-Blooded Overlord Flower. Those who had harbored feelings for her quickly dismissed any nascent affections, realizing the futility of pursuing someone so formidable. If one wished to play games with Lung Ruoyan, they ought to carefully consider whether their own capabilities were up to par. Having gained recognition through her prowess, Lung Ruoyan firmly established her roots within the provincial bureau, preparing for future achievements. While the journey toward success was promising, the hearts of her colleagues were crumbling under the weight of her formidable reputation. Each subsequent action she took made them acutely aware of the terror embodied by the iron-blooded Overlord Flower, prompting silent prayers for her swift departure from the Bureau. Thus, when word spread that Lung Ruoyan would be transferred to Yunnan City, every individual remained awake with excitement throughout the night. They prepared an exuberant farewell ceremony, bidding her an emotional farewell, their camaraderie on display in a manner that left no room for criticism. After her departure, the Bureau staff collectively contributed to host an extravagant celebration. The leadership was pleased, and the initiative displayed by the staff saved them from footing the bill. During the celebration, after raising their glasses in joyous revelry, everyone shouted in unison, "Iron-blooded Overlord Flower, may your journey be smooth." Chapter 34, Climbing Connections, Sister Lung. Unbeknownst to her, Lung Ruoyan assumed her colleagues were genuinely reluctant to see her go, which was why they organized such a grand farewell. Wei Ping fan, right? I'm aware of you. You're a senior at Yunnan No. 1 High School, and you recently awakened your beast taming talent. You even defeated Li Yunfei from the Li family with a single punch in a recent competition. Your reputation precedes you, and it would be an overstatement to call me your mentor. Lung Ruoyan suppressed her agitation, her gaze fixed intently on Wei Ping fan. Huh, a beast taming genius? I would never presume to claim such a title. Wei Ping fan chuckled, waving his hands dismissively. He had not anticipated that his bout with Li Yunfei would catapult him to such prominence in Yunnan City. However, this was not necessarily a blessing, as fame often attracted danger. He was still not even a 1-star beast tamer, merely among the weaker ranks. Many adversarial forces opposed the Wei family, which explained the assassination attempt he had faced today. No wonder his grandfather had assigned 4 beast tamers to protect him discreetly. Everything made sense now. Observing the strikingly beautiful captain before him, Wei Pingfan had introduced himself in hopes of establishing a rapport, ensuring that the bureau captain would think twice before dismissing him. It was evident that Lung Ruoyan was no fool. Her compliments were a strategic means of elevating him, encouraging him to lower his guard. She was not only powerful but also astute, far surpassing the previous captain he had encountered. It was worth noting that to become a bureau captain, one needed to be a minimum of a 5-star beast tamer. This was a non-negotiable requirement. Captain Long, you're so youthful and beautiful. Although this is our first meeting, we're practically acquainted now. Addressing you as Captain Lung feels rather distant. I think it's more fitting to call you Sister Lung instead, don't you agree? Wei Pingfan said with a disarmingly innocent smile, his handsome visage reminiscent of the charming boy next door, someone one would instinctively want to protect. Yet, he had sensed a distinct unease from Lung Ruoyan, as if he were on the verge of crossing a line. Whether this intuition was accurate or not, his instincts warned him, should he provoke her ire, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Thus, he sought to forge a connection early on, addressing her as Sister Lung. A precautionary measure. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Having affectionately referred to her as Sister Lung, he felt entitled to a bit of favoritism in return, especially since he was an utterly charming younger brother. Wei Pingfan, unabashedly self-assured, possessed an impressive capacity for self-encouragement. Wow, the young master of the Wei family is certainly bold, attempting to take advantage of every situation. Our Captain Long, however, does not entertain such connections lightly. Standing beside Lung Ruoyan, Xiaohe was astonished to hear Wei Pingfan refer to her as sister, and he couldn't help but feel a chill of anxiety for him. Lung Ruoyan herself was taken aback, never expecting that Wei Pingfan would want to call her sister Lung. This sudden turn of events was utterly unexpected. Attempting to forge a connection with the management bureau, particularly with her, was clearly a bid for favor, a clever strategy. Should she accept or decline? Lung Run gazed at Wei Pingfan's strikingly handsome face, a hint of conflict stirring within her for the first time. Indeed, the desire for beauty is universal. Good looks invariably add to one's charm. If she were to gain a handsome younger brother, she would no longer feel alone in Yunnan City. Very well, little brother. However, let it be known that while relationships may soften my demeanor, I shall remain impartial and just in my dealings. Cold Ruoyan exhibited an uncharacteristic demeanor, readily acquiescing. Her capacity for self-explanation rivaling that of Wei Pingfan's self-comforting tendencies. Indeed, neither could be deemed ordinary individuals. Observe Xiaohe, who, upon hearing his captain's agreement, displayed greater astonishment than Wei Pingfan did when he addressed Cold Ruoyan as sister. Doubts once again enveloped his mind. Was this truly the captain he had come to know? Naturally, as a younger brother, it would be unthinkable to place his sister in a predicament. Today's events necessitated thorough investigation on her part. Well, that is satisfactory. These 4 individuals shall accompany my sister back to the management bureau, and you, too, shall accompany me for the sake of the inquiry, Cold Ruoyan directed, gesturing toward the 4 helmeted figures before casting her gaze back to Wei Pingfan. Cold sister, that is perfectly fine, no objections. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Pingfan consented. Such alacrity, Cold Ruoyan, sensing his swift agreement, found herself pondering his true intentions, just as Wei Pingfan continued. Sister, you must investigate the matter of my brother being attacked by nefarious individuals, unearthing the puppeteers behind this scheme. Otherwise, should he be entrusted to your management bureau, and a resolution elude us, he might linger by your side indefinitely, compelling you to protect him. Wei Pingfan waved at Wang Hu and the others, signaling them to release the assailants into the custody of the bureau's personnel. Wang Hu and his companions remained silent, though they yearned to take the individuals away. Their young master had made a decision, and they could only comply. The 4 assassins were promptly taken into custody, their hearts brimming with gratitude toward Cold Ruoyan. A benevolent soul, at least she provided them a chance at survival. Little brother, you are indeed presenting your sister with a conundrum, yet I shall ensure a thorough investigation, providing you with a satisfactory account in due course. Since you are so cooperative, your Wei family need not visit the management bureau. However, should you wish to join me, my sister would be most welcoming. Cold Ruoyan, undeterred by Wei Pingfan's veiled threats regarding the inability to uncover the true culprits, interpreted it merely as his stance. Cold sister, in matters of resolution, I shall refrain from visiting the bureau. After all, I narrowly escaped peril today, and the lingering dread still haunts me. A warm embrace would be most comforting, soothing my shaken spirit. Wei Pingfan placed his right hand over his heart, his exaggerated expression almost unbearable to witness. Cold sister, do come and embrace me, so I may feel your concern. Contemplating this, he was met with a sharp glare from Cold Ruoyan, prompting him to break into a nervous chuckle. Cold sister, merely jesting, merely jesting. Please, do not take it to heart. It was one thing for Wei Pingfan to indulge in verbal banter, but to seek further advantage elsewhere? Did he truly believe her to be a real sister? Alas, what a pity, dear brother. I had almost resolved to embrace you, only to find you jesting instead. One must not be overly mischievous, for sister may teach you the true meaning of sisterhood. Such an experience would surely leave you begging for mercy. Cold Ruoyan's expression shifted, her eyes gleaming with mirth, as she leaned toward Wei Pingfan and whispered intently. The memory of a particular night, where he had been subjected to the lessons of 5 older sisters, flooded Wei Pingfan's mind, leaving him trembling and unable to rise from bed the following day. It was an unbearable trial, even for a man. Do not indulge in wild imaginings. Such thoughts are the remnants of 9 years of compulsory education. Cold Ruoyan commanded. The personnel from the management bureau promptly escorted the 4 would-be assassins into a vehicle before departing. Watching the bureau's vehicle fade into the distance, Wei Pingfan murmured under his breath, what a fright Cold Ruoyan attempts to instill. One day, I shall rise above you, singing the songs of the liberated. Chapter 35, The Beast Egg is Gone? At the Wei residence in Yunnan City, Wei Donghai maintained a calm demeanor as he listened to Wang Hu recount the events of the management bureau's capture of the assassins. Indeed, this matter was well handled by Xiao Fan. Turning the individuals over to the management bureau is prudent, allowing them to investigate, at least prompting those involved to exercise caution. You may depart now. Wei Donghai nodded at Wang Hu and his companions. Grandfather, if there is nothing further, I shall return to my room. Once Wang Hu and the others left, Wei Pingfan prepared to take his leave as well. Sit. Wei Donghai's expression turned grave. Grandfather has matters to discuss with you. Without hesitation, Wei Pingfan resumed his seat, fully aware of the impending inquiry. His uncle had undoubtedly reported him to the elder. Present the beast egg you took from the Yuanshan pavilion. Let me see it. Dressed in a formal Zhongshan suit, Wei Donghai's graying hair was impeccably styled. Today, the elder appeared invigorated, exuding an air of genteel sophistication, a stark contrast to his usual brusque demeanor. Could it be that he had attended a matchmaking event today? Wei Pingfan mused as he retrieved the beast egg from his backpack, placing it on the table before his grandfather. Here it is, grandfather. You may examine it at your leisure. Humph. Wei Donghai grasped the beast egg, letting out a disdainful huff. What on earth is your uncle thinking? Allowing you to select merely an egg for your contracted beast? It infuriates me. Wei Donghai scrutinized the egg in his hand, his lips muttering complaints, evidently quite agitated. As the instigator, Wei Pingfan remained silent, bowing his head like a monk in meditation. It was clear that the elder was in a foul mood. Anyone who dared speak up would surely incur his wrath. Thus, it was prudent to let his uncle bear the brunt of the elder's verbal barrage. Poor uncle. Wei Pingfan lamented silently for his relative for 3 seconds. You insolent brat, why the silence? Usually, you are quite the chatterbox. Do you genuinely intend to contract this beast egg? Your grandfather does not approve. Wei Donghai raised his gaze to Wei Pingfan. Having scrutinized the egg for some time without discerning any remarkable features, he could not fathom why his grandson had chosen this particular egg, which evidently lacked potential. The key point was that it was not a tiger-type beast. The risks involved in contracting such a creature were considerable. Should the contract fail, it would be a regrettable loss, an outcome Wei Donghai was eager to avoid. His grandson possessed exceptional talent for beast contracting, and he could not allow a mere egg to hinder that potential. If you truly desire this egg, I shall rear it for you. It can serve as your pet in due time. Wei Donghai believed that his grandson was merely a victim of youthful impulsiveness, easily swayed by affection for certain items or beings. Grandfather, you must trust me. I am not simply enamored with this egg. This egg is extraordinary, and I must have it. Upon hearing his grandfather's disapproval, Wei Pingfan immediately stood, indignant. What jest is this? This is the Yao Tian Phoenix, a beast egg of mythical potential. Such eggs have yet to be encountered on Blue Star. Only a fool would refuse to contract it. It is a necessity. Even if I were to fail at contracting it once, I would persist in my attempts. Such opportunities are rare, and I shall pursue them with all my might. Xiaofan, you disregard your grandfather's words? This is not a matter of trust. It concerns your future, a grave matter that requires careful consideration. Listen to your grandfather. Let us select a different beast for contract. I have your best interests at heart. Wei Donghai felt that Wei Pingfan was even more obstinate than his father. Wei Changgu, 2 stubborn donkeys. It remains a mystery whose traits he has inherited. Undoubtedly, they belong to the child's grandmother, bearing no resemblance to Wei Donghai whatsoever. After scrutinizing for a considerable time and employing his spiritual energy to investigate, grandfather declared that this egg was extraordinary, a claim that left me utterly perplexed. Wei Pingfan inwardly exclaimed, "Oh dear grandfather, if you could discern its nature, I would gladly call you grandfather." He contemplated revealing to the old man that this was a mythical grade beast egg, yet he feared that a sudden shock might cause the elder's hands to tremble, potentially leading to a disastrous drop of the precious egg. The thought of a mythical beast perishing before it even hatched filled Wei Pingfan with dread. Hastily, he approached his grandfather and, taking advantage of Wei Donghai's unpreparedness, whisked the beast egg away, cradling it close to his chest. Grandfather, I must take my leave now. If you wish for me to contract another beast, then procure one with 9-star potential, otherwise, it will be in vain. With that parting remark, Wei Pingfan made a hasty exit. Remaining any longer would yield no fruitful dialogue, and he certainly could not disclose the existence of the black beast space to his grandfather at this juncture. It was imperative to return and delve into the study of the mythical grade potential beast egg. Perhaps new revelations awaited him. The black beast space exhibited only creatures available for contract, indicating that all was well. He was determined to hasten his training to become a 1-star beast master, ready to contract his precious egg. You think acquiring a 9-star contract beast is as easy as picking vegetables? Wei Donghai shouted in exasperation, watching the swiftly retreating figure of Wei Pingfan. Among the 2 beasts he had contracted, the highest potential was merely 8 stars. He secretly longed for the day he could have secured a 9-star potential beast himself, in a luxurious presidential suite of a hotel in Yunnan City. A middle-aged man with a hawkish nose and a scruffy beard lounged on the opulent sofa, swathed only in a bath towel while attending a call from one of his subordinates. Boss, the assassination attempt on Wei Pingfan has failed. and all 4 of them have been captured by the authorities. 4 worthless fools. They couldn't finish the job and ended up in custody. How dare they continue to live? The middle-aged man's expression grew furious, but after a few moments, his anger began to subside. There's no need to spare their families. Arrange for them to meet their demise within the management bureau. Let us eliminate any hassle. Understood, boss. After ending the call, the man strode towards the bedroom, his temper still simmering, in need of an outlet. On the grand bed lay 2 exquisite, alluring flowers, waiting for the middle-aged man to indulge in their allure. Meanwhile, upon returning to his room, Wei Pingfan dedicated himself to the study of the beast egg for an extended period. Yet the black beast space within him offered no new insights. Thus, he commenced his training to absorb spiritual energy, placing the beast egg beside him and closing his eyes in meditation. Once he had consumed the remaining spiritual energy pills, he opened his eyes to check beside him. What the heck? Where's my beast egg? Wei Pingfan stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. The beast egg he had just set down had vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly confounded. Was this some sort of supernatural occurrence? Where's my egg? Chapter 36. Contracted and awakened with intelligence. Such a sizable egg could not simply disappear without reason. Could it be that his grandfather had taken it? Wei Pingfan's first suspicion fell upon Wei Donghai, for he was the most formidable member of the Wei family. If the old man desired, he could effortlessly steal the beast egg without a sound. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed improbable. The elder was far too old to engage in such childish antics, especially for the sake of preventing his grandson from contracting the egg. Moreover, Wei Pingfan had yet to break through to become a 1-star beast master, so there was no urgency for the old man to act. There were no signs of forced entry at the doors or windows. The beast egg certainly had not sprouted legs and fled. The situation was both mysterious and somewhat eerie. After all, this was a mythical-grade beast, and it had vanished before he could even warm it in his grasp, which was utterly absurd. Feeling a mix of sorrow and helplessness, Wei Pingfan began searching his entire room for the beast egg. It was absent here and absent there. After several minutes, a disheartened Wei Pingfan emerged from the bathroom, having taken a moment for himself. His mood was so poor that even his bodily functions seemed discolored. Fine, if it's gone. It's gone. At least now my grandfather won't have to worry. If asked, I'll just say I ate the beast egg. He truly felt remorse for the black beast space, which had painstakingly revealed such a treasure to him, only for it to vanish. Who could he turn to for justice? He could only hope that in the future, the black space would again unveil another great treasure for him. Wei Pingfan's remarkable self-soothing abilities kicked in, slightly ameliorating his dismal mood. Speaking of the black beast space, Wei Pingfan immediately entered it with his consciousness, eager to see if any changes had occurred after absorbing the energies of 5 spiritual energy pills. If nothing had changed, he would have to shamelessly approach his grandfather once more for cultivation resources or devise a means to procure some. After all, the black space was a voracious consumer of spiritual energy, and when it would be satiated remained a question. Aside from a slight increase in size, the beast space exhibited no other alterations. Just as Wei Pingfan was about to exit the black beast space, he noticed a round object in the corner. Wait a moment, Wei Pingfan exclaimed. Isn't that my beast egg? How did it end up in the black beast space? A beast could only enter the beast space after a successful contract. Yet this egg had not yet been contracted. Was it that the black beast space allowed entry, or could this mythical-grade beast egg simply enter on its own accord? This was astonishing. An extraordinary beast space and an extraordinary beast egg? Old friend, I demand an explanation. Wei Pingfan thought to himself. Having suspected the black beast space was sentient ever since he discovered it could display text during his selection of beasts at Yuanqing Pavilion. Previously unaware, he had not considered speaking to it. Now, with the beast egg appearing in the black space, it was highly likely that this phenomenon was the work of the black space. Wei Pingfan stroked his chin, pondering various possibilities. If he were to hold a black pipe, he would resemble Sherlock Holmes. Unfortunately, the black beast space offered no reply, not even a single punctuation mark. Come forth, Wei Pingfan commanded, directing his consciousness towards the beast egg with fervor. If the egg could enter the space, perhaps he could use his consciousness to summon it back. It was a commendable notion, yet often, such thoughts do not manifest into reality. After several attempts to extract the beast egg from the black beast space using his consciousness, he was met with failure. All right, old friend. If you refuse to provide me with an explanation today, then I shall cease my training, and you will be left without spiritual energy to consume. You can sort that out yourself. Wei Pingfan's frustration escalated. Ever since awakening the black beast space, he had encountered nothing but anomalies. Abnormalities are often deemed incorrect. Indeed, there are many sinister occurrences, all intricately linked to one's own beast space. The true culprit lies before him, and without clarifying the sequence of events, Wei Pingfan is utterly devoid of the inclination to cultivate. The man's sixth sense fervently nudges him, suggesting that the black beast space can hear his innermost thoughts. However, it merely exudes an air of aloofness, choosing to disregard him. After 5 seconds, a radiant smile blossomed on Wei Pingfan's face. The black beast space had responded, and a line of white text gradually materialized. The egg of the Yao Tian phoenix has been contracted and is currently hatching in the space. What? Contracted? Wei Pingfan was genuinely astounded by the revelation from the black beast space. It was simply beyond belief. Under normal circumstances, a beast master could only contract their first beast after becoming a one-star beast master. The notion of contracting a beast without achieving that status would surely send shockwaves through the outside world. Moreover, it happened without him lifting a finger. He merely closed his eyes and meditated for a moment, and thus the contract was formed. Now that he had already contracted a beast of mythic potential, wouldn't he be able to summon it for battle immediately upon reaching one-star status? My friend, how much spiritual energy must you consume to feel satiated? Wei Pingfan posed his second question, realizing that the spiritual energy absorbed during cultivation had all been directed to the black beast space, leaving him devoid of any energy to break through to one-star beast master status. Currently, it is sufficient, but hatching the beast egg requires spiritual energy. Damn, don't tell me it consumes all my spiritual energy just like you do? Wei Pingfan felt utterly exasperated. After finally managing to satiate one, now another had emerged. It seems I am merely a caretaker. Not at all. Upon seeing this, Wei Pingfan's heart felt a tad lighter, as long as it didn't absorb everything. He could hasten his breakthrough to one-star beast master. Will you frequently emerge for conversation henceforth? No. So, you possess the intelligence of a beast space? What do you think? What other abilities do you possess? Do share, so I won't have to keep asking. Insufficient strength cannot be unlocked. Wei Pingfan had countless queries swirling in his mind, yet the black beast space ceased to engage with him any further. However, through this exchange, Wei Pingfan had solidified many realizations. The beast space he had awakened was far more enigmatic than he had imagined. The speed of spiritual energy absorption during cultivation was swift, yet the resources consumed were excessively high. The fact that he could actively contract beasts indicated that regardless of the type of beast he sought to contract in the future, his success rate would be 100%. Lastly, the black space possessed intelligence, was reticent, and enjoyed maintaining an air of superiority. Chapter 37. The Shun family's calculated scheme. In pursuit of hastening the hatching of the Yao Tian phoenix, Wei Pingfan dedicated an entire afternoon to cultivating and absorbing spiritual energy. Although devoid of spiritual or an energy pills, the air in Blue Star, due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, contained a trace of it, albeit exceedingly scarce. Relying on the absorption of spiritual energy from the air for cultivation resulted in a painfully slow pace. For instance, a piece of spiritual or could equate to half a month's worth of cultivation time. Hence, the resources that could swiftly elevate a beast master's strength were coveted by every beast master, leading some to undertake any means necessary to acquire them. Even with a promising beast talent awakened, without cultivation resources, progress would be sluggish, trailing behind others. As the foremost beast family in Yunnan City, the Wei family certainly lacked for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. However, Wei Pingfan was not the only beast master in need of such resources within the family. In addition to the Wei family's own beast masters, there were numerous others affiliated with the family who also required resources for cultivation. After all, why would they toil for the Wei family, sometimes even at the cost of their lives? Even the smallest morsel is still meat, and Wei Pingfan's appetite for spiritual energy was considerable. Every bit absorbed would accumulate over time. It was indeed a challenge. Where could one procure cultivation resources? Perhaps a trade of favors? No, that simply wouldn't he do. The moment that thought crossed Wei Pingfan's mind, he promptly shook his head in resolute denial. If the old man were to discover that his grandson sought such dubious means for cultivation resources, he would surely dismember him. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars, illuminating homes across the land. A family gathered for a meal, sharing laughter and conversation. Such days, though simple, were imbued with warmth. At the Wei family dining table, apart from Wei Pingfan's elder uncle, all were present. His second uncle Wei Chonglin, his elder aunt, his second aunt, and his 2 younger female cousins. The atmosphere during dinner was tranquil. No one spoke, nor did they dare to glance at the elder patriarch seated at the head of the table. Grandfather, I'm full. I will return to my room to rest. Wei Pingfan hastily finished his meal, intending to make his escape before the elder spoke. Sit down. Wei Donghai set down his chopsticks, lit a cigarette, and continued. There's something I forgot to discuss with you today regarding your engagement with the Shen family. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Wei Pingfan returned to his seat. It turns out the reason his grandfather was dressed so formally today was due to a visit to the Shin family. He was uncertain whether the engagement with Shun Yu had been annulled. "Grandfather, what about my engagement with Shun Yu?" Wei Pingfan's expression remained composed. With little turbulence in his heart, he held no feelings for Shun Yu anymore, merely awaiting the dissolution of the engagement, for each to walk their separate paths. "Xiaofan, the Shin family is amenable to annulling the engagement, but they have conditions. It must wait until after the beast examination." "Do you know why?" Wei Donghai took a deep drag of his cigarette before extinguishing it. "Father, the Shin family wishes to wait until after the beast examination to annul the engagement because they want Shin Yu to defeat Xiaofan in the ranking battle. This way, the prestige of the Shin family will eclipse that of the Wei family. Once the news of the engagement's dissolution spreads, everyone will side with the Shin family, thereby making it clear that it is not their Shin Yu who is unworthy of Xiaofan, but rather our Wei family's grandson who is unworthy of their granddaughter." Second Uncle Wei Chonglin's analysis was astute, prompting the elder to nod in agreement as he turned his gaze toward Wei Pingfan, eager to hear his perspective. "Grandfather, I believe what Second Uncle says is correct, but how can the Shin family be so certain that Shun Yu will triumph over me in the beast examination? What if I were to defeat her instead? Wouldn't that be even more humiliating for the Shin family?" Wei Pingfan was thoroughly baffled. It was merely the dissolution of an engagement, a straightforward matter that had now entangled itself with the beast examination. "Haha, it seems Xiaofan, you are confident in surpassing Shin Yu. Otherwise you wouldn't be asking such questions of grandfather." Wei Donghai stroked his beard before responding to Wei Pingfan's inquiry. "The Shun family has already found a beast for Shun Yu with a potential of 9 stars, and given that she is currently a 1-star beast master, it is entirely possible that by the day of the examination, she may break through to become a 2-star beast master." Upon hearing the elder's words, Wei Pingfan understood. He had not anticipated that the Shun family had already made preparations for Shun Yu. A beast with 9-star potential is not something that can be easily obtained. One must admit that Shun Yu was indeed fortunate. To achieve the status of a 2-star beast tamer before the Beast Taming College entrance examination is indeed a rarity, a true gem among the masses. The majority of candidates participating in this examination are merely 1-star beast tamers, with some still struggling to break through to that level, relegating them to mere companions in the race. When the Beast Taming Academy enrolls students, it not only considers your innate talent for taming beasts and your performance in the entrance examination, but also mandates that candidates must possess at least the rank of a 1-star beast tamer. The Shun family has evidently concluded that within a span of less than 3 months, they will not be able to elevate their strength to that of a 1-star beast tamer, even if they were to achieve this rank, facing the formidable Shin Yu. A 2-star beast tamer accompanied by a beast of 9-star potential, they would still find themselves at a disadvantage. Regardless of the outcome, Shin Yu remains invincible, while I, Wei Pingfan, am destined to lose. "Very well, grandfather. Rest assured," Wei Pingfan declared, rising with a resolute tone. "In the beast taming entrance examination, I shall defeat Shin Yu and publicly dissolve the engagement with the Shun family. If the Shun family anticipates a spectacle from the Wei family, they have miscalculated." Wei Pingfan's confidence stems from his belief in the awakened black beast taming space within him, as well as the potential mythic-level beast he has already contracted. What is a 9-star potential beast in the face of a mythic level 1 but a mere subordinate? "Indeed, you are truly my grandson, Wei Donghai. I believe in you," Wei Donghai replied, feeling immense satisfaction with Wei Pingfan's words. "During this period, focus solely on your training. If you need anything, just tell your grandfather, and I shall support you wholeheartedly." Content with Wei Pingfan's resolution, Wei Donghai nodded, watching his grandson depart, his mind already formulating plans. It seems imperative to secure a 9-star potential beast for his grandson. This is no longer merely a contest between Wei Pingfan and Shun Yu. It has escalated into a rivalry between the Wei and Shin families. Chapter 38. While training is not an issue, the lack of resources for cultivation is a significant drawback. After a night of diligent training, Wei Pingfan opened his eyes and gave himself a mental pat on the back. "How many individuals as exceptional as I have you encountered?" At last, a modicum of spiritual energy was present within him. His eldest son was no longer a burden, and the second son only consumed a minimal amount each time, indicating he was on the right track. The singular objective remained, to swiftly break through to become a 1-star beast tamer. However, relying solely on the meager spiritual energy from the air, even a year would not suffice for Wei Pingfan to reach that level. With a touch of frustration, Wei Pingfan found himself consuming 5 or 6 more buns at breakfast, justifying it with the saying, "The morning is the essence of the day. Eating more is never a fault." The delightful weekend concluded, marking the first day back at school. At the entrance of Yunnan No. 1 High School, the long-lost brothers reunited amid the throng of students. "Fatty, Fangu, from a distance of several meters. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa spotted each other amidst the bustling crowd with remarkable precision. One glided with a space-like grace while the other strode with an electrifying vigor, standing face to face like two jovial fools. Without uttering a word, they simply beamed at one another, akin to two simpletons. I feel a tad more handsome than this fatty every day, Wei Pingfan mused. Conversely, Wang Jingwa thought, the more I look at Fan Go, the more I believe my fatty is the handsomest. Just as they were about to embrace in a heartfelt brotherly hug, a classmate's exclamation rang out at the school gate. Wow, the school beauty Shun is here. She looks stunning today. Upon hearing that Xinyu had arrived, the students en route to class halted, all turning in unison to gaze in a particular direction. It truly is Xinyu. How beautiful. It seems she is smiling at me. Alas. Another day of secretly adoring the school beauty Xinyu had begun for Wei Pingfan. The chorus of admiration surrounding him echoed a singular theme. Praise for Xinyu's beauty. Her entrance was nothing short of explosive. Today, Xinyu donned a white blouse with purple accents and a light purple skirt, which danced gently in the breeze. Her graceful figure was a sight to behold, and as she walked, she became a captivating spectacle. With a meticulously crafted visage and long, flowing black hair swaying in the wind, her subtly pursed lips accentuated her enchanting smile, rendering her utterly irresistible. Her long, smooth legs shimmered under the sunlight, igniting a yearning desire within onlookers to claim her as their own. Beside Xinyu was her close friend Feng Shui, sporting a pair of playful pigtails, a white short-sleeved top, and denim shorts, drawing attention with her equally striking legs. Yet, when compared to Xinyu, Feng Shui could only concede defeat, as they were not in the same league. The two girls chatted and laughed, linking arms as they passed by, prompting male classmates to part ways, gazing dreamily at their retreating figures. Compared to the icy demeanor of Sister Long, Xinyu was still a step above. As Wei Pingfan observed Xinyu approaching, he recalled the sister he had just acknowledged, Lung Ruoyan, and found himself comparing them internally. Let us go, fatty. Stop staring, you're going to drool. Wei Pingfan turned only to find Wang Jingwa beside him, his eyes sparkling with admiration, his expression akin to a dog discovering its kind. Hey, Fango, don't say nonsense. I wasn't staring or drooling at all. Wang Jingwa hastily wiped his mouth, vehemently denying any such behavior. While they conversed, Xinyu and her friend had already reached Wei Pingfan, who did not shy away from her gaze, but instead met it with unwavering intensity. Wang Jingwa, sensing the tension, discreetly stepped back to stand beside Wei Pingfan. Is there something you need? Wei Pingfan asked nonchalantly, feeling annoyed at the onlookers' scrutiny, all drawn to him due to Xinyu. Xinyu, however, ignored Wei Pingfan and continued walking into the school with Feng Shui. She had merely sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from him, almost negligible. This only reinforced her belief in her superiority over Wei Pingfan. Even with his awakened beast taming talent, they were worlds apart. The previous match where he easily defeated Li Yunfei merely indicated that Li Yunfei was a mediocre fighter. Not that Wei Pingfan possessed exceptional strength. Unbeknownst to Wei Pingfan, Xinyu had already contracted a beast of 9-star potential, which would surely astonish him on the day of the beast taming entrance examination. As Xinyu turned away coldly, Wei Pingfan merely shrugged, joining his friend as they walked toward school. In the third-year beast taming class, Chu Weiguo requested each student to share their training progress so he could arrange subsequent lessons. Following Xinyu, 2 more students had also broken through to become 1-star beast tamers, one of whom was Chu Xiong. Therefore, when Chu Xiong announced his advancement, he radiated pride, casting occasional glances toward Wei Pingfan seated at the back of the classroom. Li Yunfei was absent from school, not only due to his injured right hand from his previous encounter with Wei Pingfan, but also because he found it humiliating to show his face after such a defeat. However, Wei Pingfan was aware that Li Yunfei had likely already ascended to the rank of a 1st-star Beastmaster. Once Li Yunfei arrived at school, it was certain that he would challenge Wei Pingfan to a duel once more. Wang Jingwa, Wei Pingfan, please share your progress in cultivation with us. Chu Weiguo's gaze settled upon the two, expressing little concern for the other students in the class. His primary worry rested solely upon these final 2 individuals. Teacher Chu, my cultivation speed is quite rapid. It won't be long before I become a 1st-star Beastmaster, Wang Jingwa proclaimed, rising with a beaming smile. Indeed, Wang Jingwa was absorbing spiritual energy at a significantly greater rate than Wei Pingfan, as the Wang family was among the 4 prominent Beastmaster families, undoubtedly blessed with ample resources for cultivation. Coupled with Wang Jingwa's awakened superior Beastmaster talent, his current reserve of spiritual energy was entirely reasonable. Very well. Continue to maintain that momentum. Spend less time on games, and devote more time to cultivation. And you, Wei Pingfan. Chu Weiguo nodded before turning his attention back to Wei Pingfan. Ah, Teacher Chu, I have no issues with my cultivation. It's merely the cultivation resources that I lack. Wei Pingfan responded, rubbing his hands together and casting Chu Weigua a knowing glance. Lacking cultivation resources? I am in the same predicament. Chu Weigua replied, perspiring slightly. As a beast master, it was a shared struggle to find sufficient cultivation resources. You, Wei Pingfan, are at least the young master of the Wei family. How could you possibly lack cultivation resources? Is it that the Wei family's resources are insufficient for your needs? You are not a 7th or 8-star beast master, requiring vast amounts of resources daily. Having just awakened your beast master talent and already claiming a deficiency in resources? And what is that look you are giving me? Wei Pingfan, are you hoping I could provide you with some cultivation resources? Just sit down, there are none. Chu Weigua concluded, realizing he should not have engaged Wei Pingfan further. Noticing Chu Weigua's incredulity, Wei Pingfan felt compelled to assert his truth. Teacher Chu, I assure you, I am indeed in dire need of cultivation resources. Chapter 39, Desperate for Cultivation Resources. In the Beastmaster class, all eyes were fixated on Wei Pingfan. Who would dare to request cultivation resources from the formidable Chu Weigua? What sort of audacious mind could conceive such a thought? Chu Weigua's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Addressing Wei Pingfan, I too am earnest. Perhaps you could persuade your Wei family to provide me with some cultivation resources. As a 6-star Beastmaster, the monthly resources allocated to me are scarcely sufficient for my needs. Don't you agree? Upon hearing Chu Weigua's response, the other students struggled to suppress their laughter. Ah well, Wei Pingfan chuckled while waving his hand dismissively. Ha, Teacher Chu, let us not go there. Initially hoping to extract some resources from Chu Weigua, he found not only was he denied, but also urged to assist the teacher. Wei Pingfan himself was lacking in resources, his pockets emptier than his face. For a 6-star Beastmaster to be poorer than himself was truly beyond comprehension. Seeing Wei Pingfan dutifully take his seat, Chu Weigua felt a twinge of satisfaction. Little rascal, I have you where I want you. Following this, Chu Weigua commenced the morning's lesson, primarily focusing on how Beastmasters can effectively command their contracted beasts in battle to unleash their full potential. In the back of the classroom, Wang Jinghua poked Wei Pingfan's arm with his finger. Fandog, are you truly in need of cultivation resources? Since awakening his Beastmaster talent, Wang Jinghua had received 5 spiritual energy pills each month for his cultivation. Such was the strength of a prominent family. Typically, even a 1st-star Beastmaster would find 3 or 4 pills sufficient for a month's practice. Both the Wei and Wang families were esteemed Beastmaster clans. It was inconceivable that Wei Pingfan would receive no cultivation resources at all. However, observing Wei Pingfan's demeanor, Wang Jinghua could tell he was not deceiving him. As Wei Pingfan's brother, he could easily discern the truth. Indeed, my good brother, do you not believe me? Wei Pingfan replied, pouting slightly. By the way, do you have any good ideas on how I might acquire some cultivation resources? Wang Jinghua grinned. Here, Fandog. This is a gift from your esteemed friend. If you stick with me, you will never have to worry about food or drink. As for mere cultivation resources, that is a trivial matter. He produced 2 spiritual energy pills from his pocket and placed them atop Wei Pingfan's desk. Jinghua, what are you doing? You're my brother. If you give me your pills, how will you cultivate? Wei Pingfan exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the translucent pills, while his expression reflected a hint of embarrassment. These are merely leftovers from my cultivation. Take them. The Wang family is not as stingy as your Wei family. We have plenty of resources to spare, Wang Jinghua declared, lifting his chin with indifference. Ah, my dear Jinghua. Wei Pingfan quickly corrected himself. I mean, esteemed friend, from now on, I shall follow your lead. Without waiting for his sentence to conclude, he hastily tucked away the 2 pills. This gesture of brotherhood from Wang Jinghua, in providing him with cultivation resources, was etched in Wei Pingfan's heart. He resolved to take extra care of his friend's romantic endeavors, even planning to collect contact information from girls at the tea shop outside of school later. Esteemed friend, about that, Wei Pingfan began, rubbing his hands together. Speak freely. Why not to be bashful? You're a grown man, after all. Wang Jinghua scoffed. Well, esteemed friend, do you happen to have any extra spiritual energy pills? 2 simply won't suffice for my cultivation. If you have more, I would not mind receiving a few additional ones. Wei Pingfan, in his quest for resources, was unyielding in his pursuit. Fandog, do you take me for a fool? I have only 2. There are no more, Wang Jinghua retorted. You, my brother, seem to be trying to empty my pockets. Hey, why get upset, esteemed friend? I was merely jesting. Wei Pingfan's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, Wang Jinghua was a veritable wellspring of cultivation resources, and a steady stream of support was the best strategy to pursue. Time flew by, and before long, a month had passed. Throughout this period, Wei Pingfan remained singularly focused on cultivation, day in and day out. Eager to break through to first star Beastmaster, he approached the elder for additional resources. In the face of the elder's astonished expression, Wei Pingfan appealed to both reason and emotion, ultimately receiving 5 spiritual energy pills. Yet this was still far from sufficient. Wei Pingfan went to great lengths to secure more resources, even establishing bets during competitions with his classmates, wagering that any victories would earn him a spiritual energy pill, while losses would require him to pay 1. After winning 5 pills in succession, it dawned on his peers that they should cease competing with him. With a small fortune acquired through betting, Wei Pingfan felt elated. He and Wang Jinghua then turned to fortune-telling, offering their services to classmates, promising accurate predictions in exchange for a fee. Dear student, your celestial dome appears ample. Would you care for a reading? Indeed. We can even predict how many partners your future spouse has played games with. As anticipated, no classmates sought their insights, and the plan fell flat. Unwilling to yield, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua resorted to secretly selling gaming resources to the male students in their class. Unexpectedly, this venture has surged in popularity, captivating not only male classmates but also several female students. This prompted Wei Pingfan to cast a few more glances at those female classmates, and he internally resolved to keep his distance from them in the future. The girls appeared far from innocent. They seemed quite knowledgeable and undoubtedly possessed numerous skills, which could prove overwhelming. Just as Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua were preparing for another endeavor, Chu Weiguo approached them with a darkened expression. Observing Chu Weiguo leading Wei and Wang out of the classroom like 2 little chicks, Chu Xiong could not suppress the triumphant smile that spread across his face. Serves you right, Wei Pingfan, for winning my spirit pill. Indeed, after breaking through to the first star Beastmaster, Chu Xiong's confidence soared, and he was the first to challenge Wei Pingfan, eager to prove himself before Xinyu. He also hoped to win another spirit pill, but to his dismay, he was utterly defeated by Wei Pingfan. At least he fared slightly better than Li Yunfei, managing to withstand 3 of Wei Pingfan's punches. Is Wei Pingfan even human? I am a first-star Beastmaster, Chu Xiong lamented, feeling a profound blow to his spirit. In recent days, he had noticed Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua sneaking around, selling something to their classmates. Upon discovering the truth, Chu Xiong's face twitched with disbelief. How could you, Wei Pingfan, engage in such activities? Consequently, he went to report to Chu Weiguo, determined to lodge a complaint. Unable to defeat Wei Pingfan in strength, he thought it best to have teacher Chu handle the matter. Chapter 40. Writing a self-reflection, a piece of cake. On the rooftop of Yunnan No. 1 High School, the familiar setting loomed once more. Chu Weiguo stood before the two, seething with anger, wishing he could send them spiraling skyward with a swift kick. When Chu Xiong revealed what Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua had been up to in class, his fury flared, and he regretted allowing their antics to go unchecked. He had merely turned a blind eye to their competitions and fortune-telling. But now they had crossed the line by selling such resources to their classmates. This was nothing short of youthful folly. How could they even conceive of such a scheme? If the principal and teachers learned of this, Chu Weiguo would have no face left to remain at Yunnan No. 1 High School. Wei Pingfan, how desperate are you for cultivation resources? And you, Wang Jinghua, do you really follow Wei Pingfan in these reckless pursuits? Ultimately, Chu Weiguo restrained himself from resorting to violence, as the Beastmaster entrance examination was imminent, and he couldn't risk causing any injury to the two. Teacher Chu, both Fatty and I are merely rationally acquiring cultivation resources. Surely, someone must have reported us out of spite. Wei Pingfan, noticing Chu Weiguo's expression, sensed trouble brewing. Their little business was undoubtedly reported. If he discovered who had ratted them out, he would ensure they learned a valuable lesson. This was not just about hindering his ability to gather cultivation resources. It was an impediment to his progress and strength, and such malicious intent was unforgivable. Indeed, Teacher Chu, I have been on my best behavior lately, doing nothing at all, certainly not engaging in any reckless activities. Wang Jinghua felt a twinge of anxiety, but he knew he couldn't betray his friend. They needed to present a united front. Now, let me ask you, am I the one questioning you, or are you the ones questioning me? With graduation and the Beastmaster entrance exam approaching, could you spare me some peace of mind? In front of them, Chu Weiguo began to smoke, an unusual act in front of students. But he was overwhelmed and needed the relief. Understood, Teacher Chu. We were in the wrong. After spending so much time sparring with the formidable Chu Weiguo, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua were well aware of his temperament and had no choice but to admit their mistakes when he spoke so sternly. Wang Jinghua, you return home now and write me a 3,000-word self-reflection to submit before school ends, or I will have someone from the Wang family do it for you. Teacher, 3,000 words is too much. Can it be less? Wang Jinghua sulked, his head hanging low. Don't waste your breath. Not a single punctuation mark can be omitted. If you can't manage that, we can spar and see if your strength has improved. Chu Weiguo glared at Wang Jinghua, rolling up his sleeves. Please, Teacher Chu. I will go write the self-reflection right away. Don't be angry. I'll have it ready before school ends. Wang Jingui realized the futility of resisting. He was no match for Chu Weigui's authority. Wei Pingfan stifled a laugh at the scene. A 3,000-word self-reflection would surely torment his friend. Especially since Wang Jingui often struggled to produce even 300 words, with over 200 of those being repeated phrases. And you, why are you laughing? You'll also write a 3,000-word self-reflection for me. After Wang Jingui left, Chu Weigua turned to admonish Wei Pingfan. Please, Teacher Chu. I assure you I will refrain from such activities in the future and focus solely on my cultivation. Finally, Wei Pingfan understood the dread Wang Jingui felt upon hearing about the lengthy self-reflection. Save your assurances. Even reducing the number of abnormal activities would be a blessing. Chu Weigua did not trust Wei Pingfan's promises. He had made similar vows countless times without ever following through. Here, take these 10 first-star spirit pills for your cultivation. And do not cause me any more trouble. I've been losing sleep over you too. Chu Weigua retrieved 10 first-star spirit pills from his possession, placing them in a small white jade vial and handing it to Wei Pingfan. Initially, he thought Wei Pingfan's claims about insufficient cultivation resources were exaggerated. But after a month of observing, it was evident that Wei Pingfan had procured at least a dozen spirit pills through dubious means. And it still wasn't enough for his cultivation. Chu Weigua found this quite unusual. Wei Pingfan's speed at absorbing spirit energy seemed extraordinary. While others took days to fully refine a single spirit pill, Wei Pingfan appeared to need no refining at all. Moreover, during medical examinations, Chu Weigua found no apparent issues. The only anomaly was the sluggish accumulation of energy within Wei Pingfan's body. Logically, having absorbed so many spirit pills, he shouldn't have such a stark difference in refined energy. Chu Weigua shared his concerns with Principal Fong Wuhui, who remained silent, merely speculating that Wei Pingfan harbored some undisclosed secret. Then, Fong Wuhui presented Chu Weigua with 10 first-star spirit pills to give to Wei Pingfan as a form of cultivation resource from the school, reflecting the institution's high expectations of him. Teacher, you're suddenly giving me so many spirit pills. I can't possibly accept them. Do you have some ulterior motive? Wei Pingfan hesitantly accepted the white jade vial, a sheepish expression on his face as he regarded Chu Weigua. What are you thinking? Always so frivolous. Chu Weigua tapped Wei Pingfan on the head. This is a special allocation for your cultivation resources. As for why, you should know. Understood. Rest assured, teacher. I will bring glory to Yunnan No. 1 High School in this year's Beast Master entrance exam. Achieving a top 5 placement is not just a dream. First place is within reach. Wei Pingfan asserted, rubbing his head, eyes filled with determination. If the school could provide me with even more cultivation resources, I would be even more confident in securing the top position for Yunnan No. 1 High School in this year's Beast Master entrance exam. Enough boasting. Do you think you're your father, Wei Chang'e? Even he had to exert himself to attain first place in the entrance exam. Since the time of your father, Yunnan No. 1 Middle School has failed to break into the top 50 in the Beast Master College entrance examinations for over 20 consecutive years. How can we even talk about being first? Chu Weigua's words are undoubtedly accurate. Each year, a multitude of prodigies emerges during the Beast Master examinations. And with the current capabilities displayed by Wei Pingfan, he falls woefully short. Humph, Teacher Chu. Wei Pingfan muttered under his breath. Although I am not my father, Wei Chang'e, I am still his progeny. As the saying goes, each wave of the tide is stronger than the last. I am no less formidable. Hearing Wei Pingfan's murmurs, Chu Weigua waved his hand dismissively and said, Return now, and remember to submit your written self-reflection to me before school ends. Of course, Teacher Chu. A mere few thousand words of reflection is nothing, Wei Pingfan replied, his spirits lifted by the 10 spirit energy pills he had received. Considering the value of the pills, writing a self-reflection was a trivial matter. Chapter 41. Successful Breakthrough. First-star Beast Master inside a training room of the Wei family. Wei Pingfan sat cross-legged on the floor, with 10 spirit energy pills laid out before him. Upon returning home, he sought out his grandfather, Wei Donghai, to express his desire to prepare for a breakthrough to become a first-star Beast Master. Upon hearing this, Wei Donghai immediately assessed Wei Pingfan's physical condition and sensed that the energy reserves within him had reached a critical point. It was evident that a breakthrough was imminent. So Wei Donghai promptly arranged a training room to ensure his grandson's success. This training room was specifically designed for Beast Masters, allowing them to cultivate in peace without disturbances. Most importantly, the room was equipped with a spirit-gathering device, which concentrated the sparse energy in the air, enabling Beast Masters to sense the energy more acutely and accelerate their training. Naturally, the efficiency and potency of these devices varied. Higher-tier devices gathered energy more densely, providing a more effective training experience. The Wei family's spirit gathering device is a Tier 3 model, which gathers energy at 3 times the normal rate. The highest tier in the Great Xia Federation is Tier 7. One can only imagine what it would be like to train in a room equipped with a Tier 7 device. Surely an exhilarating experience. However, Wei Pingfan could not even begin to fathom such a luxury. Even the Tier 3 device surrounding him was already saturating the air with abundant energy. Let the breakthrough commence. Becoming a first-star Beast Master is merely my starting point, not my destination. With 10 spirit energy pills and the concentrated energy of the training room, he thought to himself that a breakthrough should be within reach. Wei Pingfan consumed one of the spirit energy pills and closed his eyes, commencing the cultivation technique known as Thunder Tiger Art. The energy contained within the pill dispersed through his body, while the energy from the training room flowed steadily into him. This vast amount of energy divided into 2 parts. A significant portion surged towards the black beast space, where it was absorbed by the Yao Tian Phoenix egg. The other portion was refined and assimilated by Wei Pingfan, coursing through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging to relentlessly batter against the elusive threshold that signified the transition to a first-star Beast Master. Break for me, Wei Pingfan silently urged, directing the energy within him to continuously assault the threshold. Soon, the energy from one spirit energy pill was fully absorbed and refined. Yet the threshold remained as solid as a rock, showing no sign of yielding. Keep going. One more. Wei Pingfan encouraged himself, consuming another spirit energy pill. It was clear that attempting to break through the threshold in a single attempt was unrealistic, especially since the energy entering his body was not solely for him to refine. The Yao Tian Phoenix egg in his beast space was also voraciously absorbing energy, akin to a ravenous infant. An hour passed, then 2. I can't take it anymore. I need a break. Wei Pingfan exclaimed, panting heavily, his clothes drenched as if caught in a downpour. After hours of relentless cultivation, he had consumed 6 spirit energy pills. Yet the threshold to becoming a first-star Beast Master remained unbroken. Each attempt to direct the energy against the threshold felt like fire searing through him, accompanied by waves of intense pain. The concentrated energy within the room began to thin, unable to keep pace with Wei Pingfan's absorption rate. After a brief respite of about 10 minutes, Wei Pingfan decided to strip down to his shorts. It must be said that Wei Pingfan's physique was quite impressive. His abdomen showcased a subtle hint of six-pack abs, complemented by his handsome features and neatly cropped hair. He exuded an aura of vitality, embodying the image of a dashing young man. It seems the egg has grown a bit larger. Could it be nearing hatching? Wei Pingfan's consciousness probed into the black beast space, checking on the contracted Yao Tian Phoenix egg. He was eager to see if its energy absorption exceeded his own, signaling imminent hatching. Aside from growing in size, the Yao Tian Phoenix egg displayed no other changes. Wei Pingfan eagerly anticipated the hatching of the Yao Tian Phoenix. What might a mythical-grade beast with such potential be like? Would it emerge into the world with an air of dominance, striking awe with its majestic presence? With 4 spirit energy pills remaining, Wei Pingfan resolved to push forward, seizing the moment to break through to become a first-star Beast Master today. Consuming the pills one by one had proven ineffective, so he decided to take all 4 at once, hoping that this bold move would lead to success. With this determination, Wei Pingfan swiftly placed the 4 spirit energy pills into his mouth. Instantly, he felt as though his body was about to burst from the overwhelming influx of energy, a painful swelling radiating throughout him. At this juncture, it is warmly advised, overindulgence can lead to discomfort. No matter how large one's appetite, one must be cautious. Meanwhile, he diligently activated the Thunder Tiger Art, refining the vast amounts of energy within him. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Wei Pingfan focused intently, repeatedly directing the energy to crash against the threshold. It's close, one more time. Break for me. With each failed attempt, his anxiety grew. Suddenly, he felt a faint crackling sound within him, subtle yet unmistakable. Could it be? Wei Pingfan sensed this sudden change. He noticed that the once elusive threshold had begun to waver, as if just one more push would shatter it entirely. What a fortuitous opportunity. Success hinges on this moment. Wei Pingfan's heart soared with joy, a smile returning to his face. With renewed vigor, he directed the energy within him to surge forward once more. And like the cracking of an eggshell, the threshold shattered and vanished. The spiritual energy within his body surged forth like a torrential flood, breaching the dam and continuously flooding in, only to converge once more. All the swelling, pain, and discomfort dissipated completely, replaced by an exhilarating wave of refreshment. Wei Pingfan felt as though he were floating, an ineffable sensation enveloping him. Is this the prowess of a one-star Beast Master? He clenched his fist, reveling in the explosive power coursing within him. At last, his wish was fulfilled. Wei Pingfan had successfully broken through to become a one-star Beast Master. Chapter 42. What a stench. Inside the Wei family's training chamber, Wei Pingfan's excitement was difficult to contain. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within him were significant. This was a common manifestation each time a Beast Master ascended to a new realm. He understood that he would now need to diligently refine and master this new level, ensuring the smooth operation of the energy flow. It was merely a matter of time. And there was no need for excessive concern. Hey buddy, I've broken through and become a one-star Beast Master. Impressive, right? Wei Pingfan boasted to himself, brimming with enthusiasm. Trash. The black beast space ignored Wei Pingfan, tacitly acknowledging his newfound strength. What is the big deal about becoming a one-star Beast Master? It's not like you've ascended to immortality. After basking in his excitement and boasting to the black beast space, Wei Pingfan's exhilaration gradually returned to a state of normalcy. Now, he awaited the hatching of the Yao Tian Phoenix, his mythical tier-contracted beast, destined to be just as extraordinary as he was. Since he had contracted the Yao Tian Phoenix, he could now perceive the bond between them with utmost clarity. Whatever he wished for the Phoenix to do, it would comply with unwavering loyalty and obedience, executing any command without question. This was the significance of a Beast Master's contract with their beast, a bond of unparalleled loyalty devoid of betrayal. Such sensations were beyond Wei Pingfan's comprehension prior to becoming a one-star Beast Master. Moreover, he sensed that his little egg was also on the verge of hatching, likely within the next day or two, though the exact timing remained uncertain. It seemed that he could not afford to cease his efforts in gathering cultivation resources. He needed to intensify his endeavors. Wei Pingfan pondered. If he allowed the little egg to absorb more spiritual energy, it would hatch more swiftly, wouldn't it? What is that smell? It's utterly foul. Wei Pingfan covered his nose as he detected an odor reminiscent of a sewer. What? Is that the scent emanating from me? I can't take it anymore, ugh. In an instant, Wei Pingfan identified the source of the stench, realizing it was indeed his own body. In a moment of recklessness, he even took a whiff of his armpit, nearly choking on the odor. Just moments ago, he had been so elated over his breakthrough that he had unconsciously disregarded the smell wafting from his own body. At that moment, Wei Pingfan was clad only in a pair of oversized shorts, feeling sticky all over as the impurities within him had been expelled, leaving behind a nauseating odor. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he decided to take a shower and clean himself up. He could not face anyone in this state. He hastily grabbed some clothes and prepared to exit the training room. Outside the training chamber stood Wei Donghai, along with Wei Chongkong and Wei Chonglin, all eagerly awaiting Wei Pingfan's emergence, their hearts filled with anticipation for his success, which would add another Beast Master to the Wei family. Father, it's been quite a while. Why hasn't Xiao Fan come out yet? Is something wrong? Wei Chongkong inquired, glancing at Wei Donghai. When he had broken through to become a one-star Beast Master, he had not taken nearly this long. Stop rushing. Just wait a little longer. Wei Donghai replied with a serious tone. Though he too felt a twinge of unease, he remained confident in Wei Pingfan, for after all, he was his grandson. Surely, breaking through to become a one-star Beast Master would be as easy as drinking water. Haha, brother, don't worry. Xiao Fan won't fail. Let us not forget. His talent for beast mastery surpasses ours. Wei Chonglin reassured him, patting Wei Chongkong on the shoulder with a smile. As the three waited, their anticipation grew palpable, until finally the door to the training chamber swung open. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, what are you doing at the door? Wei Pingfan called out, spotting the three men approaching him with broad smiles. Xiao Fan, you're finally out. Quickly tell Grandpa, did you break through? Wei Donghai beamed with delight. Yes, Xiao Fan. What happened to your clothes? Wei Chongkong and Wei Chonglin chimed in, eager to hear about his breakthrough. Ah, don't come any closer, Wei Pingfan exclaimed, acutely aware of the foul odor clinging to him. He could not let his grandfather and the others detect it. It would be too embarrassing. Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, I've broken through, but I need to take a shower and change first, he hurriedly declared, sprinting away before they could reach him. What is wrong with Xiao Fan? Why is he running? Wei Chongkong expressed his confusion. Ah, my grandson has broken through. Today is a splendid day. Wei Donghai laughed heartily. Father, brother, did you both fart? It smells terrible. Wei Chonglin, who had intended to say something, suddenly caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor in the air. Didn't you smell it? Wei Chonglin looked at them both with a strange expression. Fart. Not me. Wei Chongkong shook his head. What kind of fart smells so foul? In the next moment, Wei Chongkong covered his nose, and both he and Wei Chonglin turned their gaze toward the still grinning Wei Donghai. What on earth did the old man eat today? Wei Chongkong wondered to himself. Could it be that his father was so elated by Xiao Fan's breakthrough that he celebrated with a fart? But the smell was just too overwhelming. Wei Chonglin speculated in his mind. Why are you both looking at me like that? Wei Donghai turned his head, noticing the peculiar expressions on his sons' faces. "What is that smell? Why is it so foul? Did you two fart?" he asked, waving his hand in front of his face as he looked at his sons in confusion. This, Wei Changkong and Wei Changlin exchanged glances, bewildered by their father's reaction. "Wasn't he at you, old man? Why are you asking us?" Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan dashed into the shower, vigorously scrubbing his body with shower gel, soap, and shampoo as if they were free. After rinsing off 6 or 7 times, he finally emerged from the shower, donned a casual outfit, and made his way to find his grandfather and the others. "Grandpa, uncle, second uncle, what's wrong? Who upset you?" Wei Pingfan inquired with a smile, only to find their expressions rather grim. "Well, Xiao Fan, we're fine." Wei Donghai managed to force a smile, though thoughts of the overwhelming stench in the training room made it hard to imagine how his grandson had persevered through the breakthrough. His uncle and second uncle also chuckled awkwardly, inquiring about Wei Pingfan's well-being. After Wei Pingfan recounted the details of his breakthrough and had his grandfather check his condition, confirming that all was well, he finally returned to his room. Chapter 43, One-Star Secret Realm, Sung Yuan's Secret Realm. Once Wei Pingfan had exited, Wei Changkong turned to Wei Donghai, his expression marked by hesitation, as if he wished to say something but was unsure how to begin. "Changkong, if you have something to say, just speak up." Wei Donghai gestured toward his eldest son. "You truly have not followed my lead at all. As a man, you exhibit a hesitance akin to that of a woman, which genuinely vexes me." Old Master Wei, irritable and grumbling, still harbors resentment towards Wei Changkong due to the incident involving Wei Pingfan's selection of beast eggs. It is evident that his anger has not subsided for an entire month. Wei Donghai is indeed an extraordinary individual. The more he gazes upon his eldest son, the more he feels an overwhelming urge to take off his belt and give him a good thrashing. How could he possibly have produced such a creature? Among his 3 sons, Old Master Wei has a particular fondness for his youngest, Wei Changge, whose exceptional talent in beast mastery is complemented by a temperament strikingly similar to his own. Moreover, he has married a splendid daughter-in-law, who has blessed the Wei family with a grandson, Wei Pingfan, the only male heir of the 3rd generation, without whom the Wei lineage would face extinction. In contrast, his eldest son, Wei Changkong, is plagued by indecision and a tendency to second-guess himself, often requiring approval before making any decision. The second son, Wei Changlin, is rather straightforward, albeit excessively gullible, believing everything he hears, and is exceedingly eager to assist others. Observing his eldest son's lips pursed in silence, Wei Donghai, as his father, certainly understands that Wei Changkong harbors thoughts he is uncertain about voicing. "Father, do temper your ire. If you truly wish to strike me, you may do so after I finish speaking." Wei Changkong is acutely aware of his father's temperament and knows that opposing him is futile, aside from their youngest brother. He and Wei Changlin had often borne the brunt of their father's wrath in their youth. "Eldest brother, you two should speak plainly. There's no need to provoke father's anger. If he truly decides to punish you, I will be powerless to intervene." Wei Changlin interjects, rising with arms outstretched, smiling as he attempts to mediate. Though he appears to be defending his elder brother, his words are directed at their father, subtly suggesting that given their ages, another bout of punishment would only serve to embarrass the Wei family should it become public knowledge. What reason do I have for anger? My grandson has just become a 1-star beast master. I can hardly contain my joy. Wei Donghai huffs in response. Indeed, little Fan is the hope of our Wei family. His success brings delight to us all. Wei Changkong and Wei Changlin exchange glances and immediately shower their grandfather with flattery. "Little Fan's excellence is a testament to your teachings, grandfather, and the remarkable genes you have bestowed upon us. The old master is the steadfast anchor of the Wei family, as long as he remains. The family will continue to bask in the fortunes accrued over generations." The 2 brothers seamlessly weave a tapestry of praise, clearly accustomed to this routine. "Enough, enough. Cease your excessive flattery." Wei Donghai, exasperated yet amused, turns to Wei Changkong and prompts, "Didn't you have something to discuss? Pray enlighten us." "Father, second brother, what I wish to convey pertains to little Fan as well." Upon hearing this, both Wei Donghai and Wei Changlin immediately become attentive, eager to discover what Wei Changkong has to say. The matter concerning Wei Pingfan warrants their utmost consideration. It is thus, the 1-star Song Yuan Secret Realm is set to open soon, presenting an excellent opportunity for experience. Now that little Fan has attained the rank of 1-star Beast Master, I propose that he be allowed to enter the Song Yuan Secret Realm for training. It may significantly aid in his development. As Wei Changkong mentions that Song Yuan Secret Realm, a pensive expression crosses Wei Donghai's face. Naturally, the decision of whether to permit little Fan's entry into the secret realm ultimately rests with their father. Having made this statement, Wei Changkong lapses into silence, casting a glance at the old master, keen to discern his thoughts. That Song Yuan's secret realm is a one-star secret realm discovered in Yunnan City, opening annually for a mere 7 days, drawing countless aspirants eager to explore its depths. After all, secret realms are synonymous with opportunities, cultivation resources, various medicinal herbs, and treasures, elements that beast masters fervently desire. Even with the inherent dangers present, the allure remains irresistible. However, due to numerous restrictions surrounding these secret realms, not everyone can gain entry. For many years, the Daxia Federation has accumulated a wealth of knowledge regarding secret realms, with most of the discovered realms being controlled and managed by the state. Each secret realm's tier corresponds to the strength of the beast masters allowed entry. Those of higher rank cannot enter lower tier realms. Conversely, lower-ranked beast masters may enter higher tier realms, but typically refrain from seeking death in such perilous environments for the sake of their own safety. This understanding has been forged through countless trials, with many lives lost in the process. It is not a matter of tranquil times. Behind the scenes, there are always those bearing the weight of hardship. As for the specific restrictions unique to each secret realm, they vary accordingly. In the case of the one-star Song Yuan secret realm in Yunnan City, only one-star beast masters may enter, and the maximum number of entrants is capped at 100. Thus, the coveted spots within this realm are highly sought after, often claimed by the prominent families and factions of Yunnan City. As one of the 4 major families of the city, the Wei family possesses 10 slots for entry. Similarly, the Wang, Shun, and Li families each hold 10 slots, while the Beastmaster Guild and Mercenary Guild are allotted 10 as well. The remaining smaller families and factions are left with only a handful of slots, resulting in fierce competition for every available opportunity. Currently, within the 3rd generation of the Wei family, only Wei Pingfan has recently broken through to become a 1-star Beastmaster. His 5 elder sisters and several cousins have all achieved ranks of 2-star and above, rendering them ineligible to accompany Wei Pingfan into the Song Yuan secret realm. In previous years, the Wei family would select a few of their trained beast masters from the 10 available slots for the Song Yuan secret realm, with any remaining spots allocated to their affiliated families. The Song Yuan secret realm opens in 10 days, correct? Wei Donghai inquires. Indeed, father. Wei Chongkong affirms with a nod. Then I shall first discuss this matter with little Fan. If he is willing to go, then let him. If not, so be it. Wei Donghai concludes, harboring a desire for Wei Pingfan to experience the trials of the Song Yuan secret realm firsthand. After all, the upcoming Beast Master examinations in 2 months will also feature a secret realm assessment, and having additional opportunities to gain experience would undoubtedly be beneficial. Very well, father. Please provide me with a prompt response, as I must finalize the list of personnel for entering the Song Yuan secret realm. Chapter 44. A Heart That Feels Cold. Reduced to a clown. In the room occupied by Wei Pingfan, he hums a cheerful melody while leisurely reclining on the sofa, a chilled bottle of soda in hand. What bliss! Feeling exuberant, Wei Pingfan takes a long swig of the refreshing beverage before pulling out his phone, eager to call his dear friend, the fatty. Having successfully ascended to the rank of 1-star Beast Master, this monumental news is too grand to keep to himself. As his closest ally, the fatty must share in his joy. After all, as the saying goes, it is far better to share happiness than to revel alone. Hello, fatty. Oh, well. It seems today is a rare occasion, as the mute dog has decided to call me first. The phone crackles with the familiar, teasing voice of the fatty. Haha. Enough nonsense, fatty. I called you to share some monumental news. Ah, that explains the exhilaration in your laughter, as if you were under the influence of something. I'm all ears. Prepare your heart, for the grand news is that I, your friend Wei Pingfan, have achieved the rank of a 1-star Beast Master. And it happened just a short while ago. Wei Pingfan exclaimed, his face radiating with delight as he held his phone. What do you think? Impressive, right? From now on, I'll be looking out for you. But no need to rush with the compliments. I merely had a stroke of luck. After all, I am quite exceptional. Haha, fatty. Don't lose heart. Once we get to school, I'll share my insights on how to break through, and I assure you, it won't be a problem. Initially, Wei Pingfan anticipated an immediate outburst of astonishment and praise from Wang Jingui upon hearing his news. However, after a brief silence, he was met with an unexpected void. No sound emanated from the other end. He stood there, grinning foolishly at his phone, feeling somewhat foolish himself. What is going on? Is my phone out of credit? Did he hang up without me noticing? Fatty, what are you up to? If you're alive, at least breathe. I'm here. Finally, the voice of his friend returned to the phone. Wei Pingfan took a deep breath, steeling himself for the impending storm of praise and admiration. Yet, Wang Jingui's next words abruptly shattered his euphoric mood. All right, Fong Dog. So you've become a 1-star Beast Master. What is the big deal? Stop flaunting it. As if you're the only one who can break through. Apologies, but I have also achieved a breakthrough. Surprised, are you? Wait, what? Is this some kind of joke? How could I have been so blind? Wei Pingfan thought, feeling utterly outdone by his friend. Congratulations, congratulations, he replied, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. But, Fatty, even though you've broken through, I'm certain it took you longer than my mere 5 or 6 hours. How about that? I'm still the better one, Wei Pingfan insisted, desperately trying to reclaim some lost confidence. Indeed, 666, Fanggu is mighty. However, it seems I only took less than 2 hours for my breakthrough, so I truly can't compare to you. With that, Wei Pingfan's smile froze midway. The sound of his heart shattering echoed in his mind. No, this can't be true. In the end, it seems the real fool is me. Others can break through in under 2 hours, while I took 5 or 6 and consumed countless pills. How is that fair? The source of this unfairness lay in his 2 sons, who were voraciously consuming the spiritual energy. Hey, Fanggu, what's wrong? Don't go silent on me. Hello? Fanggu. Wang Jinggui's smug voice resumed on the phone, but Wei Pingfan's heart sank further, prompting him to end the call decisively and block his friend's number. Given Wang Jinggui's nature, he was sure to call back to unleash another wave of mockery. Blocking him was the wiser choice. Let this serve as a lesson against your unwarranted boasting, Wang Jinggui muttered, raising his middle finger at the now disconnected phone. You think hanging up will save you? Fatty will call again in an hour. No, I must call every hour. Fong Dog is too full of himself. Let's hit him with some harsh reality. Just as he reveled in his malicious thoughts, the voice of a little witch chimed in his ear. Brother Fatty, what are you laughing about? Didn't we agree to play horse riding? Why are you hiding in your room? Wang Yuan stood with her hands on her hips, a skeptical expression on her face as she appeared at the doorway. Oh, nothing much. Just received a call from a little clown. Dear sister, I'll accompany you to play horse riding right away. Let us head to the yard where there is plenty of space for me to gallop. Despite having just become a 1-star Beastmaster, Wang Jinggui understood that when it came to his little sister, he had to play along and appease her. After all, she was his precious sister, and indulging her was only natural. This was not merely due to her standing, but because their father, a 5-star Beastmaster and a doting father, would be furious if he didn't treat her right. In the back garden of the Shun family in Yunnan City, a myriad of flowers bloomed, swaying gracefully in the breeze, their vibrant colors competing for attention. The air was filled with an intoxicating floral fragrance that enveloped anyone who inhaled it. At that moment, a youthful girl supported a silver-haired elderly woman as they strolled along a path made of colorful pebbles. Where? Has that boy from the Wei family not broken through to become a 1-star Beastmaster yet? The elderly woman inquired, pausing before a particularly vibrant flower, her cane resting beside her. Dressed plainly yet exuding vitality, the elderly woman had a small mole by her right eye and a mysterious smile that never left her face. This was Shun Ruhua, the current matriarch of the Shun family, a formidable 7-star Beastmaster. Grandma, Yuer is here to enjoy the flowers with you today. Why bring him up and spoil the mood? Shinyu pouted, playfully shaking Shun Ruhua's arm. All right, my sweet Yuer, I won't mention him anymore. You seem quite anxious about it. Shun Ruhua took her granddaughter's hand and continued walking. Shun Ruhua still vividly remembered the young Wei Pingfan, who had often brought little Shunyu to sneak flowers from the garden. But now times had changed. The flowers remained, yet the boy and girl could never return to their past. Chapter 45, Shinyu's Beast, Ice and Snow Divine Bird. In the Shun family's back garden, Shinyu helped her grandmother, Shun Ruhua, settle in a pavilion. The pavilion contained a round stone table surrounded by blooming flowers, where Shinyu and Shun Ruhua sat facing each other. Go fetch some tea and snacks, Shinyu called to the 2 maids standing nearby. Soon, the maids returned with tea and pastries, placing them on the stone table before retreating. Grandma, please have some tea. Shinyu poured a cup and handed it to Shun Ruhua. Ah, thank you. Yuer, how has your training been lately? Is your contracted beast, the Ice and Snow Divine Bird, nearing its 1-star status? Shun Ruhua took a sip from her cup, regarding her beloved granddaughter with great importance. Shinyu possessed outstanding talent as a Beastmaster and trained diligently every day. Once she achieved remarkable results in the Beastmaster examination, the top 4 prestigious Beastmaster academies of the Daxia Federation would be eager to recruit her, elevating the Shun family from Yunnan City to a more powerful lineage. Grandma, I'm confident I can become a 2-star Beastmaster before the examination. I, Shinyu, am destined to be among the best of the young generation in the Daxia Federation. Dressed in a blue dress with her hair simply tied up, Shinyu spoke with unwavering determination. My dear Schwer has already attained the rank of a 1-star beast, and her awakened talent skill, Snow Dance Freeze, has been mastered. Schwer, come out and let Grandma have a look, Shinyu gently called with a smile. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a bird of pure snow-white plumage gracefully descended upon Shun Yu's fragrant shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. This bird, resembling the size of a white heron, boasted immaculate feathers that gleamed brilliantly, radiating a divine and noble aura. Its beak, uniquely shaped, complemented its slender, elegant body, while the feathers atop its head rose slightly, resembling an exquisite crown. Its eyes sparkled like two profound black pearls, emanating a mysterious glow. The pointed white tail feathers swayed playfully, adding to its charm. This was indeed the ice and snow divine bird contracted by Shun Yu, possessing the potential of a 9-star beast, with 4 innate skills, of which one, Snow Dance Freeze, had already been awakened. Shun Yu had named her beast Schwer, as the ice and snow divine bird was as white as snow. And from the very first moment Shun Yu laid eyes upon it, she felt an instant fondness. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The ice and snow divine bird tilted its head gently, affectionately rubbing against Shun Yu while emitting cheerful sounds. All right, Schwer, you're making me ticklish. Stop it. Shun Yu laughed as she cradled the ice and snow divine bird in her arms, her delicate hand tenderly stroking its pristine feathers. Beasts cannot utter human speech unless they undergo a qualitative transformation upon becoming 9-star beasts. However, as the contracted master of the beast master can comprehend the intentions of their beast. Naturally, the beast can also understand its master, as the bond of the contract allows for a telepathic connection between them. The joyful chirps of the ice and snow divine bird expressed its happiness at being summoned by Shun Yu, wishing to linger outside a little longer. Very well. Shun Ruohua beamed with delight. As a 7-star beast master, she could easily discern the current strength of the ice and snow divine bird. Observing Shun Yu's playful interaction with the bird reassured Shun Ruohua, and she set down her teacup to continue. Yuer, I wish to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Grandma. Shun Yu looked up at her grandmother, curiosity etched upon her face. She was uncertain about what her grandmother wished to discuss, hoping it was not concerning Wei Pingfan from the Wei family. You must be aware of the Tsang Yuan secret realm, correct? The Tsang Yuan secret realm? Shun Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, I know about the Tsang Yuan secret realm. It is a 1-star secret realm discovered a few years ago in Yunnan City. What about it, Grandma? How does it relate to me? Shun Yu felt puzzled, as her primary focus was diligently cultivating for the Beast Master entrance examination, having little interest in secret realms of late. Well, the Tsang Yuan secret realm is about to open soon, and I wanted to inquire if you would like to enter it for some training. If you wish to go, I can arrange for you to lead our Shun family's entry into the Tsang Yuan secret realm. With you at the helm, our family could potentially acquire numerous resources from the realm. Shun Ruohua had yet to reveal that the concentration of spiritual energy within the secret realm far surpassed that of the air on Blue Star. Even a few days spent in the secret realm, without actively seeking various cultivation resources or treasures, would yield a training experience equivalent to a month outside. Yes, Grandma. I will go to the Tsang Yuan secret realm. After contemplating and glancing at the ice and snow divine bird, Schwer, in her embrace, Shun Yu agreed. Entering the secret realm would not only allow her to undergo training, but also provide Schwer with practical combat experience. After all, the strength of a beast master is inherently tied to the prowess of their contracted beast. The greater the beast's strength and combat capability, the more formidable the beast master becomes. Excellent. Shun Ruohua nodded in satisfaction. In these coming days, prepare yourself well. In 10 days, you will lead the team into the Tsang Yuan secret realm. As for the potential dangers within, you need not worry. I will assign 9 capable 1-star beast masters to ensure your safety. The strongest beasts within a 1-star secret realm are typically 1-star, with occasional appearances of 2-star beasts. However, even these would stand no chance against 10 1-star beast masters. Even if we cannot defeat them, we can always retreat. The primary objective of the 9 1-star beast masters assigned to you is to protect you, even if it costs them their lives. Grandma, I am also a 1-star beast master. I am not a mere ornament. I am quite formidable now, Shun Yu said playfully, raising her tiny fist in a mock display of strength before Shun Ruohua. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Schwer will protect her master. The ice and snow divine bird raised its head and chirped in agreement. Hee, my Schwer is definitely the best. Upon hearing the bird's voice, Shun Yu burst into laughter. Isn't that right, Grandma? Indeed. My Yuer is not only beautiful, but also powerful. She possesses the finest beast taming talent in our Shin family. Shun Ruohua chuckled, her wrinkles seemingly smiling along with her. By the way, I previously asked you whether that lad from the Wei family had broken through. I fear that once he becomes a 1-star beast master, the Wei family might consider him for leadership in the upcoming expedition to the Tsang Yuan secret realm. Therefore, Yuer, should you encounter anyone from the Wei family within the secret realm, try to avoid conflict with them until after the beast master entrance examination. Shinruohua understood that the relationship between the Wei and Shun families had grown quite delicate due to the engagement between Xinyu and Wei Pingfan, especially with the reckless Wei Donghai, who was capable of any audacious act. Chapter 46. The Secret Realm is truly tempting, my favorite. Previously, the old Wei patriarch had approached Shinruohua regarding the dissolution of the engagement, but she had declined, insisting on waiting until after the entrance examination. The reasoning was simple. Dissolving the engagement now would tarnish Shun Yu's reputation, leading others to speculate that there was something wrong with her, prompting the Wei family to sever ties. If, amidst the public scrutiny of the entrance examination, Xinyu were to excel and claim the top spot, she would be hailed as a household name, a prodigious beast master. At that point, if the engagement were to be dissolved, no one would dare object, believing that Wei Pingfan was unworthy of someone as remarkable as Xinyu. Grandma, I understand. Wei Pingfan has yet to break through to a one-star beast master. And with 10 days remaining until the Tsangyuan secret realm opens, it is unlikely he will achieve that status. I will heed your advice. As long as the Wei family does not provoke me, I shall not seek trouble with them. Xinyu was well aware of her grandmother's intentions, yet there was no way she would bow down to Wei Pingfan. Very well, as long as you are aware, but remember, your safety comes first within the secret realm. Do not act recklessly. Shinruohua rose with the aid of her cane, imparting her final admonition. Understood, Grandma. Xinyu, under the reluctant gaze of the ice and snow divine bird, returned it to the beast space. Allow me to assist you back for some rest. All right. Meanwhile, at the Wei family, a slightly melancholic Wei Pingfan was summoned by Wei Donghai to discuss the matter of the Tsangyuan secret realm. Grandfather, there's no need to ask. Just arrange for me to go directly. A mere one-star secret realm, yet here I stand as a one-star beast master. Although I have yet to tame a beast, it feels as effortless as child's play. Upon hearing this, Wei Pingfan immediately consented to venture into the Tsangyuan secret realm, his previously gloomy mood dissipating in an instant. Just as he was troubled about where to procure some cultivation resources, here it was, a golden opportunity. It is as if, when one wishes to sleep, a pillow is graciously provided. This is indeed a secret realm, brimming with abundant cultivation resources awaiting my acquisition. To refrain from seizing this opportunity would be utterly unjust. Allowing others to claim these treasures would be tantamount to wastefulness. Thus, I must go. The resources within that secret realm are rightfully mine. No one shall snatch them away. Moreover, my little egg requires a significant amount of spiritual energy to hatch, and the entirety of the secret realm is saturated with spiritual energy and cultivation resources. Surely, it must suffice for my little egg to successfully hatch. When my majestic phoenix of Yao Tian emerges, who could possibly contend with me? The allure of the secret realm is irresistible. It is my utmost desire. With unabashed glee, Wei Pingfan's countenance radiated joy as he began to fantasize about how to obtain every resource within the secret realm. As for the ferocious beasts and various dangers lurking within, he conveniently chose to disregard them, not even entertaining the thought. They were simply not within his considerations. His mind was solely consumed with thoughts of cultivation resources. Countless cultivation resources. Grandfather, when does the Tsangyuan secret realm open? I am eager to embark on this journey. Wei Donghai's expression twitched as he observed Wei Pingfan's fervent excitement. His impatience palpable, making it difficult for him to comprehend. This was a secret realm, a perilous place where one could easily lose their life. It is not a child's play. Do you treat the secret realm as your home, where you can act as you please? Your eagerness to enter this secret realm is akin to seeking death. Cough cough. Wei Donghai cleared his throat, bringing Wei Pingfan's unrealistic fantasies to a halt. As Wei Pingfan turned his gaze towards him, Wei Donghai continued, Xiao Fan, the secret realm is fraught with both opportunity and danger. Your enthusiasm for entering makes me quite concerned for your safety. Perhaps you should reconsider this venture. Wei Donghai felt that Wei Pingfan had become somewhat delusional. Allowing him to enter the secret realm would merely provide the beasts with free sustenance. Please, grandfather. Upon hearing his grandfather's reluctance, Wei Pingfan immediately interjected, his emotions oscillating like a roller coaster, soaring one moment and plummeting the next. Grandfather, this secret realm is of utmost importance to me. I must go? You need not worry. I will take good care of myself within the secret realm. Really? Wei Donghai still harbored some reservations. Indeed, more authentic than gold. Wei Pingfan nodded emphatically. Consider this. Grandfather, if I do not endure trials and hardships, remaining a sheltered flower in a greenhouse, how could I possibly thrive? When the time comes for me to participate in the Beast Master examinations, how could I navigate the secret realm without any experience? That would be far more perilous. Wei Donghai nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wei Pingfan's reasoning. Your uncle mentioned this matter today precisely because you have become a one-star beast master. He wishes for you to gain experience within the secret realm. I understand, grandfather. When will the Tsang Yuan's secret realm open? I want to prepare myself in advance. Wei Pingfan flashed a broad smile, running behind his grandfather and beginning to knead his shoulders. The Tsang Yuan's secret realm will open in 10 days. There's no need to rush. This time, our Wei family will have 9 others accompanying you into the secret realm. They will also ensure your safety. Additionally, while in the secret realm, you must learn to adapt swiftly. Though the beasts may be terrifying, the true danger lies within human hearts. Always remain vigilant. Never harbor malice towards others, yet be cautious of their intentions. The 4 great families and various factions will dispatch individuals into the Tsang Yuan's secret realm, and anything could transpire within its confines. Some may even resort to violence over a single spiritual herb, resorting to murder to silence witnesses. Throughout history, the allure of profit has led many astray, and backstabbers are as numerous as the stars. Killing within the secret realm is alarmingly commonplace, regardless of one's status. Should one perish therein, no one will be privy to the identity of the assailant. In Yunnan City, the Li family Li Yunfei had also become a 1-star beastmaster. However, he had chosen to remain within the Li family to cultivate rather than attend school. His animosity towards Wei Pingfan intensified with each passing day. He believed that unless he eliminated Wei Pingfan, his inner resentment would remain unresolved. He had learned from his father about the upcoming opening of the Tsang Yuan's secret realm and would serve as the Li family's leader for this expedition. Wei Pingfan, I hope the Wei family allows you to enter the Tsang Yuan's secret realm. Should our paths cross therein, it will be your demise. Li Yunfei gazed at his contracted beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, filled with unwavering confidence. The bloodthirsty demon wolf, with the potential of an 8-star beast and possessing the formidable skill of Blood Shadow Clone, is a fearsome creature among combat beasts. Meanwhile, Wang Jinghua was blissfully unaware of the Tsang Yuan's secret realm's impending opening, feigning delight as he played with his younger sister. The Beastmaster Association and Mercenary Guild, among other factions, began arranging their personnel for entry into the Tsang Yuan's secret realm. However, none were aware that this particular expedition would be etched into their memories for a lifetime, for within the Tsang Yuan's secret realm lurked a formidable demon lord. Chapter 47. Underestimation. What explanation is needed? The following morning at 8 o'clock, outside the gates of Yunnan No. 1 Middle School, the duo of Wulong and Fengchu encountered one another once more, striding towards the Beastmaster class together. Fandog, how dare you blacklist my number? Wang Jinghua exclaimed. Having attempted to call Wei Pingfan over a dozen times the previous night, all to no avail. Fatty, do not speak nonsense. Do I appear to be that sort of person? Wei Pingfan replied earnestly, his expression sincere. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jinghua retorted, indeed, you do. The more serious you sound, the more you resemble one. This left Wei Pingfan somewhat speechless. What does it mean to appear increasingly like a liar the more serious one is? It seems in your eyes, I hold no credibility whatsoever. Believe it or not. My phone was out of credit last night. Cut it out. What about now? Is it still out of credit? Wang Jinghua raised his phone for Wei Pingfan to see. A voice prompt chiming from the device. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Damn it, I was careless. Wei Pingfan mentally berated himself, having forgotten to remove Wang Jinghua's number from the blacklist that morning. Fatty, please allow me to explain. Wei Pingfan chuckled awkwardly. Wang Jinghua calmly placed his phone into his pocket, eager to hear what reasonable explanation Wei Pingfan could muster. You Wei Pingfan will not relent until you reach the Yellow River. Let us see how you squirm. Wang Jinghua mused. If he did not receive a satisfactory explanation, their brotherhood would be severed. Fatty, look, the king of hell is coming. Wei Pingfan suddenly exclaimed, pointing behind Wang Jinghua. Where? Wang Jinghua turned to look, but saw no trace of Chu Weigua. At that moment, Wei Pingfan took off running, laughing heartily. Fatty, come chase me. What explanation do you require, you fatso? Damn it. Fandog, you trickster. If you have the guts, don't run. How did the Wei family produce such a shameless person like you? Wang Jinghua found himself deceived once more. He raised his middle finger and, with a determined stride, chased after Wei Pingfan. Only a fool wouldn't run. Wei Pingfan playfully wiggled his posterior at the chubby boy. After their playful banter, the two reconciled as if nothing had happened, stepping into the Beastmaster class together. At that moment, students were gathered in small groups, discussing the imminent opening of the Tsang Yuan's secret realm. Have you heard? The first star Tsang Yuan's secret realm is about to commence. Countless individuals are eager to enter. Indeed, the news has circulated widely, yet the opportunities to enter the Tsang Yuan's secret realm are scarce, tightly held by the prominent families and factions. For us lesser families, securing even a single spot is commendable. Regrettably, my family possesses one such quota, but alas, I have yet to advance to a first-star Beastmaster, rendering me unable to participate. Listening to the chatter around him, Chu Xiong scoffed inwardly. A bunch of worthless souls, aspiring to enter the Tsang Yuan secret realm without considering their own capabilities. Although the Chu family may not rival the 4 great beast master families of Yunnan City, they still have a spot in the Tsang Yuan secret realm. Chu Xiong has already been arranged by his family to enter this time, set to explore the realm alongside members of the Li family. Do you think Xin Xiaohua will enter the Tsang Yuan secret realm this time? The classmates' gazes turned toward Xinyu, who sat in her seat, their hearts filled with envy. Xinyu had long since advanced to a first-star beast master, and, being a member of the Xin family, not only had a noble lineage, but also possessed exceptional talent in beast mastery. Her entrance into the Tsang Yuan secret realm is practically assured. Fangu, what is this Tsang Yuan secret realm you speak of? I had no knowledge of it. Wang Jinggui looked bewildered at his classmates. No one from the Wang family had mentioned the Tsang Yuan secret realm to him. Surely not. Fatty, is your family not arranging for you to enter the Tsang Yuan secret realm? Wei Pingfan expressed his astonishment. After all, you, Wang Jinggui, are a direct descendant of the Wang family. No. My father hasn't said a word to me since he learned I had become a first-star beast master. Wang Jinggui felt a twinge of sadness. Everyone seemed to be aware of the opening of the Tsang Yuan secret realm except for him, making him feel utterly insignificant. You should inquire with your father. I, your Fangu, am destined to showcase my prowess within the Tsang Yuan secret realm. I had even hoped to bring you along, so we could revel together in the riches of the realm. It seems, however, your position in the Wang family is precarious. Otherwise, I would gladly offer you a spot, as the Wei family possesses an abundance of quotas. Wei Pingfan chuckled, draping an arm around Wang Jinggui. However, a quota cannot be given without compensation. You might consider offering some cultivation resources in exchange. Not a chance. Wang Jinggui pushed Wei Pingfan away, refusing to be tricked into parting with his cultivation resources. Once I return home, I shall speak with my father. It's just a quota for the Tsang Yuan secret realm, and my Wang family has plenty to spare. Very well. If that is the case, we shall enter the Tsang Yuan secret realm together, 2 swords united, invincible under heaven. The beasts within the realm shall kneel and beg for mercy upon sighting us. Wei Pingfan laughed heartily, his boastful words drawing disdainful looks from their classmates. Do you truly believe the beasts of the realm are so easily cowed? They are not your children, and one ought to be wary of such grandiose claims. Has Wei Pingfan truly broken through? Xinyu felt a flicker of surprise. She had overheard his declaration about entering the Tsang Yuan secret realm. To gain entry, he must have indeed become a first-star beast master. Otherwise, his aspirations would be in vain due to insufficient strength. Teacher Chu has arrived. Upon seeing Chu Weigua at the classroom door, the students hurriedly returned to their seats, silencing their chatter. Chu Weigua had overheard their discussions regarding the opening of the Tsang Yuan secret realm. He had received information about it from the old principal, Fang Wuhui, who had also provided him with relevant materials to share with the Beastmaster class, ensuring the students were well informed to avoid potential dangers upon entering the realm. Do not underestimate any secret realm. Each one, while expansive, harbors unknown perils and countless varieties of beasts. The information regarding the Tsang Yuan secret realm was compiled by beast masters who had previously entered, yet only a fraction of the realm is explored with each entry. Nevertheless, this knowledge is invaluable, detailing common beasts within the realm, their weaknesses, and identifying poisonous flora and hazardous areas to avoid. With this understanding, those entering the Tsang Yuan secret realm will be better equipped to confront beasts, discern toxic plants, and steer clear of treacherous locales, significantly enhancing their safety and preventing the tragic loss of life. Chapter 48. Selecting Beasts for the Fatty. Chu Weigua approached the podium, a stack of documents tucked under his arm and a thermos in hand. With a decisive thud, he set down the materials on the Tsang Yuan secret realm, took a sip from his thermos, and gazed at the students before him. The earlier discussions regarding the Tsang Yuan secret realm need no reiteration. Many of you will undoubtedly be entering this upcoming expedition. So, how well-versed are you in the Tsang Yuan secret realm? Dunno. Very little. Most students shook their heads at his inquiry, having never set foot in the Tsang Yuan secret realm themselves, leaving them unaware of what to expect. Due to the impending opening of the Tsang Yuan secret realm, my primary focus today will be to discuss essential precautions to ensure your safety upon entry. After delivering his remarks, Chu Weigua instructed a few students at the front to distribute the materials related to the Tsang Yuan secret realm to everyone in the class. First and foremost, upon entering the realm, each individual will be teleported to a different location, potentially anywhere within the vast expanse of the secret realm. Regardless of where you find yourself, do not panic. Remain calm and swiftly assess your surroundings. Should you encounter danger, seek to distance yourself immediately. Conversely, you may cautiously explore your vicinity or attempt to regroup with others. Throughout the morning, Chu Weigua elaborated on various aspects of the Tsang Yuan secret realm. As he spoke, Wei Pingfan turned to Wang Jingwei, his smile betraying a playful jest. Fatty, if you find yourself transported to a beast's lair within the Tsangyuan secret realm, those beasts will surely feast well, haha. Though jesting, Wei Pingfan was unaware that many beast masters have indeed faced such dire circumstances upon entering the realm, landing right in the midst of numerous beasts, even coming perilously close to a face-to-face encounter. Those unfortunate souls are colloquially referred to as unlucky ones, and those who find themselves face-to-face with a beast are dubbed the king of misfortune. Fangu, don't scare me. If it's that dangerous, why on earth would I enter the secret realm? Wang Jingwei glanced at the various beast descriptions in the materials, his heart racing. The secret realm may indeed be a paradise for beast masters to swiftly enhance their power, yet it has also become the graveyard for countless beast masters. As for the demise of the beast master who perished within the secret realm, only the deceased beast masters themselves possess the knowledge of how they met their end. Fear not, my plump friend, for I am still here. Wei Pingfan clapped the fat man's shoulder, continuing, besides, with all that flesh on you, why not negotiate with the beasts to eat a little less? It would inadvertently aid in your weight loss, wouldn't it? Wait a minute, brother Fan. Is that even sensible? Wang Jingwa replied, his face contorted with an expression of deep grievance. Every bite counts. Can we really bargain with the beasts? What sort of negotiation is that? Weight loss through bargaining. That is akin to risking one's life for it. Are you out of your mind? No. For the sake of safety, I must contract a defensively invincible beast. Wang Jingwa yearned to accompany Wei Pingfan into the Tsangyuan secret realm, now a one-star beast master. He believed that if he could contract a robust defensive beast before entering, he would have little to fear. Worst-case scenario, he would have the beast take the brunt of the attacks. After all, a beast with formidable defense is tough-skinned and meaty, making it difficult for those monsters to take a bite out of it. Fatty, hasn't he or Wang family prepared any contracted beasts for you? If they have, don't just choose randomly. Your brother Fan possesses discerning eyes. Let me help you select one. Wei Pingfan remembered his promise to assist his friend in choosing a beast, especially since he had access to a black beast space. Surely, he could find a suitable beast for Wang Jingwa. Yes, I'll check when I return home today. If I find a suitable beast, I'll contract it. But if you help me choose, I'm afraid it might not be reliable. Considering you picked an egg for yourself last time, Wang Jingwa waved his hand dismissively, indicating that letting Wei Pingfan choose was akin to a blind man navigating a path. Listen to me, Fatty, trust me, and you won't be disappointed. Wei Pingfan, anxious that his friend might doubt him, continued. Once you contract the beast I help you select, you will see the truth for yourself. It will surely leave you ecstatic. Upon successfully contracting a beast master can grasp the true potential, innate skills, and other fundamental aspects of the beast. Some beast masters, when selecting beasts, may write descriptions of potential that indicate a several-star beast, but once contracted, the reality may fall short or exceed those expectations. If it's lower, it's merely a stroke of bad luck. If it's higher, it's akin to winning the lottery. Of course, most beasts' potentials align closely with their descriptions. How about this? Let us skip the afternoon class and head out to choose your beast, Wei Pingfan suggested after some contemplation, looking at Wang Jingwa. All right, sounds good. Just know that if I'm not satisfied, it won't be acceptable. Fatty, don't worry, just keep your mind at ease. Trust in your brother Fan's skills. With just a touch, I can discern the gender of the beast. Rest assured, you will be pleased. Wei Pingfan extended his hands, internally commanding his loyal companion to perform admirably in the afternoon, not to bring shame upon him. That afternoon, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa skipped class and headed straight to Wei family's Yuanqing Pavilion. Meanwhile, Chu Weigua glared at his phone, his face ashen as he read the messages from the two, remaining silent for an extended period. Wei Pingfan, Teacher Chu, I suddenly have a headache and won't be able to attend this afternoon's class. Wang Jingwa, Dear Teacher Chu, it seems I've caught Wei Pingfan's headache. I also cannot attend the afternoon class. Can headaches be contagious? What an absurd excuse. Chu Weigua thought, incredulous at the ridiculousness of it all. At Yuanqing Pavilion, Wei and Wang made their way to the third floor, gazing at the array of contracted beasts before them. Fatty, what type of contracted beast are we selecting? Undoubtedly, it must be a beast with invincible defensive capabilities. Thus, under the bemused and peculiar gazes of the staff, Wei Pingfan extended his hands towards one defensive type contracted beast after another. Yet, as the young master of the Wei family, the staff could hardly object. They were witnessing a unique sight, selecting beasts not by sight, but by touch. Hey, don't just stand there watching. Come help. This little calf has tremendous strength and is quite the handful. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwa struggled to hold down a bovine contracted beast, calling out to the motionless staff nearby. Oh, how should I help? The staff stared at the writhing calf, feeling utterly at a loss. Wei Pingfan pointed at the beast's hindquarters, exclaiming, "Hurry over and hold it tight." All right. Perhaps startled, the little calf let out a thunderous flatulence right in the staff's face as they reached to secure it. The staff turned green, retching uncontrollably. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua covered their noses, their faces filled with sympathy for the staff member. That little calf must have an upset stomach. It likely ate something it shouldn't have. The staff felt utterly defeated. After years of working at Yuanqing Pavilion, they had never been subjected to such an incident as today. The culprits had not even been reprimanded, yet they had unleashed such chaos upon him. After a few minutes, Wei Pingfan looked at the staff, feigning concern. "Are you all right?" Wang Jinghua, pinching his nose delicately, walked around the staff, surveying the scene. "Not too bad, just a rather potent odor." The staff, now even greener, had to muster a smile, albeit one that resembled a grimace, in the presence of the Wei family's young master. "Oh, I'm fine really. I deal with these beasts daily. I'm quite accustomed to it. So that is how it is. Shall we continue?" Wei Pingfan replied amiably, gesturing again towards the beast's hindquarters. "Very well." The staff's gaze turned once more to the beast releasing noxious gas. Instinctively swallowing, they approached cautiously. Iron-armored bull, potential 6-star beast, innate skill, none. Passed. Next. Wei Pingfan shook his head, releasing the restrained calf. He then approached a completely black turtle-like beast, placing his hand upon its shell. Moments later, the information from the black beast's space was relayed. Black shin turtle, potential 6-star beast, innate skill, 1. Pass. Continue to the next. 4-eared dragon elephant, potential 7-star beast, innate skill, none. Ghostly mire python, potential 6-star beast, innate skill, none. Explosive thunder bear, potential 7-star beast, innate skill, 1. Purple flying spike badger. Wei Pingfan assessed dozens of defensive-type contracted beasts, all of which were passed over. Not a single one possessing 9-star potential. Wang Jinghua began to place his faith in Wei Pingfan's discerning eye. Having previously withheld the information about the beast's potential from him to test whether Wei Pingfan was genuine. However, after Wei Pingfan touched the beasts and revealed their information, it matched closely with the readings from the instruments. Of course, Wei Pingfan's ability to discern the beast's information remained unknown to the staff. He only shared this with Wang Jinghua to alleviate his concerns. "Are there any other contracted beasts in Yuanqing Pavilion?" Wei Pingfan signaled the staff to approach. "None left. Young master, this is a meticulously curated selection of contract beasts, and any further additions will have to wait for the next batch." The staff member shook his head. "When will the next batch of contract beasts arrive?" "In a month's time." The staff member promptly replied. "A month? That simply won't do. The Zhang Yuan secret realm opens in less than 10 days, and there is not enough time. Fangul, why not visit my Wang family and see how the few contract beasts my father procured for me are?" Wang Jinghua suggested with a smile as he approached Wei Pingfan. "Fatty, there's still ample time. Shall we explore the Beast Tamer market? Perhaps we might stumble upon some new treasures." Wei Pingfan's eyes sparkled at the mention of the Beast Tamer market, a place brimming with an abundance of contract beasts for sale. The Beast Tamer market serves as a trading hub for the Beast Tamers of Yunnan City, offering not only contract beasts but also a myriad of items related to beast taming. These include low-grade elixirs, medicinal herbs, weaponry, armor, and various techniques, along with numerous items discovered by beast tamers in secret realms or beyond the city. However, the market is a mixed bag, with items of varying quality. Many are merely visually appealing yet deceptive. Nevertheless, genuine treasures do exist, contingent upon one's discernment and ability to recognize them. The contract beasts available for sale are predominantly captured by the beast tamers themselves, and the accompanying information is often fabricated. Testing a beast's potential and related attributes with instruments incurs significant costs, so one might as well take a chance on a hapless seller instead. Beast tamers can also consign their captured contract beasts to the Yuanqing Pavilion for sale, yet this incurs a commission fee, prompting many to opt for selling directly at the beast tamer market. After all, the rental fees at the market are quite reasonable. One can simply set up a stall on the ground for a minimal cost. Thus, the beast tamer market is often referred to as a flea market or a taobao market. Once, an ordinary beast tamer unearthed a 9-star potential beast at the market, a fact no one believed at the time. It was only after the beast genuinely evolved into a 9-star creature that people came to accept the truth. This beast tamer, propelled by his extraordinary beast, ascended to the pinnacle of success, achieving a meteoric rise to prominence. Consequently, the beast tamer market has become a favored destination for many low-tier beast tamers, all in pursuit of a stroke of incredible luck. "All right, Fangul, I'll follow your lead. Let us go." Wang Jinghua readily agreed, recognizing Wei Pingfan's fervent enthusiasm in selecting his contract beasts, compelling him to be equally proactive. The two swiftly exited the Yuanqing pavilion and hailed a taxi. "Driver, we are headed to the Beast Tamer market." The driver, an ordinary man, cast a few curious glances at the pair upon hearing their destination. "Are you both Beast Tamers? You look like students," he inquired with a smile as he drove. Typically, only Beast Tamers frequent the market, as ordinary individuals would be denied entry upon arrival. "Indeed, we are students from Unit Number 1 High School," Wei Pingfan replied with a smile. "That's wonderful. The future of Daxiao relies on capable youth like you." The driver expressed his admiration for Beast Tamers, particularly those who had sacrificed their lives in defense of ordinary people against ferocious beasts, earning them immense respect. Wei Pingfan merely smiled in response as the taxi sped along. Soon arriving at the entrance of the Beast Tamer market, Wei arrived at the Beast Tamer market. The driver executed a smooth maneuver to park. "How much for the fare?" Wei Pingfan inquired cheerfully. "Haha, 20 Daxia coins." The driver responded. "Fatty, you pay?" Wei Pingfan opened the door and stepped out. Wang Jingwo produced a 100 Daxia coin bill and handed it to the driver. "No need for change." Without waiting for the driver to respond, Wang Jingwo exited the vehicle. "Fanggu, wait for me." Seeing Wei Pingfan already moving away, Wang Jingwo called out as he hurried after him. Chapter 50, a cacophony of voices and vibrant activity. The entrance to the Beast Tamer market featured 2 access points, one for Beast Tamers wishing to set up stalls and pay rent, and another for unrestricted entry. Stalls in the market are subject to daily rental fees. Beast Tamers who fail to pay cannot sell their goods clandestinely. If caught by market officials, their merchandise will be confiscated and claimed by the market. Thus, Beast Tamers generally adhere to the market regulations, as the rental fee is modest. Why risk selling secretly and potentially losing everything? Some, however, may impulsively resist or cause trouble within the market, only to discover the severe consequences of their actions. For the market is overseen by a formidable 7-star Beast Tamer. The Beast Tamer market is officially supervised by the local authorities of Yunnan City to provide a safe trading environment for Beast Tamers. While the market operates openly, illicit dealings also occur in the shadows. In the black market, transactions depend on one's strength, as safety is not guaranteed. It is a place where all manner of individuals exist, and violent clashes are commonplace. Ordinary people are strictly prohibited from entering the market, with personnel assigned to verify the identity of each entrant to ensure their status as Beast Tamers. This restriction is primarily to safeguard the lives of ordinary citizens. Allowing unrestricted access could lead to disputes and violence, leaving unarmed civilians utterly defenseless against the powers of Beast Tamers. In contrast, Beast Tamers possess self-defense capabilities and are mindful of their respective strengths. Should conflicts arise among Beast Tamers, the presence of ordinary people could jeopardize their safety. Hence, the prohibition against ordinary individuals entering the market is well understood, and they are unlikely to recklessly endanger themselves. 2 young students, shirking their studies to come here. What a sight. At one entrance, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jingwo were halted by a burly man sporting a thick beard. "Brother, we are merely here to enter the market and purchase items," Wei Pingfan replied, sensing that the man's strength likely surpassed his own, given that he was entrusted with guarding the entrance. "This isn't place just anyone can enter. I question whether you two are even of age," the bearded man remarked, eyeing the youthful duo who unmistakably appeared to be students, perhaps having skipped class. How astute. The bearded man was indeed correct. "Certainly, you have reached adulthood," remarked Wei Pingfan, raising 3 fingers. "I too have come of age." Wang Jinggu raised his middle finger. "Why the middle finger? Do you mean to indicate that you celebrated your 18th birthday just a month ago?" The bearded man scrutinized Wang Jinggu, perplexed, wondering if the gesture was intended as a slight. My apologies, you have misinterpreted. I merely had an itch in my nose and sought to alleviate it," Wang Jinggu declared with utmost seriousness, and, under the disdainful gaze of the bearded man, brazenly proceeded to dig into his nostrils with his middle finger. "Goodness! Who on earth uses a middle finger to pick their nose?" Wei Pingfan exclaimed. The 2 of them then subtly emanated a wave of spiritual energy. "My word! They are both Star Beast Masters." The bearded man's expression shifted to surprise. He had not anticipated that these 2 students were Star Beast Masters. "So can we enter now?" "Indeed. Proceed." The bearded man stepped aside. To have achieved the status of a Star Beast Master at such a young age indicated that the potential of their innate beast taming abilities was remarkable, their future prowess boundless. Unlike himself, who possessed merely mediocre beast taming aptitude, having only attained the rank of a 3-star Beast Master thus far, an undeniable disparity. The bearded man, intimidating in appearance yet not lacking in intellect, was acutely aware of whom he could afford to offend. Shortly after Wei Pingfan and his companion entered, 2 5-star Beast Masters, covertly assigned to protect Wei Pingfan by the Wei family, materialized before the bearded man. As he opened his mouth to speak, he was met with the unmistakable aura of the 2's spiritual energy. My word, 5-star Beast Masters. And 2 of them. What fortuitous winds have brought such esteemed beings to the market today? Please, come in, come in. The bearded man's demeanor transformed into one of utmost cordiality. The 2 5-star Beast Masters from the Wei family ignored the bearded man's overtures and strode past him with stoic expressions. To possess such strength is indeed enviable. They exude an air of aloofness. The bearded man mused, watching their retreating figures, filled with envy. The Beastmaster market was vast, bustling with people engaged in a myriad of activities, some gazing at wares, others inquiring intently at vendors. Step right up. Don't miss out on this opportunity. 5-star spiritual herbs unearthed from the depths of the secret realm, guaranteed to elevate your prowess. This potion is clearly subpar. How dare you ask such a price? Why not just rob someone instead? Hey, you can eat a meal haphazardly, but don't speak without wisdom. This is a genuine potion. If you're not buying, kindly move along and don't disrupt my business. The cacophony of vendors hawking their goods, the sound of bargaining, the shuffling of feet, the joyous exclamations of satisfied customers, and the intermittent announcements blaring from market loudspeakers melded into a vibrant tapestry of sound, creating a scene of remarkable liveliness. Upon entering the market, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinggu were greeted by this very spectacle. Wow, Brother Fan, there are so many people here. Wang Jinggu exclaimed, his mouth agape. The sheer number of individuals, especially the fact that they were all Beast Masters, was indeed a rare sight. Let us head over there. That section specializes in contract beasts. Wei Pingfan suggested, though he too was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure. Although vast, the Beastmaster market was divided into distinct zones, each catering to specific items, facilitating buyers in their selection. As they approached the area selling contract beasts, they were halted by the enthusiastic call of a vendor. Young gentlemen, are you in the market for contract beasts? Come and see my collection. They are all extraordinary beasts with remarkable potential. You won't be disappointed, I assure you. No one walks away feeling cheated. Chapter 51. What is the point of looking if you have no money? The vendor, an elderly gentleman appearing to be in his 60s, was dressed in a rather absurd manner. Baggy shorts paired with a flamboyantly patterned shirt and bright pink flip-flops, adorned with a glimmering gold chain around his neck. At that moment, the old vendor beamed at Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinggu, his eyes alight with excitement, as if he had encountered walking gold ingots. How could he not be thrilled? Despite the bustling crowd, the competition was fierce. The success of his stall depended on his ability to persuade, and who was easier to sway than youthful lads, particularly those who appeared to be students, naive, inexperienced, and unknowledgeable, making them the perfect targets for his sales pitch. Wei Pingfan inwardly marveled. Goodness, is this old man truly this fashionable? Wang Jinggu's eyes sparkled. This old chap is impressive. His style surpasses mine. He is a true model of flamboyance, worthy of emulation. Nearby vendors observed with a mix of urgency and envy as the two approached the old man's stall. Looks like Old Wu has struck gold again. Old Wu had 4 contract beasts on display, all proudly touted as 7-star potential with innate skills ranging from 4 to 6. Gentlemen, take a look at this contract beast. I acquired it for a hefty sum. It is a descendant of the ancient phoenix, truly a rare find. As Old Wu noticed Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinggu examining the beasts, he eagerly gestured toward one in a cage. Isn't this beast's plumage exceedingly smooth? And observe its claws, sharp as can be. Oh, and this one here possesses dragon blood within its veins. Old Wu continued to ramble on about the virtues of the contract beasts, a classic case of self-promotion. Wei Pingfan scoffed inwardly. Who does he think he is fooling? Does he truly believe we are gullible enough to buy into such tales? The claims of ancient lineage and divine heritage sounded like nothing more than fanciful embellishments. 7-star potential? He must be joking. The Wei family's Yuanshan pavilion has precious few beasts of that caliber. How could this street vendor possibly compare? Brother Fan, shall we explore other options? Wang Jinggu whispered, sharing his skepticism regarding the old man's extravagant claims. The more the vendor embellished his tales, the more insincere they seemed. Yet, Wang Jinggu thought to himself, perhaps there was something to learn from this old trickster for future endeavors. Patience, my friend. Watch and learn. Wei Pingfan interjected, placing a hand over his mouth as he spoke softly to Wang Jinggu. We've come this far. Let us examine everything thoroughly. A mere touch will suffice. With our ally by our side, no deceitful spirit can maintain its facade. What are those two whispering about? If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Old Wu observed the pair's hushed exchange, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity. He had spent decades navigating this market, and his skills in persuasion were finely honed. If he cannot manage the 2 children before him, Old Wu might as well pack up his stall and return home, utterly shamed to remain in this market. Old man, I wish to touch the contract beasts you are selling. They appear so majestic, and we both adore them. Wei Pingfan wore an innocent expression, feigning ignorance. Indeed, sir. The charisma of these contract beasts is unique in this Beastmaster market, just like you. Wang Jingui cheerfully raised his middle finger, following up with his words. Haha, you flatter me. I appreciate your kind words. Old Wu, stroking his golden chain, humbly waved his hand. Feel free to look at and touch these 4 contract beasts. Whichever one you fancy, just let me know, and I shall offer you both a discount. Seeing that the two had taken the bait, Old Wu felt an immense joy swell within him. As for them touching the beasts, that was a trivial matter. Besides, what could they truly discern through mere contact? He assumed it was merely a case of Wei Pingfan and his companion encountering contract beasts for the first time, needing to satiate their curiosity. See, fatty. This old man is quite straightforward. He certainly wouldn't deceive us. Wei Pingfan remarked as he crouched down, reaching out to touch the first contract beast, which the old man claimed was a descendant of the ancient phoenix. Crimson feathered chicken, 3-star potential contract beast, no innate skills. What? Such a lack of substance? A descendant of the ancient phoenix? It's merely a chicken, slightly superior to an ordinary one. How could he have the audacity to exaggerate so shamelessly? Wei Pingfan regarded the old man with newfound respect, instantly losing interest in touching the remaining 3 contract beasts. Truly a scam. A contract beast with 3-star potential would only cost around 1 million daxia coins, while those with 7-star potential start at 10 million. Young man, what do you think? Old Wu lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers, and continued, I had several people interested in this contract beast earlier, but I declined to sell. If you like it, I'll sell it to you. Do you know why? It's because I find you quite pleasant and endearing, aside from you. I might not even sell to anyone else. Is that so? I find you quite amiable as well, just like my own grandfather. Wei Pingfan responded with a sincere smile, reaching for the next contract beast. Haha, perhaps I truly am your grandfather. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's words, Old Wu felt even more certain about his prospects with the two. Meanwhile, Wei Donghai, who belonged to the Wei family, suddenly sneezed, puzzled. Why am I sneezing out of the blue? Could that rascal be secretly cursing me? Not far away, 2 5-star beastmasters from the Wei family, who were covertly protecting Wei Pingfan, felt their faces twitch at the old man's words. How dare he take advantage of the young master of the Wei family? Such audacity. Minutes later, after Wei Pingfan had touched all 3 remaining contract beasts, each with 3 to 4-star potential, he clapped his hands and stood up, shaking his head at Wang Jingui. Fatty, let us move on and see other stalls. All right. Fangu. Wang Jingui raised his middle finger at the old man once more, this time brimming with overt disdain. Don't leave, young man. For just 5 million. You can choose any of these 4 contract beasts. It's a great deal. Old Wu quickly stood up to persuade them as they attempted to depart. Old man, I truly like these 4 contract beasts, but unfortunately, we lack the funds, Wei Pingfan replied, rummaging through his pockets, which were as empty as his expression. He did not wish to expose the old man as deception. It was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ah, the smile vanished from Old Wu's face, his mind racing in disbelief. What do you mean, no money? What is the point in looking then? If only I had known sooner. I wouldn't have wasted my breath and energy. Don't look at me. I'm also short on cash, just a few hundred coins. If you're willing to sell for a few hundred, I might consider it, Wang Jingui said, hastily pulling out a few hundred coins to show the old man. What? You think you can buy my contract beast for a mere few hundred coins? Do you think this is a vegetable market, sold by weight? Consider it? Consider what? I might as well give you each a beast for free. Chapter 52. King Class Potential. This one is it. Old man, we're leaving now. Once we have the money, we'll come back to buy your contract beasts. Wei Pingfan observed that the old man had fallen silent, and he waved goodbye politely. Go on, get out of here. I wouldn't sell my contract beasts to you even if I were starving. Meeting you two today is truly unfortunate. Old Wu, shedding his pretense, urged the 2 impoverished youths to leave with an expression of disdain. Each second spent looking at them made him feel worse. Waiting until you have money to return? By the time that happens, the opportunity will have passed. Just go wherever you feel comfortable. Hey, old man, you just claimed to be my grandfather. And now you've turned on us quicker than a page in a book. Wei Pingfan mocked, observing the old man's flustered demeanor. Get lost, get lost. Stop calling me grandfather. I've been single for over 50 years. I have no grandchildren. Are you saying you've played solo all your life? Wang Jingui raised his middle finger, this time genuinely impressed. Haha, fatty, you truly have a way with words. Wei Pingfan could not help but laugh as he and Wang Jingui strode away. What does it matter if they know nothing? 2 clueless children, they understand nothing. I possess my own distinctive contract beast. That is a feeling unlike any other. The old man watched as Wei Pingfan and his companion walked away, muttering curses under his breath. Little did he know, a 3-star beast nestled within his beast space quivered in a corner, trembling at the old man's words. Reflecting on countless days and nights of tumult, the creature felt a tightness within, tears of grievance streaming down its face. Being a beast, is it easy? Beyond assisting its master in battle, it also bears burdens no beast should have to endure. Family, who understands? Had Wei Pingfan heard the old man's subsequent words, he would have regarded the old man with even greater respect, realizing he was not merely playing around, but had accomplished things many could only dream of. Indeed, since beast masters could contract beasts, some individuals inevitably develop an indescribable bond with their beasts, living in a delusional harmony, enjoying a life of blissful companionship. Not long after Wei Pingfan left, 2 middle-aged men appeared before Old Wu's stall, their eyes filled with a desire to drag him out and give him a thrashing. Upon noticing the new customers, Old Wu prepared to don his friendly smile once more, only to see the men glaring at him with hostility. What's this? Who are these two? What do they want? Are they here to beat me up for some reason? Did I disturb their ancestors' graves or seduce their great-grandmothers? Did I step out today without consulting the fortune teller? Old Wu felt the piercing glares of the 2 men, and even his strongest mental fortitude began to falter. Just as he was about to scold them, the situation escalated. However, the 2 men before him seemed to perceive his innermost thoughts, proactively unleashing their aura with a disdainful glare that left no room for misunderstanding. Go ahead, insult us if you dare. Do you believe we won't teach you a lesson? A 5-star beastmaster? Old Wu's heart sank, and the words he had just prepared to utter were hastily swallowed back down. He could not afford to offend them. Gentlemen, you see, it is not easy for an old man like me to set up a stall. I am merely trying to make a living. I must have inadvertently offended you 2 esteemed gentlemen, he said, offering a conciliatory smile and clasping his hands together in a gesture of respect. Remember, do not presume to act like others' elders. One of the 5-star beast masters from the Wei family shot a fierce glare at the old man. Old Wu was taken aback. Was it really necessary for 2 5-star beast masters to come and intimidate him over such a trivial matter? Yes, you are right, esteemed gentlemen. I will certainly change my ways. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Having lived for so long, Old Wu knew how to be flexible. Seeing the old man's attitude was satisfactory, the 2 5-star beast masters from the Wei family finally turned to leave. After all, they were in the beast master market. A verbal reprimand would suffice. Their primary task was to discreetly ensure the young masteress' safety. To drag the old man out for a beating would be too conspicuous and would expose their identities. At that point, the market's management would inevitably get involved, forcing the old master to clean up the mess, which would undoubtedly lead to a severe scolding for acting thoughtlessly and being foolish. Once the 2 men departed, Old Wu let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly began to pack up his stall. It was best to make a discreet exit. He had no desire to return to this market in the near future. What a stroke of bad luck. He decided to return home to burn incense and ward off misfortune. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan and his companion began their exploration of the stalls, setting out on their quest to discover beasts. Initially, every stall owner greeted them with warm smiles, eagerly extolling the virtues of the contract beasts they had for sale. Wei Pingfan listened to the repetitive spiel of the stall owners until his ears felt numb. Haha, brother, I really like the contract beasts you have here, but unfortunately, we are currently short on funds. Wei Pingfan remarked after inspecting several beasts on display, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. The stall owner's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous glare. How could they come to touch and inspect the contract beasts without any money? Was this some kind of game? Thus, under the watchful eyes of the frustrated stall owners, Wei Pingfan and his companion moved on to the next stall. If looks could kill, they would have perished countless times by now. After examining dozens of stalls, Wei Pingfan failed to find a single contract beast with 8-star potential. Most were merely 3 to 4 stars, and the highest potential he encountered was 6 stars. It seemed that hope was dwindling. Finally, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jing was stopped at another stall, crouching down to inspect the offerings. There were only 2 contract beasts on display, but the stall owner was a strikingly beautiful woman with a pale complexion. Sister, may I take a look at these 2 contract beasts? Wei Pingfan greeted her with a smile. Certainly, but I do not engage in haggling. If that does not suit you, then there is no need to look. The woman replied, her voice slightly hoarse but resolute. No problem. As long as they are suitable, I am willing to pay any price. Wei Pingfan responded with a smile. Reaching toward the first contract beast, the woman merely gave him a penetrating glance, remaining silent, unlike other stall owners who would incessantly prattle on about their wares. Howling Wind Divine Lion, 6-star potential beast, innate skill 1. The dark beast space quickly revealed the information about the contract beast. Wei Pingfan noted that the woman had also written that this beast had 6-star potential and 1 innate skill. This piqued his interest in the stall owner. Releasing his grip, he turned his attention to the other creature, a turtle-like beast. Its shell was a deep azure, yet the creature was entirely withdrawn. Its limbs and head tucked inside its shell, clearly timid. Azure turtle, 6-star potential, innate skill 2. The woman's description of the beast read the same. With little hope, Wei Pingfan placed his hand on the turtle's shell. 9 heavens azure turtle. King-level potential beast, innate skill 5. Good heavens. A king-level potential beast. Wei Pingfan was taken aback, scarcely able to believe his fortune, but elation soon followed. Finally, they had struck gold. This was the one. Chapter 53. I will take both of these contract beasts for 18 million. Suppressing his excitement, Wei Pingfan calmly withdrew his hand and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua understood. Previously, any contract beast Wei Pingfan had shown dissatisfaction with had received a shake of the head or nod, and now a wink indicated something significant was afoot. Could one of these 2 contract beasts possess 9-star potential? Wang Jinghua speculated inwardly. Sister, we will take both of these contract beasts. Please quote a price, Wei Pingfan declared. What? Both of them? Wang Jinghua thought, puzzled. Surely. They couldn't both be of great potential. Hearing Wei Pingfan's words, the woman wasted no time and promptly stated the total price for the 2 contract beasts, 18 million daxia coins. Very well, deal. Wei Pingfan agreed after a brief hesitation of several seconds. A king-level potential contract beast cannot be measured merely in monetary terms. 9-star potential contract beasts are exceedingly rare, let alone one with king-level potential. Such an opportunity is hardly encountered in a century. The price offered by the stall owner was consistent with the market rate for 6-star potential contract beasts, and she had not inflated it. Typically, a 6-star potential contract beast would be priced between 6 to 9 million daxia coins. Had the stall owner known that one of the beasts she was selling had king-level potential, she would never have parted with it, even under duress. Therefore, Wei Pingfan's statement of taking both contract beasts was a calculated move, and his deliberate pause before agreeing was to conceal his excitement and prevent the woman from becoming suspicious. After all, these beasts were her property. It would be unreasonable to openly snatch them away. Let us proceed with the payment. Cash for the contract beasts. The woman extended her hand, though she was still somewhat incredulous, as the price she had quoted was already the highest for 6-star potential beasts. Normal individuals would negotiate. Previously, several had attempted to purchase her 2 contract beasts, but they had haggled over price for an eternity. Yet, she remained firm on her price, which was why these beasts had not been sold until now. It was indeed fortunate for Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua to stumble upon this opportunity. Sister, please provide your card number. I will transfer the funds directly to you. Wei Pingfan said with a smile, rising to his feet and pulling Wang Jinghua aside. Turning his back to the woman. Fatty, get the money. No, brother Fan, you overestimate me. I can't possibly come up with over 10 million. Wang Jinghua's face was filled with distress. Although he was the young master of the Wang family and generally not short on funds, he found it exceedingly difficult to produce such a large sum at once. Ah, what a pauper. Wei Pingfan shot a disdainful glance at Wang Jinghua. So, how much do you have? About 5 to 6 million, Wang Jinghua replied after some contemplation. Well, the world of the wealthy is truly beyond my comprehension, Wei Pingfan exclaimed. And you, what about you? Wang Jinghua inquired. I have a few million as well, but that's still insufficient. So what should we do now? Brother Fan, are both of those contract spirit beasts exceptionally talented? Not quite. Only one of them is the one designated for you. Then why not just buy that one? Why must we procure both? Wang Jinghua suggested. That won't do. We've already made arrangements. If we only purchase one now, it will inevitably raise suspicions. That's true. Wang Jinghua nodded in agreement. After a lengthy discussion filled with murmurs, Wei Pingfan took out his phone and called his uncle, Wei Chongkong. Upon explaining the situation, Wei Chongkong was astonished to learn that Wei Pingfan had ventured to the Beastmaster market and discovered 2 promising contract spirit beasts. How much do you need? Wei Chongkong asked. Hee, uncle. It's not too much, just about 20 million. You rascal, are you trying to fool me? 2 6-star potential contract spirit beasts for 20 million? Wei Chongkong's voice crackled with concern over the phone. Just kidding, uncle. A mere 10 million will suffice. Wei Pingfan swiftly corrected himself. All right, I'll transfer the funds to your account shortly. With that, Wei Chongkong ended the call, feeling more at ease with the price. Minutes later, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua successfully concluded their transaction with the stall owner. Upon exiting the Beastmaster market, Wei Pingfan revealed the truth to his portly companion. What? King-level potential? Brother Fan, slap me. Is this for real? Wang Jinghua gazed incredulously at the azure-hued little turtle in the cage he was carrying, his face a blend of astonishment and delight. I'll kick you instead, Just remember to repay me. Brothers must keep their accounts clear. Wei Pingfan smiled, thoroughly pleased to gift his friend a contract spirit beast of such remarkable potential. Oh, come on, brother Fan, who are we kidding? What S yours is mine, and what S mine is yours. Remember when we used to swap the same pair of shorts as kids? Get lost. How revolting. I can't even deal with you. Remember to hurry back to contract your spirit beast. Don't become a burden to me in the secret realm. Wei Pingfan admonished once more. Rest assured, brother Fan. By the way, brother Fan, since you've given me this king-level potential beast, what will you do? Perhaps you should contract first, Wang Jingwa suggested. Realizing that Wei Pingfan had yet to acquire a spirit beast, he immediately offered the cage before him. Get out of here. I have my little egg. I contracted it ages ago. Wei Pingfan had already secured a spirit beast of mythic potential, rendering his interest in other contract beasts utterly negligible. Nothing could compare to his little egg. What potential does that spirit beast egg hold? Wang Jingwa pondered, wondering if the egg Wei Pingfan had chosen earlier might possess even more formidable potential. That's a secret. Wei Pingfan was unwilling to divulge his possession of a spirit beast of mythic potential. Although Wang Jingwa was a close friend, he felt it prudent to keep such astonishing news under wraps. It wasn't that Wei Pingfan didn't trust Wang Jingwa. Rather, given the extraordinary nature of the matter, the fewer who knew, the greater the safety. By the way, Fatty, once you contract your king-level potential spirit beast, keep it under wraps. Otherwise, your Wang family may become a target. I understand, brother Fan. I get it. Wang Jingwa nodded, fully aware that no beastmaster would wish to allow others to possess a powerful spirit beast. As they parted ways on the journey home, Wang Jingwa headed towards the Wei family with the Nine Heavens mysterious turtle, while Wei Pingfan made his way to the Yuanqing pavilion with the Howling Wind divine lion. Xiao Fan, didn't you say there were 2 6-star potential contract spirit beasts? Wei Chongkong inquired upon seeing Wei Pingfan return with a spirit beast in tow. I gave the other one to Fatty. Wei Pingfan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Wei Chongkong chose not to press further, instead reminding Wei Pingfan to prepare adequately and imparting some information about the Tsangyuan secret realm before allowing him to leave. Chapter 54, Gathering and Departing. Farewell to Lung Ruoyan. Days swiftly passed, and only one day remained until the opening of the Tsangyuan secret realm. During this time, Wei Pingfan diligently practiced daily. Yet the Yaotian phoenix within the black spirit beast space had yet to hatch. This indicated that the absorbed spiritual energy was still insufficient for the Yaotian phoenix to successfully emerge from its shell, a testament to the distinction of a spirit beast with mythic potential. Anticipating entry into the Tsangyuan secret realm the following day, Wei Pingfan's heart brimmed with excitement and uncontainable enthusiasm. As for any apprehension, it was non-existent. The purpose of entering the secret realm was to acquire cultivation resources, and everything else could be set aside. In the meantime, Wang Jingwa successfully contracted the Nine Heavens mysterious turtle, a beast of king-level potential. As the Wang family's beastmasters specialized in defensive spirit beasts, practicing defensive cultivation techniques, Wang Jingwa only disclosed his contract with a king-level potential spirit beast to one person, his father, Wang Xiao. Upon learning of this, Wang Xiao was astounded and immediately inquired how his son had obtained such a spirit beast. Wang Jingwa explained that he and Wei Pingfan had whimsically purchased it at the Beastmaster market, opting to keep Wei Pingfan's ability to perceive spirit beast potential a secret. Though Wang Xiao found this hard to believe, he ultimately accepted it. Wang Jingwa then mentioned his intention to venture into the Tsangyuan secret realm, to which Wang Xiao consented. Previously, Wang Xiao had been reluctant to allow Wang Jingwa to enter due to his status as a 1-star beastmaster without a contracted spirit beast. The dangers within the Tsangyuan secret realm were considerable. Now, however, things were different. With a king-level potential spirit beast contracted, as long as Wang Jingwa didn't court disaster, he would be able to navigate through the 1-star Tsangyuan secret realm with ease. Wang Xiao also dispatched personnel to investigate the Beastmaster market, and the findings corroborated Wang Jingwa's account. The two indeed each acquired a contract spirit beast from the market. Confounded, Wang Xiao sensed that his son was concealing something from him, yet the impending opening of the Tsangyuan secret realm compelled him to set aside his suspicions. The Tsangyuan secret realm was located in a remote mountain outside Yunnan City, not far from the city itself. It took roughly 2 hours by car to reach. At the entrance of the secret realm, the Daxia Federal Army had constructed a fortress, designating it a military stronghold, with soldiers stationed there year-round to guard the entrance. Each soldier tasked with guarding the entrance was a beastmaster, typically 2-star in strength, while the highest-ranking officer among them was a 3-star beastmaster. The soldiers were assigned to guard every secret realm entrance to prevent unforeseen disturbances that could potentially activate the entrance, allowing a horde of ferocious beasts to escape, which would pose a significant threat to human life and urban safety. Long ago, a 5-star level secret realm had unexpectedly surged, resulting in a multitude of beasts escaping and attacking the nearest city. Fortunately, the most formidable of these demonic beasts are merely 5-star entities. However, this has also resulted in the demise of numerous guardians tasked with the city's defense at the hands of these creatures. The sheer number of demonic beasts is overwhelming, rendering any defense utterly futile. Some of these beasts have breached the city's perimeter, attacking any human they encounter, leading to a scene of bloody chaos that is suffocating to behold. Consequently, countless ordinary lives have been lost. To prevent repeating such a tragic history, the Daxia Federation military has mandated that any discovered entrances to secret realms, particularly those in close proximity to the city, be guarded by soldiers and fortified with military outposts. At dawn the following day, the day of the Tsangyuan secret realm's opening, all major factions and families in Yunnan City sprang into action. The Wei family, Wei Pingfan. With an air of ease, accompanied Wei Donghai to the main hall, where 9 young individuals, 6 males and 3 females, were already assembled. These 9 were the select representatives of the Wei family chosen to enter the Tsangyuan secret realm. Among them, 6 had been meticulously groomed by the Wei family and possessed a strong sense of loyalty and belonging. The other 3 were recommended by closely allied subordinate families. All 9 possessed the rank of 1-star beast masters, though they were not novices like Wei Pingfan, who had just recently achieved this status. Indeed, some of them were on the verge of breaking through to the rank of 2-star beast masters. Each had also contracted a beast, making their combat capabilities far superior to those of Wei Pingfan. Although Wei Pingfan's innate talent for beast mastery was significantly greater than that of the 9, he remained confident that once his contracted beast, the Yao Tian Phoenix, hatched successfully, he could easily best them. Greetings, head of the family. Greetings, young master. Upon the arrival of Wei Donghai and Wei Pingfan, the 9 individuals stood to attention, greeting them. Very good. Wei Donghai chuckled heartily. Wei Pingfan, opting for silence, merely nodded with a smile, his gaze scrutinizing the 9 before him. As the leader of this expedition into the Tsangyuan secret realm, Wei Pingfan would command the group, and they were to heed his every order. In the event of any danger within the secret realm, your primary task is to ensure the leader's safety. Do you understand? Wei Donghai's jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a grave seriousness. Rest assured, head of the family, the young master's safety is our utmost responsibility. The 9 replied in unison, their composure unwavering. Very well, let us depart for the assembly point. Yes, head of the family. The assembly point was a location designated by the Management Bureau of Yunnan City for collective gathering. Due to the limited opening window of the secret realm, just 1 hour before it would close, those intending to enter, numbering 100, would convene there and be escorted to the entrance by bureau personnel. After the secret realm opened, all would then enter in an organized manner. After Wei Donghai had finalized the arrangements, a 5-star beast master from the Wei family led Wei Pingfan and the 10 others away from the Wei estate, heading towards the assembly point. Simultaneously, the other 3 major beastmaster families, the Wang, Shun, and Li families, were also en route, each led by a 5-star beastmaster from their respective clans. Personnel from the Beastmaster Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and other significant organizations selected individuals for the secret realm, all setting out in succession. Upon reaching the assembly point, the personnel from the Management Bureau were already awaiting their arrival. At the forefront stood a strikingly poised woman, leading all the bureau staff. By the time Wei Pingfan arrived at the assembly point, many had already gathered, engaging in conversation with acquaintances. The Wei family has arrived. As soon as the Wei family vehicle was spotted, all eyes turned in their direction. Wei Pingfan, dressed in an appropriate athletic outfit, stepped out of the vehicle. After scanning the crowd, his gaze fell upon a familiar figure. Hello, Sister Lung. I didn't expect to see you here. Since their last encounter, it had been quite some time, and he had missed her greatly. Sister Lung? What was happening? The young master of the Wei family was addressing the chief of the bureau as sister? When had they developed such a close relationship? The staff from the Management Bureau also turned their attention to their chief, Lung Ruoyan. When did our captain acquire a younger brother? I have no idea. Could there be a connection between the Wei family and our captain? Let me enlighten you. A few bureau members who had previously accompanied Lung Ruoyan during her encounter with Wei Pingfan eagerly recounted the incident of his assassination attempt. It was then that the young master of the Wei family had boldly referred to her as Sister Lung. The most astonishing part was that their captain, Lung Ruoyan, had not objected and had even accepted the title. If I had known our captain had a penchant for younger brothers, I might have given it a try. Don't be ridiculous. The captain prefers handsome younger brothers. Just look at yourself. You should be worried about losing your chance. Laughter erupted as one of the bureau personnel, resembling the legendary warrior Zhang Fei, expressed his disbelief. What does good looks matter? It's clear you're just a pretty face. Your combat prowess pales in comparison to mine. Realization dawned on the Management Bureau staff, who now comprehended the situation. And they couldn't help but admire the young master of the Wei family for his boldness. Typically, in the presence of Long Ruoyan, they were cautious with their words and compliance, showcasing her authority within the bureau, where subordinates were obedient and superiors dared not challenge her. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's enthusiastic greeting and witnessing the young man approaching her with a broad smile, Long Ruoyan felt no trace of amusement. Not this guy again. He is truly bothersome, calling me Sister Lung in front of so many people, as if he is afraid they won't notice. Even though she was usually forthright and exuded confidence, Long Ruoyan found herself at a loss, instinctively wanting to turn and distance herself from Wei Pingfan. However, it was already too late. Wei Pingfan had arrived before her, his handsome visage beaming with delight. Sister Long, it's been too long. Oh, indeed. It has been a while. Long Ruoyan managed to force out a smile, the awkwardness palpable. Wei Pingfan, unfazed by her demeanor, immediately inquired, Sister Long, have you uncovered the identity of the mastermind behind my assassination attempt? It has been over a month. Lately, I've been engrossed in my training and haven't had the opportunity to visit the bureau to check on you. I'm truly delighted to see you today. As Long Ruoyan listened to Wei Pingfan's questions, a sense of dread washed over her. She feared that he would inquire about matters she had yet to resolve. Oh no, this is bad. I boasted last time that I would provide a satisfactory answer. If he discovers that I have uncovered not a single clue, it would be utterly embarrassing, revealing my incompetence before him. This is a reality that Long Ruoyan finds utterly unacceptable. Ever since she joined the Management Bureau, she has been lauded for her exceptional capabilities. In the relentless pursuit of justice against lawbreakers, Long Ruoyan has always been at the forefront. Brother, you must be preparing to enter the Tsungyuan secret realm for your training, right? You need to focus entirely on the realm. Once you emerge from it, I will share the findings of my investigation with you. Long Ruoyan is determined not to lose face in front of so many onlookers. As long as she informs Wei Pingfan that she has uncovered nothing, given her assessment of this young man's character, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to belittle her, questioning her competence in front of the crowd. Despite the charming faade of this seemingly affectionate younger brother, who repeatedly calls her sister, one can only wonder what schemes he is concocting in his mind. Thus, she must bide her time, keeping Wei Pingfan in check until he survives the secret realm. Whether she will see him again is uncertain. Ah, Lung's sister. Wei Pingfan grinned, raising an eyebrow as he continued. You truly are so considerate of me. Always thinking of my needs. You must wait for me to return from the secret realm. In truth, Wei Pingfan was already aware of the 5 individuals who had attempted to assassinate him. After being brought back to the Management Bureau by Long Ruoyan, they mysteriously perished the following day. After all, there are members of the Wei family within the bureau, as his grandfather Wei Donghai had informed him. It was also through this that he discerned the complexity of Long Ruoyan's background, being the daughter of the prominent Lung family in the provincial capital. The Lung family's power far surpassed that of the Wei family, boasting several 8-star Beast Tamers. Rumor has it that Long Ruoyan's grandfather holds significant influence within the military of the Great Xia Federation. Therefore, Wei Donghai had cautioned Wei Pingfan that one must never offend Long Ruoyan and should maintain a respectful distance, essentially, to stay away from her. However, upon learning of Long Ruoyan's formidable background, Wei Pingfan considered his earlier decision to recognize her as a sister to be exceptionally wise. After all, one must cling tightly to such a substantial ally. Thus, upon spotting Long Ruoyan today, he felt compelled to make his presence known and leave a favorable impression on her. All right, dear brother, you must return alive from the secret realm. Lung's sister is waiting for you. Noticing Wei Pingfan's amiable demeanor, Long Ruoyan seized the opportunity to play along. Subsequently, Wei Pingfan remained closely attached to her, providing a comforting warmth that made Long Ruoyan question whether he could truly be her biological brother, given his excessive concern for her. Soon, representatives from the remaining 3 major families and various factions arrived at the gathering point. Wang Jinghua emerged from the Wang family's vehicle and immediately spotted Wei Pingfan, who was the center of attention. Fangu, Fangu. Wang Jinghua waved and rushed over. It was evident that Wei Pingfan was the only one brave enough to stand next to Long Ruoyan, while others kept their distance. Previously, there had been some audacious individuals who attempted to flirt with Long Ruoyan, only to be met with her icy glare that sent them retreating. Fatty, this is Lung's sister, Wei Pingfan said as he embraced Wang Jinghua, then turned to introduce him. Lung's sister, this is my good brother Wang Jinghua, just call him Fatty. Wow, this sister is stunning. Wherever Fandog goes, he seems to meet beautiful sisters. His luck with the ladies is quite extraordinary, Wang Jinghua thought to himself, gazing at Long Ruoyan with starry eyes, particularly captivated by her long, powerful legs, which ignited a flurry of imaginative scenarios in his mind. Fatty, be serious. This is Lung's sister. Hurry and greet her. Wei Pingfan, seeing Wang Jinggua's lewd expression, knew exactly what he was thinking and promptly smacked the back of his head. Ouch! Hello, Lung's sister. I am Wang Jinghua, Wei Pingfan's good buddy, he exclaimed, rubbing the back of his head while grinning at Lung Ruoyan. Lung's sister, you are truly beautiful. However, upon encountering the pudgy young man grinning foolishly at her, Lung Ruoyan felt no inclination to engage with him and turned to leave. I have matters to attend to. Do not follow me. This remark was directed at Wei Pingfan. Watching Lung Ruoyan walk away, Wang Jinghua pouted. Fangu, what does this Lung's sister mean by that? Chapter 56, Sung Yuan's Secret Realm, Departure. Wei Pingfan felt exasperated by Wang Jinggua's inquiry. What did he mean by that? Did he not have any self-awareness? He wished Wang Jinghua would tone down his lewd expressions in the future. Not far away, at the location of the Shen family, Shen Yu donned a form-fitting white outfit that accentuated her tall, voluptuous figure, making her presence undeniably striking. She stood gracefully beside a middle-aged woman, who was the leader of the Shun family for this expedition and a 5-star beast tamer. Behind Shen Yu, a group of young men and women prepared to accompany her into the Tsang Yuan secret realm. Wei Pingfan, you better not perish in the secret realm. I am eagerly awaiting the day I can defeat you in the Beast Tamer entrance examination. Shen Yu mused inwardly as she observed Wei Pingfan and Lung Ruoyan from a distance. Earlier, she had noticed Wei Pingfan engaged in jovial conversation with a beautiful woman and felt an inexplicable urge to compare herself with her. While she deemed herself more attractive, she rationalized that the other woman was merely older. In a few years, she was confident she would surpass her in allure. At the Li family, Li Yunfei regarded Wei Pingfan with a burning resentment. Wei Pingfan, I never imagined you would actually come to the Tsang Yuan secret realm. Let this realm become your grave. He thought bitterly. The 9 individuals selected by the Li family were all at the pinnacle of 1-star beast tamers. Li Yunfei had issued a death warrant to the 9, instructing them to ensure that Wei Pingfan remained trapped within the secret realm, never to escape. Any random encounter in the realm would allow them to eliminate Wei Pingfan with the ease of crushing an ant. Chu Xiong stood beside Li Yunfei, relaying the gossip about Wei Pingfan's antics at school over the past month, embellishing tales of his shameless pursuits of Shen Yu. Wei Pingfan, you can't blame me. Once you enter the secret realm, may fortune favor you. Chu Xiong thought, chuckling coldly to himself. This only intensified Li Yunfei's hatred for Wei Pingfan, fueling his desire to summon his beast to tear Wei Pingfan's handsome face to shreds. Meanwhile, various factions sending representatives into the Tsang Yuan secret realm scrutinized one another, assessing who was worthy of approach and who should be avoided, each weighing their options. After all, once inside the realm, reliance on anything but oneself was often perilous. Even allies could betray one another with a knife in the back. All participants entering the Tsang Yuan secret realm, assemble. Lung Ruoyan called out, glancing at her watch. Soon, the 100 individuals destined for the secret realm stood in formation, anticipation evident on most faces. 20 individuals per vehicle, quickly board. As her words fell, 6 heavily modified military vehicles rolled up and halted before the crowd. The members of the Wei and Wang families followed Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua into the same vehicle, while those from the Shun and Li families grouped into another. The remaining individuals swiftly organized themselves into vehicles, and within moments, the 100 participants were all seated. Meanwhile, the leaders of the various families and factions climbed into a single vehicle, all of whom were at least 4-star or 5-star beast tamers. They would accompany the personnel from the Management Bureau to the Tsang Yuan secret realm, where they would await the conclusion of the expedition outside the secret realm. Their sole purpose being the protection of the younger generation of beast tamers from their respective families and factions. As for whether they would survive the trials within the secret realm, that was beyond their control. Their only responsibility lay in ensuring the safety of the journey to and from the location. With a wave of her hand, Lung Ruoyan swiftly boarded the vehicle of the Management Bureau. Yes, Captain. Dozens of Bureau personnel followed suit, each climbing into their respective vehicles. The long convoy proceeded in an orderly fashion towards the eastern city gate of Yunnan City. After several minutes, the convoy came to a gradual halt at the city gate. The soldiers tasked with guarding the gate promptly approached to conduct inquiries. Hello, please present your identification. Lung Ruoyan stepped out of the vehicle, producing her credentials. Greetings. I am Lung Ruoyan, the captain of the Yunnan City Management Bureau. I have been dispatched to escort personnel entering the Tsang Yuan secret realm for training. Here is the official exit document. Lung Ruoyan gestured with her hand. A member of the bureau rushed over, clutching a document. Thank you for your cooperation. The soldier quickly reviewed the document, confirming its validity before saluting Lung Ruoyan. You're welcome. She responded with a salute of her own. Open the city gate, the soldier proclaimed. The massive, formidable black gates of the city began to rise, revealing the desolate landscape beyond, with distant mountains enhancing the sense of solitude and barrenness. Beneath this tranquil facade lay innumerable dangers. The convoy slowly traversed outside the city, and as the last vehicle exited, the heavy black gate thunderously descended once more. Inside one of the vehicles, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinhua leaned eagerly out of the small window, their eyes wide with wonder at the sights beyond the city walls. Having remained within the confines of the city until now, they were filled with curiosity about the outside world. However, the window was too small to fully enjoy the view. Wow, Brother Fan, look at that mountain. It's truly towering. Wang Jinhua pressed his face against the window, calling out to Wei Pingfan behind him. What are you shouting about? Goodness, Fatty, that tree is incredibly thick. Wei Pingfan, too, was monopolizing a window, his voice animated. As for the others in the vehicle, they too wished to gaze outside. But with only 2 windows occupied by these 2, they could only wait in silence. One was the young master of the Wei family, and the other the young master of the Wang family, neither of whom could afford to offend the other. In a different vehicle, Li Yunfei had no interest in the outside world, instead fixating his gaze on Shun Yu beside him. With such beauty in proximity, all else felt trivial. Meanwhile, Lung Ruoyan and the bureau personnel remained vigilant, attentively monitoring their surroundings. Although the likelihood of encountering a beastly attack was minimal, vigilance was paramount. For one could never be certain when a stray beast might wander into the vicinity. As time sped by, the convoy advanced swiftly along the road, drawing ever closer to the entrance of the Tsangyuan secret realm. Before them loomed an imposing military fortress, its grand gates wide open, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers. While firearms posed little threat to higher-tier beasts, they remained effective against lower-tier ones. On the fortress walls stood a middle-aged man of modest height, a faint scar adorning his left cheek, dressed in the military uniform of the Great Xia Federation, exuding an air of authority. Commander, they have arrived. A soldier pointed towards the approaching convoy. Yes, yes, instruct them not to halt, but to proceed directly to the entrance of the secret realm. It will open in less than half an hour, replied Zhang Zhun, a 5-star beast tamer and the highest authority at the fortress. Chapter 57, the Tsangyuan Secret Realm, Initiation. The convoy entered the fortress under the watchful gaze of the stationed soldiers. Form up. A leading soldier gestured. The soldiers swiftly turned in unison and marched into the fortress as its gates closed behind them. This is it. Wei Pingfan thought to himself as the vehicle came to a stop, rising from his seat. Lung Ruoyan exited the vehicle, observing a soldier rushing towards her. Hello. The soldier saluted her before continuing. The entrance to the secret realm will open in half an hour. You may proceed directly to the entrance and prepare for entry. Understood. Lung Ruoyan nodded, re-entering the vehicle. With the opening of the Tsangyuan secret realm imminent, there was no time for idle chatter. Urgency and focus were paramount. The convoy advanced once more, but the path ahead was markedly challenging, riddled with potholes and jarring bumps. The entrance to the Tsangyuan secret realm lay nestled halfway up a towering mountain, and the convoy wound its way along the rugged terrain. The fortress encircled the mountain, with a soldier stationed every few meters atop the walls, their expressions calm and resolute. After a further 10 minutes, the convoy came to a halt once more. Everyone, disembark immediately. All 100 individuals entering the secret realm, gather at the entrance, commanded Lung Ruoyan, directing the bureau personnel to spring into action. The doors of all vehicles swung open, and one by one, the individuals poured out, following the bureau personnel forward. As soon as Wei Pingfan stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze swept across the scene. They found themselves on a vast platform at the mountainside, evidently cleared and prepared by human hands. Before them, a circular opening emanated a soft white glow, guarded by 6 soldiers standing in formation. That must be the entrance to the Tsangyuan secret realm. Such entrances could appear randomly, perhaps on a mountainside, atop a tree, on the ground, or even submerged underwater. Brother Fan, let's go. Wang Jinhua urged, nudging Wei Pingfan. Be careful once we enter the secret realm. Prioritize safety above all else, Wei Pingfan cautioned. He was not overly concerned about encountering danger within a 1-star secret realm. He believed his own strength was sufficient to handle any 1-star beast without the aid of a tamed beast. With the addition of his Yaotian Phoenix, he would be an invincible force, capable of contending with multiple 1-star beasts simultaneously. For many of the youths entering the secret realm for the first time, curiosity and excitement painted their faces as they gazed at the entrance. What wonders awaited them within? What treasures might they uncover? The eagerness to enter the realm and discover its secrets was palpable, as they believed their fortunes would lead them to remarkable finds. In contrast, those who had previously ventured into the secret realm, like Lung Ruoyan and the leaders from various families and factions, bore expressions of indifference and calmness, their experience rendering them unfazed. Moreover, it is merely a 1-star secret realm, a fact that hardly piques my interest. However, it possesses a tremendous allure for these fledgling youths. 100 individuals poised to enter the Tsangyuan secret realm stood before Lung Ruoyan, flanked by the leaders of various families and factions. With only 10 minutes remaining until the secret realm's opening, the entrance lay directly behind me. Once it is activated, groups of 10 shall swiftly venture inside. Is that clear? Lung Ruoyan's voice resonated powerfully, subtly infused with the spiritual energy from within her, reaching the ears of each participant. Understood. The 100 replied in unison. Confronted by the imposing figure of the chief officer, not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her formidable strength commanded respect, instilling a sense of caution in everyone present. Xinyu, standing in the front row, felt the aura emanating from Lung Ruoyan and silently vowed. One day, she would undoubtedly surpass the strength of this woman before her. In the second row, Li Yunfei was captivated by Lung Ruoyan's beauty. Thinking to himself that it would be delightful to have her and Xinyu join him for a game, his mind began to conjure up various inappropriate fantasies, his face betraying a rather lascivious expression. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua exchanged hushed whispers. Brother Fan, what exactly is your relationship with this sister Lung? It wouldn't be something like that, would it? Wang Jinghua's unspoken insinuation was conveyed through a knowing glance. Fatty, your thoughts are quite impure. Perhaps your father should consider remolding you, Wei Pingfan retorted, hands behind his head, exuding a relaxed demeanor. As seconds ticked by, the radiant light of the secret realm's entrance intensified, and the surrounding air became increasingly saturated with spiritual energy. Fatty, the entrance is about to open, remember what I said. I don't wish to retrieve your corpse within the realm. Wei Pingfan's gaze turned fervent, his eyes fixated on the entrance's unfolding spectacle. Rest assured, Brother Fan, don't forget about my contracted 9 heavens mysterious turtle. You should be cautious as well. Wang Jinghua nodded, his expression growing serious. All were prepared, for the entrance was on the verge of activation. Having traversed numerous secret realms, Lung Ruoyan was well aware of the significance of this transformation. Hearing her command, the participants cast their gazes toward the entrance, their expressions a medley of emotions. In that moment, it seemed as though the world around them fell silent, save for the slightly labored breaths of those nearby. Suddenly, the entrance quivered, the white luminescence dissipating rapidly, revealing a membrane radiating a crimson glow. Captain Lung, the entrance has been activated. It will remain open for just 1 hour. A soldier stationed at the entrance nodded at Lung Ruoyan upon witnessing the emergence of the red membrane. Excellent. Lung Ruoyan swiftly addressed the 100 individuals before her. Form groups of 10 and proceed into the Tsangyuan secret realm without delay. Understood. As her words echoed, the first group, led by Xinyu, advanced toward the entrance. The moment the first individual made contact with the red glow, they vanished in an instant. This left those yet to enter dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the inexplicable phenomenon. Wow! Exclaimed Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua, their mouths agape, as the first person's sudden disappearance at the entrance caused the second individual in line to exhibit visible anxiety and hesitation. They remained reluctant to touch the crimson light. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside. There are many more waiting behind you. If you wish to forfeit, step aside immediately. Lung Ruoyan approached the hesitant individual, urgency and exasperation evident in her expression. Reflecting on her own inaugural experience within a secret realm, she had boldly stepped forward without a second thought. Observing the burly figure before her, she wondered if he was even a man, lacking the courage to venture forth into the unknown. How would he face the bloodthirsty beasts lurking within? Would he not soil himself in terror? Not only would he become fodder for the monsters, but he would also require a drink to wash it down. After much stammering, the individual finally shouted, and, eyes shut tight, plunged into the realm. Next, Lung Ruoyan urged. One after another, individuals entered the secret realm until it was Xinyu's turn. Taking a deep breath, she glanced back at Wei Pingfan. Wei Pingfan, I hope you don't perish within the realm. With my Shui by my side, nothing will happen, Xinyu thought, steadily approaching the red membrane before vanishing from sight. Before long, all 100 participants had entered the Tsangyuan secret realm in successive groups, leaving only 2 individuals remaining. Wei Pingfan and Wang Jinghua exchanged glances at the entrance. Brother Fan, why don't you go ahead? Wang Jinghua gestured toward the entrance. Fatty, you should go first. I'll take the final act. Wei Pingfan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Brother Fan, you first. No, you go first. The two began to defer to one another. A humorous exchange that left Lung Ruoyan feeling exasperated. Are you 2 fools sent from the heavens? Just step inside already. Without warning, Lung Ruoyan kicked Wang Jinghua into the realm. Ow! You can't bully a fat man like that. Wang Jinghua cast a forlorn glance at Lung Ruoyan as he was engulfed by the entrance. No, Sister Lung, I don't need that. I can enter by myself. Not wishing to meet the same fate as Wang Jinghua, Wei Pingfan decisively leaped into the entrance, disappearing from view. "Curse brother, you're quick on your feet." Long Ruoyan watched the entrance with a satisfied smirk, reveling in the satisfaction of her earlier action. Minutes later, the red membrane of the entrance reverted to white. In 7 days, the secret realm would conclude, and all who survived would be transported out. As for those who did not emerge, well, they should prepare for their final arrangements. Thus, the 100 individuals who ventured into the Tsangyuan secret realm would determine their own fates. Long Ruoyan silently hoped that more of the young Beastmasters would emerge alive in 7 days, for the survival of many signified hope for the greater realm. Subsequently, she instructed the personnel from the Management Bureau to set up tents not far from the entrance, as they would wait for the conclusion of the secret realm. The heads of various factions also dispersed, each attending to their own affairs, some gathering to engage in conversation, their camaraderie evident. If only they had a mahjong table. They would surely indulge in a spirited game, for they were undeniably bored, experiencing a profound sense of ennui. "Keep a watch here. I shall descend the mountain for a while." Long Ruoyan addressed her subordinates, intending to locate the commanding officer at the military stronghold below to clarify pertinent matters. Previously, due to the imminent opening of the secret realm, there had been no time for contemplation. Now that all 100 participants had entered the mystical domain, there was nothing else to do but await the conclusion of the secret realm. Within the depths of the Tsangyuan secret realm, when Wei Pingfan opened his eyes once more, he found himself standing atop a hill, surrounded by nothing but the hill itself, with a lush expanse of verdant forest in the distance. Is this the world within the secret realm? It seems far too vivid, Wei Pingfan murmured to himself, gazing at the azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds and inhaling the surrounding air. The only distinction was that the spiritual energy in this atmosphere was considerably denser than that found on Blue Star. Absorbing the spiritual energy here would be equivalent to several days of cultivation outside. It was no wonder that the opening of any secret realm attracted numerous beast masters. "I wonder where the chubby one is now. I hope he hasn't stumbled into a horde of beasts," Wei Pingfan pondered. Since he had entered the secret realm and the spiritual energy was so abundant, he wished not to waste a single moment. He immediately began to circulate the Thunder Tiger technique, drawing a continuous stream of spiritual energy into his body, which then flowed into the black beast space, where it was greedily absorbed by the Yaotian phoenix. "My little egg, you must hatch soon. Devour as much as you can. As long as it doesn't kill you, keep eating." Wei Pingfan's consciousness entered the beast space to check on his companion, nodding in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, as he frantically absorbed the spiritual energy, a pair of black eyes beneath the hill suddenly gleamed to life. Squeak, squeak. The owner of the black eyes emitted a series of squeaks, tinged with a hint of confusion. In the next moment, pairs of black eyes began to illuminate, a total of over a dozen pairs, standing out vividly against the surrounding darkness. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Accompanying this were incessant squeaking sounds. Squeak. The initial owner of those opened eyes let out an urgent squeak, as if issuing a command. The several figures before it swiftly turned and dashed towards the hilltop. Meanwhile, atop the hill, Wei Pingfan, aiming to expedite the absorption of spiritual energy, summoned the black beast space to participate as well. Instantly, the spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius dissipated, all absorbed into Wei Pingfan's body, causing the dark figure below the hill to spring forth like a coiled spring, leaping towards the hilltop. "Who dares to absorb spiritual energy on my territory?" The shadow roared internally. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, from the several openings atop the hill, a multitude of golden-furred mouse heads emerged, squeaking furiously at Wei Pingfan, their eyes reflecting indignation. Wei Pingfan was interrupted in his absorption by the sudden commotion. Glancing around and immediately recognizing the beasts before him, golden-haired mice, possessing the strength of a one-star beast upon maturity, were known for their fondness for various nuts and typically resided in burrows. To think that upon entering the secret realm, he had stumbled into a nest of rodents. The dozen or so golden-haired mice before him, although not yet fully grown, were each the size of adult rabbits, baring their teeth at him. The thought of being bitten by their sharp teeth was enough to make one shudder. Just as Wei Pingfan prepared to scare off the golden-haired mice, a specimen significantly larger than the others, 2 to 3 times their size, burst forth from one of the burrows. Upon seeing this larger golden-haired mouse, the others quickly followed suit, surrounding Wei Pingfan. Observing the last to emerge, a smile crept across Wei Pingfan's face, piquing his interest. The golden-haired mouse king, a one-star beast. It was the perfect opportunity for a little practice, to test his skills against it. Chapter 59, Tsangyuan Secret Realm, Each Person's Encounter. The golden-haired mouse king regarded the bipedal creature before it, its glossy golden fur bristling with agitation, its forelimbs pressed against the ground, its sizable rodent rear defiantly elevated. Squeak. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Squeak, do you wish to feel the wrath of the Mouse King? Indeed. The golden-haired Mouse King mistook the smiling Wei Ping Fan for a hairless beast. Sensing no significant threat from him only bolstered the Mouse King's confidence. After a verbal intimidation, it planned to rally its minions and launch a coordinated assault, hoping for a hearty meal. While golden-haired mice were known for their love of nuts, they were not averse to meat, occasionally indulging in a change of diet. Squeak, can't you speak? If you can fight, then stop your prattling and come bite me. Wei Ping Fan, of course, could not comprehend the Mouse King's squeaks and provocatively beckoned it with a finger. To encounter a one-star beast immediately upon entering the secret realm was an opportunity not to be missed. He was eager to test his mettle. Although the golden-haired mouse was regarded as the weakest in combat among one-star beasts, Wei Ping Fan was nonetheless excited, keen to engage in his first battle against a beast. As for the dozen ordinary golden-haired mice, none of whom had attained one-star status, he could scarcely muster any interest in them. Wei Ping Fan mused that if his little egg were to reveal itself, the golden-haired Mouse King would likely be terrified on the spot. A mythical-level beast of potential was no trivial matter. Merely its bloodline pressure could make lesser beasts tremble in fear. Regrettably, the little egg had yet to hatch. Though it would be soon, as Wei Ping Fan could sense through his bond with the Yao Tian Phoenix. While the impending confrontation between man and mouse was about to unfold, others who had entered the secret realm were also appearing in various locations. Upon entering, Shen Yu encountered a one-star beast, the black Kuei snake, which was in the midst of laying eggs, a stroke of extraordinary luck. The black Kuei snake, engaged in the fervent act of producing its offspring, was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure before it. This nearly caused it to retract its half-laid eggs. Schwer, come forth. Upon spotting the one-star black Kuei snake, Shen Yu did not dare to be careless. She swiftly retreated a few steps, summoning her contracted beast, the Ice and Snow Divine Bird. As soon as the Ice and Snow Divine Bird appeared, it perched upon Shen Yu's shoulder, unleashing a fierce avian roar at the black Kuei snake. As the saying goes, a mother becomes fierce when protecting her young. Sensing danger, the black Kuei snake abandoned its precious eggs and charged toward Shen Yu. Despite being in labor, the black Kuei snake showed no signs of weakness, its serpentine body twisting with remarkable speed. Like a bolt of lightning, it was fleeting. The serpent's head soared high, its maw revealing a blood-red forked tongue, with two sharp fangs glinting ominously. Schwer, snow dance freeze. Shen Yu remained calm, unfazed by the advancing black Kuei snake. With swift reflexes, she commanded the Ice and Snow Divine Bird to activate its awakened first skill. The Divine Bird soared into the air, let out a cry, and opened its beak, launching a white, icy energy orb toward the black Kuei snake. In the blink of an eye, the head of the black Kuei serpent was rendered immobile as if encased in ice, while its entire serpentine body continued to writhe desperately, attempting to break free from its frozen state. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of an egg shattering. The incessant thrashing of the serpent had caused its half-formed love offspring to break apart. The black Kuei serpent, acutely aware of this loss, felt its heart shatter as well. Plunging it further into a frenzy of rage, it yearned to annihilate the culprit before it. The vengeance of a parent is a debt that cannot be repaid. Schwerer, continue. Shen Yu would show no mercy, seizing the opportunity while the serpent was ensnared, aiming for its life. The Ice and Snow Divine Bird, responding to its master's command, unleashed another orb of white light that struck the serpent's body. Die! Shen Yu seized her chance. Drawing a gleaming sword from her side and swiftly advancing towards the black Kuei serpent, thrusting the blade directly at its head. The sword shimmered with a chilling light. Clearly not an ordinary weapon. Those who enter the secret realm are always armed, a precaution for their own safety as beast masters. Minutes later, the battle concluded. The black Kuei serpent lay lifeless upon the ground, alongside its shattered love offspring. Chirp, chirp. The Ice and Snow Divine Bird happily perched upon Shen Yu's shoulder. Well done. Schwer. Shen Yu retracted her sword, tenderly stroking the bird's white feathers. In a different part of the realm, Li Yunfei found himself in an area devoid of any beasts. A stroke of luck amidst the chaos. Yet, he was acutely aware of the perils lurking within the secret realm and summoned his contract beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf, to accompany him cautiously as he ventured forth. His aim was to locate Wei Ping Fan and eliminate him. He could not afford to lose his life before even encountering his target due to carelessness. When Chu Xiong opened his eyes, he discovered himself standing beneath a great tree, surrounded by an eerie silence that offered him a measure of relief. At least he had not stumbled into a den of beasts, sparing himself from an immediate demise upon entering the secret realm. However, as he glanced upwards, despair washed over him. For above, a colossal beast lay sprawled on the branches. Sound asleep. The windstorm leopard, a first-tier beast known for its incredible speed and strength, was indeed formidable. Heavens, is this some kind of cruel joke? Chu Xiong dared not move, fearing he might awaken the slumbering creature. Meanwhile, Wang Jinghua, after being unceremoniously kicked into the secret realm by Lung Ruoyan, found himself submerged in a muddy pit, his entire being coated in filth. His squinted eyes were obscured by the muck, and any attempt to wipe it away only resulted in more mud. What kind of godforsaken place is this? Truly unlucky. Struggling to extricate himself from the mire, he surveyed the surrounding pits, feeling utterly despondent. Where are the beasts? Where are the spiritual herbs and treasures? It's nothing but mud here. What a farce. Feeling isolated and forlorn, Wang Jing was summoned his contract beast, the Nine Heavens mysterious turtle, hoping for some companionship. You seem to thrive in this mess, little 8. Watching the turtle clamber through the mud, he longed for a water source to cleanse himself thoroughly. Others, upon entering the secret realm, encountered beasts immediately. Some engaged in fierce battles, while others fled in terror. A fortunate few found themselves in areas abundant with spiritual herbs, their faces alight with joy as they began to harvest. Conversely, several unfortunate souls appeared amidst a horde of beasts, only to be overwhelmed and perished on the spot. In summary, the trials within the Tsang Yuan's secret realm brimmed with uncertainties, and only those who emerged alive could be deemed victors. Chapter 60, Tsang Yuan's Secret Realm, a Windfall. Shifting focus back to Wei Pingfan, faced with unabashed provocation, the golden-haired Mouse King could no longer contain itself. It lunged at Wei Pingfan, leaping forward with razor-sharp claws, moving with a speed that, to an ordinary observer, seemed almost lightning fast. Yet, to Wei Pingfan, the golden-haired Mouse King's pace appeared somewhat sluggish, and he made an intriguing discovery. The creature was male, while others were engrossed in their battles with beasts. Remaining alert and cautious, Wei Pingfan had the audacity to contemplate the gender of the creature he faced, truly an oddity blooming amidst the chaos. Squeak, squeak, look at it freeze. Clearly, it has been frightened by the majesty of this mouse lord. The golden-haired Mouse King reveled in its perceived dominion over the unmoving Wei Pingfan. As it closed the distance, a triumphant and fierce expression adorned its rodent face, preparing to deliver a clawed attack. However, in the next moment, what a stroke of fortune. Wei Pingfan's lips curled into a smirk as he extended his hand, delivering a resounding blow with his nose directly to the Mouse King's face. The crack that followed was a testament to the power he had summoned, sending the bewildered creature crashing to the ground, its eyes wide with shock. Ow, that hurt. You wretched mouse. The golden-haired Mouse King lay sprawled on the ground, questioning the very essence of its rodent existence. How could this be? Why am I, the illustrious lord of mice, lying here? Its minions, stunned into silence by the sight of their leader being so easily dispatched, could only watch in disbelief. Squeak, squeak. Our leader has been knocked down. Squeak, squeak. Should we engage? Squeak, squeak, engage. Are you mad? Do you wish to share the same fate? The inner turmoil of the golden-haired mice was a mix of confusion and despair. Truly a first-tier beast, this mouse skin is remarkably tough. Wei Pingfan chuckled, shaking off his hand. What about you? Care to join the fray? As he approached the bewildered assembly of golden-haired mice, they turned tail and fled, abandoning their leader in their haste to escape through the nearest burrow. How terrifying. If our leader is no match, then we would only be serving ourselves up as a feast. Such cowardice. What is there to fear? I am not a villain. Observing the retreating mice, Wei Pingfan scoffed, turning his attention back to the prostrate golden-haired Mouse King. If only those mice could comprehend his words, they would surely lament their plight. Cowardice like a mouse? Is this not the truth? We are indeed mice. Is it wrong to be timid? Should we be ashamed of our nature? Still dazed and confused, the golden-haired Mouse King trembled at the sound of approaching footsteps, fearing another strike from that formidable nose. Recalling the power of that blow, it determined to feign death, hoping to evade further confrontation and survive. Enough of the charade. Wei Pingfan crouched down, observing the trembling creature pretending to be lifeless, barely able to suppress his laughter. Not long ago, you were so audacious and imposing. Yet, after just one blow from my nose, you have turned into such a meek creature. Truly, you have lost face. The golden-haired Mouse King cannot possibly comprehend the avian tongue spoken by Wei Pingfan. It merely feigns death, motionless as if indifferent to the situation. Hey, still pretending, are we? Wei Pingfan exclaimed, swiftly extending a hand to grasp the golden-haired Mouse King's neck, hoisting it into the air. Squeak, what are you doing? Let go of me. The golden-haired Mouse King could no longer maintain its charade, suspended in the air, its limbs flailing wildly, its eyes wide with terror. I told you to stop pretending. Do you find feigning death amusing? I despise being deceived. With that, Wei Pingfan swung his other hand and delivered a resounding slap to the golden-haired Mouse King's face. Smacking you for your misbehavior, he declared, following up with another slap. Squeak. Stop, it hurts. The golden-haired Mouse King now truly wished for its demise. Feeling the torment inflicted by this relentless adversary, the subsequent minutes were almost too painful to witness. Wei Pingfan continued his tirade, chastising the golden-haired Mouse King as he delivered a barrage of slaps, finally relenting only because his hand had grown weary. Looking down at the prostrate golden-haired Mouse King, nearly breathless, it appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Had Wei Pingfan's strength not been significantly reduced, the creature might have become the first beast in history to be literally slapped to death. Meanwhile, at the openings of nearby burrows, several golden-haired mice emerged, peering out with their heads, horrified witnesses to their leader's miserable plight. Each of them trembled in fear, contemplating the uncertain future that lay ahead, which likely involved finding a new leader. Fear not. I am a benevolent soul, and I shall not strike you again, Wei Pingfan said, affectionately stroking the golden-haired Mouse King's head, his smile radiant. Yet, to the Mouse King, this smile seemed devilish, instilling a sense of dread. Squeak. The golden-haired Mouse King suddenly squeaked, nodding and shaking its head at Wei Pingfan, raising its forelimbs in frantic gestures. What could this mean? Wei Pingfan pondered, observing the Mouse King's peculiar antics, utterly baffled. Surely, it couldn't he be begging for mercy? Seeing Wei Pingfan remain unmoved, the golden-haired Mouse King called out to its fellow mice at the burrow entrance. Squeak. Quickly bring us our finest nuts. Soon after, Wei Pingfan witnessed a synchronized nod from the dozen or so golden-haired mice, followed by their swift disappearance into the burrow. Intrigued, Wei Pingfan watched as one golden-haired mouse emerged, clutching a handful of nuts. Then came the second, the third, and soon a procession of mice appeared, each bearing nuts, which they meticulously piled at Wei Pingfan's feet, forming a small mound. Wow, are these for me? An offering of goodwill. Wei Pingfan marveled at the colorful assortment of nuts, finally comprehending the golden-haired Mouse King's earlier intentions. However, he was not a golden-haired mouse, and he had no desire for these nuts. The fact that they had been regurgitated from their tiny mouths made them even less appealing. No way. Wei Pingfan resolutely shook his head, gesturing toward the mound of nuts. Squeak. The golden-haired Mouse King, observing Wei Pingfan's response, rolled its eyes and swiftly commanded its subordinates once more. The mice scurried back into their burrow, re-emerging shortly after, each carrying a radiant red gemstone. Upon seeing these red stones, Wei Pingfan's expression shifted to one of elation as he exclaimed, "Wow, these are spirit or stones. This is a fortune." Without waiting for the dozen mice to approach, he darted forward, swiftly snatching a stone from one mouse's grasp. Indeed, while these may be lower-grade spirit ores, they are still equivalent to a one-star spirit elixir. The spirit energy contained within the ore thrilled Wei Pingfan, causing a grin to spread across his face. Spirit ores are classified into 4 grades: low, medium, high, and top tier, with the ores previously gifted by his parents being of the high-grade variety. For Beast Tamers, utilizing low-grade spirit ores for training is a luxury, let alone high-grade ores. This scarcity on Blue Star means that everyone covets these resources to elevate their strength and become the envy of all as formidable Beast Tamers. Much of the spirit ore discovered by the Great Xia Federation is controlled by the state, while the remainder is monopolized by powerful beast taming families and factions. Gazing at the pile of spirit ores before him, Wei Pingfan's attention shifted back to the golden-haired Mouse King, and he felt an inexplicable fondness for it. Having just struck the Mouse King multiple times, he now felt a twinge of guilt for chastising such a considerate creature. How about sharing some more? I still want more, he urged, eyeing the spirit ores with a glimmer of greed. Should the golden-haired Mouse King dare to shake its head in refusal, Wei Pingfan was more than willing to deliver a few more slaps. He simply could not believe that the Mouse King's reserves were so meager. Surely there was more to be had. Squeak. I hardly have any left. I've given them all to you. What will I do? The golden-haired Mouse King felt a pang of despair, having acquired these precious stones through arduous battles alongside its kin against rival Mouse Kings. Yet, faced with the looming threat of Wei Pingfan's hand, it resignedly nodded its head. That's the spirit. We are family, after all, and good things should be shared. Wei Pingfan withdrew his hand, patting the Mouse King's adorable head with satisfaction. 1, 2, 3, 34 spirit or stones. Ultimately, without hesitation, Wei Pingfan claimed all 34 stones, much to the dismay of the golden-haired Mouse King, who watched with forlorn eyes. Feeling quite pleased, Wei Pingfan stood up, tossing his hair with flair. With so many hills around, it seemed improbable that there was only one golden-haired Mouse King. As he gazed upon the seemingly endless hills, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He would forge familial bonds with all the Mouse Kings in the vicinity. After all, if they were family, sharing their spirit ores would only be natural. I am a genius. Without delay, let us commence the search for family. But how to quickly locate the other Mouse Kings? Wei Pingfan's gaze fell upon the golden-haired Mouse King, who was preoccupied with its own business. Oh, surely I must not be mistaken? The golden-haired Mouse King, having been struck by Wei Pingfan, was now in a precarious state, its bowels teetering on the edge of release. Compounded by the loss of its spirit ores, in a fit of frustration, the golden-haired Mouse King, unable to overpower his adversaries, resorted to venting his anger. Yet, true to his regal status, even while relieving himself, the Mouse King insisted that his subordinate mice encircle him, exuding an air of ceremonial significance. Wei Pingfan found himself waiting patiently. After all, it would be rather inappropriate for him to join the golden-haired Mouse King in such an intimate moment. Reminiscent of school lavatories where boys congregate, sharing cigarettes and boasting. Once the golden-haired Mouse King had finished his business, it remains a mystery how Wei Pingfan managed to communicate with him. Ultimately, the Mouse King agreed to accompany Wei Pingfan in the search for his family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of a cave on a nearby hill, a golden-haired mouse squeaked insistently, "Squeak, Green Hat Mouse, come forth to meet your demise." Not far off, a shadow lurked. Eyes fixated on the cave entrance, an expression of excitement plastered across its face. Soon, the Green Hat Mouse, flanked by a horde of its rodent companions, charged out of the cave with great fervor. "Squeak, Scrooge Mouse, how dare you trespass on my territory? Who gave you the audacity to challenge me?" The Green Hat Mouse raised its head defiantly, its eyes brimming with disdain. Previously, during a territorial dispute, the Green Hat Mouse had decisively bested the Scrooge Mouse, leaving it in shambles. "Squeak, Green Hat Mouse, hand over the spirit, or you shall face the consequences." "Squeak, Scrooge Mouse, have you lost your mind? You expect me to surrender my spirit, or?" "Dream on." Just as the two mice prepared to clash, Wei Pingfan approached from behind. Oh my, what a lively scene. Upon seeing Wei Pingfan, the Scrooge Mouse immediately circled around him. "Well done. Leave the rest to me. I have considerable experience when it comes to dealing with family." After praising the Scrooge Mouse, Wei Pingfan wasted no time and dashed towards the Green Hat Mouse. "Do not flee, my dear family members." The Green Hat Mouse felt an ominous premonition. However, it was too late. As Wei Pingfan swung his large nose, striking the Green Hat Mouse's face, it finally understood the true meaning of the Scrooge Mouse's warning. The pain was excruciating. "Wait, I thought we weren't supposed to strike a mouse's face. You really are hitting me. Fear not, we are all family. Just look at my delightful nose." Subsequently, Wei Pingfan pressed the Green Hat Mouse to the ground, delivering a series of blows with his nose. The scene was akin to a grand spectacle, a cacophony that echoed through the air. "Squeak, please, no more. Despair has settled in." The Green Hat Mouse lamented. "Scrooge Mouse, you ought to avenge me." "Huh? You dare to plead? Simply hand over the spirit, and I shall teach you how to act like a family member." Wei Pingfan's words were punctuated by the sounds of his nose striking the Green Hat Mouse, while the Scrooge Mouse, unable to watch, covered its face with its paws. The situation was dire. The Green Hat Mouse endured far more blows than it had anticipated. The Green Hat Mouse's minions stood frozen, paralyzed by the sound of the impacts and their leader's anguished cries, a harrowing sight that struck fear into their hearts. After a good 15 minutes, Wei Pingfan emerged victorious, having acquired several pieces of low-grade spirit ore. The Green Hat Mouse, its face now a mask of sycophancy, bore no trace of its earlier defiance. "Huh. We are all family now. I feel almost guilty." Wei Pingfan chuckled heartily, his hands continuing to gather the spirit ore with remarkable speed. "Let us move on to the next family. I cannot keep my relatives waiting too long." As the duo departed, the Green Hat Mouse felt a chill run down its spine. Who was this formidable figure? A veritable demon. It resolved to relocate, leading its minions in the opposite direction, desperate to escape the wrath of that nose. On the first day in the Tsung Yuan's secret realm, Wei Pingfan did not venture far, instead meandering across the hills with the Scrooge Mouse, fervently engaged in their family search. With each family member found, a smile broadened on Wei Pingfan's face. The hills echoed with the sounds of the nose striking and the peculiar chuckles of satisfaction emanating from him. Following the Green Hat Mouse, the Scrooge Mouse watched in disbelief as Wei Pingfan pilfered the spirit ore painstakingly collected by 5 Mouse Kings. Huh, this cannot be termed as robbery. In Wei Pingfan's eyes, this was merely family sharing, albeit with a slightly unfriendly process. Having amassed over 200 pieces of low-grade spirit ore, he anticipated that with this bounty, his Yaotian Phoenix would soon hatch into the world. As night fell upon the secret realm, Wei Pingfan ceased his pursuit of other golden-haired Mouse Kings, having thoroughly exhausted those on the hills. With no more to find, he settled outside a hidden cave, kindling a fire to roast a delectable red lion rabbit. The adult red lion rabbit was a 1-star beast, lacking in offensive power but possessing remarkable agility, making it notoriously difficult to capture. Unfortunately for this particular rabbit, It had crossed paths with the calamity that was Wei Ping Fan, and thus met its unfortunate end, becoming a feast for someone. Wei Ping Fan was well aware of the rabbit's exquisite taste, and spotting it meant he could not let the opportunity slip by. The cave had been a deliberate choice. He had no desire to sleep outdoors on a chilly night. A sprinkle of salt and a dash of cumin. Wei Ping Fan hummed merrily as he busied himself. Having prepared thoroughly for his journey into the Zhongyuan secret realm, Wei Ping Fan had brought an array of supplies, all stored within his Beast Master space. This was yet another advantage of having awakened the Beast Master space. It not only housed contracted beasts, but also stored collected items, granting the Beast Master a portable storage solution. With just a thought, items could be retrieved from the space. Although living creatures required the Beast Master's consent to enter or exit. As the savory aroma filled the air, the Scrooge mouse, lying beside Wei Ping Fan, gazed longingly at the roasting rabbit, its mouth watering profusely. The little mouse glanced between Wei Ping Fan and the cooking meat, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. Look at you. So impatient. The meat isn't even cooked yet, Wei Ping Fan remarked, flipping the rabbit and casting a sidelong glance at the Scrooge mouse. Go find some more twigs. The fire is dying down, and you're only thinking of eating without lifting a paw. With a playful pat on its head, Wei Ping Fan pointed at some branches on the ground. Squeak. All right. The Scrooge mouse, driven by the prospect of a delicious meal, transformed into a diligent worker, darting off in search of twigs. Observing the Scrooge mouse scamper away, Wei Ping Fan felt no concern. He knew it wouldn't stray far. After following him for an entire day, the miserly little mouse finally refused to leave, trailing behind him persistently, as if it were an inseparable companion. Had Wei Ping Fan not known that this was a golden-haired mouse, he might have mistaken it for a dog. Several minutes later, Wei Ping Fan sliced off a small piece of rabbit meat and tasted it. Ah, delightful. The flavor was exquisite. Squeak, squeak. The mouse also wanted to taste. The little miser extended its minuscule paw, but with a swift motion, Wei Ping Fan swatted it away. No stealing, or there will be nothing left for you. The tiny creature licked its paw and became more subdued. With a contented grin, Wei Ping Fan took another piece of hind leg meat and savored it, washing it down with a bottle of delightful soda from his space. One word, refreshing. Who says that the secret realm is fraught with danger? Just look at Wei Ping Fan's delightful little life, enjoying succulent rabbit meat and sipping on soda. This was not a trial in the secret realm, it was a vacation. Here, this is for you. He tossed the leftover bone in front of the little miser. After all, the mouse had accompanied him throughout the day, and while its contributions may not have been grand, its efforts certainly deserved recognition. It was only right that while he feasted on meat, he offered the mouse a bone to gnaw on. Squeak, how stingy. Does he really take me for a dog? The mouse licked the nearly bare bone. Its perception of Wei Ping Fan elevated once more. Not acting human, greedy, miserly, only knowing how to bully a mouse. Burp. Wei Ping Fan patted his belly, satisfied, finally full. He rose and headed towards the cave. Upon seeing Wei Ping Fan leave, the little miser discarded the shiny bone it had been licking and began to devour the remaining quarter of rabbit meat, all the while paying close attention to the cave entrance, fearful of Wei Ping Fan's sudden return. Inside the cave, Wei Ping Fan found a clean spot and sat cross-legged, arranging several pieces of low-grade spirit ore around him. Having eaten and drunk his fill, it was time to cultivate. Come on, my little egg, now let us feast. He closed his eyes, holding the spirit ore, and activated the Beast Mastery technique, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into his body. 2 hours later, Wei Ping Fan released a long breath. He had absorbed the energy from 20 pieces of spirit ore. If anyone were to know this, they would be utterly astonished. Such an outrageous speed of cultivation. Once more, Wei Ping Fan sensed through their contract link that his little egg was approaching the critical point of hatching. Another 2 hours passed, consuming another 20 pieces of spirit ore. Just as Wei Ping Fan was about to continue, the Yao Tian Phoenix egg in the Beast Mastery space suddenly trembled slightly. Was it about to hatch? Overjoyed, Wei Ping Fan quickly retrieved the little egg and placed it before him. After a few seconds, the little egg ceased its trembling. What does this mean? Does it not wish to break free? Wei Ping Fan was perplexed, preparing to reach out and examine the egg when suddenly, a blinding light erupted from it, illuminating the entire cave. The final red beam shot up into the sky, visible to all creatures within the Zhongyuan secret realm. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within 100 miles around the cave rapidly converged towards it. Wei Ping Fan gaped in astonishment at the little egg, enveloped in white light and shooting red beams upwards, swirling violently. Truly, it is a legendary beast with immense potential. Even the act of hatching creates such a grand spectacle. Chapter 63, Zhongyuan Secret Realm, Hatching. Outside the cave, the little miser, indulging in its dreams, awoke abruptly to the sudden commotion, its beady eyes widening. It lifted its head to gaze at the soaring red beam, an increasing sense of unease creeping into its heart. Squeak, should I run? The little miser looked back at the bright white light emanating from the cave, too fearful to venture inside and discover what was occurring. The scene unfolding in the secret realm, particularly at night, with that blinding red light piercing the heavens, was exceptionally striking and captivating. Perched atop a great tree, Shinyu stood at the treetop, the ice and snow divine bird on his shoulder. At that moment, both he and the bird gazed towards the northwestern direction of the secret realm, where a red beam shot skyward. What could be happening there? Could it be a manifestation of treasures? Shinyu's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, his mind swirling with questions. In another part of the secret realm, outside a different cave, Li Yunfei was enjoying his rations alongside two classmates from his Beastmaster class. The moment they witnessed the red light soaring into the sky, all three sprang to their feet, eyes wide with astonishment. Fei Gu, this is likely a celestial phenomenon caused by the treasures of the secret realm. One exclaimed loudly. Indeed, to encounter such a sight on the first day in the Tsang Yuan secret realm is an auspicious sign. Another quickly echoed. Treasure? Li Yunfei pondered, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. However, since a celestial phenomenon had appeared, something must have happened, and whether it was treasure would soon be revealed. If it truly was a treasure, it would belong to him, Li Yunfei. He had no qualms about ensuring that anyone who dared to contest him would remain in the secret realm forever. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards his two classmates. Fei Gu, it is our honor to encounter you in the secret realm. We will surely follow your lead and seize the treasure. Upon sensing the intensity of Li Yunfei's gaze, the two immediately displayed their eagerness to curry favor, making their allegiances clear. Though they too were one-star Beastmasters, they had only recently broken through, and in the face of Li Yunfei, who had long since achieved this rank, their strengths paled in comparison. Moreover, Li Yunfei was from the Li family, and the 9 others who had entered the Tsang Yuan secret realm alongside him were all peak one-star Beastmasters. They were not to be trifled with. In the northeastern part of the secret realm, Chu Xiong found himself in a dire state, his left arm hanging limply, clearly injured. The wound was hastily bandaged, blood seeping through and staining the surface. What had transpired there? He too gazed towards the direction of the red light, shock coursing through him, followed by a surge of desire flickering in his eyes. In the southwestern direction, Wang Jinghua had spent the entire day trudging through the mire without making any progress. However, he had not returned empty-handed, discovering that some of the mud pits were surrounded by the one-star spirit herb, red flame grass. Red flame grass was a primary ingredient for concocting one-star spirit pills, rich in spiritual energy, making it suitable for Beastmasters to consume for cultivation. However, due to its bitter flavor, Beastmasters typically opted to sell it rather than consume it directly in favor of purchasing more palatable pills. Wang Jinghua noticed the distant red light, and a broad smile spread across his pudgy face. Ah, this spectacular red light. Surely Fan Gu can see it too. At last, I can seek him out. Wang Jinghua's elation was not derived from the discovery of treasures or fortuitous encounters, but rather from having found a direction in his quest for Wei Pingfan. Based on his understanding of Wei Pingfan's nature, he was certain that such celestial phenomena would not escape his notice. He would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, come what may. Indeed, the chubby Wang Jinghua was correct. The very person he had been yearning for, Fan Gu, was presently at the heart of the radiant crimson light, grinning foolishly at his Yao Tian phoenix egg. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the true catalyst behind this overwhelming spectacle was none other than Wei Pingfan himself. Hiss! The radiant crimson light heralded the emergence of treasures. Such an extraordinary opportunity must be his. At the break of dawn, he would hasten to that place. That night, every soul still alive within the Tsang Yuan secret realm beheld the blinding brilliance of the crimson light. Each heart brimmed with curiosity, greed, and desire, yearning to rush to the source of the light and claim this extraordinary chance for themselves. Regardless of what it might be, whatever they could lay their hands on would constitute the greatest gain from this journey into the Tsang Yuan secret realm. Under the stark allure of temptation, who could remain unmoved? However, as night fell, most managed to suppress their impulses, waiting for dawn before embarking on their quest. After all, nighttime in the secret realm was fraught with peril. Many beasts would emerge to hunt, and one could easily become prey. Without life, what use were even the finest treasures? Much like the wealth amassed during one's lifetime, which one cannot take with them after death. Even Wei Pingfan was oblivious to the fact that the transformations brought forth by his contract beasts hatching had led everyone to perceive it as a sign of treasures and opportunities manifesting. Once greed takes root in a person's heart, their actions can become utterly reckless. This night was destined to rob many of their slumber, and tomorrow would surely unleash a tempest of bloodshed. The inevitable violence would only intensify the competition for the treasures. Even a single soul lesson meant an increased chance of acquisition, a truth understood even by the dimmest of minds. Within the cave, Wei Pingfan found himself unable to sleep. After eagerly awaiting the hatching of his contract beast, he had endured days of anxious anticipation for this very moment. Little egg, stop spinning. You'll get dizzy. Do you even intend to come out? Observing the incessantly rotating Yao Tian Phoenix egg, Wei Pingfan felt a gnawing frustration. Hatching was one thing, but spinning was entirely unwarranted. Never before had he heard of an egg requiring a spin to hatch. It seemed as though the little life within the egg had heard his words. Or perhaps it had grown weary of its rotation. In any case, under Wei Pingfan's astonished gaze, the Yao Tian Phoenix egg ceased its spin, and the white light enveloping it swiftly vanished. The crimson light emanating from the egg also gradually faded, as if everything was returning to a prior calm. The preceding events seemingly erased from existence. Then, astonishingly, the egg rolled towards Wei Pingfan, coming to a halt at his feet. What did this mean? No longer spinning. It now intended to roll. Wei Pingfan was momentarily taken aback, extending a finger to gently prod the little egg. Crack! To his astonishment, with that light poke, the egg began to show signs of cracking. Oh no, did I just break it? Wei Pingfan hesitated, his finger hovering in the air. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the shell breaking echoed, each pop resonating with the rapid beat of Wei Pingfan's heart. This fleeting moment felt both brief and interminable, as if a century had passed. At last, a pointed beak shattered the shell, emerging into view. Following that, a bird's head adorned with a tuft of golden feathers appeared before Wei Pingfan. Its pale golden eyes slowly opened, locking onto Wei Pingfan's gaze. Hello there, little egg. Wei Pingfan suppressed the urge to yank the Yao Tian Phoenix from its shell, instead donning a tender smile reminiscent of a doting father. Chirp, mama. The Yao Tian Phoenix called out to Wei Pingfan, then opened its crimson beak to feast on its own eggshell. Crack, crack, crack. Yet upon hearing the Yao Tian Phoenix's call, Wei Pingfan's expression darkened. What, mama? I am your master. You can call me Baba instead. Outside the cave, the little gluttonous mouse remained, dutifully stationed at the entrance like a guard dog. Its prior indulgence in the delicious roasted rabbit had left it unwilling to part ways. Even the prospect of licking the remnants of Wei Pingfan's meal was too enticing to resist. Having followed Wei Pingfan, it had no desire to leave, even if it meant foregoing its former identity as a golden-furred mouse king, losing all interest in its beloved nuts. The notion that all rodents adored nuts was a fallacy. Only roasted meat could truly satisfy. Within the cave, Wei Pingfan watched with keen interest as the Yao Tian Phoenix consumed its eggshell, refraining from interrupting. After several minutes, once the Yao Tian Phoenix had devoured the last of its shell and revealed its form, Wei Pingfan was left utterly stunned, his back teeth grinding in disbelief. Was this truly the potential mythic-level contract beast, the Yao Tian Phoenix? Its size was exceedingly small. It appeared to be merely a little creature. Typically, mythic-level avian contract beasts would grow significantly larger upon hatching. Yet, this Yao Tian Phoenix exhibited no such transformation, merely letting out a satisfied burp after its meal. After finishing its eggshell, the Yao Tian Phoenix's pale golden eyes turned to Wei Pingfan. In the next moment, it began to prance around his feet, its little legs frolicking with joy. Chirp, mama. Wei Pingfan placed a hand on his forehead. All right, so you didn't get enough spinning in the egg. Now you continue to spin out here. After a while, Wei Pingfan scrutinized the Yao Tian Phoenix with newfound seriousness. After all, it was a potential mythic-level contract beast, and surely it must possess some extraordinary qualities. Aside from the tuft of golden feathers atop its head, the Yao Tian Phoenix was entirely enveloped in crimson plumage. Its pale golden eyes sparkled with brilliance and depth, exuding an air of wisdom and mystery. The elongated and elegant red beak radiated a regal and commanding presence akin to a queen. Its small, dark red claws and straight little legs produced a delightful sound as they scampered, reminiscent of a dance, exuding grace. Yet to Wei Pingfan, it appeared adorably diminutive. With an air of mischief. Chirp, mama, I want to snuggle. At such a young age, seeking affection? Wei Pingfan scoffed, extending his hands to cradle the Yao Tian Phoenix tenderly. And from now on, do not call me mama. I am your master, and you are my contract beast. You shall address me as master. Wei Pingfan leaned closer to the Yao Tian Phoenix. Chirp, huh, master? Sensing the Yao Tian Phoenix's call, Wei Pingfan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, just like that. From now on, it shall be so. Then, Wei Pingfan turned the Yao Tian Phoenix over in his hands. A female. A broader smile spread across Wei Pingfan's face. Perhaps, in the future, once the Yao Tian Phoenix transcends the 9-star realm, it may take on a human form. In such a case, a female form would certainly be preferable. Do not misconstrue my intentions, for I, Wei Pingfan, assure you that my thoughts are entirely innocent. I guarantee it 1,000-fold. Now that you have been born, it is only fitting that you receive a name. What shall it be? Wei Pingfan gazed at the Yao Tian phoenix, lost in contemplation for a long while. Little egg is too commonplace. Little one also lacks grandeur. Since my surname is Wei, and you are my contract beast, you too shall bear the Wei surname. Our meeting is a result of the revival of spiritual energy. And you are a phoenix. I have it. Your grand name shall be Wei Ling Huang, and your nickname shall be Lingling. A spark of inspiration ignited in Wei Pingfan's mind as he exclaimed, "Chirp, Wei Ling Huang. Thank you, master. I have a name now, and it brings me joy." The Yao Tian phoenix, now known as Wei Ling Huang, nodded its head in acknowledgement. Wei Pingfan understood the meaning behind Ling Huang's chirps and felt elated to know that it appreciated the name he had chosen. It is evident that the names we bestow upon our beasts should possess cultural significance, far superior to names like Big Black, Second Black, or the portly nicknames of the old man. Ah, Ling Huang, from this moment forth, we shall be companions bound by life and death in battle. You must grow swiftly and protect your master. Chirp, Ling Huang will safeguard the master. I have already awakened a talent skill. Excellent, Ling Huang. Let me see what your talent skill entails. Through their contract link, Wei Pingfan immediately began to investigate. Yao Tian Phoenix, a mythical beast of unparalleled potential, possesses 8 talent skills, of which one has currently awakened. Blazing Inferno. Blazing Inferno, what a striking name. The very sound of it resonates with power. A radiant smile spread across Wei Pingfan's face as he delved deeper into the details of this talent skill. Upon invoking Blazing Inferno, the user expels searing red flames that consume all in their path. Once ignited, the flames persist unyieldingly until reduced to ashes. Moreover, as Wei Ling Huang's strength continues to grow, the potency of the flames will likewise escalate. Blazing Inferno, incinerating all. Splendid. Now, I, Wei Pingfan, too, am a beastmaster with a beast. In the entire Tsangyuan secret realm, the most formidable beings are merely one-star monsters. Thus, the time has come to thoroughly scour this secret realm for all its cultivation resources. While a mythical level beast is indeed powerful, the spiritual energy required to elevate one's strength is immense. Coupled with the black space and Wei Pingfan himself, the demand for cultivation resources multiplies. The Tsangyuan secret realm is open for only 7 days, and 1 day has already passed. Thus, with 6 days remaining, Wei Pingfan intends to waste not a single second. Look, Ling Huang, isn't the spiritual energy here remarkably dense? Wei Pingfan caressed the soft red feathers of Wei Ling Huang, and, before finishing his thought, produced 20 spiritual or stones. Therefore, my dear, it is essential to cultivate diligently from a young age, fostering the habit of hard work and ambition. Let us cultivate together now, enhancing our strength. You must strive to become a 1-star beast. As he spoke, he encircled Wei Ling Huang with 10 spiritual or stones. Absorb the spiritual energy diligently. If you need more, I have plenty. Wei Pingfan wore a sincere smile, reminiscent of a cunning wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Chirp, master. But Ling Huang is already full and cannot eat. Wei Ling Huang lowered its head to survey the surrounding spiritual or stones, then looked up at Wei Pingfan with a sheepish expression. Ah, Ling Huang, you are a divine beast. What use is there in merely consuming eggshells? Look, you haven't grown at all. Listen to your master. Let us joyfully absorb the spiritual energy together. Wei Pingfan continued with a beaming smile. Chirp, very well. Wei Ling Huang picked up a piece of spiritual ore and settled beside Wei Pingfan's feet. That's the spirit. My little Ling Huang is so obedient. Upon witnessing this scene, Wei Pingfan gradually closed his eyes, embarking on his own cultivation to absorb the spiritual energy. The following morning, Wei Pingfan opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. Having made considerable progress, a cause for celebration, he then glanced at his feet, eager to see how Ling Huang was faring in its training. However, the next moment, panic washed over Wei Pingfan as he leapt to his feet. Where is my beast, little Ling Huang? Why can I not find you? Chapter 65, Tsangyuan's Secret Realm, One Man. One bird, one mouse. Wei Pingfan instantly called out through their contract link. Little Ling Huang, where have you gone? Little Ling Huang? Meanwhile, outside the cave, Wei Ling Huang strutted with poise, parading gracefully. Chirp, little mouse, have you surrendered yet? Squeak, oh please spare me. I concede, I concede. The pitiful little mouse lay weakly on the ground, gazing at the diminutive Wei Ling Huang, feeling a swirl of emotions. Originally, the little mouse had been blissfully daydreaming at the cave entrance when it felt something poking its tail. It was ticklish and oddly pleasant. But wait, why had the poking shifted positions? Oh my, that place is off limits for poking. The little mouse clamped its tail and leaped up. Squeak, who dares to tease this mouse lord? It then spotted the small red bird before it. raising a tiny claw with an adorably bewildered expression. Squeak, where did this tiny bird emerge from? Daring to touch my prized possession is utterly outrageous. I may not be able to confront Wei Ping Fan, but I certainly want to be intimidated by you. Squeak, little one, come here and face the consequences. Instantly, a fierce expression crossed the little mouse's face as it bared its teeth at the adorably naive Wei Linghuang. Chirp, I am not a little one. I am Wei Linghuang. Chirp, humph. You dare to intimidate me? I am quite cross and shall bring you down. Wei Linghuang raised its tiny paw, appearing both fierce and endearing. This bird dares to retaliate. The little mouse could no longer contain itself and launched an attack on Wei Linghuang. Take this, my claw. It was a one-star golden mouse king, and the tiny bird before it had yet to attain even a one-star realm. This would be an easy victory, and thus began the one-sided scene of domination, with the little mouse being thoroughly overwhelmed. Chirp, I shall teach you a lesson for scaring me. I want to let you off lightly, yellow mouse. Wei Linghuang didn't even need to employ its talent skill. As a mythical level Yao Tian Phoenix. Even though Wei Linghuang had not yet reached the one-star beast level, it could easily overpower lesser one-star monsters. This confidence and pride stem from being a mythical beast. Nothing trivial could compare. Moreover, Wei Linghuang wished to toy with the fierce little yellow mouse a bit longer. If it used its talent skill, it might inadvertently incinerate the golden mouse, and then there would be no more fun left. The little mouse had overestimated itself. It couldn't even graze a single feather of the petite bird. The little bird not only flew but did so with dazzling speed. Furthermore, it specifically targeted the mouse's face, and the impacts truly stung. In just a few brief minutes, the little mouse had been kicked by Wei Linghuang over a dozen times, each strike aimed squarely at its face, each one more devastating than the last. Why is it always the timid mouse that ends up suffering the most? This poignant lament echoed in the heart of the timid mouse after it was knocked down by Wei Linghuang. Oh, my master is calling me. Master, I'm outside now. I shall return at once. Responding to the summoning from Wei Ping Fan, Wei Linghuang soared into the air, landing directly atop the timid mouse's head. Squeak, little mouse, charge forth. Within the cave, Wei Ping Fan, upon receiving the voice of his spirit beast, also made his way towards the cave entrance. This little spirit beast is quite mischievous, going out without even informing its master. Wei Ping Fan mused, only to behold the peculiar sight of a mouse and a bird together. Wei Linghuang stood triumphantly on the timid mouse's head, radiating vitality, while the timid mouse wore an expression of utter grievance. What is happening? When did this mouse and bird become a pair? And why does the golden-furred mouse bear so many scratch marks on its face? Wei Ping Fan halted in confusion, equally bewildered. Squeak, master. Upon spotting Wei Ping Fan, Wei Linghuang chirped and immediately fluttered into his embrace. Linghuang, what have you done? As Wei Ping Fan could not decipher the timid mouse's squeaks, he turned to his contracted spirit beast for answers. Squeak, master, this golden-furred mouse was hostile towards me, so I gave it a good thrashing. After Wei Linghuang's account, Wei Ping Fan finally grasped the sequence of events, and he couldn't help but stifle a laugh, silently lamenting for the timid mouse for a fleeting moment. Unable to differentiate between the large and small, it dared to bare its teeth at a being of divine bloodline, the Yao Tian Phoenix. It serves you right for being beaten, you timid mouse. Linghuang, how well have you absorbed the spirit or? Wei Ping Fan gently patted Wei Linghuang's head. Marveling at the softness of her feathers, it felt so delightful. Squeak, master, Linghuang has absorbed it all, and her strength has significantly increased. Wei Linghuang's little head nuzzled against Wei Ping Fan's hand, believing that such obedience would endear her to her master even more. Upon hearing this, Wei Ping Fan's heart swelled with joy, and he instantly sensed the current strength of the Yao Tian Phoenix through their contract link. Excellent. Although she has yet to break through the first star realm, she is close. Wei Ping Fan speculated that if his little Linghuang absorbed another 50 or 60 pieces of spirit, she would likely achieve that breakthrough. The weather seems splendid today. Let us embark on a quest to scour the secret realm for various cultivation resources. Outside the cave entrance, Wei Ping Fan was invigorated and brimming with enthusiasm. Squeak, master is mighty. Let us set off. Wei Linghuang perched atop Wei Ping Fan's head, raising a paw to point forward. As for the declaration of Master's mightiness, that was indeed taught by Wei Ping Fan himself. It was undeniable. Wei Ping Fan was truly a narcissist without shame. Squeak. The great demon king is off to wreak havoc on other beasts again. Meanwhile, the golden-furred mouse, the timid mouse, stood by Wei Ping Fan's leg, feeling a twinge of pity for the beasts they were about to encounter, yet more so relishing in their impending misfortune. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, the path of a cultivator is unaffected. As long as one works diligently, not only can they feast on delicious roasted meat, but they might also reap some benefits. Thus, one person, one bird, and one mouse. All three gazed into the distance, resolute in their journey forward, undeterred by the prospect of not returning. This scene was utterly comical, yet harmoniously synchronized. Wei Pingfan, alongside his spirit beast Wei Linghuang and the tenacious, timid mouse, departed from the cave entrance. As for the direction of their journey, it was entirely at Wei Pingfan's whim, venturing wherever seemed fit, for he had already exhausted this hill and felt no lingering attachments. However, unbeknownst to Wei Pingfan, while he left the hill, all others within the secret realm were converging towards his location. In the southeast of the secret realm, Shenyu, clad in white, swiftly leaped through the forest, with the ice-snow divine birds soaring above her. Their destination was the northwest direction, precisely where Wei Pingfan had previously been. Li Yunfei, accompanied by 7 or 8 others, was also making their way towards the direction where the crimson light had surged into the sky the night before. Initially, only Li Yunfei and 2 others were present, but along the way, they encountered 4 or 5 more, 2 of whom were from the Li family. This bolstered Li Yunfei's confidence in seizing the opportunity for treasure. To hasten their journey, all 7 or 8 summoned their respective spirit beasts to clear the path ahead. When they encountered any obstructive beasts, their spirit beasts charged in unison, pushing through without hesitation. Chu Xiong, riding atop his spirit beast, was following a similar path. However, upon encountering some first-star beasts, he opted to take a detour. After all, his arm had sustained injuries from the previous day's confrontation with the first-star beast, the Shadow Blade Leopard. Their battle had been fierce, and Chu Xiong had to exert every ounce of strength, suffering injuries to ultimately defeat the Shadow Blade Leopard. Chapter 66. The Tsongyuan Secret Realm, Scavenging for Resources. Now that treasures were rumored to be appearing once more, Chu Xiong had no desire to incur further injuries and inadvertently allow others to gain the spoils. Therefore, rather than engage in unnecessary battles with beasts, it was wiser to conserve his strength for the competition for treasure opportunities. Brother Fan, await the arrival of your esteemed servant, and I shall take you soaring. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwei was also departing from the muddy terrain with his spirit beast, the 9 Heavens mysterious turtle, striding forward with purpose. Almost everyone, from various locations within the secret realm, was heading in the same direction, the one illuminated by the crimson light last night. Each individual harbored their own clandestine intentions as they hastened toward that destination. Whether driven by curiosity or the desire to be the first to discover the treasure opportunity, they sought to seize the initiative and claim the rewards. Naturally, they encountered others who had also entered the secret realm, those familiar with each other, from the same family or faction, would at least avoid immediate conflict. However, if they were strangers or encountered foes from rival factions, there was little room for diplomacy, and a clash between spirit beast masters was all but inevitable. Oh, isn't that a member of the Wei family? In such a hurry. Are you off to meet your demise? Enough chatter, you mutts from the Li family. Today, it's either you die or I perish. When 2 spirit beast masters from the Wei and Li families crossed paths, their enmity ignited, and they immediately engaged in battle. Among the 4 major spirit beast families in Yunnan City, the Wei and Li families had always been at odds. Outside the secret realm, there might be some restraint, but within, there was no need for caution. It was a free-for-all. In such circumstances, only one could emerge alive. Thus, both parties unleashed their most formidable attacks, and their spirit beasts exhibited their full might. In the secret realm, killing was commonplace, as the deceased could not speak, making it the perfect method to keep secrets. There were also others, unfamiliar with one another, who recognized their shared destination and quickly understood that they were all heading for the treasure opportunity. Thus, the absence of one could increase their chances of claiming the treasure. In the next moment, both sides unhesitatingly summoned their spirit beasts and charged at each other. These individuals were typically simple-minded brutes, all brawn with little brain. Conversely, those who were astute and cautious would first gauge the strength of any encountered individuals before engaging. If the disparity in strength is overwhelmingly vast, then I regret to inform you that this time next year will mark your day of reckoning. In instances where the powers are relatively comparable, the 2 parties will exchange a glance, promptly retreating to a considerable distance from one another or altering their course to circumvent any confrontation. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan remains blissfully unaware of these unfolding events, traversing the landscape with a bird and a mouse, akin to a locust swarm. Every ethereal herb, spirit fruit, or any cultivation resource that might bolster a beast master's prowess is uprooted and taken by him, even stopping for a mere blade of grass to be inspected by the finicky mouse for its spiritual essence. Hurry, little spirit phoenix. Pluck that largest and reddest fruit from the tree for me, Wei Pingfan exclaimed, his mouth watering incessantly at the sight of a singular red fruit upon a tree. This fruit is indeed a prized possession, a one-star spirit fruit known as the red cherry. Not only is it delectable, but it also aids beast masters in enhancing their mental acuity. Chirp chirp, understood, master. Watch me, the spirit phoenix. With a call, Wei Linghuang darted towards the red cherry tree growing precariously on a cliffside. Spirit phoenix, exercise caution. Be wary of any lurking beasts that may ambush you. Wei Pingfan cautioned. For locations where spirit fruits flourish often harbor formidable guardian beasts, waiting to consume the fruits upon maturation. As they stepped beyond the hill's confines, Wei Pingfan's eyes widened in delight upon spotting a one-star spirit herb, the purple cloud flower. This flower stands as the pinnacle among one-star spirit herbs, with a singular specimen fetching around 1 million daxia coins. Despite its classification as a low-tier one-star herb, its rarity renders it exceedingly valuable, often leading to a market where it is both sought after and scarce. Just as Wei Pingfan, brimming with enthusiasm, approached to collect the purple cloud flower, a one-star monster suddenly leapt from the nearby thicket. With its foul, gaping maw, it lunged at Wei Pingfan. Damn it, a sneak attack. And how repulsive. Have you not brushed your teeth in days, you beast? You think you can devour me? Not a chance. He narrowly evaded the creature's assault, immediately cursing under his breath. The stench emanating from the monster nearly overwhelmed him. Truly a peculiar skill of the beast, a miasma that could suffocate. Spirit Phoenix, it's your turn. Incinerate that wretch. Wei Pingfan retreated a couple of steps and commanded Wei Linghuang. When flames of wrath are unleashed, who can rival them? The unfortunate monster, intent on launching another attack, was met by a swift, crimson figure darting above its head. In an instant, Wei Linghuang unleashed a small flame that seared down upon the beast. Within moments, a tuft of fur ignited, soon engulfing its entire body in flames. Roar! The monster screeched in agony, rolling frantically on the ground. Mere minutes later, the once vibrant creature lay in ashes, utterly consumed by the inferno. Chirp chirp, master. Am I not impressive? Wei Linghuang flitted before Wei Pingfan, eagerly seeking praise. Indeed, quite impressive. Yet, it is a pity that there is nothing left of that beast's flesh. Wei Pingfan pouted slightly, feigning sorrow, though inwardly he was thoroughly pleased with Wei Linghuang's display of power. Is there anyone else? Surely, this flame can deal with them all. Meanwhile, the timid mouse at Wei Pingfan's feet cowered, petrified by the brutality displayed. Returning to the scene, Wei Linghuang soared towards the red cherry tree, while below, Wei Pingfan fixated his gaze upon her. Despite having faith in his beast master abilities, trepidation lingered in his heart for the safety of his little spirit phoenix. As the saying goes, what one fears most may come to pass. Just as Wei Linghuang neared the red cherry tree, a white figure darted from beneath the tree, its gleaming claws aimed menacingly at the diminutive bird. Should that claw make contact with Wei Linghuang, the image was too dreadful for Wei Pingfan to contemplate. Spirit Phoenix, be careful. Come back quickly. In this critical moment, Wei Linghuang emitted a call and, rather than retreating, extended her own tiny claws towards the white figure. Chirp chirp, I will knock you down. Such bravado from a creature still in its infancy. The white beast, witnessing the red bird's lack of evasion and its audacious advance, could only scoff internally. Was this not a death wish? Its claws, already many times larger, found it amusing that this little creature dared to challenge it. In an instant, the seemingly feeble claws of Wei Linghuang clashed against the monstrous claws of the beast. With a resounding clang, the white beast was taken aback, feeling as if its claws had struck solid stone. A powerful force accompanied the collision, causing pain to ripple through its paw, leaving it unable to advance. Impossible. How can such a tiny paw withstand my razor-sharp claws? Caw, caw. The white beast let out an enraged cry. Wei Pingfan, observing this scene, marveled as Wei Linghuang effortlessly thwarted the beast's ambush. Well done, Spirit Phoenix. Now return. Upon hearing her master's call, Wei Linghuang lifted her little head and disdainfully gazed at the white beast. Chirp chirp, I am not finished with you yet. I will take you down now. In a sudden burst of energy, the petite figure of Wei Linghuang soared above the white beast, extending her claws like a cannonball aimed at the beast's head. This all transpired in a flash, and by the time the white beast comprehended the situation, the small claws were already upon it. No, it attempted to evade, but it was too late. The white beast could only widen its eyes in shock. With a resounding thud, the creature plummeted to the ground. Chirp chirp. Wei Linghuang circled in the air before gliding toward Wei Pingfan. Seeing the white beast felled by his spirit phoenix, Wei Pingfan rushed forward with the timid mouse in tow. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the white beast. It was a one-star monster, the bone falcon, swift in flight and formidable in attack. It represented the strongest one-star beast Wei Pingfan had encountered thus far. The bone falcon, measuring over 2 meters in length, bore predominantly white feathers, and its claws were as fearsome as steel, evoking dread. Having fallen from the sky, the bone falcon was momentarily dazed, struggling to regain its footing. It's still alive. Wei Pingfan cautiously stepped back, wary of any sudden ambush from the creature. Caw! The bone falcon screeched at the trio before it. At present, it regarded the crimson little bird with utmost caution, while the man and mouse standing nearby were deemed inconsequential, hardly worthy of its concern. If Wei Pingfan were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly seek to engage in a cordial discussion with the bone sculpture, questioning whom it dares to look down upon. Is it that Wei Pingfan is incapable of wielding his blade, or has the bone sculpture become arrogant? It seems there is a sense of indignation here. Without further ado, Wei Pingfan gestured emphatically. Come on, let us teach it a lesson. Instill in it the virtues of politeness befitting a demon beast. Yet, one must note, brother, that it is indeed a demon beast. What need does it have for manners? If Wei Pingfan harbors intentions against it, he ought to state them plainly, for his rationale seems rather flimsy. As Wei Pingfan, a bird, and a mouse encircled their target, the bone sculpture instinctively yearned to flee. However, having guarded the spiritual cherry fruit for months in anticipation of its ripening, during which it had vanquished several other demon beasts eyeing the prize, retreating now would render those months of vigilance utterly futile. Yet, as the bone sculpture wrestled with its inner turmoil, it was too late to escape. The encirclement was complete. Wei Pingfan and the diminutive mouse blocked its path, while Wei Linghuang hovered above, poised to strike at any moment. With the front, back, and above sealed off, the only potential escape lay below. But upon glancing down, the bone sculpture, being a bird-like demon beast, realized it could not burrow. In the ensuing minutes, the bone sculpture was engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Facing the relentless assaults of a human, a bird, and a mouse, it found itself utterly defenseless. What was particularly galling was that their attacks were unerring, landing squarely on its visage, embodying the very definition of a beastly face-off, without the slightest hesitation. The occasional blows from the mouse's nose were especially excruciating, leaving the bone sculpture in agony. Are you subdued yet? If not, I shall reduce you to mere remnants. Wei Pingfan plopped down on the ground, exhilarated yet somewhat fatigued. He preferred a more proactive approach. Meanwhile, the mouse squatted beside him, lifting its forelimbs to pat Wei Pingfan's calves. Indeed, look at that bone sculpture. As a demon beast, how can the disparity be so vast? This is what it means to exhibit courtesy. Gently stroking the mouse's head, Wei Pingfan pointed at the prostrate bone sculpture. Wei Linghuang nestled comfortably in Wei Pingfan's embrace, her tiny paws swaying rhythmically, a stark contrast to the ferocity displayed moments earlier. Oh, my little Linghuang is simply adorable. Wei Pingfan cooed, his fingers lightly tracing her abdomen. In stark contrast, the bone sculpture lay nearby, a wretched sight, its feathers scattered, some still fluttering in the breeze. Its face was swollen and misshapen, with a crooked beak that whistled as it attempted to call out. Several of its claws were broken, and its once proud plumage was reduced to a bald patch, resembling a pitiful caricature. After a while, Wei Pingfan instructed Wei Linghuang to retrieve the red cherry fruit once more. There were only 3 on the tree. This time, he refrained from uprooting the entire tree, as the cliffside rendered such an action impractical. Subsequently, he and the mouse approached the bone sculpture to conduct a friendly inquiry. To their surprise, the bone sculpture was utterly impoverished, possessing nothing of value. Ultimately, Wei Pingfan stepped before the bone sculpture and dispatched it with a single stroke. What purpose does an utterly worthless demon beast serve? It merely consumes our air. As for the few valuable parts, Wei Pingfan began to sift through the remains. Feathers are gone. What a waste of a demon beast. The skin holds no worth. I shan't bother to skin it. But these claws are quite sturdy and sharp. The most valuable aspect is undoubtedly the bone sculpture's claws. Once we exit this secret realm, they could fetch a handsome price. I wonder if the meat is palatable when roasted? As he contemplated the pitiable state of the bone sculpture, Wei Pingfan stroked his chin. Squeak, it must be delicious, undoubtedly. The mouse fervently nodded. Chirp, master, I wish to taste it. Wei Linghuang chimed in, having learned from the mouse that Wei Pingfan's grilled delicacies were exquisite, eager to sample them herself. Just as this trio prepared to kindle a fire and commence their culinary endeavor, a mocking voice rang out from behind them. Isn't this the young master of the Wei family? Surprising to see you still alive. Chapter 68. The Tsung Yuan's Secret Realm. Do you wish to kill me? Upon hearing the voice from behind, Wei Pingfan turned to face the speaker. It was a member of the Li family. A seemingly ordinary young man stood not far off, sporting a mocking expression directed at him. Ordinary in appearance, he was certainly not as handsome as the illustrious Wei Pingfan, nor could he rival the rotund Wang Jinghua. Wei Pingfan recognized him as a member of the Li family, having sensed Li Yunfei's deep-seated hostility prior to entering the Tsung Yuan's secret realm. Thus, He had memorized the appearances of the remaining 9 Li family members who had entered the realm alongside Li Yunfei. Oh, the young master of the Wei family has quite the memory, recognizing me so readily. Li Songxi clapped his hands and strolled leisurely toward Wei Pingfan. Stopping a few meters away, Wei Pingfan regarded the approaching figure with a calm demeanor, not retreating an inch. He had anticipated encountering a member of the Li family within the secret realm, though he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Why aren't you off searching for Li Yunfei, your esteemed family-esque guard dog? What brings you here? I have no bones for you to gnaw on. Wei Pingfan flashed a broad grin. By the way, does your young master, Li Yunfei, avoid school for an entire month out of shame? With that, he burst into laughter. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan refer to him as a dog, Li Songxi could no longer contain his fury. His internal energy surged forth explosively. The full extent of his prowess as a peak 1-star beast master was laid bare. Wei Pingfan, you seek death. Do you believe I want to kill you right now? Look at you getting flustered, revealing your true colors so quickly. Wei Pingfan scoffed. You wish to kill me? Spare me the theatrics. Do you take me for a fool? But if you truly desire my demise, let us see if you possess the capability. Don't let it be that I turn the tables on you. Those who kill shall be killed. Wei Pingfan mused. Moreover, given the Li family's involvement in his earlier assassination attempt, he felt a strong conviction that they were behind it. His primary objective in entering the Tsunyuan secret realm was to acquire resources for cultivation. As long as he avoided encounters with the Li family, they could continue to live a while longer. Yet now that a member of the Li family had come to him willingly, he saw no reason not to oblige. Turn the tables? Wei Pingfan, are you jesting? Li Songxi erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. I am a peak 1-star beast master. How could you possibly turn the tables on me? The Li family had long since gathered detailed information about Wei Pingfan, who had only just recently broken through to become a 1-star beast master, lacking even a contracted beast. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, how could Wei Pingfan hope to resist, let alone mount a counterattack? Such notions were nothing short of absurd. No. You are not worthy of my direct intervention. It is those two that shall bring about your demise, Wei Pingfan declared, raising his index finger with a dismissive shake. Who? Li Songxi instinctively glanced around, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan mention those two, he quickly deduced that members of the Wei family must be lurking in the vicinity. If 2 1-star beast masters from the Wei family were indeed present, not only would he be unable to kill Wei Pingfan today, but he might also meet his own end here. Why are you looking around like a fool? Focus here, it's those two, Wei Pingfan remarked, observing Li Songxi's fearful demeanor, which nearly compelled him to slap him across the face. What a cowardly fool, thinking he could threaten him. Only then did Li Songxi turn his gaze toward the direction pointed out by Wei Pingfan. His eyes widened in disbelief, leaving him momentarily speechless. There, as Wei Pingfan had indicated, stood a bird and a mouse. Was the young master of the Wei family suffering from delusions? Did he truly believe he could counterattack with these two pitiful creatures? He recognized the mouse, a golden-haired mouse king, merely a 1-star beast with mediocre combat prowess, hardly worth considering. As for the small red bird, though unfamiliar to him, he assumed it to be an ordinary creature, lacking even 1-star strength. Haha, Wei Pingfan. It seems you are fully aware of your impending doom and are merely toying with me. Let's make your demise swift. Li Songxi laughed heartily, immediately summoning his contracted beast. Before Wei Pingfan's eyes appeared a formidable sheep-like beast, its robust horns and powerful limbs exuding an aura of dominance, boasting 3 or 4 tails. Indeed, an impressive sight. The earthbound ram, a 6-star potential beast. Surely, its meat would surpass that of the eagle. Upon seeing the earthbound ram, Wei Pingfan's thoughts instinctively compared it to the deceased skeletal eagle. Ling Wang, it's your turn with these two. Remember not to incinerate that plump sheep with your innate skills, as I plan to enjoy some roasted lamb skewers later. Wei Pingfan harbored no concerns. To him, this was akin to a feast delivered to his doorstep. What a generous soul. Chirp, master, Ling Wang understands. With a chirp, Wei Ling Wang soared onto the head of the diminutive mouse, muttering incomprehensibly. Lamb skewers? Goodness. Li Songxi nearly choked on his own blood, infuriated by Wei Pingfan's audacity. Discussing the consumption of his contracted beast in front of him was a blatant insult. Brute. Charge and eliminate them. Enraged, Li Songxi commanded his beast. Cut it out. Ling Wang, you too. Wei Pingfan waved his hand. Instantly, Wei Ling Wang ascended and darted towards the earthbound ram, just as she prepared to unleash a fiery inferno to obliterate the hefty creature. She recalled her master's instructions and restrained herself, opting instead to use her tiny claws. Meanwhile, the golden-haired mouse king, Chi-Chi, dashed toward the earthbound ram, baring its sharp teeth and aiming for the creature's underbelly. Ah, a true genius, self-taught. Wei Pingfan marveled at Chi-Chi's peculiar attack style, utterly astounded. Unfazed by the aggressive onslaught of the bird and mouse, the earthbound ram readied itself, digging its hooves into the ground before launching into the air. Intending to knock the red bird away, Li Songsu watched with a smirk, anticipating the moment when his beast would eliminate these two pesky nuisances. He relished the thought of instilling fear of death in Wei Pingfan, who fancied eating his beasts, such a ludicrous notion. However, the ensuing events left Li Songsu wide-eyed, unable to believe what unfolded before him. As the earthbound ram leaped into the air, its massive horns failed to strike Wei Linghuang, who deftly evaded with a sideward swoop. Due to inertia, the ram began its descent, unable to mount any further attack. Such a golden opportunity could not be squandered. Wei Linghuang shot forth like a crimson spectre, reappearing above the earthbound ram's head. With her claws, she unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its skull, 1 blow, 2 blows. Within mere seconds, the ram endured a relentless barrage, sustaining numerous gashes from Wei Linghuang's claws. Bah! A pained cry escaped the ram as it collapsed heavily to the ground, only to see a yellow figure charge towards it. Don't come near me, stop! Panic surged within the earthbound ram as it found itself unable to rise. A sharp crunch echoed as Chi-Chi bit down hard. Bah bah! The ram writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. The golden-haired mouse king, bloodied and with remnants of something in its mouth, chewed a few times before spitting out a dark, unappetizing mass. Ugh! Wei Pingfan observed this scene with a hint of distaste directed at Chi-Chi. No, my little brat. Li Songsu lamented, heartbroken at the sight of his beast rolling on the ground, bloodied and battered. You shall all perish, die? Li Songsu bellowed, suddenly charging at Wei Pingfan. Brandishing a hefty cleaver, he sought vengeance for his beast, but if he could not defeat a mere bird and mouse, how could he hope to succeed against Wei Pingfan? In an instant, his focus shifted entirely to Wei Pingfan. If he could eliminate him, the bird and mouse would no longer pose a threat. Once a beastmaster perished, their contracted beasts would meet the same fate. Goodness! Unable to handle my beasts, you turn to me. Wei Pingfan gazed at Li Songsu, whose face contorted with fury, charging toward him. Little Linghuang, protect me. Chirp! Fear not, master. Linghuang will handle him. Wei Linghuang swiftly positioned herself before Wei Pingfan, her tiny paw raised to intercept Li Songsu's descending blade. What is happening? I put all my strength into that strike. How could it possibly be blocked? Li Songsu felt as if his blow had struck an impenetrable boulder, the immense recoil sending tremors through his hand, nearly causing him to drop the cleaver. Heh, think you can kill me? Not a chance. Wei Pingfan leaned forward, a look of disdain on his face. Linghuang, do not hold back, strike him squarely on the face. Pointing at Li Songsu's visage, Wei Pingfan issued his command. Chirp, take this claw. Wei Linghuang extended her crimson claw, aiming for Li Songsu's face. Ah! Li Songsu felt a flash before his eyes, a red blur striking him with such ferocity that deep gashes marred his features. Is this speed for real? Faster than a rocket. Who could possibly evade? Die! Li Songsu wildly swung his cleaver in front of his face, unable to land a hit on the elusive red bird. Meanwhile, Wei Linghuang consistently seized the opportunity, delivering another punishing strike to Li Songsu's face. Now, Li Songsu howled in pain, his visage a gruesome spectacle, a horrifying blend of blood and flesh. Ugly creature. Wei Pingfan, too, sprang into action, his figure flashing as he appeared before Li Songsu, delivering a powerful kick to his waist. Ah! Li Songsu soared into the air. Linghuang, go assist the miserly mouse in thoroughly dealing with that plump sheep. Wei Pingfan uttered hastily, his legs propelling him into a high leap, executing a swift kick that landed squarely on Li Song's body. With a resounding thud, dust billowed into the air. Li Song's crashed heavily against the ground, establishing a most intimate connection with the earth. Attempting to rise again proved futile, as his body felt utterly shattered, pain rendering him incapable of standing. Perfect, that's a wrap, Wei Pingfan declared, extracting a length of rope from his beastmaster space. He approached Li Song's and bound him from head to toe, transforming him into a large dumpling. Meanwhile, the earth sheep, besieged by a bird and a mouse in a relentless assault, was on the brink of collapse, its demise imminent. The primary instigator was undoubtedly Wei Linghuang, with the miserly mouse merely providing support. What a pity it was, one might muse, for such a splendid beast to be tethered to such a wretched master. Wei Pingfan dragged Li Song step by step toward the ailing earth sheep. Wei Pingfan, you scoundrel! You are inhuman! What do you intend to do to my beast? Li Song spat vehemently, his heart aching at the sight of his beast's pitiable state. What do I intend to do? You sought to kill me. And now I can't even feast on your beast? Wei Pingfan retorted with a grin. Besides, it was you who delivered it to me on a silver platter. I must roast some mutton, as I happen to be quite famished. With that, he delivered a kick to Li Song's groin, a smile plastered across his face. Ah! Li Songs cried out in despair, feeling the shattering pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Blood gushed from his mouth as he gasped. Damn it, don't spew blood at me. Wei Pingfan swiftly dodged aside. A glance revealed that the earth sheep had succumbed, utterly lifeless. The death of a contracted beast would inevitably rebound upon its master. Li Song's spitting blood was a direct consequence of his beast's demise, leaving him visibly weakened and despondent. Get moving, prepare the fire for roasting meat. Wei Pingfan commanded. The miserly mouse hurriedly gathered firewood, while Wei Linghuang began to pluck the sheep's wool with deft claws. No, Wei Pingfan, you cannot treat my beast in such a manner. Li Songs observed the trio's practiced motions with rage, blood spilling from his mouth anew. This time, it was clear his fury had driven him to bleed. An act so heinous it seemed beyond human capacity. It was an unabashed assault on both life and spirit. As Li Songs bled once more, Wei Pingfan could only shake his head in disbelief. Had I known this would come to pass, I would have acted differently. He added, why not take it easy? I have a good heart and cannot bear to see others suffer from hunger. I shall share some mutton with you later. Poof. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's words, Li Songs coughed up another mouthful of blood and then fainted. Was this even human language? To suggest a beast master feast upon his own beast? Fortunately, Li Songs had lost consciousness. Otherwise, he might have been driven to a fatal rage. With such a mindset, how could he claim to be a beast master? Wei Pingfan merely scoffed and turned his attention away from the unconscious Li Songs, retrieving a small knife to join the task of preparing the sheep. Before long, under Wei Linghuang's flames, a bonfire blazed to life. The once plump sheep, now well prepared, was mounted over the fire to roast. Wei Pingfan turned and seasoned the meat with various spices. The miserly mouse darted about, continuously gathering firewood, while Wei Linghuang perched atop Wei Pingfan's head, chirping animatedly. Half an hour later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, captivating the attention of the trio. Meanwhile, Li Songs, sprawled on the ground, found himself in a delightful dream. Envisioning himself embracing a beautiful woman, savoring succulent meat. His nostrils flared as he murmured, so fragrant. I want to eat. Chapter 70. The Tsang Yuan's Secret Realm. What treasures and opportunities await? Gradually, Li Songs opened his eyes, drawn by the tantalizing scent. Where am I? What are they eating? It looks incredibly delicious. Still reeling from the profound psychological blow that had caused his earlier fainting spell, he blinked in confusion. Not far from him, Wei Pingfan held a golden, dripping leg of lamb, devouring it with unrestrained delight. A small red bird and a golden-furred mouse were also happily gnawing on their own lamb legs, chattering incessantly. No way, that's Wei Pingfan. They're eating my beast. In an instant, memories flooded back to Li Songs, his voice trembling with disbelief. Oh, you're awake. Would you care for a piece of lamb? It's quite delectable. Wei Pingfan turned to Li Songs, raising the leg of lamb in greeting. Spare me your mockery, Wei Pingfan. If I were to fall into your clutches, you are free to do as you wish without the need to disgust me further. Li Songs instinctively swallowed hard, adopting a demeanor of resignation. Really? You are simply refusing kindness for punishment. Consider your position. Life is singular, and only by surviving can limitless possibilities unfold. So what if you've lost your contracted beast? If you can escape this secret realm, you can forge a new life with another beast. Think of your family. If you perish, what will become of them? Contemplate carefully and let me know. I shall send you on your way. Wei Pingfan crouched before Li Songs, savoring the lamb with each bite, while dispensing life lessons like a sage. Ah! Li Songs gazed at Wei Pingfan's seemingly harmless face. Upon deeper reflection, his words held a semblance of wisdom. Indeed, as a beast master, as long as he lived, he could recontract a beast upon exiting the secret realm and embark on a new life. Dying within the realm would leave him with nothing. But could Wei Pingfan truly let him go? Conflicted emotions swirled within Li Songs, yet a flicker of hope for survival ignited within him. After all, no one wished for death. Thus, he spoke. Young Master Wei, I admit my previous wrongs, but I was merely following orders. It was the Li family, specifically Li Yunfei, who sought to kill you. I had no choice. If you could grant me mercy today, I assure you that I will repay you once I escape the secret realm. Moreover, I will keep today's events strictly confidential. A smile crept upon Li Song's face. However, given the circumstances, it appeared grotesquely sinister. Fool, you've finally taken the bait, haha. Wei Pingfan rejoiced inwardly, applauding his own performance. This is how it should be, but you sought to take my life. How can I simply let you off the hook? My conscience would be uneasy. Wei Pingfan's expression bore a hint of reluctance, his unspoken words lingering in the air as he rubbed his hands together. In an instant, Li Songs understood. Young Master Wei, allow me to present all my possessions, as well as some cultivation resources I acquired within the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Li Song's produced a substantial array of items from his Beastmaster space. Young Master Wei, please assess whether this is sufficient. If not, I can procure more upon my exit. Do you truly believe this paltry offering could buy your life? Wei Pingfan scoffed at the sight of Li Song's meager offerings. Mere tens of thousands in cash, several large knives, and a single medicinal herb. The remainder was nothing but worthless trinkets. Who did Li Song think he was fooling? That one medicinal herb held some value. However, true to Wei Pingfan's nature, he intended to extract every last bit from Li Song's. Minutes later, Wei Pingfan managed to extract a piece of low-grade spirit stone and 4 more medicinal herbs from Li Song's. Yet, he still felt unsatisfied. Sensing there was more to be gleaned from this individual. Young Master Wei, I am truly destitute. Only my undergarments remain. Surely, you can spare my life now? Li Songxi chuckled nervously. Very well, I shall refrain from slaying you. Would you care for some lamb to eat? Wei Pingfan replied with a perfunctory smile. Inwardly lamenting, what a miser. With such meager resources, what can one accomplish? Li Songxi's lips twitched, yet his stomach betrayed him with an insistent growl. Young Master Wei, may I eat? If so, I shall partake. Yes, yes. Wei Pingfan assented, internally cursing. How shameful to feast upon one's own contracted beasts. However, considering your willingness to provide me with resources for cultivation, I shall allow you to indulge before your demise. I may spare you, but I make no promises for others. As these thoughts coursed through Wei Pingfan's mind, he found himself wishing to encounter more members of the Li family, conveniently delivering their heads to him. Offering free resources for cultivation, who wouldn't relish such an opportunity? Unbeknownst to Li Songxi, who was blissfully devouring lamb on the ground, the little red bird suddenly soared towards him, unleashing a jet of flame. Ah, Wei Pingfan, you fiend. You promised not to kill me. Your words hold no weight. Should I become a ghost, I will haunt you, Wei Pingfan. In an instant, Li Songxi was engulfed in flames, his anguished cries mingling with desperate roars of defiance. Huh! It's not I who has slain you. Your unreasonable nature has led to your own demise. Wei Pingfan mused, stroking the feathers of the little spirit phoenix, contentedly observing the tortured struggles of Li Songxi. Once the matter was settled, and after Wei Pingfan and his companions departed, 3 piles of ashes remained on the ground, a clean and decisive act, aimed at obliterating any trace of the deceased. In the ensuing time, Wei Pingfan, accompanied by the spirit phoenix and the little greedy mouse, embarked upon a path of unbridled conquest once more. Indeed, labor yields reward. They joyfully collected several spiritual herbs and dispatched a few unwitting beast foes, effortlessly annihilating them. They even dismantled a den of beasts, acquiring dozens of inferior spiritual or stones. Only Wei Pingfan dared to traverse the secret realm with such swagger, as if striding through his own abode. At this juncture, they arrived at a forest. And scarcely had they taken a few steps when the sounds of combat reached their ears. Someone is engaged in battle. Such scenes of beastmasters clashing were commonplace within the secret realm. With curiosity piqued, Wei Pingfan stealthily approached, accompanied by his avian and rodent companions. As they drew nearer, the sounds of combat grew increasingly distinct, accompanied by the deafening roars of the battling beasts. Wei Pingfan found a nearby tree and climbed it, with the spirit phoenix and little mouse following closely behind. The lush foliage provided ample concealment, as long as they remained quiet. As the saying goes, from a high vantage point, one sees far. Peering through the leaves, Wei Pingfan beheld a fierce confrontation unfolding below. The term fierce aptly described the clash between 2 beastmasters, each commanding their respective contracted beasts in a fiery struggle. One commanded an iron-armored bull, while the other commanded a Songbao bear. Both beasts colliding with great ferocity before retreating to gather strength for another assault. Both beasts were currently of the 1-star rank, and their strengths appeared closely matched, making it difficult to discern a victor in the short term. Wei Pingfan did not recognize either of the young masters standing behind their beasts. Then, he overheard their conversation. Wang Ping, we both know the truth. We came here for the treasure and opportunities that have manifested. Why prolong this fight and allow others to seize the spoils? The speaker, owner of the iron-armored bull, bore a round face. Huang Shabi, how can you still show your face? Was it not you who instigated the ambush? Now you wish to cease fighting? Do you think I will acquiesce? The owner of the Songbao bear appeared more demure, donning spectacles, exuding an air of refinement. Many have surely witnessed the emergence of this treasure opportunity. If I cannot obtain it, neither shall you. Upon hearing their exchange, Wei Pingfan keenly grasped the crux of their dialogue. However, confusion marred his expression. What treasure opportunity has manifested? How is it that I remain unaware of such fortune? Just as Wei Pingfan pondered this, the battle below had escalated to a fever pitch. Both 1-star beasts unleashed their innate skills, while their masters brandished their weapons and engaged one another. The iron-armored bull radiated a faint yellow light, its fur bristling, revealing the tough hide beneath as it activated its innate skill, Rampaging Charge. Meanwhile, the Songbao bear unleashed its innate skill, Berserk Beast Transformation, letting out a roar that caused its form to swell, resembling a small mountain. With paws the size of basketballs, the bear pounded its chest, showcasing its explosive power. The iron-armored bull staggered back several meters, its massive horns raised, muscles coiled as it charged at the Songbao bear. The earth trembled, dust swirling. A collision of this magnitude could yield catastrophic consequences. In contrast, the Songbao bear extended its ebony paws, refusing to retreat, and charged forward as well. With a thunderous crash, the two beasts collided. The sheer force of their impact caused nearby branches to shake, leaves cascading to the ground. Wei Pingfan, observing from his perch, felt the tree beneath him quiver. Remarkable. Truly, these are power-type beasts. Wei Pingfan mused, as the swirling leaves and rising dust obscured his view, rendering it impossible to discern the victor. Both beastmasters, drawn by the cacophony of their beasts, momentarily disengaged, swiftly creating distance between themselves before focusing their attention on the fray, each hoping their contracted beast would triumph. After all, the might of a beastmaster ultimately lies with their contracted beast. Once the beasts determined the outcome, the final result would be inevitable. Soon, as the dust settled, it became apparent that the iron-armored bull's horn had pierced the Songbao bear's chest. While the bear's paw clutched one of the bull's horns, its other paw relentlessly pummeling the bull's head. Blood streamed from the iron-armored bull's head, and the situation appeared dire. Both beasts seemed to be gravely injured. Wei Pingfan thought, glancing at the two beastmasters, a smile suddenly gracing his lips. Seeing the condition of their respective beasts, the expressions of the two beastmasters shifted to one of concern, and thoughts of retreat began to take root. They no longer wished to continue the battle. Through their contract link, they sensed the severe injuries inflicted upon their beasts. To persist would invite dire consequences. As both masters contemplated recalling their beasts and withdrawing, they suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. Who goes there? The two beastmasters' expressions changed dramatically, their demeanor growing tense as they cast wary glances toward the source of the sound. With their beasts incapacitated, they were now vulnerable. An unknown presence approached, and they could not discern friend from foe. If this newcomer bore ill intent, they would be at a significant disadvantage without their beasts to assist them. To utter an unflattering remark, their current predicament resembles that of fish on a chopping board, awaiting a merciless slaughter. Greetings to both esteemed families. May you remain unscathed. Though they are yet to arrive, their voices precede them. The two beast masters appear utterly bewildered. What do you mean by family? Neither of them has kin who entered the Tsan secret realm. So where do these so-called family members come from? As a foot stepped forth from the thicket, the entire figure of the speaker emerged before them. Good heavens! What manner of creature is this? Is it even human? Upon sighting the newcomer, the two beast masters were taken aback, their expressions a vivid tapestry of surprise. Clad in a glossy black robe adorned with a multitude of white skulls, the individual appeared truly unsettling. And to add to the disquiet, atop their head rested a grotesque mask, bearing menacing fangs. At first glance, the sight evoked terror, an eerie chill creeping into their hearts. The very notion of family was rendered absurd in the face of such a frightful apparition. One might as well be scared to death. How could one sleep peacefully at night without nightmares? Fortunately, the two were beast masters, possessing a mental fortitude greater than that of ordinary folk, enabling them to maintain a semblance of composure. However, their instinctive step back and the flicker of alarm on their faces revealed that the sudden appearance of this figure in black had instilled within them a profound sense of peril. Setting aside the question of the black-robed individual's strength, their terrifying appearance alone was enough to invoke dread. Indeed, this figure was none other than Wei Pingfan. Upon witnessing the two beast masters in a state of mutual injury, Wei Pingfan had decided to rob them. After all, his need for cultivation resources was dire, and he could only mentally express his apologies to them. Moreover, given that these two possessed formidable abilities, they were likely to carry a considerable amount of precious resources. With such a favorable opportunity before him, Wei Pingfan found it hard to contain his eagerness. Should they willingly surrender their valuables, he would spare their lives. This was precisely why Wei Pingfan chose to disguise himself in a black robe. He sought to keep his identity concealed. After all, he was the young master of the Wei family, and many were familiar with his visage. This was all to avoid unnecessary complications. Should he be recognized, the situation would become quite troublesome. Indeed, it was in his nature to amass wealth quietly, to enter the village unannounced, and to avoid unnecessary conflict. Naturally, he could simply eliminate the two, which would be far less complicated and carry zero risk of exposure. Yet, Wei Pingfan was no butcher. nor did he relish the thought of senseless slaughter. The two bore him no ill will, and robbing them of their cultivation resources sufficed. To kill them would make him a true monster. Furthermore, in light of the immense threat posed by the invasion of demon beasts faced by the Daxia, every additional beast master contributed to its safety. While Wei Pingfan was no saint, he harbored a patriotic spirit and did not wish to witness a day when his homeland lay in ruins, family shattered. "Who on earth are you?" inquired the beast master with a round face, breaking the silence. Could this individual be a member of a cult infiltrating the secret realm? The bespectacled beast master remained silent, lost in his own speculations. Cults are organizations that oppose humanity, composed of unscrupulous beast masters. Some even believe that powerful demon beasts are the key to saving the world. Their twisted ideology leading them to commit acts of destruction throughout Daxia, reveling in bloodshed as if it were commonplace. "Heh, I have already told you, I am your family," Wei Pingfan declared, the fangs of his mask quivering as he spoke. "Do not feign the supernatural. You are a member of a cult, are you not? It is unexpected that such individuals would infiltrate the Tsang Yuan's secret realm." The bespectacled beast master finally spoke, his tone laced with certainty. "What cult?" Wei Pingfan was at a loss for words. He decided to drop the pretense, revealing his true intentions. "I am the Dark Overlord, and I am here to rob you. Be wise and hand over all your valuables if you wish to live. Otherwise," a sinister smile spread across his lips, "you shall meet your demise." Chapter 72, Tsang Yuan's Secret Realm. Robbery is tempting. In the forest, upon hearing the black-robed figure declare his intent to rob them of all their valuables, the expressions on the faces of the two were quite peculiar. Was this black-robed figure driven mad by poverty, going to such lengths to infiltrate the secret realm merely to commit robbery? This did not align with the usual modus operandi of cult members. And something about this black-robed figure felt off. "What do you mean by this? Comply with my demands at once, lest you provoke my wrath, the consequences of which are dire." Wei Pingfan, concealed beneath the mask, pondered whether his facade had been compromised upon witnessing the strange looks exchanged between the two beast masters. "You, a lone individual, think to rob us both? Do you not overestimate your own capabilities?" The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, probing for weaknesses. Indeed, those who entered the Tsang Yuan's secret realm were all one-star beast masters. How could one expect to rob two? "Oh, is it that you two will not weep until you see the coffin, or do you derive your confidence from your respective injured beasts?" Wei Pingfan could hardly suppress a chuckle, believing they were underestimating the situation. Moreover, their beasts had lost their combat capabilities, leaving them without their trump cards. Wei Pingfan, however, still had his aces up his sleeve, particularly the formidable little Ling Huang. Victory was all but assured. Nonetheless, Wei Pingfan had chosen not to bring Wei Ling Huang or the Golden Mouse King along with him. They remained hidden, ready to adapt to circumstances. Firstly, he was confident in his personal strength. Defeating two beast masters lacking combat-ready beasts was child's play. Secondly, he wished to keep Wei Ling Huang's identity concealed, as she was his contracted beast and could not remain unknown. If he robbed the two and then emerged from the secret realm only to have Wei Ling Huang recognized, he would inadvertently expose himself. The thought of becoming notorious as the black-robed figure who robbed others within the secret realm was utterly absurd. As for the Golden Mouse King, it had little combat prowess and would serve no purpose in this endeavor. The black-robed figure was correct. The two beast masters were indeed devoid of combat-ready beasts. Should the black-robed figure summon one, they would undoubtedly be overmatched. Yet, to simply relinquish all their valuables without a fight would be unacceptable to anyone. After all, they had only just entered the secret realm, and the limited resources they had gathered were not to be surrendered lightly. Together, the two exchanged glances, each understanding the unspoken message in the other's eyes. In the next moment, they charged at Wei Pingfan, launching simultaneous attacks, determined to deny him the opportunity to summon his beasts. Overestimating their strength, they were akin to ants attempting to shake a tree. Wei Pingfan's fists clenched tightly, his speed surpassing theirs as he darted toward the bespectacled man on the right. "Oh no, he is so fast." The bespectacled man was taken aback. All he could see was a shadow rushing at him, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon him. With no time to think, he swung his blade forward, attempting to repel the incoming threat. However, the strike missed entirely. The figure cloaked in black flickered and swiftly positioned itself beside the bespectacled man. A powerful punch landed squarely on his waist, followed by a resounding slap that struck the bespectacled man's face. With a cry of pain, his spectacles flew from his face, and the large blade he wielded clattered to the ground. The bespectacled man was sent sprawling several meters back, collapsing onto the ground, utterly devoid of combat capability. Wei Pingfan reached down to retrieve the fallen blade, turning to smile at the approaching beast master with a round face. "Now it is your turn." With the blade's tip aimed forward, Wei Pingfan surged into action once more. The round-faced Beast Master felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. This figure in black had effortlessly brought down someone of comparable strength with just a punch and a slap. If he continued to fight like this, it was evident that he was not on the same level. He had not anticipated the sheer power possessed by this cloaked individual. Today, it seemed, would spell his downfall. Nevertheless, the round-faced Beast Master gritted his teeth and charged forward. What if victory was within reach, and he could avoid being robbed? Yet, the outcome was evidently predetermined. Wei Pingfan utilized merely 50% of his strength to deliver a heavy blow that sent the round-faced Beast Master crashing to the ground. A swift kick followed, leaving him unable to rise for quite some time. Ba, well done, well done. If you had followed my advice earlier, you could have avoided this beating. Wei Pingfan gazed at the cultivation resources the two had produced, his heart brimming with joy. Another substantial harvest. Robbery was indeed delightful, effortlessly acquiring cultivation resources. Upon hearing Wei Pingfan's words, the two crouching on the ground felt a pang of despair. The round-faced man thought to himself, isn't he a dark overlord? What is this well-done nonsense? The bespectacled man's companion mused, who knew you possessed such strength? Encountering you is truly unfortunate. Now, hand over everything you possess. Wei Pingfan's menacing visage loomed before the two, his tone chilling. We have nothing. They hastily shook their heads. Is that truly the case? We genuinely have nothing, great overlord. The two were on the verge of tears. Very well, two paupers, you may leave. Wei Pingfan waved his hand, reveling in his good fortune. The two stumbled to their feet, only to be called back by Wei Pingfan after taking a few steps. Wait, their hearts sank, and they looked at the cloaked figure with mournful expressions. I heard there are treasures manifesting. Where might they be? Wei Pingfan nearly forgot about this matter until he inquired. The two exchanged bewildered glances with the cloaked man. Everyone who had entered the secret realm had witnessed the celestial phenomenon of red light soaring into the sky. How could he be unaware? Speak up. Why are you staring at me? Is it my good looks? They proceeded to recount to Wei Pingfan all they knew about the treasure manifestation and pointed him in the general direction. Once they departed, Wei Pingfan hung his head in disappointment. There were no treasures manifesting. That red light was merely the commotion caused by his little spiritual phoenix hatching. Moreover, everyone in the secret realm was converging towards him, all vying for the supposed treasures. Truly, while the masses were lost in intoxication, he alone remained sober. Only Wei Pingfan understood the true cause of that celestial phenomenon. Now that so many were flocking to his location, surely the little chubby Wang Jinghua would come as well. He decided to rendezvous with Wang Jinghua. With so many newcomers, he could not let the opportunity go to waste. The prospect of further robbery brought a smile to his face. With a whistle, a small red bird perched atop a golden-furred mouse emerged from the woods. Little Ling Wang, you two scout ahead. Chapter 73, the Tsung Yuan's Secret Realm, Assembled Gatherings. This time, Wei Pingfan chose a different direction to advance. The secret realm was vast, and upon entry, everyone had been transported to various locations within it. The likelihood of encountering more people in the same direction was exceedingly low. Thus a change in course seemed prudent. At least it would marginally increase the odds. A roar from a beast echoed in the distance. With a flicker of intuition, Wei Pingfan deduced that the small Ling Huang, tasked with scouting, had encountered an unwise beast. As he arrived at the scene, he beheld a creature being thoroughly pummeled into submission by the small Ling Huang and the golden-furred mouse. Squeak, little mouse, the master has arrived. Give it your all. Got it, my lady. The golden-furred mouse opened its mouth and swiftly burrowed beneath the beast's underbelly. The beast's anguished cries filled the air as it became utterly incapacitated. The golden-furred mouse, satisfied, lifted its head, brimming with pride. Alas, poor beast, Wei Pingfan observed, speechless, as the golden-furred mouse exhibited an alarming proficiency in its brutal endeavors. Soon, the tormented beast chose to bite its own tongue, opting for a swift end rather than enduring further agony. Now that is ruthless. Wei Pingfan approached to collect the valuable parts of the beast's corpse, instructing the small Ling Huang to ignite a fire before continuing onward. Excellent. Another 1-star spiritual herb. Little Ling Huang, do not wander too far. Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan diligently searched for spiritual herbs, fruits, and other cultivation resources within the secret realm. On the other side, several individuals who had entered the secret realm had arrived at the outskirts of a hill. These individuals maintained a considerable distance from one another, each wary of the others. Some were alone, while others formed pairs or small groups. Gazing upon the barren hills, they all shared a common question. Is there truly a treasure manifesting here? The hills of varying sizes were interconnected, some featuring numerous dark openings. The location of the red light from the previous night was unmistakably here, leaving no room for doubt. It seemed they must search for treasures among these hills. However, none dared to step recklessly into the hills, opting instead to await a brave soul to take the lead. After all, places where treasures manifest are often rife with formidable beasts or myriad dangers. One misstep could spell disaster. Allowing others to probe the depths ahead was undoubtedly the wiser choice. As time passed, more individuals arrived, and upon spotting familiar family or faction members, they quickly gathered together, engaging in conversation to share any discoveries. The group remained in a state of uncertainty, unaware that beneath several hills, numerous golden-furred mice lay silently in their burrows. Paralyzed by fear. Previously, Wei Pingfan had single-handedly defeated and robbed these golden-furred mice. Now, with so many people arriving, who would dare move? They remained obediently hidden in their holes, resolutely refusing to emerge. Look, Xinyu from the Xin family is here. At the sound, the crowd turned their gaze. How beautiful! A surge of possessiveness welled up within many male beast masters. Yet, as quickly as that thought arose, it dissipated. After all, she was the prize jewel of the Xin family, a prodigious young woman with terrifying beast taming talent. Such a woman was beyond the reach of their aspirations, utterly unattainable. Not worth contemplating. Clad in white, Xinyu was accompanied by a man and a woman, also from the Xin family, whom she had encountered on her journey. Miss, we are here. In the midst of the bustling crowd, a small group of 4 or 5 individuals stood together, one of whom waved at Xinyu. Miss, that's Shun Hui and his companions. The young woman Xin Tong, who stood behind Xinyu, exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Xinyu nodded slightly and began to make her way towards them, disregarding the multitude of others surrounding her. Miss, as Xinyu approached, the 4 individuals led by Shun Hui immediately straightened their postures. Where are the others? Xinyu inquired calmly. Currently, only 7 members of the Shun family were present, with 3 still absent. The 4 shook their heads, clearly unaware of their whereabouts. However, it was evident to all that the worst-case scenario would be that those 3 had fallen prey to the beasts. Xinyu chose not to press further and instead surveyed her surroundings. At that moment, a remarkably handsome and distinguished young man approached the Shun family members. Greetings, Miss Shun. I am Wang Xiao from the Beast Tamer Mercenary Guild. Wang Xiao extended his hand towards Xinyu, and as he drew closer, he found himself captivated by her beauty. As Wang Xiao spoke, many onlookers displayed expressions of admiration and began to whisper amongst themselves. Wang Xiao was the leader of the Beast Tamer Mercenary Guild's current expedition, boasting exceptional talent in beast taming and holding the rank of a peak 1-star beast tamer. Indeed, I have also heard that Wang Xiao has contracted a beast of 8-star potential, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. He is a key figure being cultivated by the Beast Tamer Mercenary Guild, with a bright future ahead. The chatter of the crowd delighted Wang Xiao, who couldn't help but smile at the flattery he received, relishing the attention. Hello, I am Xinyu from the Xin family, she replied with a serene expression, casting but a fleeting glance at Wang Xiao before diverting her gaze. Although she felt a sense of pride, Xinyu regarded Wang Xiao's abilities as insufficient in comparison to her own. Haha. Miss Shun is known to be the most gifted beast tamer among the younger generation in Yunnan City. I have long wished to make your acquaintance. Wang Xiao chuckled, retracting his outstretched hand, feeling a twinge of irritation at Shun Yu's apparent disregard. Damn it, this aloof woman dares to ignore me, Wang Xiao thought, feeling humiliated in front of the crowd. He had never been so dismissed by a woman before. Typically, women flocked to him upon hearing his name. Oh. Xinyu merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant "oh" and ceased further engagement. The embarrassed Wang Xiao forced a smile and retreated to where the members of the Beast Tamer Mercenary Guild were gathered. Not far away, within the same group, a strikingly beautiful and petite woman observed Wang Xiao's discomfort with evident satisfaction. This woman was Tang Ruoyi, the leader of the Beast Tamer Guild's expedition into the secret realm, possessing exceptional beast taming talent and also a peak 1-star beast tamer. Hearing Tang Ruoyi's remark, Wang Xiao turned to face her, his expression twisting with anger. Tang, are you looking for a fight? Come on, Wang Xiao, do you think I fear you? You spineless coward. Tang Ruoyi shot back, unperturbed. Fine, Tang Ruoyi. Just wait and see that you don't end up dead in the secret realm, Wang Xiao retorted, not wishing to escalate matters in front of so many witnesses. With treasures and opportunities at stake, he prioritized securing them over squabbling with her, knowing he would have time to settle scores later. Who are you trying to scare? All you mercenaries are just as inept as you, Tang Ruoyi scoffed, dismissing him entirely. The surrounding crowd fell silent, understanding that both individuals belonged to significant factions. They were mere spectators, unwilling to provoke either side. Chapter 74, the Tsungyuan Secret Realm, to seize or not to seize. Shortly after this brief confrontation, the crowd spotted a group of over 10 individuals approaching from another direction. At the forefront stood Li Yunfei, flanked by his followers, all members of the Li family or those willing to serve him. That's young Master Li Yunfei, A keen-eyed observer immediately recognized him and shouted. Among the crowd, 3 individuals dashed towards Li Yunfei, all of whom were from the Li family. Young master, the trio exclaimed as they reached him. Why are there only the 3 of you? Where are the others? Li Yunfei echoed their concern. Though he held no fear that the missing members had perished at the hands of beasts. The individuals accompanying him into the Zhongyuan secret realm were all peak 1-star beast tamers of exceptional caliber. Therefore, the absence of a few did irk him. He had arrived and was forced to wait for others, which was unacceptable to him. The others are on their way, please don't be upset. Humph. Li Yunfei huffed, about to voice further complaints when he caught sight of Shun Yu clad in white. His expression instantly brightened, and he eagerly approached her, accompanied by his entourage. Where? At last, I have found you. I have been searching for you since entering the secret realm, worried for your safety. Now that I see you are well, I feel reassured. Li Yunfei exclaimed, suddenly recalling something. He waved his hand dramatically. By the way, Yuer, I found this purple gold fruit in the secret realm for you. He extended his right hand, revealing a fruit that was a striking blend of purple and gold. The fruit was perfectly round, the size of a fist, with layers of purple skin enveloping golden layers, exuding a faint fragrance. This was no ordinary fruit. The crowd recognized it immediately. The purple gold fruit, a 1-star spiritual fruit, not only contained spiritual energy, but also had the potential to enhance a beast tamer's physical attributes. Do not underestimate the significance of even a slight enhancement. For many, it was a lifelong aspiration, one they might never achieve. Among beast tamers, improving one's innate talent was the most challenging, followed by enhancing physical attributes. As Li Yunfei presented the purple gold fruit, the eyes of many in the crowd gleamed with covetousness, though it quickly faded away. After all, Li Yunfei was surrounded by a dozen beast tamers. Attempting to seize his fruit would be foolish. Those who could enter the Zhongyuan secret realm were the elite chosen from various families and factions. None were naive. This Li family's young master is truly generous, giving away such a fine spiritual fruit. You know nothing. No spiritual fruit can compare to the smile of a beautiful woman. If I could win the affection of the young lady from the Shin family, it would be worth it. Nonsense. We, as beast tamers, should prioritize enhancing our strength, vanquishing beasts, and defending our homeland, rather than getting lost in romantic pursuits. A muscular bald man interjected sharply. Cut it out, you bald fool. You'd be better off as a woman. Who are you calling bald? I shaved my head because it's hot. You wouldn't understand. The surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation, while some female beast tamers cast envious glances at Xunyu, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why was it that they could not encounter such fortune? Xunyu was not significantly superior to them. Upon seeing the purple gold fruit, the members of the Shun family behind Xunyu also displayed expressions of intrigue. After all, the purple gold fruit is quite remarkable among the 1-star spirit fruits. They do not possess the esteemed standing that Xunyu enjoys within the Shin family, where obtaining such treasures is merely a matter of desire. Li Yunfei, this is something you acquired in the secret realm. What do you want me to do with it? We are merely classmates, nothing more. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Xunyu promptly declined the offer. This left many feeling a deep sense of regret. Yet upon reflecting on Shun Yu's identity, they came to understand. To them, the invaluable purple gold fruit was but an ordinary fruit in the eyes of the young lady from the Shin family. Comparisons were futile. The more one compared, the more infuriating it became. Very well, Yuer, if you do not wish to keep it, I shall safeguard it for you until you require it, Li Yunfei responded. Unperturbed by Shun Yu's refusal, retrieving the purple gold fruit, he shamelessly continued to engage her in conversation. Shun Yu sought to distance herself from Li Yunfei, but wherever she moved, he followed. Tang Roi from the Beastmaster Guild, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, inwardly scolding. Who would have thought that as a young master of the Li family, he would be even more foolish than that Wang Xiao? At this moment, the gathering had swelled to 50 or 60 individuals, illustrating the immense allure of treasures and opportunities. The Wei and Wang family members stood together, their hearts heavy with concern as they noted the absence of their respective young masters. In such a vast secret realm, searching for 2 individuals among a mere dozen was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. They could only pray that the young masters were unharmed. Otherwise, upon exiting the secret realm, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from their families, potentially even death as retribution. Xunyu, who are you searching for? Li Yunfei inquired, his gaze scanning the surroundings. I am not looking for anyone. Li Yunfei, please keep your distance and do not crowd me. Xunyu responded, though in truth, she was searching for Wei Pingfan, unwilling to entertain the thought of him encountering mishaps within the secret realm, for she aimed to surpass him in the Beast Master examination. She sought to demonstrate to Wei Pingfan that they existed in entirely different worlds. Her actions were justified. Hearing Shun Yu's words and glancing at the several meters separating them, Li Yunfei felt a knot of discomfort in his heart. Sister, I am already so far from you. How much farther must I go? Meanwhile, Wei Pingfan remained oblivious to the happenings nearby, currently engaged in robbing a fellow Beastmaster. He refrained from acting first, instead allowing Wei Linghuang and the little greedy mouse to incapacitate the Beastmaster's companion. After issuing commands for the bird and mouse to retreat, he suddenly appeared before the bewildered Beastmaster. Kikek, the Dark Overlord, is here to rob. Following a delightful display of his prowess, Wei Pingfan left with a cheerful demeanor. Including this encounter, he had successfully robbed 5 individuals, having also encountered a few traveling companions along the way. However, he chose to forego engaging with them, not due to an inability to overcome them, but rather because he preferred to take his time and not rush. Those who fell victim to his robberies experienced a mix of frustration and dissatisfaction. A robber in a black cloak. The Dark Overlord? What is this madness? Beneath a large tree, Wei Pingfan gleefully counted his amassed cultivation resources. After laboring diligently for an extended period, the resources before him had piled into a small mountain. Among them were spirit ores, medicinal herbs, spirit fruits, and various items capable of enhancing a Beastmaster's strength. A small red bird flew in from a distance, landing atop Wei Pingfan's head, none other than the little Linghuang. Chirp chirp, Master, I have spotted a target. Shall we rob them? Chapter 75, Song Yuan's Secret Realm, Robbing Chuxiong. Upon hearing little Linghuang's words, Wei Pingfan waved his hand, stowing away the resources, and stood up, brushing off his pants. Let us go. No need for discussion. We must rob him. Chirp chirp, follow me, Master. With a delightful flutter of her wings, Wei Linghuang took to the air. Without hesitation, Wei Pingfan followed closely behind, wondering who the unfortunate soul was that would soon become his next victim. On a lush green meadow, Chuxiong munched on food he had brought along, feeling utterly vexed. With the speed of his beast, he should have long since reached the vicinity of the celestial phenomena. However, he had encountered a river along the way, approximately several meters wide, and he dared not venture into its depths. Faced with an impassable obstacle and knowing his beast was not of the aquatic variety, he had no choice but to take a detour. This detour consumed a significant amount of time, leaving his beast exhausted, compelling Chuxiong to take a brief respite before setting off again. What a miserable stroke of bad luck. Chuxiong grumbled as he gulped down a large mouthful of water. The night before entering the Song Yuan's secret realm, he had fervently burned incense, praying for exceptional luck and treasures. Yet, to his dismay, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. Upon entering the secret realm, he faced a formidable 1-star demon beast, sustaining injuries in the ensuing battle. Throughout his journey, he had not discovered many medicinal herbs or cultivation resources, and the river had obstructed his path. He was utterly at a loss about the route he had taken. Indeed, superstition proved to be a deception, and Chuxiong vowed never to prostrate himself in prayer again. By his side lay his contracted beast, the Tsangyun Golden Lion, with an impressive potential of 8 stars. At this moment, the Tsangyun Golden Lion had its eyes closed, dozing peacefully, entirely disinterested in the complaints of its master, who did nothing but ride atop it while it bore the brunt of the journey. Little did the grumbling Chuxiong realize that the minor inconveniences he faced were trivial compared to the greater misfortune that lay ahead. When Wei Pingfan and Wei Linghuang arrived at the grassy area, they spotted the little greedy mouse nestled in the underbrush, its rotund rear and sticking up in the air. Where's the person? Wei Pingfan scanned the surroundings eagerly. One might mistake his urgency for something else entirely, given his fervent demeanor. The grass in the expansive meadow stood at least half a person's height, a vivid green expanse devoid of any visible figures. Chirp chirp, little mouse, where's the person? Wei Linghuang inquired, playfully tapping the plump rear of the little greedy mouse with her red claw. Squeak squeak, over there. The little greedy mouse looked up with a forlorn expression, raising a paw to point in a particular direction. Let us move stealthily. We shall not be hasty in our robbery. Wei Pingfan gestured enthusiastically, regardless of whether the bird and mouse could comprehend his signals. In the next moment, he crouched down and stealthily approached the direction indicated by the little greedy mouse. Chirp chirp, that's the spot. Little greedy mouse scratched its head, confused. The amusing sight of a bird and a mouse trailing behind Wei Pingfan, mimicking his movements, was enough to provoke laughter. The trio crawled along the ground. A spectacle in itself. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Chuxiong continued to vent his frustrations. As they drew nearer, Wei Pingfan began to hear familiar voices, prompting him to crouch down and part the tall grass before him. Not far ahead, he spotted a person and a beast seated on the ground. So that's why the voice sounded so familiar. It turns out to be that foolish Chuxiong. Wei Pingfan contemplated the situation, noticing that Chuxiong bore an injury on one arm and appeared quite disheveled. It seemed this fellow had encountered a beast of monstrous nature. Yet he was still alive, A stroke of extraordinary luck indeed. TSK, with such meager prowess. Wei Pingfan, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Chuxiong, curled his lips in contempt. Little Ling Wang. As per our usual protocol, you two shall engage first, prioritizing the elimination of that beastmaster. He began orchestrating the forthcoming actions. For Chuxiong was nothing but a treacherous individual who often lingered around Li Yunfei, scheming against Wei Pingfan. Now that fate had brought them together, it was imperative to seize Chuxiong, most ruthlessly indeed. For a fleeting moment, a surge of murderous intent flared within Wei Pingfan, contemplating the complete annihilation of Chuxiong. After all, Li Yunfei's sycophants deserved nothing less. Upon receiving the command, Wei Linghuang and the diminutive Chi Mouse wasted no time, darting towards the lone man and beast ahead. Something's amiss. Sanyun, wake up! Chuxiong exclaimed, startled by the sudden commotion from behind. He promptly rose and gave a kick to the nearby Sanyun Golden Lion. Roar! The Sanyun Golden Lion sprang to its feet, letting out a fearsome roar in the direction of the disturbance. Regardless of the nature of the beast that might confront them, it was imperative to maintain an imposing presence. Should they manage to intimidate the foe into retreat, it would be a splendid outcome. Damn it, I was careless. Chuxiong's expression grew grave, anxiety coursing through him. Engrossed in his grievances, he had failed to notice the approaching unknown creature. What the hell is this? Chuxiong's expression shifted to one of astonishment, eyes widening in disbelief. Before him stood a golden-furred mouse, atop which perched a diminutive red bird. What a bizarre pairing. Were mice and birds now allied? Sanyun Golden Lion displayed an almost human-like expression, curiously observing the two little creatures. To its 3-meter-long frame, the bird and mouse seemed utterly insignificant, posing no threat whatsoever. Not even enough to serve as a snack, it thought, feeling too apathetic to engage. These two blind fools must be courting death. Chuxiong's tension evaporated instantly, replaced by a sneer of disdain. Sanyun, it's all on you. Do as you please. A mere golden-furred mouse and a tiny red bird. His Sanyun Golden Lion could effortlessly swat them aside with a flick of its paw. Roar! At Chuxiong's command. Sanyun Golden Lion moved, emitting a low growl as it sauntered forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the pair. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Sanyun Golden Lion beheld a crimson blur darting above it. A shadow swiftly lunged beneath, revealing jagged teeth aimed at its most vulnerable spot. Sanyun, why are you dawdling? Counterattack! Chuxiong shouted, stunned by the sudden turn of events. The mouse and bird chose not to flee, but instead launched an assault on his beast. How audacious! However, Chuxiong remained unfazed, exuding confidence in his magnificent beast. If this duo cannot prevail, then I, Chuxiong, shall feast in a most humiliating manner. Yet, what unfolded next obliterated Chuxiong's expectations. Chapter 76, The Sanyuan Secret Realm, A Haunting Presence. Sanyun Golden Lion leapt to evade the Chi Mouse's reckless attack. We are all of the same kind. Why must we turn against one another so hastily? It mused, narrowly escaping disaster. Then, while keeping a wary eye on the Chi Mouse, it prepared to swat the bird away with its mighty paw. Squeak! Dear aunt, it won't let me bite. You must help me thrash it. The Chi Mouse circled Sanyun Golden Lion, seeking the opportune moment for another strike. Chirp, little mouse, you are making a fool of yourself. Observe how I subdue this wretched beast. Wei Linghuang, unflinching in the face of Sanyun Golden Lion's approaching paw, extended her tiny red claws and struck fiercely. In an instant, the little claw met the mighty paw, slicing through the fur like a knife through soft tofu. 3 glaring gashes appeared on the paw of Sanyun Golden Lion, eliciting a pained roar. Roar! The lion glanced at its wounded paw, extending its tongue to taste the blood. Not bad, but it's my own. Enraged by the audacious red bird, Sanyun Golden Lion swiftly rolled aside, determined to crush it. With no other option, Wei Linghuang took to the air, flapping her wings and delivering a powerful kick to Sanyun Golden Lion's head. Squeak! Auntie is magnificent. The Chi Mouse chimed in, showering praise. Wei Linghuang perched regally atop the Chi Mouse, her demeanor exuding pride. On the opposite side, Sanyun Golden Lion felt belittled by the duo's antics, humiliated before its master. This could not stand. Thus, it unleashed its innate skill, the yellow flame divine fire. With a mighty roar, it opened its enormous maw, releasing a torrent of yellow flames aimed at the audacious mouse and bird. Wei Pingfan, observing from the shadows, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chuxiong's beast would wield fire. Yet, alas, his little Linghuang was a phoenix of Yao Tian, truly the master of flames. When a descendant meets its progenitor, tears are sure to follow. Squeak! Upon witnessing the yellow flames, Wei Linghuang chirped with excitement, as if discovering a delightful new toy. Ascending into the air, her red wings unfurled, and a single golden feather danced in the breeze. Her pale golden eyes gleamed with an air of superiority, radiating a power befitting a divine beast. In that moment, who would dare to dismiss her as merely a little red bird? She was, in truth, a regal queen, dominating the cosmos. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that made the very air feel dense, even the Chi mouse collapsed in trepidation. Wei Linghuang opened her red beak and gently inhaled, drawing in the approaching flames as if they were long-lost kin returning home. "Squeak, bring it on," she called, consuming the flames entirely, savoring the moment with a satisfied chirp. "What the hell?" Sangyun Golden Lion gaped in disbelief. Its own flames were devoured by this little creature, which appeared utterly unfazed, even relishing the experience. What sorcery was this? As it sensed the aura radiating from the diminutive red bird, Sangyun Golden Lion trembled, feeling as though it was being scrutinized by an ancient, fearsome beast. Chu Xiong, overwhelmed and paralyzed by fear, plopped down onto the ground, muttering to himself, "Who on earth is that red bird?" After a brief pause, seeing that Sangyun Golden Lion was no longer expelling flames, Wei Linghuang dove towards it. What ensued was a one-sided pummeling that was almost unbearable to witness. "Squeak. Will you spew it out?" "Roar. There's none left. It won't come out." Wei Linghuang stood triumphantly atop the motionless form of Sangyun Golden Lion, which now held only the image of the red figure in its eyes, terrifying, a relentless tormentor, forcing it to unleash flames multiple times. Its internal energy and spirit were entirely depleted. As companions in the art of beast mastery, they displayed a complete lack of mercy. Indeed, those who walk the same path are often adversaries. Subsequently, Wei Pingfan issued another command to the little spirit phoenix, instructing it to deliver a thorough beating to Chu Xiong, with the caveat that he must not be killed. As Chu Xiong beheld the bird and the mouse turning towards him, fear gripped his heart. "Song Yun, come and protect your master." The Golden Lion, Song Yun, retorted, "Have you looked at yourself? You can't even move a hair. Ouch, that hurts. Strike not the face." Chu Xiong thought as he watched the red little bird approach him with its tiny crimson paw poised to strike. Damn it, how can something so small hurt so much? And then, noticing the golden-haired mouse sniffing around his nether regions, he shuddered, wishing it would choose a different spot to bite. Moments later, battered and bruised, Chu Xiong lay on the ground, resigned to his fate and too exhausted to move. It was a pity that someone of his extraordinary talent would meet his demise in this secret realm. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret, for there were many things he had yet to accomplish. His life should not end this way. As he watched the red bird once again raise its tiny claw, he internally lamented, "In my next life, I shall not become a beast master." Closing his eyes, he awaited the arrival of death. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Am I dead? It's pitch black. Is this what the world after death looks like? Chu Xiong muttered, only to be interrupted by a raspy, sinister chuckle. "Haha, stop pretending. If you don't open your eyes, I'll slap you into oblivion." Slowly, Chu Xiong opened his eyes, only to be met with a grotesque, fanged mask mere inches from his face. "Oh my heavens, a ghost! Help!" With a startled gasp, Chu Xiong fainted again. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Wei Pingfan exclaimed. "Wake up!" He slapped Chu Xiong's face, but the young man remained unconscious. After an indeterminate time, Chu Xiong finally stirred. "You're awake. Now let us get to business." Hearing the voice beside him, Chu Xiong turned his head, nearly fainting once more. "Who are you? What business?" He trembled before the suddenly appearing figure in a black robe. "Haha, young man, I just saved your life. As your savior, shouldn't you show some gratitude?" Wei Pingfan feigned anger, his mask quivering ominously. "Oh, I'm still alive. But where did that bird and mouse go?" Chu Xiong's mind began to clear, revealing a look of relief on his face. Upon seeing his beast, Song Yun the Golden Lion, still lying on the ground, a wave of joy surged through him. His beast was alive. "Thank you, brother in black, for saving my life. From now on, I owe you a life debt." Upon hearing this, Wei Pingfan inwardly thought, "Who wants your life? I want your cultivation resources." Nevertheless, Wei Pingfan made his intentions clear. "I, the great demon king, saved you, so hand over all your valuable possessions and cultivation resources." Chu Xiong hesitated. "What? You unwilling?" Wei Pingfan instantly stood, swiftly appearing before Chu Xiong, seizing him by the throat. "I can save you, but I can also kill you in an instant. Do not test my patience." Chapter 77, The Tsang Yuan Secret Realm, Digging Up. With his throat grasped, Chu Xiong's face turned beet red, his eyes bulging slightly. "No, don't kill me. I'll give it to you." His voice trembled as he pleaded. "Very well." Wei Pingfan finally released his grip. Chu Xiong gasped for air, as if surfacing from water, rubbing his sore throat. "This is everything of value I possess." Wei Pingfan's expression fell upon seeing what Chu Xiong produced. Merely 3 low-grade spirit or stones and 1 ordinary spirit herb. The remaining items were of no interest to him. Chu Xiong was clearly not being forthright. Not enough. Keep going. This is your last chance. Wei Pingfan's deep voice resonated, and with a wave of his hand, he collected everything on the ground. Chu Xiong then revealed all that remained in his beast space: weapons, clothing, food, and more. Brother in black, I truly have nothing left but these daily necessities. As long as you spare my life, I can be of assistance. Oh, assist me? How? Wei Pingfan inquired, intrigued by Chu Xiong's ulterior motives. Big brother, you seek cultivation resources, right? All those who entered the secret realm this time are geniuses from various major factions. They must possess abundant resources, especially that Wei Pingfan from the first beast family. He holds even more resources. I can help you lure them out. And then though Chu Xiong did not finish his sentence, Wei Pingfan understood the implication. It was clear that Chu Xiong was attempting to use him as a pawn in a scheme of betrayal. Huh, you crafty Chu Xiong, full of devious thoughts. Wei Pingfan scolded inwardly. What a charming proposition. I like it. Brother in black, rest assured, our first target will be that Wei Pingfan from the Wei family. As the young master, he won't disappoint you. Speaking of the main character right in front of him was utterly audacious. And we must not overlook that rotund fellow from the Wang family. He'll be next. Chu Xiong believed he had already captured the heart of the man in black and continued to chatter on. Wei Pingfan then stood swiftly, delivering a precise strike to the back of Chu Xiong's neck. Chu Xiong fainted again, his eyes reflecting disbelief as he glanced at the figure in black. Why? You scoundrel, you intend to rob me. Wei Pingfan cursed as he began to strip Chu Xiong of his garments. He then tied the unconscious Chu Xiong up and hung him from a tree, departing without a backward glance. As for whether Chu Xiong would survive, Wei Pingfan was indifferent. It would be best if a demon beast came to feast. Meanwhile, on the hillside, a gathering crowd could no longer suppress their temptation for treasures and opportunities. Stepping forward to explore the area, one by one, they entered the hillside, eager to be the first to discover any hidden riches. Yuer, let our two families explore together. That way, we can face any dangers as a united front, Li Yunfei urged as he noticed Xinyu preparing to enter the hill. No need, Xinyu replied, leading her family forward. Follow closely, let us go? Li Yunfei waved his hand, rallying a dozen or so followers to pursue the Xin family. Before long, the group realized that the hillside posed no apparent dangers. Not even a single ordinary beast was in sight. This prompted them to quicken their exploration. Suspicion etched on their faces. Is there truly a treasure here? What was that brilliant red light from last night? After 2 hours of thorough searching, the seemingly expansive hillside had been scoured. Not a single treasure was found, not even a hair, just a mere inch away from unearthing the truth. Many individuals began to falter in their resolve. After all, the secret realm was only accessible for 7 fleeting days. It was impractical to squander all their time here, especially when some had yet to procure even a single spiritual herb. As one person opted to depart, another soon followed suit. Yet, there remained those who were unwilling to concede. They firmly believed that the phenomena heralding the celestial marvels were indeed manifesting in this very locale, and they must have overlooked something vital. Consequently, several pairs of eyes turned to the ground beneath their feet. Indeed, the absence of discoveries atop the hill did not preclude the possibility of treasures lying beneath it. What if the treasures or opportunities awaited them in the depths below? If fortune favored them, they might unearth something extraordinary. Without hesitation, several individuals promptly retrieved an array of tools and commenced their excavation of the hill's surface. Driven by the desire to be the first to unearth a treasure, they harnessed their internal spiritual energy to expedite their digging efforts. Master, what shall we do? Inquired a beast tamer from the Li family, glancing at Li Yunfei. Dig. Let us get to it. Li Yunfei commanded, his gaze falling upon Xinyu, who stood not far away. Understood, master. And with that, the Li family's members began their excavation. Miss, should we dig too? Shintong questioned, observing the fervent activity unfolding before her, feeling an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Here were beast tamers, yet they were engaged in digging, a spectacle both ridiculous and amusing. In the small hill, I dig and dig. No need, let us depart. Xinyu contemplated briefly before leading the Shun family away. She harbored doubts about the crimson light piercing the heavens. It likely did not signal the emergence of a treasure. Yet, she was uncertain of the true cause of the celestial phenomena and could not waste her time digging aimlessly like those before her. After Xinyu's departure, another dozen individuals followed suit. Remaining at the hill were approximately 40 people, each of whom was fully committed to their task. Some even summoned their beasts to assist in the digging. It must be said that this was a clever strategy, with their beasts helping. The digging progressed at a remarkable pace. Observing this, more individuals summoned their own beasts to join the excavation efforts. Suddenly, the hill was teeming with an assortment of beasts. each diligently following their master's commands to dig. It was indeed a ludicrous sight. Beasts were not meant for such labor, yet here they were, acting as excavators. Meanwhile, the golden-furred mice hiding in the burrows beneath the hill listened to the cacophony above, their hearts gripped by sheer panic. How infuriating! These creatures are worse than the previous demon, tearing apart our home. Discovery! Exclaimed a beast tamer, spotting several golden-furred mice in the burrow. His enthusiastic shout drew many curious onlookers, but upon realizing that it was merely a handful of ordinary mice, disappointment washed over them. Damn it! Just a few common golden-furred mice, and you're all excited about it. Nevertheless, this discovery implied that there were indeed beasts beneath the hill, and likely other treasures as well. Digging was the right course of action. This is a low-grade spiritual ore. Another beast tamer held aloft a red stone, a broad smile illuminating his face. The crowd's envy was palpable as they beheld the spiritual ore. This individual was undeniably fortunate. Dig. We must dig with fervor. This scene significantly invigorated the crowd's enthusiasm. Setting aside the question of whether they could uncover treasures, the prospect of unearthing more spiritual ores was a lucrative endeavor indeed. As dust billowed across the hillside, the excavation continued with relentless vigor. Chapter 78. The Tsungyuan Secret Realm, Riverbed Beasts. In the Tsungyuan Secret Realm, a colossal river wound its way through dense jungles on both banks, shadows darting swiftly beneath the surface. The depths of the water were unfathomable, concealing tumultuous currents. A massive creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, lay quietly on the riverbed, its eyes tightly shut, while no aquatic life dared approach within a radius of several dozen meters. At that moment, a plump little figure emerged from the left bank's thicket, accompanied by a grumbling voice. I'm utterly exhausted. After walking for so long, why haven't we arrived yet? The little rotund figure was none other than Wang Jinggu, with a dark blue tortoise perched atop his head. Wow, a river! Wang Jinggu exclaimed upon seeing the flowing waters, yearning to dive in and wash away the grime that clung to him from head to toe, a result of his arduous journey. Before he could act, the nine heavens Xian turtle on his head leaped into the water with a swift motion. Little eight, wait for me, Wang Jinggu called out as he hurriedly disrobed, leaving only a flamboyant pair of bright red shorts. After stretching his limbs, he took a few twirls, then, with a splash, plunged headfirst into the river. The surface erupted as if a bomb had been tossed in, sending a cascade of droplets soaring into the air before they fell back down. Splash, splash. Wang Jinggu floated on the surface, his hands stirring the water, creating rippling waves. Little eight, come here. Let your master scrub your back. The nine heavens Xian turtle paddled towards him, and Wang Jinggu continued, I'll make your shell shine like a mirror, and you'll carry me across to the other side. He patted the turtle's shell, his face brimming with flattery. With dozens of meters still to the opposite bank, Wang Jinggu was determined not to exert unnecessary effort to swim there. His beast, the nine heavens Xian turtle, possessed a unique skill that allowed it to amplify its defense, significantly increasing its size and strength. Currently, the turtle had grown to nearly 2 meters long, and as its abilities improved, it would continue to grow larger. The nine heavens Xian turtle cast a glance at Wang Jinggu, then climbed back onto his head to bask in the sun. Hey, little eight, get down. You can't just ride on my head every day. I am your master. Wang Jinggu chattered, but upon receiving the turtle's agreement to ferry him across the river, he ceased his incessant prattling. Just as Wang Jinggu luxuriated in his bath, a gigantic shadow lurking in the depths of the river opened its eyes. Piercing through the layers of water, it fixated on the frolicking Wang Jinggu above. The shadow was furious. How dare this creature disturb its slumber? Such insolence was a blatant disregard for its authority as the ruler of these waters. The shadow unfurled its lengthy body and, in the next instant, surged upwards with astonishing speed, causing the water's surface to ripple violently. Wang Jinggu's chubby face registered sheer astonishment. What is happening? The nine heavens Xian turtle, having dismounted from Wang Jinggu's head, positioned itself protectively in front of him, its eyes fixed on the increasingly tumultuous waters ahead, as though foreboding a great terror was about to emerge. Suddenly, the river's surface erupted skyward. What the? Wang Jinggu's eyes widened in shock. The nine heavens Xian turtle activated its defensive skill, transforming from a diminutive turtle into a formidable 2-meter-long creature. A colossal beast, adorned with crimson protrusions and enveloped in glossy ebony skin, surged forth from the water, measuring a staggering length of several meters. My goodness, such a formidable creature. Complete with horns. It is beyond my capacity to confront. Wang Jingwu swiftly leaped onto the shell of the nine heavens mysterious tortoise. Xiaoba. We must flee to the shore immediately. Wang Jingwu realized that, despite Xiaoba's unparalleled defensive prowess, he stood little chance against such a mighty beast. As he spoke, The monstrous creature advanced toward him, its gaping maw wide open. The Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise, obeying its master's command, turned and swam toward the bank. Yet, the shadow of the beast moved with alarming speed. Even though they were close to the shore, the tortoise could not match the pace of the creature. With the beast closing in rapidly, Wang Jingwa stood, suddenly wielding an axe. Come on, you vile beast, taste my axe. With no means of escape, he resolved to fight, eager to see whether his axe or the creature's jaws would prove superior. As the beast drew nearer, its intent to devour the plump figure of Wang Jingwa was unmistakable. Ah, I shall strike, Wang Jingwa shouted, raising his axe to deliver a blow to the beast's head. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as the axe shattered. All right then, you are indeed tougher. Wang Jingwa held the broken handle, the beast's massive jaws now mere inches from his face, filling the air with a foul stench and remnants of dark, viscous matter that were all too visible. How disgusting! Remarkably, Wang Jingwa found the presence of mind to cover his mouth and nose, truly a stroke of genius. If the beast were to bite him, he feared he might not only perish but succumb to venom as well. Fan Ge, I must take my leave first. We shall be brothers in the next life. Xiaoba, I apologize for you. I have yet to engage in battle alongside you before meeting my end in this insignificant first-tier secret realm. Just as the beast's jaws were about to clamp down on Wang Jingwa's head, the Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise accelerated and reached the shore. The beast, finding nothing but air, let out a furious roar and resumed its pursuit. Well done, Xiaoba. Seeing the enraged creature, Wang Jingwa was filled with delight. Xiaoba, it is coming again. Give it your all. Unleash your invincible tortoise punch. Unperturbed by his thoughtless master's commands, the tortoise's shell gleamed with a vibrant azure light, launching Wang Jingwa into the air. Wang Jingwa soared high, flailing his limbs in a chaotic dance, his chest heaving. Eventually, he landed sprawled on the bank, his crimson shorts glaringly ostentatious. Fortunately, having ascended to the rank of first-tier beast master, his physique had been enhanced. Otherwise, such a fall would have left him in dire straits, perhaps even paralyzed. Xiaoba, couldn't you have given me a heads up for some mental preparation? Wang Jingwa spat out the grass in his mouth, glancing at the Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise in the river. Confronted by the approaching beast, the tortoise instinctively retracted its limbs into its shell. Simultaneously, the beast's jaws slammed against the tortoise's shell with a resounding thud. The beast's eyes widened in shock. Wang Jingwa felt a jolt of surprise as well. Xiaoba. Chapter 79. The Tsang Yuan's Secret Realm. Something awry. The tortoise's shell was remarkably resilient. Even the beast's formidable fangs struggled to make an impression, nearly losing a few in the process. Not a single tooth mark remained on the shell, which continued to shine brilliantly. Oh, Xiaoba, let this beast feel your strength. With newfound confidence, Wang Jingwa stood on the riverbank, launching a tirade of insults at the dark beast. Oh, you monster, neither fish nor fowl. Do you dare to think you can feast upon me? I am no Tang Song, who would grant you immortality. With those grotesque growths upon your head, do you truly consider yourself a dragon? Though he relished the opportunity to hurl insults, their impact was negligible, utterly devoid of any real threat. The Black Beast, a black ghost water python, was a pinnacle first-tier entity, and had it not been for the restrictions of the secret realm, it would have ascended to second-tier status long ago. As the river's sovereign, it had never encountered a creature it could not overpower. Until today, a situation that had provoked its wrath. Hissing, the python flicked its long, crimson tongue, surveying the Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise with mounting agitation. The tortoise remained tucked within its shell, its deep-set eyes rotating calmly, as if to challenge the python. After a prolonged standoff, the tortoise's head cautiously emerged from its shell. The python, seeing this, lunged forward, but once again its fangs met the impenetrable shell, causing one of its sharp teeth to shatter. The python, now enraged, coiled its lengthy body around the tortoise's shell. The Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise had no intention of allowing this reptilian foe to prevail. It had merely feigned vulnerability to lure the beast into a trap. Swiftly, the tortoise's head darted out, biting the python before retreating back into its shell. When the python attempted to retaliate, it could do nothing but glare helplessly at the sturdy shell. Meanwhile, Wang Jingwa, standing on the riverbank, donned a fresh outfit retrieved from his Beastmaster space. Xiaoba, yes, just like that, bite it. I believe in you. The black ghost water python bore several new wounds, all inflicted by the tortoise's precise strikes. While these injuries were merely superficial to the python, the pain was undeniable. With each bite, the irritation mounted. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Finally, the python released the tortoise and turned its gaze toward the animated figure of Wang Jingwa on the bank. Surely, if one part of me is this tough, the other cannot possibly be equally resilient. Though it thrived in the water, where it could unleash its full might, it could still venture onto land, albeit with diminished strength. Xiaoba! Wang Jing shouted as he saw the black ghost water python advancing menacingly toward him, and he quickly dashed into the nearby thicket. The Nine Heavens' mysterious tortoise seized the moment, biting down hard on the python's tail. It then deactivated its enhanced defensive skill, shrinking down to the size of 2 palms. As the python turned to retaliate, it was met with the tortoise, which darted past its head in a flash. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with Wang Jinghua, resuming its perch upon his head. The python, in a fit of rage, writhed violently in the river, expressing its fury. Nearby aquatic creatures, sensing the python's wrathful aura, hastily retreated, tails tucked tightly. What a close call. Wang Jinghua nearly became the beast's midday meal. As he sprinted through the forest, heedless of his direction, he simply sought to put as much distance between himself and the river as possible. Unbeknownst to him, he was heading straight toward Wei Pingfan, who was accompanied by a bird and a mouse, also making their way in this direction. Regarding Wei Pingfan, after hanging Chu Xiong from the tree, he encountered not a single living soul along the way. Instead, he stumbled upon several disfigured corpses of humans, mangled and devoured by monstrous beasts, their limbs torn asunder. Not far from the lifeless bodies lay their respective beasts, also deceased, each in a state of gruesome demise. The scene was utterly harrowing, prompting vivid imaginations of the horrors they must have endured in their final moments. As for the identities of the deceased, Wei Pingfan was left in ignorance. With some heads severed, it would be remarkable to recognize any of them. Sadly, he had also failed to acquire any spiritual herbs or fruits, either because others had beaten him to it, or because none were to be found. This was what he found most unbearable. He would never turn his nose up at any cultivation resources, yet luck was a fickle mistress that had eluded him entirely. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman broke the stillness, emanating from not too far ahead. Wei Pingfan's expression shifted in an instant, and he hastened, accompanied by a mouse and a bird, toward the source of the sound. At the same time, Wang Jinghua, who was also sprinting, heard the desperate cry for help, discerned the direction, and rushed forth as well. In the direction of the scream, a young woman, disheveled and revealing large swathes of her alabaster skin, was limping as she fled. Periodically glancing over her shoulder, her face was etched with panic and fear. Behind her trailed 2 men, leisurely pursuing her with lecherous expressions. Keep screaming. No one will come to save you. Why not just submit to us? It could be enjoyable for everyone, and you wouldn't suffer. One of the men leered at the young woman's voluptuous form, his gaze filled with depravity as he chuckled maliciously. Despicable and shameless. I would sooner die than yield to you too. The woman retorted, clutching her chest as she stumbled onward. Ah, delightful. I adore this kind of fiery spirit. It will be quite a treat later. The other man, with thick lips, licked his crimson mouth, his face alight with rapture. Indeed, those I played with before were dull. They appeared aloof, but were more eager than anyone. From a tree in the distance, Wei Pingfan, having arrived earlier, overheard the trio's conversation and instantly grasped the situation unfolding before him. It was merely 2 men whose lust had been ignited by a woman who was unwilling to comply. In a desperate bid to protect her virtue, the woman had cried out for help, hoping someone would hear her pleas and come to her rescue. After observing for a while, Wei Pingfan found the trio's behavior peculiar. After each exchange, their eyes would scan the surroundings, almost conspiring. The sight of the woman, her clothing tattered and her condition pitiful, indeed evoked a sense of pity. Yet, as she fled, she intentionally exposed more of her skin. What could this mean? Was she not satisfied with the allure she had already cast? In that moment, Wei Pingfan found himself perplexed by the intentions of the 2 men and the woman. Were they engaging in a form of entrapment or a deceitful ploy? Regardless, the impression he received was that none among them were virtuous, and there was certainly something amiss.